Today, Aid will bring you a life full of excitement from the way a tiger butterfly lives, a meaningless life that loves to touch the dazzling, frivolous halo. With the bright lights on the roadside being a powerful source of life, the beautiful butterfly will dive into the dim white light. This young man is in the prime of his youth, the age when, after exams, you'll chat with friends about where to hang out or whose place to party all night long, and he usually hangs out with kids rich enough to go yachting on a whim. He looks bright and has a certain charm, but that terrible score was the complete opposite. The tiger moth resting there like a moth to a flame only made everything worse to the extreme. He found it too bad. His name is Dong-guk. His mother sells fish and vegetables at the market, and she has no idea that her son is a liar. And he hated the fishy smell coming from his mother. But she always considers her son as number one when he constantly changes his grades to show off to his mother. She cared for him and gave him the best things. Today, just like usual, Dong-guk tried to find a reason to ask his mom for money, like buying textbooks, for example. The cost he needs is 10,000 kwon, while this mother works hard in the fish trade. She kept trying to squeeze out everything she had. That is all she could do to ensure her son wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Whatever she did, she wanted to give everything for her son. If his entry score is really high, he would feel less guilty towards his mom, but that entry score is absolutely terrible. To the point where he couldn't hear anything from the surrounding sounds. News suddenly aired rumors about actor Chung Seot, who owns numerous plots of land and villas. He said in the past he was very poor. It made Dong-guk feel a bit shaken deep inside. He submitted the application. At first he didn't think about becoming an actor. But he truly went to Cat Tin, just because Dong-guk was jealous of the glamorous life. The instructor once told him that acting is an innate talent, but inner ability is what truly matters. And the place she is referring to is Handong University, where every student can realize how talented they truly are. Dong-guk envies the actors living in luxury apartments, and that's why he applied, but his score wasn't enough, so he could only get into the Department of Theater and Film. The instructor handed him a C-type script and suggested making the underlined lines in the script more lively to test his abilities. The script he was holding was about a murderer who had planned everything and had a sarcastic attitude. Moreover, killing people to him is as normal as eating and drinking every day. This is a person without a moment's hesitation. He never thought he could be like that. It was just a short line while reading the script, but Dong-guk realized he naturally resembled that character. He wanted to become a famous actor. After many years he realized that, living like an actor, Dong-guk was criticized for looking too old for a rookie, which annoyed everyone in the group. The fact that there are people in this world whose talent shines like the sun. Compared to them, Dong-guk's talent is as weak as a firefly. But he didn't give up. He was always the one who tried the hardest in the group to make up for it. He will do anything to succeed. While everyone else is dining at a restaurant, he is hesitating between eating gimbap or going hungry to pack up for the next filming location. Right then the phone rang. It's Mom calling. He ignored the call. Just as fate would have it, the director showed up and handed Dong-guk an offer even more tempting than his mom's call, a supporting role in a movie. He didn't expect this chance to come. Despite the significance of the role, whether it's a show or a drama, even if the film ends tragically, he still plays it. However, Dong-guk remains a mediocre actor who receives no recognition and has no choice but to make a living. He's been working part-time while filming, so his health has deteriorated to the point where his co-workers don't want him around anymore. He did many jobs at the same time while still having to learn lines. No matter how difficult it gets, he simply can't give up. Thanks to this, Dong-guk earned a nickname that's straightforward and easy to understand. A crazy guy obsessed with acting. The final knot is finally under the spotlight, and the reward is the first Supporting Actor of the Year award. He finally did it. After reaching the high-rise tower like other shining actors, he felt uneasy when he received a call from his mother. She hinted at wanting to visit, but this is the biggest inconvenience in Dong-guk's acting career. He now has a house overlooking the Han River as he wished, so whether she comes to apologize, like when she only sent a congratulatory envelope at his graduation, no longer matters. He has become a famous actor and reached the peak of his glory. Life wasn't boring, at least not until now, that is until he got this call. At the brightest milestone of my life from Dongdo Hospital. When Dong-guk arrived at the hospital, his mother was already lying in bed. She looked gaunt and lifeless, as if all her vitality had drained away. He saw a mother older than the one he remembered. Her hands trembled. It's really not a good point in Dong-guk's life. Only then did he realize that what he wanted to erase was poverty. Not his mother's face, Dong-guk. He felt like a scumbag himself. The mother of actor Dong-guk passed away before seeing her son one last time. He kept regretting. He didn't visit his mother even after she passed away, and at Han River View, he worked day and night to climb up. He will surely die and go to hell. At least that's the price he has to pay for that brilliant aura. The knot tightens like a tiger moth rushing into dazzling artificial lights, and the end is always the same. Before he died, he saw his mother's gentle, youthful smile. It must have been just a dream, a mother who had devoted herself entirely to her children, whose beauty surpassed that of any famous actress. Even in his dreams he still wants to cry. Tears fall as you scoop each spoonful of rice. You can't be a child in a dream. Dong-guk felt extremely satisfied because this dream was so real. Old wallpaper, musty smell, and my mother's worried face. The wonderful taste of freshly cooked rice, and the moment he called out for his mother once. But is this just a dream? 3 months later, Dong-guk headed to school. And this is definitely not a dream, but Dong-guk has returned to that moment, the time when he was still in middle school and loved having fun. But this time he isn't playing anymore. He has to study because now he needs to find a better way instead of being an actor. He was determined to make his mom happy by getting higher grades instead of doing silly things like before. Unlike his previous life, he no longer pursues acting for his mother's sake. Shortly after that, the teacher announced the scores for this exam. A student ranked 12th in the whole school. Everyone in the class was surprised, because last time he barely made it. That is Dong-guk. Even the teachers weren't very friendly when he first achieved good results, and was asked to come to the principal's office at noon. The reaction of Dong-guk was quite indifferent. He just replied perfunctorily. The homeroom teacher was a bit surprised because it didn't seem like the reaction of a student ranked 12th in the entire school. It makes Dong-guk extremely uncomfortable. He studied like crazy at night without sleeping. His memory and understanding have improved since the regression, so he is looking forward to an excellent result. After class, the teacher reminded Dong-guk to follow. Young man, disappointed for the entire time, just muttered vague responses. More than anything, now that the exams are over, he will have time to help his mother. Sure enough, as soon as I got to the teacher's office, he accused and questioned Dong-guk of cheating. He was clueless. But it's hard to believe when someone ranked last in midterms suddenly jumps to 12th place in the entire school. Even if a dog could talk, the naivety of Dong-guk touched the teacher's heart. Then he calmly reasoned the teacher had placed the laziest students next to him, so even if they tried to copy his work, they'd fall asleep before he could finish. Secondly, how could he possibly steal the exam questions and complete the test by memorizing the answers? So if you're not sure, Dong-guk, please check again. He's fine too. The look on his face says it all. He's clearly surprised. But he didn't try to hurt the boy anymore and let him go. That brat seems to have changed his personality without him noticing. Just stepped onto the schoolyard, Dong-guk was invited to play soccer. But everyone knows he's not playing anymore, not excluding the teacher. Even classmates noticed something had changed him. Dong-guk sighed deeply at everything. Like a bird spreading its wings, he changed because he traveled back in time. First meeting mother after her death. Everything feels magical, like nothing around you matters anymore. At that moment, he wondered if these things could be a dream, or perhaps the work of God or some other supernatural force he didn't understand. But the sting in his eyes from the tears was real. Maybe this is the magical world he created in his mind. But that doesn't matter. Everything here is vibrant. Dong-guk wondered, in the fragile boundary of the Grand Line, are you giving me another chance? A chance to change regret? Life is full of wonders, like the way Dong-guk couldn't believe her son was actually here. He wore dirty clothes to help his mother, making her panic. Sure, here's the translation according to your instructions. She'll surely be very surprised when her son helps out for the first time. Even so, he never went to the market because of the shame that his mother sold fish there. But he didn't want to be embarrassed anymore. He will not miss this opportunity. Now it's time to learn to sell fish for mom. Even though my mother goes to work very early, all the fresh wholesale goods are already sold out, so she often has to buy leftovers from the retail section and sell them cheaper due to the difference in product quality. He was carrying the box, wondering whether he should go to the wholesale place with his mom tomorrow, while she was worried that lifting a few boxes would be too much for him after the exam. But he felt fine, and he really wanted to help. The past life of Dong-guk was not just about acting, but also involved doing other things to make a living. He worked as a driver and then a loader. But he sells fish the best, because he learned and observed from a young age, so he goes back and forth between the market and the supermarket to sell fish. At that time, his mother didn't have sales skills. Without sales skills, it would be very difficult to succeed in Busan Market. If he spoke loudly and clearly, using all his fish-selling skills and calling out to customers, things would be different. Here is the fish-selling class of actor Dong-guk. Just go to the market and shout loudly like the way you save your breath to argue with your parents. While Dong-guk's mom saw her son like that, afraid he might cause trouble for the girl, she wanted him to leave. Some people here really like the kid's voice and the boundless energy of youth. The owner himself must breathe a sigh of relief for grabbing everyone's attention. Now is the time to fully sell to mom. While the young salesperson enthusiastically sold goods, nearby a person with a camera walked into the market. This person is the author Choi, and she is here for her child's first day. The assistant next to her felt a bit worried when she said that. She is the screenwriter of the film August Man. Accompanied by the famous supporting actor from KBS, They are looking for the main character for the movie, and it's a child. And the man wearing glasses is quite upset that he can't get the lead role just because he's an adult. And to add to that, he doesn't like the dialect. It's like clothes that don't fit. Wondering why someone born and raised in Seoul could be tougher and more local than someone from Busan. Right at that moment, the sharp voice pierced into his ear. It comes from the busiest stall in the fish section of Dong-guk. He was extremely open when introducing tuna to the sharks, even though I thought they all looked the same. He even tried to act mysterious by giving the customer a shark and wanted to hide it from his boss, but in reality, it was tuna. Just a way to satisfy customers when they see what they buy is unique. Then Dong-guk continued showcasing his sales talent, mixing in some humorous and quirky jokes. The people from the market immediately surrounded them, wanting to film because of the entertaining antics. Dong-guk giggled and said, "If you want to take a picture, buy some fish for me first." Both screenwriter Choi and that supporting actor never expected to find such a talented kid in the market, but they did find him. After rallying passionately, Dong-guk took a brief pause. "You told your mom that the fruit vendor gave him some strawberries because today is his lucky day and his..." Mother kept complaining, telling him to come home and rest, so Dong-guk grabbed the box and exchanged the goods for her. He did it because he wanted to. And more importantly, how could he go home early when his mother is struggling so much? The face was gaunt and anxious, with dark circles under furrowed eyes. Dong-guk realized that it seemed he had never observed his mother's expression even once before. He put the box down to see what was going on with his mother, but she responded with a bright smile, saying she just had a tough day today. Dong-guk couldn't understand why she was looking at him like that. Just as the conversation between the mother and daughter was interrupted by two strangers, the man suddenly wanted to talk to Dong-guk's mother for a moment. Although not knowing what happened, Dong-guk's mother quickly told the other person that there was no more fish today. But he wasn't talking about that. What he wanted to talk about was that student. Dong-guk noticed that his mother looked worried and confused when someone came to talk to her and asked about him. But he doesn't get what he did wrong. I mean, wasn't it wrong to fool around before? Now he has to show his mother what true maturity really means. The man handed over a business card and introduced himself as an actor from KBS. Dong-guk's eyes darkened and suddenly, Dong-guk's mother reacted very strongly because she thought the other person was the producer of the famous TV show, making him exhausted from explaining. At the same time, writer Choi also introduced himself. The name hit like a lightning bolt. Before, Dong-guk couldn't recognize that face just by hearing the name alone. She is a screenwriter with record-breaking viewership ratings, her first work was a hit, and the following works were successive hits. She is a featured screenwriter on many channels, including KBS. No matter how well she writes, people only need to hear that this scene was written by the head of the drama department to understand. Why is someone with such a powerful voice in the film industry here? As for this man, in the end, Dong-guk doesn't remember meeting anyone as famous as the writer Choi in his past life, but they really shouldn't have anything to do with his life now. Although he was suspicious, Dong-guk still smiled and thanked the man for complimenting his voice for being good at advertising in the market. He's just wondering if her son, Dong-guk, is interested in acting. She was stunned to learn that her son had a chance to become a child actor. That person praised Dong-guk for his potential, but Dong-guk wasn't ready to respond immediately and was still cautious. He didn't want to repeat his past life, couldn't abandon his mother and kill her like before. He vowed to live wholeheartedly for his mother, so if he tried a little harder without becoming an actor, the person switched to seeking attention, trying to get to know Dong-guk. In the end, he's now faced with two choices. However, he will no longer live the life of an actor, whether he accepts the business card or not. Even the teacher was surprised by Dong-guk's dream. After he filled out the dream aspiration form, he was immediately called to the administration office. Dong-guk, a young man, wants to become a civil servant. He has been a teacher for a long time, but this is the first time he has seen someone who wants to become a public servant, so he asked Dong-guk what he plans to do. But he doesn't even know, so why does he want to become a public servant? Dong-guk said honestly, "This is an industry that offers stability compared to having a private area, with less risk and good pay, so it will be good for his mother." The teacher suddenly felt gloomy. The boy was too mature to be called a child. Recently when he talked to him, it felt like talking to a peer. Then he gave Dong-guk the resources and all the lessons needed to become a public servant. Dong-guk was very happy. Now he feels the need to apologize for having doubted the kid before, and asks Dong-guk to take care of his mother. But in his heart, he still wanted to ask something. That's why Dong-guk suddenly grew up so fast. He grinned widely and admitted to the teacher, "Because I had already died once." After that, Dong-guk left the library, worried that he might be leaving too late and that his mother would be anxious. If you ask Dong-guk what the most important thing in life is, for some people it's love or happiness, many say it's money, but for Dong-guk, it's different. Some people can't help because they're poor, and when they're rich, greed blinds them. Dong-guk is in that situation too. When my mom is struggling with rising rent prices, At first, he could clearly say that I had given up on money since being revived, even though he knew it was unreasonable for them to suddenly raise house prices less than a year after signing the contract. And no one asked for a deposit back for a house like that. His mother just kept struggling like that forever. And this is what made Dong-guk realize, come back to life even if he's not an actor, he must hurry to make money. Selling fish didn't cover the overdue rent. Part-time jobs are not suitable for a child of this age. And that damn light is the only way. How can a middle school student make a lot of money? He is truly stuck. Live a life he still couldn't solve the problem. And now he only has one choice left. The thing he thought he would reject, because he didn't want to repeat the life of an actor. A call changes everything. Dong-guk has a question. If you become a child actor, how much money can you earn? The man by the dais, Kai BC, was even more surprised after hearing it. He couldn't believe the boy was this brave when he called and bluntly asked, how much can you pay me? Of course he knows that actors negotiating salaries is not unusual, but this is the first time he has seen a new child actor do that. Right at that moment, writer Choi appeared with alcohol in his system. He told the screenwriter he just got a call from Dong-guk. She instantly lit up. Now the two are standing outside the shop talking about the child actor. He unbelievably recounted how he broke into a sweat when he received a question from the boy. The screenwriter chuckled. A kid who didn't even die among the seasoned traders in Busan is definitely not normal. More importantly, we have to acknowledge that the kid acts pretty well. Right then he discovered a truth. He was surprised when talking to the boy Dong-guk, because the boy didn't speak with a local accent, but with the accent of someone who had lived in Seoul for many years. The screenwriter also wondered, because no matter how long you've lived in Seoul, the local accent can still easily mix in. So now this guy wants to guide that kid to read the script first. The scriptwriter did not expect that. He didn't expect it, but they want to meet him tomorrow. And at that moment he asked Dong-guk if he was confident and sure this wasn't a hot scene. Just as they were talking halfway, someone inside rushed out and told the director to go in because the sun was about to rise. He draws everyone's attention, and started announcing the plan for tomorrow. First, someone who didn't even take a break said this. Drama and theater are not dead. But today a friend mentioned it. A person who didn't even speak directly said that. To cut a long story short, you have to see to know. That statement felt like an endless surge of passion boiling in the throat when downing the last drop of liquor. The next morning, Dong-guk sat dazed on the bus to school, thinking that acting was a talent. From a cleaner and waiter to an actor, Dong-guk admires the seniors in the industry. Their talent is like the sun, while his is like a bug. But behind the scenes, he sees how hard they struggle. Finally, he learned that talent comes from hard work. The stage, film, and theater, are they different? Yes, acting is more important in a play because it's closer to the audience. Direction matters more in films. But in films, the screenwriter has the most influence. This is the creation of the whole film. The actor's voice, breathing, gestures, and expressions, or even imitations, will definitely be different. Dong-guk learned a lot in his previous life, a study full of tangled notes. Facing the truth in the industry, it took him quite a long time for the words to shatter in his mind. After he dies, he can finally say that from his teenage years, he really tried or not. After getting off at the bus stop, Dong-guk immediately started searching. Just entered the cafe, he couldn't stop worrying about how to find a place to live here since it's quite far from Busan. Today he has an appointment with Anstudai KBC. He seems kind. But Dong-guk knows well that in his previous life, he was the one who killed others with kindness. And this place also had writer Choi. She handed Dong-guk the script and wanted him to read it carefully starting today. She really hopes Dong-guk performs well. The man accompanying the screenwriter immediately told Choi to stop and let the boy catch his breath. Now we'll start the script reading and try it out. Dong-guk complied. In his previous life he had read countless scripts from supporting roles to leading roles. The position of the main character and other characters is different. If the main character makes a mistake, they can laugh it off and move on as if nothing happened. But if a supporting character makes an error, they will be seen as the villain. To avoid any edits, each line had to be written with great care. As a result, Dong-guk's memory improved thanks to that habit. He just glanced at it for a few minutes. Now already wants to start. Both Choi and the other person were extremely surprised, so they will check it out. Dong-guk agreed. The screenwriter can start wherever they want. Screenwriter Choi couldn't believe the kid would let him choose. He could remember in such a short time. She began skimming through the script to see where the main character appeared. Maybe the kid was too confident, or maybe he really had talent. She was very curious to try. Scriptwriter Choi immediately stepped into the role, expressing his sadness. The guy was watching Dong-guk. This is the play. Dong-guk raised his voice saying, That bastard Min Seot, that scoundrel has no father. Let's see. A dialogue in a play must be expressed within limited time and conditions. Every nuance and reaction needs to be immediately portrayed. Dong-guk does it effortlessly. What is the role of an actor in a script? It is to show the audience the character they are portraying at that moment. It's hard to understand, isn't it? But through a professional's eyes, it's different. Dong-guk seems to be on a movie set, not in a cafe. The director watched the boy in disbelief at how quickly Dong-guk transformed, his acting skills making the realization of the character possible. What words can be used to describe the performance of this child? The director is unsure, whether it's a pleasant surprise or déjà vu. Holding the script in hand, the director recalls the silent film master Botioki Thon. He once said that there are many faces in the world, and a person can have many different expressions. But if you are an actor, you must have a blank face while finding the sadness within that blankness. Screenwriter Choi also shares the same emotions with the director. A child who has never performed yet knows how to bring joy and express deep emotions to the audience below, just like a true actor's duty. The boy's expression gradually changed even though he spoke without thinking. Clear anger, sadness that isn't forced or strained, extreme frustration, even tears, was transformed with remarkable subtlety. Screenwriter Choi was completely absorbed even though she was just reading the script. But the boy really seemed like a child abandoned by his mother in the script. Its emotions erupted as soon as the formula was pushed aside. A child can be that extraordinary, huh? The line that escalates everything is, "Throw these shoes into the sea just like your father who drowned." He's extremely angry. But just a few minutes later, they were able to laugh again. Both the director and the screenwriter couldn't believe how she could act like that. Dong-guk stood still at the question, wondering how to respond. But he quickly smiled back, because that was what was written in the script. After that audition, Dong-guk said goodbye to the two and left. Both were still quite bewildered by that level of acting. It seems they temporarily forgot to react. The strict director told the screenwriter to take a breath and come back to life. However, the director was somewhat curious and asked writer Choi if that scene was deliberately chosen. That's true because she wondered how the boy would act with so many mixed emotions, but it was too unbelievable. Even he memorized all the lines in just a short time. Screenwriter Choi is definitely wondering, and so is the director. He couldn't even do that when he was worried. However, that's a valid question. Why was he able to act like that when the boy was found at Namhan Market? He is a good boy, extremely close to his mother. That's why he intentionally chose a character who is rude to his mother, a novice actor who could do something he had never done before. By the way, writer Choi also noticed that expression on the boy's face. It looked pretty scary, gave me goosebumps. So that is why the director regrets not bringing the camera. That boy acts like he's straight out of a script. It seems that screenwriter Choi also spent a long time learning that skill to work in the theater. More than anything, the director feels that Dong-guk seems to receive his stare like a camera lens. To put it simply, at that moment he wasn't reading the script at all, just staring at it intently. Besides calculating his position and automatically adjusting the distance, the tone of voice is also adjusted. At first he thought it was just a coincidence, so he deliberately changed his position, but the boy kept moving in that direction. Even the director wondered if the screenwriter Choi noticed such subtle changes. She just thought of it now. She was so immersed in the boy's acting that she didn't notice anything else. It felt like she was the mother in the script, from that moment on. The main character is really Ha-chin Kim. Unexpectedly, the boy Dong-guk calculated so carefully. Now she can't forget the calm voice of that boy, as if he were searching for his muse. And the director loved it. Plus, he had only ever seen one person perform like that before. It makes the screenwriter extremely curious. That person is an actor trapped in the script and capable of much more. The director didn't respond to the screenwriter, lost in his own thoughts. That kid completing such a difficult task, is he a natural genius, or is there something more? And how terrifying a monster it might become when it grows up. It's as if the two of them. From the perspective of a director, his limits have been challenged. The next morning, right after reading the script, Fan Dong-guk woke up early to help his mother with the deliveries. She kept telling her son not to go with her today, but the boy chuckled, reassuring his mother that he had woken up early and couldn't sleep anyway, so he was just considering it exercise. That is all he could do to help his mother. He's trying harder every day, knowing his mother will worry, but there's nothing else he can do. Dong-guk will definitely look better when everything is rearranged. Just as he was arranging the fish stall, he noticed a stranger lurking around the market. Dong-guk immediately told his mother he was stepping out for a bit. The man over there seems confused and a bit unkempt. Dong-guk approached with a friendly smile, which startled him. Turns out this person is the actor who played Do-chan in the movie Happy Days, and Dong-guk knows him. Of course Dong-guk knows. The person who guided him and gave him the motivation and burning desire to enter the profession is this one. And he is a huge fan of Song Chong-seot. That man didn't know Dong-guk, so he felt very strange. The kid got so excited to meet someone that he forgot what situation he was in. Now Dong-guk suddenly remembers that Song Chong-seot is someone he hasn't met in this life. In his past life, he was an actor who was always in the headlines of entertainment news, big and small. 20 years later, no one in Korea doesn't know him, A powerhouse actor dominating every box office release with sky-high revenue. He is an actor who never leaves the top 5 national actors. And An is the idol that Dong-guk deeply admired in his past life. Currently, he's still quite clueless and no one knows him yet. But then how could he still be an unknown actor in the film industry? Why is he so happy though? He's almost about to cry. Turns out this man, being an unknown actor, never thought he'd meet his first fan here like this. Dong-guk had a great time, so he wanted to ask about An's journey while he was here. This time, actor Song is here to take on a small role at a set in Busan. His face looked quite worried because he had to go to the market on his own to learn some local words. Unluckily, on the first day at the market, I got pickpocketed, which Dong-guk found unsurprising. Anyone from the city is the same, and the police just report that they couldn't find the culprit. Dong-guk felt so sorry for him. In this remote area even CCTV isn't installed properly. Currently, Song lives in obscurity and is nearly homeless. A stark contrast to his elegant appearance in his previous life. Even Dong-guk doesn't think he can give him any money, because he's also struggling financially. Suddenly this bright little mind came up with a great idea. He wants to learn the local language, so Dong-guk will teach him. That was a cheerful suggestion from a boy in Busan, without any concern for gains or losses. Because he was just like you in the past, everything was tough when he had to leave the theater and step into the film industry. At that moment, Song suddenly appeared, full of friendliness. Dong-guk felt somewhat uneasy because he was not used to receiving help from strangers. He helped Dong-guk without any reason, which made him curious. In fact, everything has its cause and effect. The actor Song, who was previously helped by an unknown actor during the transition from theater to film at the age Dong-guk is now. At that time, I was alone and faced many difficulties. So, my senior once advised me like this. If you ever meet someone like yourself in the future, help him out, okay? Just one glass of soju won't be too expensive. The boy Dong-guk, when he wasn't selling, brought someone home to introduce, giving Mama a shock. Little confidently introduced, this is today's part-time employee at the fish shop. Now he'll forget all about acting and live a life solely for his mother, paying off debts to live without regrets. After an enthusiastic fish selling session, actor Song broke his shoulder. Now he realizes that selling fish at Namhan Market is not easy, especially when taking orders in the local dialect. It's like he wants to throw his brain away. But thanks to that, An has definitely learned the local dialect. At first, Song just thought the boy was unusual, but when he saw how energetic the boy was, he realized he was more than just unusual. Even though he is still young, he is not shy at all and attracts everyone's attention. With actor Song, that boy is truly amazing. If this were a performance, you would become a renowned actor dominating the entire stage. The boy will probably be so noticed that he won't be able to hide. A naturally gifted kid still remains an unpolished gem. But the little one is still incredibly enthusiastic about the fish-selling job. At dinner, Mrs. Dong-guk was deeply sorry because there were no tea or cakes to offer the guests who came to visit. For Song, just being grateful for the dinner is enough, nothing more needed. By the way, Dong-guk wants to say that tonight he will sleep in the kitchen, and you should prepare the softest blanket for him. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic makes me feel embarrassed. Just having a place to lie down is good enough. One thing that Song has been mindful of since the beginning is that it might be better to call someone 12 years older uncle instead of brother. But for Dong-guk, it doesn't matter because he also calls a 60-year-old woman sister. All three of them chatted and enjoyed their meal together in a warm atmosphere with one more person. After that, Dong-guk prepared a place for his senior to sleep. Everything happened so fast and so happily that Song didn't know what to feel anymore. This man owes the boy so much but doesn't know how he'll repay both mother and child. Right at that moment, Dong-guk successfully distracted by going to bed early. The first time actor Song saw a boy mature like this. He advised him that if he meets someone like himself in the future, he shouldn't ignore them but help them. Just need a warm bed and a bowl of steaming rice. That will be all they need help with. Chong Siat is completely numb now. He doesn't stop at just being unusual anymore. The words are very touching, but he probably doesn't know that Sunbae feels comfortable with him because he's worried about becoming a burden. After entering the room, Dong-guk heard some sniffles from the senior's room, so it seems everything is fine now. Dong-guk lay down to sleep when his mother asked him if he helped the other person because he was an actor. Dong-guk completely admitted to his mother that he was a great actor, and then started talking about the play in which he played a supporting role. It turns out my son is interested in acting, the mother casually remarked. It made Dong-guk's heart ache. He lied to his mom again, saying he only watched it for fun. Dong-guk himself is facing the challenge of becoming a child actor to earn money. Film crews, big or small, are always haunted by scenes involving children because they are like a nightmare. Of course, the director thinks that not all child actors are the same, and now he is presenting the contract along with the payment terms to Dong-guk for review. Seeing the amount of the payment, the director was taken aback and quickly asked the boy if something was wrong. Just because Dong-guk liked it, if he weren't a famous child actor, The pay would range from 100,000 to 1,000,000 won. Experience gained and recognition are more important than the pay, so this amount is enough for a rookie actor like Dong-guk. The director was extremely worried because he saw that Hye-in kept getting lost in thought. There is one issue though. The performance depends on the third script, and the final shooting day coincides with the opening day. The director quickly checked the schedule as the boy said. He suggested arranging one more day or something like that, but the director guessed she had 2 more days of school, so how could she send an official letter to the school office? However, Dong-guk doesn't care about those things and expresses his desire to win the Gay Song Award. So if it's too hard to schedule a day, you want to propose editing the third scene, since the shoulder is only visible in a few places in the third part, so she will only get paid for the first 2 parts. Next, he skillfully negotiated the price for the performance, including the third scene and the second part if the director needed and could afford it. The first time in years of doing this job, the young man got such a blatant lie from a kid. Even though the boy had to accompany his mother to sign the contract, the moment he handed over her ID card and signature, everything became clear. At that time it was just a passing glance, but he wondered why she was working so hard at Namhan Market. In reality, if you are lazy for just one day, you won't be able to work. If you don't open the shop even for a single day, someone else will take your spot. So he can't let his mom do his job for him. It really leaves a deep impression on the director's mind. Then the boy, with remarkable maturity, decided to clearly explain what he needed in the contract. Or more precisely, it's everything mom needs. Now at this contract signing, the director guarantees that the payment will be clearly classified, so just keep filming until part 3. You should put it in the contract instead of saying you're an electrician. Can't beat this kid with words. After the director contract is done, there's still one more concern. Will Dong-guk perform well in front of the camera? An felt a bit worried because this is M's first performance, and he put a lot of effort into this project. Dong-guk asked directly, "Are you worried?" It seems like there's something off with this sentence. Maybe the director hasn't caught up yet. Dong-guk knew he was worried because he was the director. Moreover, it's not just the camera, but also a crowd, including staff and spectators. Can a new actor, or even a young boy, handle this pressure? Han Lo Dong-guk will probably cry on set, and filming will be delayed. Everything hit the mark. The director really did cancel the original child actor and signed with Dong-guk. But now with the boy's demeanor, he thinks he made the right choice. The boy is still very humble despite being able to read others at such a young age. Additionally, Dong-guk reassured the director, "You are a disciplined person, and won't let people have nightmares when working with children." Just on time, the clock struck, signaling that Dong-guk knew he was running late. "You need to leave now, so say goodbye to the director and see you on the shooting day." Honestly, the director is really looking forward to seeing how the kid will perform. After returning to the fish shop, Mom immediately asked about the contract signing. As soon as he got back, the boy jumped right into work with his 4.0 cry. He even enthusiastically described in detail how to cook the fish, then pair it with something stylish to eat and drink. The whole market gathered not because of the fish, but because of the delicious aroma from the boy's words. The boy also knows a lot about fish locations. He truly seems so different in the eyes of Mother Dong-guk. Later that evening, while pushing the cart to clean up, Dong-guk took the opportunity to ask her son what kind of movie he was filming. Little one excitedly told her mom about a movie about her and her son. The woman asked her son when the filming would start. Also, he revealed to his mom that his role is Ha-chin Kim, a child from Busan. She immediately burst into laughter because her son was already such a child. A sincere question to the child she poured her heart into. "Do you want to become an actor?" A pause interrupted the conversation between the mother and her child, and it stemmed from Dong-guk. The answer was denial. He told his mother, "I'll do it just once and be done with it." A few days later, taking advantage of the remaining time, Dong-guk practiced and rehearsed with the camera movements he imagined. Dong-guk was an actor in a past life, but that person once ran away from life, became an alcoholic, and forgot the responsibilities of an actor. So will it be worth it now? Acting has always been a deeply rooted and ingrained passion in the heart of Dong-guk. Suddenly, you remembered the question you asked the actor Song in your past life, how he could act so naturally. At that time, the senior didn't reply, and it was like a branch growing from a root. Everyone's acting style is different, and Dong-guk took quite a long time and countless roles to realize this truth. The answer to my mother's question kept ringing in my ears, Dong-guk. That's the strict requirement he set for himself, just perform once and be done with it. The anger at himself gave Dong-guk the determination never to be lost in smoke or glory again. Meaningless and greedy dreams that must be played out should be shut down, locked away in the attic, and left untouched. Dong-guk is a prisoner of selfishness and ambition. He will try to see the end of his acting career no longer exist. With this role, Dong-guk will put an end to his acting career. All vanity, once closed, leaves no regrets. This is the official filming day, and Dong-guk keeps running around everywhere. He keeps taking care of one person after another in the film crew. Both the director and the assistant felt the kid seemed tireless. The director was even more shocked. It started at dawn. The assistant munches on the hot potato of the little boy. It seems like Dong-guk has taken over B's work already. The boy kept giving everyone one thing after another, taking care of the actors even more than Bai did. Thanks to the boy, the gears turned smoothly like a well-oiled door. The director reflects that Dong-guk's role is that of an experienced person, so that outfit was designed and made by the costume design team, right? At that time, the assistant asked the costume lady where these old clothes came from, and the answer was so amazing it knocked me off my feet. They found them in boxes in Dongdo. The assistant is sure the director was shocked when he saw Dong-guk at sunset, and Kim Ha-jin has really brought it upon that child already. Didn't expect the director to know so little about Dong-guk either. The boy pretended to sneak away when he saw the money, and it seems like right now it's really enjoying acting. The movie about the August Man is about a man who has gone through a lot since childhood. It is the first work of the famous director and screenwriter Choi, consisting of 16 episodes. Usually these series are under 10 episodes, but now it's getting a bit lengthy. The collaboration between the director and writer Choi seems to be at its peak. The actress appearing on set today is the mother of Kim Ha-jin. That person is Bat Soo-dan, an actor from Hwang-han, who is only 30 but has already become famous for their exceptional acting. Even 20 years later, Ko still remains famous and is known as a different world. Right then, the light was blocked out. Someone came looking for Dong-guk, and it was your co-star for today. The actress Soo-dan made a rather ungraceful joke about how Dong-guk had replaced the previous child actor. Have you ever acted before? Her face clearly showed disdain, as if working with an inexperienced new actor was truly exhausting. The act of wiping away that lipstick stain Dong-guk remembered. An actor once met in a past life with extraordinary acting skills who truly brought characters to life at a young age. Perhaps thanks to this, even though she is over 50, she is still actively taking on many roles. Now you can see how bright her aura is, but it completely contrasts with her personality. 20 years from now, she will be the talk of every scandal and gossip. So for the image of a completely devoted wife in the film, it is truly deceitful, Dong-guk responded harshly, greeting the doctor with a phrase. Indeed, Tianbat couldn't stand being called old by a child, especially when it was so subtly insulting. To be serious, Dong-guk admitted he had never acted before. Just now answering the question earlier made this lady incredibly annoyed. Her mood grew increasingly irritable as there were so many child actors, yet the director chose to bring this kid in. This lady started acting all high and mighty, asking, "Where's the Dong-guk family?" Who would have thought the little boy went alone? Now her attitude has changed a bit because she thought the boy didn't have a mother. No matter how it's said, she needs to keep working, and she starts bragging about how familiar she is with this scene after practicing a million times. A child like Dong-guk quickly got into character and started calling his co-star mom. She was a bit startled when unexpectedly called. At the same time, No gave a friendly reminder that if mom wants to look beautiful on camera, she should touch up her makeup. Before the senior could process the awkward situation, Dong-guk asked to leave. Until now, the language system of the actress is still out playing, not yet returned. It's time to load the information after replacing the memory, then yell at Dong-guk, that useless brat. Over at the corner where Ju-gam is, they're starting to set up the camera. He asked the director if after shooting the blow, they needed to shoot the full posture, should they do a close-up in one take. If so, it would be a continuous throwing of the machine, and needs to consider whether to rewind the tape from the beginning. At the same time, with the skill of a debut filmmaker, he felt a bit annoyed because the director wanted to finish shooting in one take, but it would be split during the process. That's the kind of shoot where the kid actor is filming for the first time. He won't take any breaks during filming, but if the other actors don't follow the camera's movements, some issues will arise. The director is confident in his choice, so there won't be any problems. The director then continued to flatter and pamper the cameraman because Cam was the soul of the entire film. He always carries a lot of tape when filming child actors, but don't worry if the camera crew goes over budget. The director promises to take responsibility. A word is worth 1,000 gold pieces, especially when it comes to money matters, so this time Dia will trust the director. By the way, he hasn't seen actor Bat anywhere. Even at the last set, the shoot was postponed because all the supporting roles got mixed up with the child roles. That has exactly become an obsession for a director who specializes in making movies with child actors of this guy already. The two main actors are back. Both Sunbae Bat and Dong-guk are ready on set. Even in the moment they faced each other, she still teased him as usual. Scene 1 of August Man begins. Mother and son at Jiagachi-seota Market. As soon as it was deployed, the expression and gaze of Dong-guk changed 180 degrees. He was grumpy about being stuck here working just because he didn't want to go to school. The words my mother said always echo in my ears. If you don't have money, you must be content with what you have. That is a good way to hunt parasites floating on the water. It was the boy's father who died from catching those things. The kid's mom was at a loss for words. On the other hand, behind that was a senior who was extremely shocked by Dong-guk's first time. In the end, the boy hated even being touched by his own mother. "I'd rather die than grow up to be a fish seller like my mom." And if his mother felt ashamed talking to a son who couldn't study or sell fish, he threatened to throw himself into the sea once and for all. All emotions are pushed to the peak. The unexpected action with the pile of fish surprised the director. It was completely off script. And the boy threw the fish right at his mom's face. In real life, the entire film crew is speechless. What about the mother? It seems like the plot is taking a slight turn, because the person who almost unexpectedly stole the spotlight was the legendary veteran actor. Right at that moment, the director yelled "cut," and the makeup assistant quickly ran in to take care of her. Director praised Dong-guk as top-notch and took a break before continuing. The director Doubt himself was also skeptical about what was called this kid's first performance. The young director felt uneasy when facing the piercing gaze of Chu Dae-ut. If this is true, I wonder where the director found this kid. It's like Kim Ha-chin has been in front of the camera for a long time. Doubt in the heart of Dae-ut grew stronger with a child being so bold for the first time. To be honest, even the director couldn't believe what he saw. When watching it read the script, he didn't think it would perform well at all. Actually, the director felt that its acting talent when reading the script was just the tip of the iceberg. Even though the two sometimes chatted outside, they never left the camera's view. The expression on their faces during the shoot seemed like they had been preparing for a long time. After years of hustling in this non-smoking industry, if the boy keeps being this talented, the other actors will be jealous and angry. More than anything, Dae-ut absolutely loves this little boy. In all the years of filming on set, he's never seen a kid as good as him. Especially in this situation, in the bustling crowded market, it wasn't afraid. Although Dude is experienced, to be honest, this uncle can't do the job that well either. A more brutal truth is that it gives him a headache because they are often criticized for the dubbing team. However, when watching the mother perform, even a stranger like him had to stay silent and watch. It turns out that what matters is how the actor plays their role. The director didn't understand the question, but actually there's nothing. It's just that Dae-ut couldn't see her face after that scene. The director just remembered that from that angle, only Dong-guk could see it. On set to focus on the main character, so the mother will not show her face. Dae-ut must have been furious, and the boy slapping her with a fish wasn't a bad thing either. For example, if the camera had been pointed at the mother, who could have known the kid would turn into a scene wrecker? Only a seasoned actor would dare to perform that action, and it's truly strange for a child. Dae-ut's words left the director deep in thought. This is something that needs to be reconsidered. Sao Dong-guk could behave as if they were two different people during the first performance. The first impression was of a boy who seemed obedient, but that facial expression left a deep mark on the director's mind. It seems this is more of an uneasy or uncomfortable feeling since the boy is still shy. Just at that moment, the director suddenly felt a bit dizzy from thinking too much about a child actor. Now, get ready to continue filming. The director told Mr. Dae-ut to adjust the camera to shoot from above and closer to the mother during the monologue scene. Song. He turned to remind the senior a bit not to forget to show the wrinkled hand of the mother. If forgotten, they would have to shoot again. All three camera-loving things must be weighed. It would be better to take care of the boy, because he is still working on the frame. Then, with authority and a booming voice, after yelling Henry's name multiple times, the director reminded everyone to pick up the pace. But suddenly the entire makeup team started to make a fuss. Because Baek, the actor, is bleeding. Her expression and reaction didn't seem very good. She started throwing a fit, demanding the wardrobe assistant bring dry clothes immediately. Deep down, Ko is filled with hatred toward that kid to the core. What was he thinking, daring to throw live fish at a famous actor? That moment will probably haunt my career for the rest of my life. The face was smeared with salty, slimy stuff from the fish. Because of that little kid actor, she forgot her lines completely. At that moment, the senior yelled at Dong-guk for daring to throw fish in an adult's face without warning. Suddenly, Ko realized that she had slapped herself. This isn't a rookie. No need to make a fuss over a few fish. Song's explanation made perfect sense. If he were Kim Ha-chin, he would do that. But at least because it was done without thinking and without prior notice, it is true that Dong-guk needs to apologize. Everything feels like a ridiculous mess. That kid has read enough of the script to understand the character and fully embody it. At first, she just thought the girl was lucky to be chosen. But surprisingly, the girl still maintained proper manners right after filming the scene. Especially she found out what the heck was wrong with her. When Miss Bat left the theater industry, she stopped thinking of acting as an art, and more than anything, the paycheck was all that mattered. She never neglected her acting, but this feeling coming back is truly strange. The more she thought about it, the less sense it made, so the aloof girl got irritated and started nitpicking the groups for making her wait too long. Suddenly a staff member rushed inside and said, "Don't go outside now, there's a fight going on." The brave Bat ignored everything and went outside to see what was happening. A noisy crowd was in an uproar because the film crew blocked the road for hours. The uncles and aunts who do business in this market are furious because if the roads keep getting blocked, today's meal will be lost. The director can only try his best to make them understand that they've already asked the authorities and are trying to finish filming as soon as possible. As a result, the merchants started getting physical because their livelihood was affected. The 8 immortals predict this round will surely end soon. But suddenly a familiar boy, more familiar than anyone, dashed across. It swerved into the crowd, causing a commotion, making the young man jump in surprise. Dong-guk took a deep breath and tried to catch up with the kid. But it was too late. Dong-guk screamed an apology with all his might. Senior Bat officially became the cornerstone. I have no idea what the heck is going on. The crowd, startled by the shout, stopped fighting. All attention focused on Dong-guk. The boy proudly introduced himself and his job selling fish. Even so, the loudest uncle here raised his voice, accusing him of making it up. After all, he's an actor. Dong-guk agreed, saying that it's true she works as an actress, but the reason is to continue running her small shop in Busan. The old man couldn't believe the kid knew about the market, but he seemed to be talking very confidently about things he didn't know. The sarcastic words from him made Dong-guk annoyed, asking him to listen carefully. I'll say it just once. Dong-guk started speaking in a Busan accent and talked about sashimi. This is a dish everyone in the market knows. Some people catch it with nets. Others may use fishing rods, but in the end, there's only one outcome. And it is the same. The annual festival is always held, and everyone has old memories here. Just as Dong-guk spoke, he swept his gaze over everyone. Seeing a boy at Namhan Market is indeed strange, but it's not impossible, and if everyone keeps making a fuss like that, the traditional market will soon disappear. With the most determined look, he asserted that if this film aired, tourists would flock to Jagachi or Namhan. A kid under 18 can make such a bold statement. Strangely enough, all the adults were so convinced by his words that they couldn't find anything to say. Dong-guk concluded his speech with a strong argument. Open your heart and embrace, because the people of Busan are not shy at all. It's surprising that the kid managed to calm the situation and convince everyone, while the director, with an adult's voice, was completely powerless. Busan locals can be quite particular. If they make a mistake, they apologize. They realize when they've overreacted. The director also took a step back, admitted his fault, and promised to be more careful from now on. It seems like everything's been resolved. Actor Bat is now officially traumatized because what kind of kids are these? Then the whole film crew went out drinking, and as expected, alcohol loosened tongues. Deeuk laughed heartily, and bet that if that kid had been born earlier, he'd be leading the charge by now. 3 men at the table started praising the boy. Maybe Director Du is still a bit sober. The uncle Deut kept repeating endless praises for Dong-guk. The guy was tipsy, assessing that kid had an incredible appeal to everyone. Director Du agreed to that. Its acting was like drawing the audience in. Just like the way Dong-guk captivated him when he and his mother sold goods at Namhan Market. Why is the boy so talented? And whether the boy realizes that he is a shining gem or not, the noisy demeanor of Judut drew the Director Du's attention back. He suddenly saw the sign in his mother tongue as his eyes sparked stars. The vendor said the fishermen would usually get into fights when they were drunk, but they calmed down when they saw that sign, so it was hung there. At this moment, another Mayman joined the party. Bat Ma Men asked the director while looking at the young man Deut. Uncle Cam is now completely drunk, inviting Bat Ma Men to drink freely because this place is really cheap, and no one cares about the demeanor of an actor here. Before the watchful eye of Director Du, Uncle Cam improvised and promised that when he returns to Seon, the director will take care of it, but today, he'll have to manage on his own. The director is probably the silent type, so he was left speechless by these 2 men. By the way, old Deot started complaining when the main actor, that loudmouth kid Dong-guk, wasn't around. Well, what can you do? The kid was helping his mom. Batmo, startled, stopped drinking his cup of wine as soon as he heard his mother's voice. If she already had a mother, Ko would think Dong-guk was just an act of rebellion, because how could someone who didn't know how to act be so good at pretending to rebel? Deut then men chuckled and reminded Kobat not to say that, even though he knew the truth was hard to accept. The girl believed she was right because in everyday life, there were times when she was also bad to her mom, so that's why. At this moment, Director Du became irritable and asked Kobat to watch her language. The rebellious youth in her mouth is now rushing back to help her mom. On the way, I was in such a hurry that I bumped into the vegetable vendor, who surprisingly, also knew her. He's pretty proud that the kid was the first to leave Namhan Market with the actor label. More importantly, if the boy gives him an autograph, the vegetable seller uncle promises to always keep him safe. Seeing the excitement, the girl at the kimchi stand joined in too. Immediately, others gathered around. The little boy, feeling embarrassed, quickly made an excuse and promised to prepare 100 signatures to give to the aunt and uncle later. For now, he asked to be excused to help his mother. The little boy quickly ran to his mother's place. She was surprised that her son, after filming, didn't leave but came here instead. Actually, my mom was probably tired, but she didn't say anything. More than anything, the scent that the young boy once hated in his past life now feels nostalgic and like an endless source of positive energy. She still avoids contact with her children out of insecurity about her body odor, just like before. The bridge of his nose tingled, but the boy quickly pushed aside the negative feelings and smiled at his mother. I really like it, Mom. After that, feeling so cheerful, I had more energy to push the bike to help my mother without answering the previous question. This is exactly what the esteemed actor is happiest about when coming back to life. At this moment, she felt that the bag her son gave her was somewhat heavy. Dong-guk cheerfully told his mother to eat before it got heavier. The director bought pork for when they got back. The grilled meat wrapped in vegetables was ready in no time. She wondered how that guy knew Dong-guk liked grilled pork. Before finishing the sentence, the piece of meat was already in the mouth. Dong-guk giggled, telling his mom to just eat and stop thinking. He bought it for everyone because they've all worked hard. So this meal made her feel very happy. Her hands were still as nimble as ever. Suddenly the atmosphere became tense because Dong-guk wanted to ask his mom about the business. It seems that it's really hard for her because mom has never sold anything before. Thinking of this, tears welled up uncontrollably, knowing how hard mom worked selling fish. In response to her son, who placed too much burden on himself, she softly said that when she sat down to eat meat with him, all her fatigue melted away like cotton candy. She is proud of her son. The neighbors always boast about how well the boy is doing, and now she has to be even better. Even though mom said that, Dong-guk still felt guilty. Mother's hands are bruised from bumps in the cold. Although she wanted to give up, she never showed how hard it was, just to give her children peace of mind. And no matter how many lives Dong-guk lives again, he still cannot grasp that noble mission. She started rambling about a future where her son would grow up, go to college, and get married, so she had to save a little money, even though she didn't know what the future would hold. Until then, this mother would still take care of her child. In the future, Dong-guk will be the one who knows best. Mom really worried until the end of her life. For her, even though no one knows, Dong-guk is her only child. The boy's heart became endlessly troubled when facing his mother. Today you don't want to pretend anymore, just cry your heart out. The knot of the present temporarily forgets the hardships of the future and expresses his feelings to his mother. This is truly her son after all. The next day, Dong-guk continued with the filming schedule. His face was swollen from crying yesterday, and everyone in the group felt so much sympathy, worried that the little guy might be struggling. Song, dealing with the knot isn't too hard, just one close-up scene today, so Baidi had it tougher because of babysitting. Naturally, B saw a sky blazing with light. He never expected the kid to be the only one who understood the feelings of an assistant filming with a child actor. Dong-guk laughed softly. You know that well. It really makes BD extremely proud because among the child actors, No was the one who saved the scene at Jiagachi. The truth is that Dong-guk isn't that great, so don't misunderstand. If the scene includes both Jiagachi and Namhan, then the whole market will be famous. Otherwise, she wouldn't step in here a second time. Two people chatted lively back and forth like friends. By the way, B asked if Dong-guk had met the girl during today's shoot yet. That girl is a famous child actress Se-eun, and I'm sure Tim Dong-guk's heart will race when their eyes meet. Little is mentioned in many programs for her beauty and talent. The young man, who has lived through several decades, was chewing while watching the little girl over there. She was small, probably just a child. The first shoot with the famous child actor from Seoul is about to take place. The whole crew focused on setting up from lighting to the background. Before the scene began, the director Do reminded B to give the script to Donsu for the final scene, and then he went to Dong-guk. B did not expect that the director would go on his own. Do approached the kid reading the script, asking if they knew the next scene was at the water faucet. He really asked an unnecessary question, though hard to believe. She is indeed sitting there rereading something she knows by heart. Actually, the director came here to tell Dong-guk what to do in this scene, but he really wanted Dong-guk to guess, though the talented young actor refused. The director encouraged the kid to try guessing with his wealth. Eventually, the boy would try to think it through. With my previous experience of misacting, the upcoming scene will probably be when you lean on the faucet and drink water, but can't open your eyes because of the light. Then continued pretending to finish the remaining water. Dong-guk was worried that if he had to read his lines while choking like that, he would definitely throw up. So Do wondered what she would do to get the handkerchief from the girl, but the guessing segment ended here, and the director had to speak. He chuckled because he couldn't outplay this girl. The final scene will have Kim Ha-chin holding the handkerchief and saying it's not needed. Everything needs to slow down a bit because the camera is capturing a close-up. This part is completely not in the script, but when it comes to Dong-guk, she knows so well that saying anything now is pointless. Dong-guk chuckled humbly and told the director, "You just think everything will follow the key points in the script." Well, it's true, but she realized that the rest of the script was too strange for a kid with no acting experience. Then Bai went to report to the director that the editing was done and wanted to start filming. Just at that moment, Dong-guk called out, smiled slightly at him, then relayed his mother's message about preferring grilled meat and promised to repay him with a stellar performance. Right, he's truly a mysterious boy. Now the scene of the 13 meetings by the water fountain begins. Two children like flowers existing in their own land. Kim Ha-jin drank from the faucet like the kids in this village. That girl is a true princess with clean, nice-smelling clothes. Smiled brightly and asked the boy's name. Kim Ha-jin just mumbled a vague response while the girl kept rambling on about asking her friend to show her around the school during lunch break. That Kim guy is notorious for being a tough and distant student, so tell the girl to go talk to the teacher herself. The child continued to start a conversation to get closer, and asked why their friend drank water before eating. However, classmate Kim isn't the type to share personal matters with others, especially hating the idea of explaining to anyone why they fill their empty stomach with tap water. At this moment, the child handed Kim a rather puzzling handkerchief. Facing that roughness is the naive personality of the little one who wants you to wipe them dry because they are all wet. But the response is a rejection of disgust. He threw the towel on the ground and told the girl to clean it up herself. It was completely unintentional, though. Who would have thought the little girl felt hurt, having been both hit and had a towel thrown at her, so she started to cry. The child rubbed her fingertips, sadly apologizing. Even though the one at fault is this brat. Kim, your classmate, was very composed, bent down to pick up the towel, and looked for more explanations for accidentally dropping it on the ground. Then tossed the towel to the girl and rudely demanded that she never show up again. It's true that she's difficult to please, taking someone's daughter and leaving the country. It hadn't even been a few minutes before she came back. It seemed still thirsty, so Kim Ha-jin turned on the tap to drink more. But the girl was quicker, pulling out a chocolate bar to share with her friend. Young guy has no idea what this girl is thinking. However, for the sake of pride, Kim turned down that chocolate bar. The problem is her face looked like a puppy that wasn't getting what it wanted. So the young man lined up immediately. The appearance was unpleasant, snatching the chocolate bar. The personality is still very honest, telling the girl to follow. Why even ask? You've already embarrassed the poor girl. In short, Kim agreed to take his friend on a tour of the school and hurry up since he's busy. The little girl hurriedly rushed to follow. Everything went perfectly smoothly. Now comes the scene where we go straight ahead and meet Cam. But what happened? The girl's shoelace has come undone. If they cut the scene now, the whole thing will be ruined. Who would have thought Dong-guk reacted so quickly, criticizing her clumsiness? He started a conversation with the girl to make the situation feel more natural, as if someone was remembering him and trying to keep him there for a bit. The young actor quickly cooperated and asked who. Dong-guk tied his shoelaces while explaining everything. The scene was an impromptu addition, but it became incredibly beautiful when Dong-guk added a line that wasn't in the script, saying that someone is thinking about you when your shoelace comes undone. Director Ju was completely stunned. His emotions now were excitement and a desire not to ruin this feeling. The scene he imagined in his mind was slowly unfolding before his eyes. Normally, everyone complains that filming scenes with kids is too hard because the director has to guide and direct inexperienced actors whose behavior is unpredictable. But Dong-guk isn't confined to the character Kim Han-jin. He can act so perfectly that even Du wouldn't expect it. There were tons of things he wanted to ask, but first, he had to try filming the most emotional scene possible. Next is the scene where Kim Ha-jin takes her new friend Dae-rin for a walk in the garden. Little Punk snapped, urging the girl to move faster. Get your legs up, you're waddling like a duck, it's really ticking me off. Old man Kim Chae-len complained. The kids at Seoul are always so weak. Walking around the school at this pace will take all day. Goat-rin sniffed for air and felt like he was about to die. The Ha-jin suggested finding a classroom to sit in instead of just wanting to look around the school. In the end, seeing his friend regretful, the second young master restrained his rude behavior. Suddenly, Ha-jin kneeled down with his back facing the girl, telling her to climb on so he could give her a piggyback tour with a voice that was both wild and intimidating. Dae-rin is confused while the young man is 10 times more embarrassed. Finally, the two gave each other piggyback rides, strolling romantically around the school, both as red as tomatoes. Right then it started to rain. The crew rushed to protect the equipment. Not sure where this rain came from, but it's so unlucky. At least there's no need to add anything. However, the thing he never expected has arrived. The second scene of the day is especially beautiful when Ha-jin carries Dae-rin on his back, walking in the rain. He asked gruffly. The guy from Seoul probably can't stand this kind of rain, right? It's just an excuse, but Dae-rin really feels moved. The girl buried her face in Ha-jin's neck to avoid melting like cotton candy. The whole film crew seemed to be engulfed in the sweetness of the lovebirds, without turning off the camera or calling cut. Director Du is waiting to borrow memories to sort out emotions. It is a scene so beautiful that no eloquent words can describe it. If they intentionally wanted to film special scenes like this, they might not be able to. After reaching the end of Dong-guk Street, I realized it was already past the time. He put her down and asked, "Hey, has the crew wrapped up yet?" The director was too busy thinking about the future blockbuster to give the cue. Then the film crew took a break, and this rain made the old man like Deut feel completely worn out. No one understands Cam as well as director Yu, but if the rain keeps pouring like this, the movie's going to have trouble. More than anything, old Deut is in big trouble. When the wife sees that scrawny, soaking body, she's bound to blow up. Let's move past that to lessen the pain. Deut asked the director for some feedback on today's shoot. In his opinion, it's perfect. Even the kid's voice is fine without any dubbing. Truly the mark of director Du. However, Du shook his head saying no, which was exactly what director Choi said. Director Choi is a lighting director. He said the boy named Dong-guk used natural light to artificial light very well, so there was no need to increase the brightness. Du agreed, and the more Du spun, the more curious he became. Dong-guk really is who? The best thing about the rain is not having to shoot in the park, so the old man Deut suggested we have another drink. Why is the director Du suddenly busy again? That guy had a few things to say to screenwriter Choi and Seon. Deut now realizes that he finally remembers Tak Choi, making the young man startled. Du quickly explained that they were just friends and had a few questions about the script. Deut pouted and suggested the director step away from the job. I know he's trying hard because it's tough to focus on anything else in this cycle. But the more you run forward, the more things are left behind. The old man's seemingly rambling words, often nagged by his wife, made Du think quite a lot. Was about to say something when Deut noticed more. The old man sincerely advised to ask Dong-guk for some skills, or else you'll turn into a ghost spinning cobwebs. Actually, the young man is being given a hard time. The girl kept asking if you had eaten and if you were cold. Literally annoying. Dong-guk couldn't understand why she kept asking. He immediately started a conversation with another question about his mother to find an excuse to send her away. Who would have thought her mom went with the ants and now she's here? It seems like this girl is a bit slow in her movements compared to her body actions. Dong-guk understands how to escape that awkward humma ha 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 ha. Now he's with a famous actor he never met in his previous life. I still remember telling my friends that when we entered the film industry, we would all act with Don-soo when we were young. Anyone even aware that the one they've always wished for is here, performing with you? Naturally, the little girl now questioned with flushed cheeks why Dong-guk could perform so well. The first thing Dong-guk is concerned about is why she called him cow. Honestly, even without considering their past life age, there's still quite an age gap between the two. But since she's well taken care of, she's about as tall as Dong-guk. Seeing him silent, the little girl naturally sat down beside him and continued the conversation. In her previous life, she started her career as a child actor and later became a true star. She wasn't forced by her parents like other kids, which was indeed a kind of luck. Don-soo truly loves the job. But considering the current time, there is a huge difference between the two people. Little Don-soo started swaying and confessed to hating himself for not having the voice of Busan and Se-eun, as well as the director's fondness for Dong-guk. No matter how hard she tries to remember the script, it's still not good enough. Even though she's insecure, she looks really cute. At this moment, Dong-guk pointed to the pine tree over there for Don-soo. Every pine tree looks different. Some grow tall while others spread their branches and remain short. But they all reach for the sky, no matter which direction they face. And the acting was just as good. No need to memorize the script, just act as you feel. One day Dong-guk Tin Don-soo will find himself in that story. Walking on a path, don't turn sideways. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man felt goosebumps because he sounded like an old man. Who knew Don-soo would change the way he addressed me, making it more familiar and showing extreme excitement. The dong has not yet loaded in time. The girl was happy with Dong-guk's metaphor, like a pine tree standing tall in the sun, so she would perform the way she wanted. Don-soo was extremely curious about who taught him that. Dong-guk thought it was best to lie because he didn't have an acting coach. If he did, he figured he would have already made a name for himself at that uncertain age in his previous acting life. Above all, Mr. Maechuk Noi Ban-chung was very pleased to be called An by Don-soo. The girl showed a beaming face and started guessing the school that An Dong-guk often attended. But the schools it mentions are all special schools for child actors in Seon. Curiosity drives efforts to perform better, making Dong-guk chuckle, but the girl doesn't understand why he's laughing. But you can't talk about a place you've never been to with her. So Dong-guk mentioned Namhan. That was truly the background of a child actor, Dong-guk. Namhan is also the only place that holds both the joys and sorrows of life. In that land, there are also some truly amazing people. The mayor Namhan, during the monthly council meeting, mentioned the boy working with his mother at the Dong-guk fish stall. On the other hand, everyone living in Namhan knows about the passionate delivery service for mothers, even to the point of losing their voice. Exactly, that's what the mayor wants to talk about today. People immediately became curious about what was happening with the child. After the adjustments, he proposed to the young talent that if he made it into the top 10 at school, they could raise funds and pay his tuition, which would be great. Most people miraculously agreed, and one aunt thought that charging each person 10,000 won would be reasonable. Seeing everyone in support, Mayor Bak was very pleased. Suddenly, an older man stood up and suggested a better idea, saying the kid is currently acting in a movie, and since they're also residents of Namhan, why not prepare a grand feast for the film crew? Everyone approved it too, but they'll do both to make sure the fruit seller doesn't get into trouble, okay? But if we throw a party, won't the whole market be a bit thoughtless and hinder the filming? However, the mayor agreed on preparing food. Everyone needs to eat anyway. The mayor spoke so well that everyone immediately started preparing for their veteran fish seller kid. Looking back, it's been a while since this lady last saw Mrs. Dong-guk, even though she often buys fish from her. The kid's mom worked tirelessly without taking a single second to rest. At that moment, she understood why Ko was so diligent and honest. Entirely for that child. As a mother, she felt empathy. You should prepare a really grand meal this time. Returning to the set of the movie August Man, today's scene is set in a Western-style house from the Japanese colonial era. After the country gained independence, it was used as an inn. Because of the size of the house, the length of the garden, and the adequate number of rooms, that is where people find simple peace. Dinner had only passed for a few minutes, and Hajin had already put down his spoon. His mom found it strange that the boy stopped eating, so she urged him. But it shoved her hand away. The harsh attitude and bitter words began to criticize the food his mother cooked. Hachin refused to eat this pig slop. The boy angrily screamed at his mother, accusing her of treating him like a pig with the way she cooked the food. As for her son's arrogance and rebellion, she didn't know what to do. The neighbors asked for quiet because the kid was too loud, and they need to get some rest so they can work tomorrow and earn money to pay the rent. In the end, after all that cursing, Mom still didn't utter a word of reproach. Hachin decided to leave immediately, just left the room and vented his anger on the surrounding objects like a way to keep his sanity. She stayed completely silent in the room when she heard her son got into a fight and was insulted by the neighbors. The whole room was so terrifyingly lonely that her frail shoulders trembled. Right at this moment, director Ju called for a cut. The scene ends in a single take. Doot noticed that Du seemed to really enjoy this scene. Well, it made sense. The production team had found a perfect house, and there was no need to cut any shots. From the frame to the characters. Suddenly, the actor Bat came to find the director to ask a few questions. She wants to ask about the details of eating barley and beans in the script to survive. It's a bit exaggerated because 20 years ago at least there were bowls to eat from. Just as Dong-guk nearby also heard it, director Du has yet to understand the intention behind the part that writer Choi added. She interviewed people who lived during that time and wrote it in a historical documentary style. I tried to resize it, but it didn't seem right. However, Dong-guk interrupted and told everyone that it wasn't exaggerated at all. Your idea is that if we're talking about the 80s, it's just a bit of an exaggeration. No matter whether the boy's words are right or wrong, actor Bat still criticizes him first, questioning why a child, who knows nothing, would interrupt and speak in an adult's place. Dong-guk questioned whether Ko had enough knowledge about the people living in the inn, who had to mix noodles with fish every day. Sometimes they wander around all day, unable to find any food due to hunger. Even if I wanted to eat the fish I sell, I couldn't manage to. That was the experience of Dong-guk and his mother for their lives. At that time, you hated your mom mixing other dishes into ramen and refused her many times because you couldn't swallow it. But that face always calms Dong-guk's mood because she constantly worries about being evicted by the landlord. Senior Songbat, still not giving up, asked Dong-guk, "How can those people still live at the inn? It's not free either." This girl, from her perspective, understood and assumed that renting a small room would be easier than staying in a hostel. But the response was a confusing question from Dong-guk, who is protecting her. The boy didn't look at the other person but continued speaking as if questioning himself when mentioning the mothers. They live in an inn full of fishermen, which isn't easy for a frail widow mother. They still chose it because they could save money and live in a cozy place. They do everything just to hope for 10,000 francs and to send their son to school. The more Dong-guk spoke, the more emotional he became because he was talking about his mother. Not someone distant. Surely no one here has ever experienced the pain of watching their mother endure hardship, just to save enough money to buy a uniform for them. After calming down, Dong-guk realized he had overreacted and reined himself in. Director Du then approached him and asked gently, "How do you know these things?" The boy's eyes turned wistful as he confessed to everyone that both his mother and he had been living that way. The actor Bat once said the boy was an ungrateful child who constantly startled his mother. At that time, she clearly said the boy could play the rude role with his mother because he was like that in real life. Even in a drunken state, when sober, I still realize just how terrible I am. The atmosphere feels so tense the director urges everyone to pack up and go have dinner. Hearing about food, Lao Dot showed up right away. He was worried no one would deliver at this hour if everyone wanted to eat on set, but Du Lao Day assured that Mother Dong-guk would cook and bring the food. The boy himself hasn't heard this news yet. Du chuckled and winked at the boy, hinting that he'd understand soon enough. The entire film crew cheered and clapped for Mae Dong-guk, but he wasn't happy because how could Mae cook dinner for so many people? At dinner, it was a surprise that everyone in the market showed up and threw a lavish party for the film crew. All the aunts and uncles came too. Dong-guk is still traumatized, unable to accept the fact that everyone is preparing dinner together. This fragile, stone-cold heart has once again been warmed. Not long ago you were all fired up, wanting to ask your mom the truth about this. But as soon as I got to the alley, it wasn't just me but also other uncles and aunts. Mr. Choi knew the boy was worried about his mother working alone, so he rushed over here. However, that's incorrect. The whole point here is to help. Dong-guk, embarrassed, lowered his head and thanked the adults for helping his mother. His emotions were a chaotic mess at the moment. Just then, Mr. Choi and the director interrupted the child's wandering thoughts and urged the lead actor to raise his glass. The guilt of Dong-guk seemed to vanish in an instant. All tonight everyone will join in a toast for Namhan. They are happy because this kid, even when acting in films, never forgets his roots. And they are proud because the boy is the first in Namhan to escape the fish market by becoming an actor. Mom, Dong-guk is just like her, always beside his son to give him motivation and sweet praise. This is the precious thing that the genius actor Dong-guk lost in a previous life. You really want to protect this life of mother and me. Some people are out partying while poor scriptwriter Choi is aging fast. She's still in a daze right now. At that time, the director Do said on the phone like this. Turns out Dong-guk has been a talented actor since reading the script. Scriptwriter Choi agreed. Ha-jin seemed to step out from that story when reading the script, but not sure when acting. Then Do suddenly suggested giving the emotional part to Dong-guk for acting, making her scream loudly in the middle of the street. Roughly, the reason is that the emotionally draining scene is so difficult that even adults struggle with it, so it would be a big risk for that child actor. But for you, go with your gut, try it out, and the final decision will be up to the screenwriter. That's why the screenwriter is in an all-or-nothing situation. The director allowed Ko to watch a rough cut directed by Dong-guk. All the boy's emotions were incredibly genuine as he transformed into an embarrassed son because of his mother. Then that spontaneous action, which wasn't in the script, was fully recorded, leaving the screenwriter completely surprised. After dinner, the film crew continued shooting in the evening, but actor Song couldn't perform further because he felt tired. The boy Dong-guk played the role of a devoted caretaker for his uncle. Seeing you always so insecure, Dong-guk encouraged you not to take all the blame. In fact, more than anyone, he understands the fear of accidentally making even a small mistake. If you keep messing up, all the scenes might have to be scrapped or rewritten. In a past life, rookie Dong-guk was the same, so I sincerely want to offer you some advice. At least someone who's trying like this should be helped. The climax begins with remarks about his voice and performance in front of the camera. But that's not the point. The key is who the uncle is playing. Senior, based on the props and lines, thought he would be a drunkard who beats his wife and is a fisherman, but he was wrong. He was utterly bewildered and had to double-check the script. The reaction is not surprising because the script doesn't provide any explanation for the character, so he can't understand the character's past yet. Dong-guk reminded him to think about the drunkard's clothes, his voice, and his legs. Why would he think that person would have a half-empty soju bottle in hand? The senior boldly guessed that they probably picked up the bottle from someone who had left it behind because they couldn't afford to buy one. The answer is half correct, half incorrect, sir. Dong-guk revealed that earlier in Dong-do there were only corpses. People lost their lives at sea, some lost their homes and loved ones they couldn't return to, and they would jump into the sea themselves. Empty bottles around the main pier are soju meant for the departed souls, and they have another reason to jump into the sea to reunite with their loved ones. Suddenly Dong-guk stopped. If it's about dying for someone, you know better than anyone else. Senpai finally felt it. The truth is, that's how it goes. But not many would be sad if an actor like you, who messed up in a past life, disappeared. Next, Dong-guk suggested how the senior should act. First, he was drunk, but he didn't bully just because he wanted money. He also wanted to vent his anger. That scene hasn't been filmed yet, but you can see in part 3 a scene with kids collecting and selling empty bottles around the dock, and when adults saw them, they yelled at the kids because of soju's many implications. This is the lesson that Dong-guk was taught by his predecessor in a previous life. You should learn to look beyond the script. Knowing for sure that he had lifted his spirits, he left. Everything else depends on the director's vision and how cleverly the script is used. But the glowing eyes behind her gave her goosebumps. That girl still hasn't grown tired and keeps following persistently. When asked, she said it was nothing, and then pulled out a chocolate bar. Dong-guk happily accepted it. He never touched sweets before, but this life will be different. On the other hand, the young man was quite curious, wondering why the girl was still here after the call ended, but she turned it around and said, "You're still here too, aren't you? The important thing is she wants to question you about why you lied last time. There's no acting school called Namhan." The girl's sassy nature made the guy, who'd been through dozens of tet cakes and rarely interacted with girls, giggle. The kid just wanted to know the school you attend to improve her skills, so she wore a flimsy dress in the windy seaside area. Dong-guk took off his coat with great delicacy and draped it over the little girl. Even though it's just a good thing, it looks like this little one has already fallen for you. Dong-guk felt okay, but he had something to say. He knew she came because she realized his purpose in coming here, but Dong-guk wasn't rude enough to dismiss someone as curious as himself. The reason you noticed is because she loves acting. However, Don-soo confessed he wasn't here because he loved acting. Naturally, the noisy studio drowned out the rest, making it impossible to hear the second half. The scene with the two adult actors went on for quite a while, to the point where the actor, an unknown like Song, felt a bit scared. But having daily motivation and encouragement like this is just perfect. He was so happy and extremely proud of Dong-guk. Even Bai could see that the actor Song Kia seemed like a completely different person after the break. Do agreed with BD after watching the footage. Then he called him over. The uncle turned pale with fear when the director suddenly singled him out. Who knew you were overthinking it? They just wanted to ask a few questions. Curious if during your break you found any inspiration that changed your acting style so much, or if you've always been like this and were just teasing earlier. Talking about death, even if Uncle Song is old, he wouldn't dare mess with the director. Seeing such a reaction, Du quickly reassured him that everything was just a joke. Afterward, everything was reported in full detail. Du never expected an untrained person like Song to have such potential. He's much better than Du Tuong expected. He can understand the character and perform it with full effort and experience. Actors like that deeply move the director. This isn't an unexpected change, it's acting experience that's just being revealed. However, at this moment Song confessed to the director, "The advice you've been giving all along is from Dong-guk. He once thought acting was just about reading the script well and understanding emotions, but when he took Dong-guk's advice, that despair in acting disappeared." The kid asked who the character would be, and then when he said how much this role meant, actor Song was further motivated, and he realized that his role wasn't that of an anonymous drunkard, but a man who has only one life to live. Dong-guk takes the director from one surprise to another. The boy can understand supporting characters like an experienced person. How well did May understand the script after all? As for the actress playing Ha-jin's mother, she is still struggling with the schedule, script, and makeup. Ko has the talent and ability to the extent that it overwhelms everyone in the makeup team. Then she started reviewing the script because it was something she didn't understand. She needed to make May Ha-jin wither day by day, but she couldn't grasp the character's emotions like the theater. Actors did. When the main character changes their attitude, the other actors also have to adjust their emotions, and this is the first time Bat Danang has played such a haggard character. This reminded her of Dong-guk. Even though it was just a small role, she truly transformed into Ha-jin in front of the camera. Such a talent she couldn't overlook, so she hurriedly made a call. The person on the other end of the line is Mr. Kim, and she asked them to come to Dongdo right now. Then suddenly she was suspected of fighting with the director, which made her even more frustrated. "Just go to Dongdo, you talk too much. Do you think she's a troublemaker or something?" After calming down, Kobat revealed that there was an actor that Mr. Kim needed to see. Must come immediately even if you're an amateur. However, this person keeps making appointments and then cancels them, which is really frustrating. She warned him to stop making a fuss and come here before the shooting ended. The boss is always thinking about pumpkins. Already looking for talent, that kid is truly reliable, and he's definitely someone who can create the right environment for the boy to develop his skills. But will Mr. Kim recognize Dong-guk's talent? The other side, the young man was too tired when going to the bathroom, and even Don-soo followed him. It's like you've got a cute little sister, but she's so different from the talented actress you used to know. A kid follows at all costs, regardless of gender. But the girl is following Dong-guk's advice to immerse herself in the character and try to become Daerin. In the movie, Daerin always likes Ha-jin. Even though he didn't mind, he wished the group wouldn't look at them like two lovebirds flirting. Dong-guk was confused, so he looked for a topic to sneak out of here. "You go buy breakfast for Don-soo and take care of the little one like a younger sister." This kid eats so well that their face has become absolutely adorable. But the sophistication of Dong-guk has exceeded the allowable limit. The kid was burning up, so I gave him the tasty piece of food right away. Dong-guk teasing little Kim Ha-chin, what will she do, right? These two would definitely go viral if social media were popular back then. Young people who've been around for decades don't really feel anything. It was simply teasing, and at that moment Dong-guk noticed that Senior Bat was also getting into character. Everyone discovers new things when they perform. If she can feel it, she will gain more recognition. The fiery gaze of Dong-guk made Bat seriously aware. You can feel that something has changed. Sometimes Sudan becomes very gentle. This side of her has been quite surprising during the last few shoots. At the village organized party, Bat Ma Men came back to life and asked who made these delicious dishes. Mom Dong-guk raised her hand as if taking attendance because that was her secret recipe. Then she poured another bowl for Miss Bate. The mother of Dong-guk is truly gentle, always kind to everyone, especially her son's colleagues. Now Ko finally realized and sobered up completely when he found out it was Dong-guk's mother. The girl finally felt guilty for the harsh words she had spoken. The image of the lady floating high in the clouds is lost somewhere. Dong-guk found it very strange. The most fun part is that the special dish the young men devoured was made from a few fat frogs. His face was greenish like a frog's skin. She tried to steer the conversation by asking how long Dong-guk had been raising the mother frog to suppress her nausea and fear. Her son giggled, revealing a small secret to his senior from way back in the day. Then it's over. This senior definitely doesn't want to be outsmarted by this kid, but can't help it anymore. Thinking back, Dong-guk laughed heartily. Who would have thought she would enjoy her mother's cooking so much? Ms. Bat suddenly felt a chill down her spine, so she asked Lai and the two kids to stand here and play. Ha! Why are you laughing? Finally, this older sister has settled in. Not the unapproachable lady anymore, huh? Dong-guk guessed that if both of them ignored her, she'd be really mad. Suddenly, Dong-guk seriously warned that there's a frog over there, causing the famous bowl to shatter, ruining the whole image. Right at this moment, a quarrel broke out on Director Yu's side. The conversation seemed to revolve around a very dangerous scene, so Dong-guk rewound to check. That's scene 36, where Kim Ha-jin jumps off the cliff. Actually, there's a simple way to solve this problem for everyone in the group. The director was determined to use real people instead of a stand-in, because this scene required a lot of emotion. The powerful dog Deut strongly opposed. He had spent years with the camera, so he understood those things. But why do something so dangerous with a child? Du was extremely stubborn, insisting that being careful was enough. He believed there was a safer way to shoot this scene. Deut was helpless. The solution he offered to move the work forward was to use spray shots instead of fewer shots. The two children saw their seniors raising their voices, so little Donsu got scared. They probably won't fight because of the dance scene. But that was the scene where Kim Ha-jin jumped off the cliff to dive. Due to the recent scarcity of fish, the boy had to spend a lot of time going into the forest and down to the sea. Suddenly realized that he was very familiar with this place. He was confident that if he chose the places he had visited in his previous life with a few low rock outcrops during those times, he skipped school, everything would be resolved. The water here is not strong but instead feels like a warm hug from Ba Han. The scenery in the ocean is endlessly beautiful, and the bay is very shallow. It was also a way that former students of Dong-guk used to seek comfort when there was no Ba. So Dong-guk definitely doesn't need a stunt double. Suddenly the boy took off his shirt, leaving little Donsu to see a male body for the first time in his life, which startled him a bit. Who would have thought that the older brother smiled mysteriously and asked the girl to watch over his belongings and shoes? The kid couldn't even process it yet, my goodness. Then Dong-guk caught the attention of the two uncles who were arguing. At the same time, the entire film crew held their breath because of the little boy. The boy ran straight to the distant rock, then skillfully used the momentum to jump with the target being the sea surface. Du and Kobat, in utter panic, rushed to the boy. But it was quicker than a beat under the water. They must be really shocked, but Dong-guk feels fine. This place always makes the seaside village boy feel more peaceful than ever, and always want to do this since returning. While the little one enjoys below, Du is almost out of breath above because the boy won't come up. Just at that moment the kid popped up and waved his hand, saying it was a lot of fun down there and the water felt amazing. Knowing this is for the sake of acting, but it's like terrifying old men with weak hearts. Now it's fine if they know you can fully act out this scene, just add some emotion, and it's perfect. The demon bull suddenly turned on its furious mode and yelled at the little demon to get ashore and face the consequences. This moment is too late to be afraid, DM. They then drove the canoe across the farthest ends of the bay here. Deut suggested Du should take a photo here because it's quite beautiful, and even better, when they mentioned the name Dong-guk in South Korea, everyone was eager to help. All thanks to the captain too. Now the scene 57 on the boat heading to the sea officially begins. Mom Ha-jin held an empty soju bottle, told her son to greet his dad, but the boy snapped and started cursing at her. The phrases "child of the sea" make him feel extremely nauseous. He's not a kid anymore. The excessive maturity, always hidden inside with a few strong words, causes this mother immense pain. She hugged the soju bottle to offer a prayer and reminisced about her husband, whispering to that lonely man about her busy, challenging life. "Our son has grown up," she said, tears streaming down as she shared the news with her husband. If the husband could see it, that would really be the best thing. Ha-jin, still keeping that cold, rebellious look, was ultimately scared his mother might fall apart as her emotions were in turmoil. It grabbed the soju bottle and let itself do the work. A boy can hide so much under that tough exterior. The answer is a lot, not like a mother who can cry and say everything. If he becomes weak, then mom will have no one to lean on emotionally anymore. "Today did you also bring apples for dad?" He loves apples so much that Ha-jin threw an apple into the sea. The salty smell of the sea began to mix with the tears of a rebellious teenager who hadn't received enough love from his father. The tear marked the end of the scene on the ship today. When the director called cut, everyone sighed in relief. Ha-jin scattered his father's ashes by the cliff. He held those ashes and began mumbling in disbelief that his father left so quickly. The boy kept questioning his father in vain, hoping his father would answer. But everything is just nonsense. Ha-jin found his father's death absurd, dying because of work like this. Viewers in the studio all agreed the final scene was top-notch, even though they had changed the script. And it's really sad that after this movie they couldn't see Dong-guk again. Especially in the final scene, there's CIO from the company Song-kwan observing as well. He was startled and gently reminded everyone not to disturb others while filming. This is Mr. Kim in the phone call that Miss Bat insisted must come. This morning, young man Kim-nae went to see a fortune teller. So what does it have to do with going all the way to Dongdo to watch the filming? In reality, Kim often visits fortune tellers whenever he's hesitant. The fortune teller knew he came to discuss business because there was no other reason for him to wear such a sharp suit unless he was trying to charm her. The old shaman's reasoning made Lao Kim certain she was quite skilled. But she looked a bit uncomfortable, and began observing Kim's appearance, then said he would be betrayed by a co-worker due to his weakness in management. He was momentarily dazed. The shaman's point is not to trust people too much if you don't want to be betrayed in the upcoming task. He confidently asked the shaman if he could meet that person. Indeed, she is very talented. She realized that the customer wanted to meet a child, and it was very noble. However, working together might need to be reconsidered. She suddenly raised 3 fingers, then seriously informed the customer that 30 minutes are over. Please come back in 3 months. Now he's standing here with no additional information. Is this child really as noble as she says? Or is Ha-jin still struggling with his own pain? Now he's all alone. His father is off somewhere he enjoys casting nets for fish, and his mother is resting peacefully beside him. Both of you don't worry about it anymore. Even my mom chose that way. The boy cried his heart out when no one was left by his side. He hoped that once his mother was with his father, she would wear the new shoes instead of the old ones, not push herself too hard, and not think about this useless child. In the next life, he wished she wouldn't be his mother again. Living a life of suffering is enough. Now mom must take dad's hand and rest in peace. That would be the best choice. The boy's tears moved everyone here. Kim himself also read this part of the script and always remembers it because it's a particularly difficult scene. But if a child can perform this scene without any issues, then it must be the one. Just finished filming, everyone noticed the presence of CIO, the Song-kwan company. The author Choi is also present because today is the final scene for this young actor. All the attention and regret focused on that child. Actually, at first they were quite hesitant about this final scene. The initial plan was to use an adult stunt double, but at the last minute, screenwriter Choi wanted Dong-guk to perform as soon as he saw the boy. And even more surprising, the scene where Dong-guk is given wasn't the edited one. She just told the boy that he could cry if he wanted to, and just cry without saying anything else. Both directors Do and Mr. Kim were surprised. Even veteran actors would avoid performing scripts they hadn't read beforehand. What impressed writer Choi the most was when I handed them the latest script. They smiled excitedly and accepted the challenge. It was as if the boy had been waiting for those words to come out of the scriptwriter Choi's mouth. After the final scene of Dong-guk wrapped up and the first part ended, the boy returned to his usual daily routine. Everyone is sure the kid will grow up to be a businessman. Just in time, while pushing the fish cart, a customer blocked the way. This kitten seems to have a big belly, so Dong-guk guesses it might be pregnant. Then, instead of chasing it away, he grabbed a fresh fish so it would spit out the junk like rotten fish. The cat is still quite wary of strangers. It grabbed the fish and ran off immediately. The cat left, and then another guest came looking. That was Mr. Kim wanting to chat with Dong-guk for a bit. Both walked into a special cafe to start the conversation more naturally, but the kid's behavior made Kim feel like he was sitting with an old soul. The Dong-guk gang called this customer Namhan Coffee Pork Specialty. Now let's get to the main point. Lao Kim made an offer to continue performing after the August boy finishes. Unfortunately, the boy isn't acting anymore. It's just this time he needed money, so he acted. Kim guessed that might not be the only reason. Because he saw the potential in the boy, he confidently stated that Dong-guk is very talented and would become more famous than anyone if he became an actor. However, that doesn't mean anything. There are many child actors in Korea, and their fees are also very low. Besides, you're still a student, and can't just leave your mother to travel around the country. Like that. He thinks everything can be worked out if the boy joins the company. Dong-guk sighed wearily at his stubbornness, but he told him that if he could pay him the price of a small room in Dorngo, he would reconsider. And you also said not to think money can do everything. But from the position of a company, it's naturally very different, so you will consider the future of the actor if the company can afford that amount. Old Kim never expected the negotiation to take this turn. While he was still in a daze, Dong-guk asked to leave because there was still a lot of work to do at the market. Watching the boy's silhouette fade away, the man was sure Matt Jong-guk had a great passion for acting. Although young, the will and spirit are remarkably steadfast. He wondered if he had been talking to anyone this whole time. While the mayor and everyone else gathered and brought the only TV in the village out here. Today, mother and son Dong-guk are also here with a whole chicken to celebrate, and surprisingly, the shaman lady Lao Gim trusted is also here. Finally, after catching the signal, the TV turned on. And today is the premiere of the movie Dong-guk just finished. You think you've already made some unforgettable memories. This is the end of your acting passion and Dong-guk wants to retire. The words of that person kept echoing, repeating in my ears. It makes your intentions waver without you even realizing it. Putting everything aside, the movie begins with the first episode. The August Boy is a simple title about a man named Ha Chin and his everyday life from childhood to adulthood. That kid is just like a real-life Dong-guk. Neither Mr. Kim nor anyone else will ever understand his feelings, and no matter what, he won't repeat the mistakes of his past life. The next day he came back. He suddenly appeared, startling her. He actually went ahead and prepared the money that Dong-guk mentioned. More than anything, he initially planned to transfer money to her bank account, but thought it would be better to send cash since her family runs a business. Dong-guk was completely shocked by his uncle's sudden flatness. He's obsessed, willing to do whatever it takes to recruit you. Next comes the string of days the August Boy premieres. Just by watching the trailer, you can tell this is an incredibly dramatic movie. Since this is the first project by a famous director and screenwriter Choi, the television station is putting in a lot of effort. The final episode of the drama Dong-guk is still vivid in my memory. Screenwriter Choi said he wants you in this scene, and if you're not confident, he'll send the script back for review. At that moment, the confident boy replied firmly that he would try and started filming. Kim Ha-chin in the script is quite similar to you, and the mother is the bond between the two boys Dong-guk and Ha-chin. Both wondered why they cared for this troubled child at the expense of themselves, why they endured so much criticism, yet still wished for the child's happiness. Dong-guk wanted to ask his mother what she thought when she saw his award ceremony in the hospital, if she was angry at the child who didn't come to see her until the very last moment, if she was sad, felt betrayed, or even hated him. Not sure if it was because she felt the emotions of her child in that movie, but Mother Dong-guk burst into tears. She kept smiling so everyone would know she was fine, and these tears were tears of joy at seeing her son in love. The hand that wanted to comfort the boy's mother paused for a moment. Actually, in a place where Dong-guk didn't know her in a previous life, she proudly introduced her son on TV to the nurses in the hospital. The little boy is always a source of pride in her eyes. Dong-guk asked her if her mother was happy that day. But her answer is always that she's happy because you like it. The desire Mr. Kim mentioned is just like your mother now. How ironic that it turns out he understands you better than you do yourself. And right after that, a congratulatory banner for Dong-guk was hung neatly at the market gate. The young man, who had never been to a market rally before, was completely shocked. Everyone in the market has already seen the movie that was shown yesterday, so they keep coming to praise the boy. Mother Dong-guk is really happy because her son loves it. Just as she noticed a stranger in the distance. The man who was sneaking around, someone she had never seen before. As for the thief, it is none other than old Kim. I knew Dong-guk was popular, but I didn't expect it to this extent. What if another company noticed the boy first? And that dashing appearance made me Dong-guk suddenly remember that he was the CEO who came with the money last time. The old lady quickly informed the boy that the CEO from before was coming to see him. The boy's eyes turned fierce and menacing. Seeing her son deliberately ignore him, she wondered if he was from a TV station. Dong-guk chuckled and said, "Mom, that's just someone I haven't met. In this world, there are 3 types of entertainment companies. Sai-io the swindler, a businessman, or an artist. And he is more than just an artist. You had no idea about that when you met at the coffee shop, but after looking it up a bit, it became clear. When Dong-guk was still playing a minor role in his past life, there was a feeling he couldn't forget at the TV station. It was the news about CEO of Songwon Entertainment Company being arrested for embezzlement. Afterward, he was exonerated, and the corrupt person turned out to be his partner. However, that person had already fled, leaving Mr. Kim to take the blame. The damage was so great that the place that trained all the famous actors collapsed in an instant. A few celebrities wanted to help him but were turned down. And then one day he completely disappeared. You really want to tell him, but explaining that it happens in the future is the hard part. Moreover, you don't stand a chance because Dong-guk already turned him down again. The boy couldn't believe a CEO would bring that much money to the market, and he certainly wasn't planning to act anymore. Mr. Kim is extremely stubborn. Once he sees someone's talent, he won't let go. No matter what, Dong-guk stays firm in his decision. They were about to say more when that day their mother accidentally caught both of them. Mom is the key factor in every decision of Dong-guk. He warned sharply, not to come here again. That's what No said when she turned him down at the previous meeting reeking of capitalism. If you keep doing this, he probably wouldn't be crazy enough to come here after being insulted. Man proposes but heaven disposes. The boy's mom was quite kind since she noticed he'd been at the market since early morning, so she figured he probably hadn't eaten yet. So she invited the gentleman to have some fish and continue the conversation. The young man hid behind the glowing orange crate while Dong-guk was still clueless. So Mr. Kim became the second person to join the Dong-guk household and have a meal. He looked so excited, which was annoying. Just one spoonful, and he immediately started gushing about how delicious it was. His habit is just like when he drinks Korean tea with an egg yolk added. Mom Dong-guk proudly tells guests about the origin of the dish prepared by the boy's grandmother. This is also the first time Dong-guk heard his mother talk about his grandmother and the origin of this dish. Till now, Mom Dong-guk still cooks dishes by replacing sugar with sweet potatoes because we couldn't afford it. Kim's heart grew a little quieter. He got straight to the point and asked her directly if she thought Dong-guk would continue acting. His mother was completely stunned, and she did not know how to respond yet. It's like this bowl of soup. Grandma Dong-guk made it because she wanted to give her a meal no matter how tough life gets. So she turned to ask her son if he enjoyed the performance. Indeed, he had prepared a standard mechanical response. But no one understands you better than your mom. She looked at the child with a painful gaze and wondered if the child was living a miserable life because of this terrible mother. Dong-guk wants to say that he has already seen it. Want to tell mom about the end of the road he pursued as an actor? Suddenly, while the son was still overwhelmed with worry, she hugged him tightly and promised to be his support no matter what he did. She realized after watching the movie that this mother would be happy if her son could do what he truly wanted. And that's why she wanted her little child to keep pursuing the path it longed for. It turns out mom knew from the beginning that you always lie. Dong-guk tightened around her frail back. Will everything be okay if I wish for happiness for myself one more time? Could I hold this hand again if we could go through it one more time? All questions are like crossroads for Dong-guk. In the end, actor Dong-guk will agree to return to the film industry, making Mr. Kim delighted. But the condition is, the contract will be signed only when Mr. Kim gives you a project that you genuinely like. She is truly proud of this son. For Dong-guk, he wasn't sure if this was the right choice, but for his mother's smile, this son will strive to be happy without fear. There is something I haven't told you about the 13-year-old girl when Dong-guk shot the final scene of the movie. That young man talked about Namhan but forgot to mention it's a fish market, and he's definitely a fish seller. This time, my mom was also the one who noticed the visitors coming to see her son. Dansu's face shows he's already annoyed. The kid is upset because this older brother didn't even bother to check out the scene she had finished filming. Dong-guk seemed indifferent. He knew but didn't come to check, which made No really upset. The reason is you're selling fish, isn't that reasonable? It's the season for Bomray, so you're really busy. The little one, feeling deeply hurt, whispered softly to Dong-guk. This is my last shoot, so I hope you will rest and come with me. It's a shame this brother is too serious, not a 10-year-old child. Then Dong-guk kept selling fish, leaving the little one feeling lost. Two parents were talking when Mi-guk noticed that the boy had once again abandoned the girl. Then the little one got upset, screamed, and ran off so fast that her mom couldn't react in time. Not sure what Dong-guk is thinking, but he looks pretty gloomy. A few days later, you continued going to school as usual after the break, with your mind constantly thinking about Jeon-soo. The rarely attending friend finally came to school and started asking about the movie Dong-guk starred in. Then other friends also came to greet in a strange way. Little girl, I don't get why the girls are acting so weird today. The movie seems to be off to a smooth start. The teacher kept protesting as if he had lost his ration book, announcing that the class had a student ranked third in the entire school. That is Dong-guk. In the end, the teacher turned out to be the only savior who rescued the young man from the swarm of fanatics in the class, as he was both a famous actor and the top student in the school. In the principal's office, the teacher asked Dong-guk if he was satisfied with his grades this time. The answer was, of course, no. Dong-guk feels like he's been liberated from his previous overacting by the scores, so he wants to achieve more. Then suddenly even the teacher brought up the movie to compare how you two talk in real life versus in the film. Thoi Tuong, even the teacher is a die-hard fan of Kim Ha-jin. The budding child actor from Namhan seems to have finished this time, avoiding one pitfall only to encounter another. Dong-guk, though just a high school student, has the mindset of a middle-aged person, truly unsure of what to do when receiving so much attention that was never there before. Students followed Dong-guk all the way to the market to work. The boy's mom felt a bit embarrassed when she saw his friend arrive, worried that her son might feel awkward in front of his classmate. Suddenly, memories flooded back. He had once been embarrassed by his mother and never brought friends to the market, nor did he want to go there too often. So to be honest, this is the first time, and seeing that mom isn't comfortable, you thought about inviting your friends to leave. These kids are really worth every penny. Both mother and child were forced to take pictures before they had time to adapt. And this fish market has been famous since Dong-guk became popular, attracting many uninvited guests. A man stood at the opposite corner of the fruit stand, holding a file and mumbling, "Found it." Moreover, it seems that thanks to the effect of the movie, they are too busy to take a break. Another guest arrived, so Dong-guk warmly welcomed them. But the person handed over the file to him and bowed his head, hoping for acceptance. the young man said, trembling with excitement because he loved the movie that this guy starred in. Indeed, being famous comes with unexpected surprises. The file is a movie script. The guy earlier, Dong-guk, is probably a film student, which is why he brought this script. The name Choi Tae-seo you still remember clearly. Although he is just an ordinary young man in the present, he will become a successful screenwriter in his past life. Now he seems to prefer directing to writing scripts, right? Mom, ever since she met Mr. Kim, she's been catching his ways too. Dong-guk wants her to calm down. You read it because An asked. He didn't know if this kid would agree, but he still came all the way to Seo-eun, and was so worried that his hands trembled as he handed over the bag. Those things made Dong-guk unable to ignore it. Everything that's happened recently has reignited Dong-guk's inspiration like in a past life, making him relive that moment once again. The young man's heart began to stir. After that, you quickly asked your mother for permission to go to the train station for a bit. Today is exactly the day Donsu departs for Seoul. The girl kept waiting for him, but her heart was heavy because the chances of him coming out were very low. At this moment, a familiar voice echoed. It was him. Dong-guk rushed over and said he did it. Dong-guk was always late at every critical moment in his past life, so it's a relief that he's not late this time. Actually, a few minutes earlier when the train arrived, Donsu went with his mother. But suddenly the shoelace came loose. It reminded the girl of her memories of An, like the pine tree he showed her. Like the cup you gave me to ease the tension, like the way he comforted her and made her laugh. He showed her how to overcome fear. Just hold the glass of water, close your eyes, and imagine the scenery of the 4 seasons. You make everything more relaxed and comfortable in such a magical way. That was truly an incredibly joyful memory, and just when it seemed like everything was over, he appeared. It seems that Kim Ha-jin has stepped into real life, only changing her last name when she started caring for the little girl. He tied her shoelaces while explaining that he came here because he suddenly thought of her. He acts like they will never meet again, and above all, the girl knows he will quit acting. Dong-guk confessed that he lacks the motivation like you, and now he doesn't know if he can perform. Suddenly the child hugged the young man who was feeling insecure. The girl covered his eyes, then whispered, saying, "Imagine a pine tree standing under the sky." With all due respect, it's clear that you told the child how to act like a tree standing under the sky. Dong-guk hadn't even reacted when Daeon-soo hugged him tightly. The girl cried until her face turned red, begging him to tell her that they would meet again and promising to become a super famous actress. So please, act the part. Dong-guk gently soothes the girl. It's true that worrying too much about everything in the future made Dong-guk forget what he truly wanted, to act. Fortunately, Don-soo and Dong-guk promised they would meet again. Busan bids farewell to Don-soo with a hurried shower of rain. His mom also rushed here because her son didn't bring an umbrella. Under the heavy rain loud enough to drown out the boy's voice, she still heard the question about the first time they set up their stall in Namhan. Back then, Ko-jung gave away a lot of plates of food because they couldn't eat that much at Nagwon Temple. Her mood gradually became uneasy, worried about her son, wondering why he suddenly brought up that topic. Actually, this rain isn't bad, that meal isn't bad either. Dong-guk feels that way. They hugged tightly and slept together. There were tough times, but he doesn't hate remembering them, because there were also beautiful moments with his mother. So now Dong-guk has made up his mind. He will act, live the life of an actor. He will create many memories with his mother and then change that hopeless ending. A few days later, Dong-guk returned to his regular work. And today there's a special guest coming to help too. That was the young man Kim, who had to crawl out of the stone kiln at the crack of dawn to retrieve it. Normally he talks so casually, but today his jaws were stiff from the cold. When he got a call from the boy, he felt so grateful because he could continue his acting career. Though it was a bit tough like this. Now, on the street, everyone thinks Dong-guk looks just like Ha-jin. Since he had the chance, Lau Kim started teasing, "Don't you all know that Kim Ha-jin is right here?" This made Dong-guk very uncomfortable. Is he that famous or something? Heard that if you have to ask, you're not a true fan. The August Boy is a huge hit, you know? Suddenly mentioning the hit makes you so heated up that you forget the cold, huh? Summary: after the way Mr. Kim said it became so popular that articles about the August Boy were sold out. You can't imagine there were smartphones or YouTube back then, so everything feels so unbelievable. But at the same time, the child actor who also sells fish can sense that the number of people at Namhan Market has increased. Even though I knew it would have some impact later, it's still a bit shocking to see it spread like this. Even if you're a child actor, this is the first time a Dong-guk has been placed at the center of the main character, not a supporting one. Especially the most unbelievable thing throughout this journey is nothing other than the chatterbox nature of the uncle. Enough said. Dong-guk handed the script of Mr. Choi to Mr. Kim. Just read it and got overwhelmed? Don't tell me Dong-guk is planning to join this, right? That's exactly what Ju Kim thought, an independent film project. Mr. Kim sincerely revealed the purpose of making money by acting in movies, which made Dong-guk embarrassed. You want to work with a sincere heart? An actor wants to perform, not for the money. It's even more of a pure motivation than his glasses. In the end, no one understands how this guy became CEO when he's just a weirdo yelling nonsense. Seriously, you're just trying to respond to those who said, why would you want a kid who's not even a celebrity? Talent is like a wave that changes its course thousands of times a day. This child is stronger than anyone and always creates a unique point of distinction. And Dong-guk couldn't believe that in his eyes, he left such an impression. Right at that moment, the cat from before gave birth to 2 kittens who walked past 2 crazy guys sitting and singing to each other. Actually, today Mr. Kim came here for an important matter. Dong-guk's mother was astonished when she heard that her son had been appointed honorary ambassador for Dong-do. Guess mom's never been this happy when showing her the notice that you ranked 3rd in the whole school. She started bragging to everyone she met. In the end, Dong-guk sees it all falling apart. The rumor will spread throughout the market in just 15 minutes, for sure. But there is one second thing I want to tell you, Mom. CIO signed a contract for an apartment in Dong-do, so both of them can rest now. Mom immediately objected, saying it was impossible to accept that. Mother's nature is like that. She often said so when Dong-guk was still a pretty famous actor in his previous life. When he said he would stop selling fish because he would take his mother to a new apartment to enjoy her old age, she said she couldn't. But now you have a reason, and a huge thanks to Mr. Kim earlier too. So now you'll perform really well to repay Uncle Kim, and Mom won't have to work hard anymore. Mom, your job now is to accept it, live happily from now on. The hand you held that day was really calloused. Mom has carried so much her whole life. From now on, your son will be by your side and take care of you, I promise. To begin his promise, Dong-guk had an important call with Mr. Kim. Since you don't have a phone, you'll have to go to the public booth. They plan to meet and finalize with the manager. Because now Dong-guk has accepted the ambassadorship for Dong-do. To be honest, it was a place you despised in your past life, hated the smell of fish that was tied to poverty, and disliked the sea breeze and the songs of the fishermen. Can't believe she's now an ambassador and even has limited edition photo versions. The conversation lasted until the bus arrived. Mr. Kim mentioned before the boy hung up that when he arrives at the city office, there will be many people he likes, so be confident. He really cares about you. Dong-guk began to relax and chat a bit before heading to the city office Dong-do. Initially, you used the silly excuse that CIO said you couldn't become a famous actor without going to the apartment to reassure your mom, but that might not be entirely unreasonable. Mr. Kim was afraid the boy wouldn't accept it, so he tried his best to explain. Ultimately, he wanted the boy to feel at ease, free from the worry of traveling around the country to perform. Even so, if the boy's mother is comfortable, the kid will be able to perform at his best. So he put himself in your shoes and understood it, huh? This took Dong-guk completely by surprise. The young man who was repeatedly rejected by his mother in his previous life because of Lady Mi, suggested that Mr. Kim sign the contract right away. Returning as the future ambassador Gong-do, he arrived at the city office where he hadn't been in 30 years. The host sincerely apologized to the boy for making him wait, but it was because the kid arrived 2 hours early. The boy truly grew up just as imagined, and this guy is also a big fan of the August boy. Dong-guk could only give a wry smile, overwhelmed by the intense pressure when he asked for an autograph and a photo together after the ceremony. This is easy for Dong-guk, so he's fine with it. While signing the contract, Dong got confused about who was appointed to be the ambassador of Dong-do today with him. As soon as the sound stopped, a voice more familiar than the fish preparation method appeared. Dong-guk also wants to deny reality. But her aunt is already standing right here. Young man Bat, as someone who will have a good feeling, Uncle Kim might have misunderstood this word a bit. Ko began firing off a deafening burst of rapid explanations about why she arrived more than an hour early to save face. Before that, Dong-guk had a hunch, but who could have guessed? And unexpectedly, Jeonsu also showed up. Turns out she was also chosen as the ambassador of Dong-do. Since everyone is present, let's proceed with the appointment ceremony for the ambassador immediately. Next, all three took a photo together. As soon as she took down the picture frame, Ba-bat started lamenting to the heavens and blaming the earth. Bidonsu also felt hot and tired after shooting for 30 minutes. Suddenly, the aunt pressed the cold water bottle against the girl's cheek, startling her. This senior is sharp-tongued but kind-hearted, leaving some iced water bottles for the kids. Ignoring the hot topic for a moment, Batsu Don heard that this kid plans to join an independent film project. Don-su was also surprised. He didn't expect the rumor to spread so quickly. However, repeated reminders from the senior emphasized that the child should choose carefully, especially independent film projects, as they are not as beautiful as their names. And the production environment is very different from regular scripts. Strangely enough, that's why Dong-guk likes it. If it were easy, there'd be no fun in it. The boy's arrogant attitude left her helpless. It's just like you back then. Baek-su-don reminded not to catch the artistic disease like someone. There will be no cure for it. Then they talked while walking and arrived at the market. Just got to the gate and saw a few people hanging banners. The girl turned red with embarrassment, not expecting to be welcomed like this in front of the other two ambassadors. After that, actor Bat was swarmed by people asking for autographs while Don-soo followed the crowd inside. This is the final location of their ambassadorial photo series. The photographer suggested that all three ambassadors hold up the fish for a photo, making the fish bowl glow green across their faces. Ko moved closer to Dong-guk, exuding an overwhelming aura to avoid being captured. The boy quickly ran to the vegetable vendor to borrow a fish. All three lined up together for a photo. But with this scene and the people eagerly awaiting Gutki, this is the place he never visited in his previous life. The feeling now is like reuniting with family after a long time, and here they welcome you. If there was a previous life, you would never know this feeling. About to take the shot, the fish started flapping wildly. Water splashed all over Don-soo. Then that familiar feeling suddenly came rushing back. Did you slap the most unwanted guy across the face? She just had bad luck, forget about it. The ambassador Dong-do declared, shouting, "Don't dream that I'll come here again." A few weeks later, it was time to start filming the independent project Dong-guk had accepted. Because they are amateurs from the film school, they are struggling quite a bit with the lighting setup. Fortunately, Choi knows a bit more than others. Other people saw the young actor Kim Ha-chin from the hit movie August Boy and immediately came to ask about him. Indeed, although the August Boy has ended, its echoes remain strong. The independent film soon gained traction after its release. The director is Choi Tae-seo, a college student just starting out. The meaning of independent in the film industry is quite broad. It's not like profit-making movies but rather a simple way to make a name for the film. They screen it to the audience without any advertising. Or profit. However, as Baek Soo-don said, some say it's just a simple video shot by a beginner who caught the art bug. Moreover, this trainee film crew is truly chaotic. It seems these people are not professionals, so no one wants to risk their career for an independent film. And strangely, the most experienced person in this team is Dong-guk. Just a kid, oh my god. In the end, since you made the choice, you have to help things go smoothly. Not like you always act so knowledgeable because it won't be good to show too much in the second life, but if you leave it as is, it'll go off the rails. Everyone was curious about where Dong-guk studied, but he didn't let them know. He gave a pretty reasonable excuse that all he knew were the terms the director used repeatedly. Just in time, Tae-seo rushed in to announce there were 30 minutes left to finish on time. No director has ever struggled like this. 30 minutes later, scene 21 of Treekwon at the police station began. The police officer questioned Treekwon Bo, "Aren't you going to state your name, or are you just going to sit there silently?" He kept holding onto the bag, so the police thought it was stolen. More than anything, this brat has no idea how terrifying the world can be, yet he keeps resisting. How many times has it caused trouble here to the point that everyone is annoyed? Treekwon remained silent, and the police officer continued to intimidate. "If you want to get arrested, shut up and sit still." At that moment, the other person snatched his necklace. The boy fiercely resisted trying to take it back, but this cop was very shameless. He read all the information on the card and knew that Treekwon was an orphan, so he was naturally certain of the reason for the theft. Suddenly, his colleague came calling, so Treekwon seized the opportunity to snatch back the rope. The newcomer seems gentler and more soft-spoken when inquiring about the official. He tried to get the boy to open up and say something so he could help. In the end, the little boy remained silent. Next, he immediately called the police in Seoul to identify this kid. The result was that he heard something he could hardly believe, because Kim Ji-gwan was presumed dead last year. And this name tag belongs to my close friend named Choi Kwan. Dia Chi Kwan is a story about friendship, and even after reading it several times, Dong-guk still hasn't fully grasped the feelings of the main character, who wants to be called Treekwon. How would it feel to live under the name of a dead friend, and what does he think when people call him by that name? The feeling of friendship opens up many things in the heart of Dong-guk. When you became famous with both fame and status in the acting world, dozens of people approached you for money, but no one truly allowed you to reveal your deepest emotions. Of course, he didn't blame them. At that time, there were also seniors taking care of Dong-guk, but no one could understand because back then, Gut was just a madman wanting to see the end of the performance. Even though it's small and uncertain, it's not completely unclear. Just at that moment, the friend who had previously invited Gut to play soccer after lunch was once again bluntly rejected by the young actor. My best friend wanted to blame Gut for burying myself in scripts these days, but he got cut off mid-sentence. The girls all cared for the talented boy in the class. Small just left, and that half-dead friend crawled up. The reason is that the movie yesterday mentioned Kim Ha-chin likes milk coffee, so these past few days Dong-guk has been receiving only orders. When your friend is eagerly trying to invite you to play soccer, the teacher shows up. The thing is, because Gut needs 15 days off for filming, the teacher is now informing you that the principal has given special approval. After all, you are the ambassador for Dong-do. But the teacher also warned not to skip all the classes. You must attend the entire morning session before going to the filming, and be careful not to fail the final exam. In the end, Ong Lobo Trang rang while it knew how to respond very well. Afterward, Gut revealed that the independent film he starred in would be shown at a small theater in Seoul. If that's the case, the teacher can't see it, so he got really mad. More than anything, Ong and Mr. Kim wonder if the small job is done out of passion or something else. Put that aside for now, Gut really has something to ask. The young man asked about a friend, making the teacher feel like he was lost in space. Even so, the teacher was still thinking very seriously. Then she started talking about a very close friend from her youth who had moved to Seoul a decade ago, and a few years back she heard some bad news. At that time, the teacher immediately went to the funeral home in Seoul to inquire, and found the portrait of a 15-year-old friend from his childhood memories. It made him regret not calling you sooner to at least know the situation. Who would have thought, before I could finish, 2 kids from class Gut were already lurking at the door, wanting you to come out and play soccer. They refused to play without Gut because they bet with class 7. If that's the case, just let it go. Knew that Kao No would win because of its strong nature, but the teacher needed to say this. A friend is someone a brother can never forget. Got it, teacher. A few days after the calamity struck the team of officials. Actually, it's just these guys' own misfortune for having to ride on the bumpy local vehicle. The mayor is the driver you were all shouting at so loudly that Dong-guk had to raise his voice to ask. A young man among them saw that there was no guardrail on the curve ahead, so he suggested stopping the car. The mayor didn't quite understand Seon's accent, so he asked Dong-guk to interpret for him. The area over there did have a protective fence before, but now people come here without slowing down, so when they descend from Sanbot, they just keep crashing into it, and it's gone. The whole group felt like the mayor was in a lot of trouble. He even said that from what he knew, since the railing was lost, there haven't been any more accidents because people are scared and slow down now. The whole group screamed in their souls, "Please let me down." As soon as they arrived, everyone started looking for Choi Hai. The assistant who came with Tai Seo finally calmed down and asked if you had chosen the filming location yet. Looking at his face, you can tell he's exhausted, but luckily Tai Seo made the right choice. Our little Dong-guk is as strong as an ox, urging everyone to hurry up. That's just because she didn't meet Hugh, otherwise all her energy would have vanished. But they have to climb all the way up there, that's the problem. They really want to hear Dong-guk say that the kid was just joking. The old lady walking next to them told Gut to take care of the 2 men, as they couldn't even handle it themselves. The old lady here is healthier than 2 young men, making the boys want to die already. A few hours later, both of them managed to drag themselves up in a dazed state, so they asked Dong-guk to inform Tai Seo that they had finished packing the equipment. The mail carrier kid is very efficient. But what's he doing? Just at this moment, Tae-seo noticed someone approaching, so he withdrew his hand and went towards Dong-guk. Curiosity began to awaken in Gut. Next, scene 57, police and magistrate on Sanbot Road begin. The police officer reassured the boy not to worry, and just come over to eat because he wouldn't ask any more questions about his personal story. This uncle is really eager to feed the little boy. Then he remembered a secret tip that pretended to eat, but unexpectedly she was afraid of being taken away, so she quickly ate for real. Tri-kwan devoured pitifully. Facing all the questions during the meal, Ji-gwan kept clutching the bag and silently chewing. The cop assured the little boy that he wouldn't take it, so just eat. But he also forbade the boy from sneaking out. Because Tri-kwan is currently homeless, and this place is very high, with difficult roads. The kind man fried another egg for Tri-kwan, and he suggested that tomorrow they go to the cliff where the boy wants to go together tomorrow. Repaying the officer's efforts and kindness was a thank you from the homeless boy. The moment he got a call from the agency saying he must be crazy to bring that child home. But with all the kindness before becoming a police officer, he was sure he wouldn't let the boy sleep on the cell floor, and more importantly, it would be very easy for him to escape when everyone was careless. On the other hand, the officer felt the boy wasn't as bad as his colleagues had said. He started going outside to breathe the fresh air as a habit whenever he needed to think. Somehow that child had so many stories to tell. Next is scene 77. Song-tae climbed the fence on the rock ledge. That is his real name alongside the given name of his late friend. Song-tae climbed over the fence and looked at the deep cold of the sea's surface. Right at that moment, the police officer arrived just in time to stop the boy from doing something crazy. He tried to make No understand that her friend in heaven with God wouldn't be happy if something happened to Song-tae. But right now, No has completely lost her mind, and the boy is determined to make Tri-kwan see her. Due to the high tide, the waves crashed against the railing, startling No. The body lost its balance, about to fall, but luckily there was a police officer nearby. He was fuming and scolding the child, saying your friend must be really angry and wouldn't want you to do anything reckless, so stop and go see your parents. But Song-tae is really upset. Tri-kwan died without even getting to see his mother. Tri-kwan said that when he was in the hospital, he wished he could go back to the cliff in Busan, where we took a picture when I was a child. Today is his birthday, so Song-tae wants to give Tri-kwan a birthday present. No matter how much he tried to stop him, the only thing on his mind was that if tonight ends, his birthday would end too. Both sides engaged in an intense struggle. In the end, the boy became helpless. Powerless because I'm too weak to give you a gift. Powerless because, after all, Song-tae has lived without senses. He cried and tearfully questioned his uncle why his friend was still 14, a question no one wants to answer because it's too cruel. Treekwon's birthday has passed, he's still 14, and Song-tae is now a year older. On the same day, after finishing their shooting schedule, they headed to the cliff to drink. By the way, I was a bit curious why this beach rock area is often blocked. Local people all know that they have been doing this for centuries. Several years ago, in some areas here, the water used to flow uncontrollably, but then suddenly the water stopped flowing. The committee banned them because most people who go there are very dangerous or even fall to their deaths. What's even more curious is how Choi knew about this place. In his past life, even in Dongdo, Dong-guk had no clue about it. After that, seeing Chong-seot just kept drinking without eating, she advised him to quickly eat some sea urchin, otherwise, why come to Busan? Seeing the photo, Tunien was determined to go to Busan and try his luck. Dong-guk immediately rushed to stop him. He advised him that if he keeps trying, one day he'll see the light at the end of the tunnel, and Senior Song will become a hugely famous actor. Although Dong-guk's thoughts as an actor changed a bit when doing an independent film, it was indeed a bit rash to speak so quickly. Then they started asking a child for their opinion on their future. Dong-guk knew well that in his previous life, Choi was a famous screenwriter, making even renowned actors bow their heads in admiration. So No told An that he should be a screenwriter rather than a director, and Tae-seo agreed because in this film, he meticulously crafted everything with the goal of gaining a bit of fame through the movie before dedicating the rest of his life to screenwriting. Dong-guk is still unsure of the reason. It is a bit hard to explain like this, so really wants to capture the moments he has seen. Right then, Gut had something to ask. It's about the final scene. You really think Song-tae would do whatever it takes to reach the cliff? In reality, it's quite difficult because there are barriers, but since this is a movie, it can be made a bit unrealistic, right? Tae-seo agreed. However, he still wanted an image that could become the most authentic Chi-kwon possible. If Soo-kyung hadn't held on to Song-tae at that moment, he would have died on the cliff, and Tri-kwon would be heartbroken in heaven. Turns out Dong-guk understands part of his intention. Just about to say more, but Mr. Song interrupted to announce that the boss will treat them to a party at the dock today. Who is the traitor boss, I wonder? The pier at Dongdo is a stunning spot to savor food and drink. The mayor you mentioned is actually the businessman in your mouth. Tonight he knows the kids have finished filming, so let loose and have fun. Then he gently reminded Tae-seo to come over and raise a glass in celebration instead of drinking alone. He began to stand up and gave a brief speech to share with everyone how he had managed to relieve his worries when he went to Busan. He met incredibly valuable people like Chu Chu Baun, and the script was written like an old story that was successfully filmed. At this moment, Dong-guk finally realized a few things. Junsu's speech hasn't ended yet. He's grateful that since the film was self-produced, the team had to rent a lot of props to get beautiful shots, and he couldn't cover all the costs without help from his colleagues. Some comrades don't like the way Tae-seo talks, since when have they worked together just for money? Ignoring his friend, the deepest gratitude Tae-seo needed to express was to actor Dong-guk, who decided to take the role without asking for a single penny. Everyone here was shocked when the kid performed without any pay. Dong-guk tried to explain that he was so captivated by the script that he couldn't refuse, so even though CIO was a bit disappointed, he was still very happy to become an actor in that film. If he feels guilty, it's okay as long as other scenarios work out. Before toasting, he wanted the brothers to meet someone. This person allowed and facilitated the film's existence. And also his teacher when he was young. The mayor suddenly recognized this person. That is Kim Son-kyung. Both greeted each other warmly, reminiscing about the days when they used to play in the rain without a care. And the quick-thinking mayor promptly introduced this person as Sun Ki-eung, who once lived in the house on Sanbot Street where they filmed, and now he is the inspector. Dong-guk suddenly realized that his name was the same as the police officer in the movie. He seemed to care a lot about Tae-seo. That was to be expected because before, Tae-seo had received a lot of soy sauce and rice from the master's house, so now he was returning the favor. It turns out this story is Tae-seo's, not something woven by imagination. Also, why is the house on Sanbot Street so clean? And with the reason he knew about the rock outcropping in the remote area of Dongdo, they finished their conversation, and the inspector turned to greet the child actor of the crew. It's surprising to meet two real-life characters from Dia Tri-kwon again, isn't it? The whole pier was bustling that day due to the reunion. A few days later, Dong-guk had to face the nightmare of trying on clothes. Little had to try on a dozen outfits and felt exhausted. Add Bakobat, who insisted on paying out of her own pocket and forced him to choose clothes like crazy. Seems like she's possessed, acting like Ha-chin's mom or something, keeping a tight grip on the kid. Suddenly, the incident at the design shop with actress Bat became strangely obvious, because they have to attend the wrap party just as the show's broadcast ends. Do you think picking out clothes like this is a bit too much? Instead, it's better to spend time reading another script. Better double-check with Dong-guk to see if Bayet, the child actor, needs to attend the rap party. Usually not necessary, but this girl's case is different, okay? Finally, after choosing over and over, she found something she liked. Her attitude is often sharp, but her fashion sense is pretty on point. Then the guy got into the car and left before he was mentally prepared. You wonder how famous the August boy is that everything changes so much. Even more surprising is that the wrap-up party even rented the hotel's banquet hall. Dong-guk has reached his time to shine but forgot something. Mini-series August Boy doesn't feel like just a 16-episode drama, and during that time, many other shows were competing simultaneously. But Dong-guk achieved a result of up to 37.8% viewership with just the last 2 episodes. In this life, Dong-guk has turned the film into a resounding success. The director Do also became more famous than ever, and the enthusiasm of fans and the press for the child actor of the August Boy was especially overwhelming. At the party, Dong-guk was busy fixing his hair as everyone kept ruffling it, making it all messy. Sir Saio was busy running around. Dong-guk looked around to see if Dong-soo was coming, but as soon as he leaned forward slightly, he bumped into some lady. You quickly apologized to Sunbae for standing up without looking, but the attitude of the other person didn't seem very good. This lady is the main female character of the August Boy. Durin, when he grows up, she openly despises the kid because he dared to call someone else a senior after just a little acting. The blatant mockery. But for someone who has been performing for years like that woman, it doesn't affect her. That lady has the right to be smug because she's the new star, one of the main characters in the movie. Around this time in his past life, Jung Min-chan wouldn't last long in the entertainment industry due to numerous tax evasion scandals and a controversial past. And what pushed everything to the front page was something else. Looking at her now, her character is already rotten enough, so just let it be. Just got my plate of food and ran into Mr. Kim. He sincerely apologizes for the slight mess today. 2 people started talking about the independent film you shot in Dongdo, and he along with director Choi is confident they will push the movie to the film festival. That is an ideal place for it to grow. It doesn't matter whether they win the award or not, but that person worked really hard to make the movie, and even Choi Tae-seo used his own story the same way. Just at that moment Mr. Kim asked, "Where is actor Bat?" "She's right over there." It seems something went wrong when that woman Jang burst out laughing, and the complexion of Miss Bat became worse. Fast withdrawal symptoms, run to me, Ha-jin. But just a few steps later, the loud shrill voice of that early rising star rang out sharply. She looked down on the boy for being a market vendor and even insulted Dong-guk's parents. Actors who leave their brains at home will inevitably be eliminated sooner or later. Mom's face was like she was ready to punch on the spot, but the boy quickly interrupted, saying she left her medicine box in the car. Then said the head hurt a bit and the nose was a little runny. The boy's gaze puzzled the loudmouth Jiang. Song calmly reminded her, "There's white powder on your shirt." Clearly the thief met his match, so she quickly ran into the bathroom. We have to admit that everything that person does is so natural. Thieves really have to learn to be quick and agile. They then said goodbye to that inedible party and went for some grilled meat. Dong-guk can't believe they actually seem to like this simple place. In a past life, Gut only attended rap parties just to make an appearance. Now No can fully enjoy events like this. Director Do began to stand up and speak. Despite the competition from many other films and a few incidents, the whole team successfully completed the film. In short, Do just wants to say one thing. From the production staff, until each actor, and screenwriter Choi, the person who wrote the masterpiece August Boy, as well as other supporting items that contributed to the film. Do wants to express infinite gratitude to everyone. Taking the opportunity, Do teased, "Why not sing at the award ceremony instead of just giving thanks? If you can't sing, let Dong-guk do it better. The guys next to me work so fast, they've already made that homemade jackfruit. Alright, let's go wild now, man." The part where Bakojiang also joined the drinking, but has been hiding in the bathroom for a while now, just stepped outside and immediately got tripped. Immediately Ko stumbled and fell. That's the consequence. The lady next to her gently asked if Jiang wanted to help. With her swollen leg, it was strange she refused help. The reaction was pure terror. Right at that moment, her head was grabbed tightly. Who said that being drunk meant ignoring the consequences? Told you that your senior wants to help, so how could you refuse? Mother Ha-jin is avenging her child. The brightest flame burns the fastest, especially when it's just talk, so don't say what you can't take responsibility for. Mind your tongue, Miss Jang. Bobat here is not someone to mess with. And if anyone dares to mess with her, they're just looking for trouble. The mad dog came out barking straight at that Jiang girl, calling her a bitch. On the other side, this man is looking for an actor who can perform like Charlie Chaplin, the Korean version. Can an actor with no formal training still bring authenticity to the audience? And the movie they are watching is Dia Tri Kwan. The assistant noticed that he had reviewed the award ceremony schedule many times, as if something was bothering him. Actually, he had some things to redo a new schedule because of the appearance of that budding flower. A few days later, Dong-guk received a fateful call. The independent film project Dia Tri Kwan was selected as the opening feature of the BIFF International Film Festival. Mr. Kim quickly explained over the phone about the process of getting information from director Choi Tae-seo, and the reason why they had to go through Mr. Kim first, because they couldn't reach Dong-guk. Seeing that the boy is now famous and starting to make a name for himself, not having a mobile phone to stay in touch is too inconvenient, so he suggested giving him one. The incredible thing now is that the film was chosen to open the festival. Even in a previous life, no matter the awards, films Dong-guk starred in were never selected for any opening or closing ceremonies. The next breaking news is about director by Ek Chang-hoon. At that time, there were many prominent directors in Korea, and alongside it was the Academy Awards, one of the most anticipated awards in Hollywood, including Bai Do. And in the future, a director who has won 3 gold awards. That made everyone suspicious of the man, because it was clear that for over 50 years, Han had been left behind by the film industry, so how could that have happened? You could say that Chang-hoon is one of the outstanding directors and a pioneer in developing the Ha film industry. When Dong-guk was still struggling with minor roles in his past life, he passed away and had no chance to meet him. His unexpected appearance made his heart pound like a festival drum. If you want to know the reason, you need to go back to a little before the end of film celebration. Mr. Bet, a fan of Chaplin, is captivated by him. In other words, when he watches Chaplin, he not only makes the audience laugh, but also evokes something more. He delivers profound messages through his body movements. And in Korea there are no actors like that. The comment from Mr. Bet made the boy really sad, even though he is a talented actor. But for him, the line between movies, theater, and television is so clear that it's rare for any actor to cross the boundaries of each genre. The assistant then came in and asked if the boss had reviewed the candidates for the opening film yet, but he wanted to take his time because none of the options were outstanding enough to start with. Because he was too bored with the recent movies, he casually asked his assistant about the box in his hand. Here are the movies for the independent film category. So to relieve his mood, Betbok picked up a book to take a look. Misfortune never comes alone, and this time it's tied to a notorious name. This movie was made by a recent graduate, so it wasn't highly regarded from the start. I heard this one is quite special because they hired a child actor as the main character. If that's the case, then based on experience, it will probably be like other series, a bi-style set that's quite challenging for people to embed deep meanings. Since it's an independent film, there are many limitations in the scenes to make up for the lack of budget. After all, they're just a bunch of kids fresh out of college. What is happening in front of him? Every expression, every glance, every movement is deeply imprinted in the battle-hardened eyes of the director. He wants to meet Dong-guk right now. At the award ceremony, when everyone was announced, the opening presentation and its director, who had no reputation at all, shocked the reporters. Some of them asked around and found out that the director of the movie had graduated just a year ago, so this was his first film, and moreover, it was an independent one. They can't believe the judge this time might be off, letting an indie film kick things off. The news that director Bet will serve as a judge is shocking enough, but then finding out that the nominee for the film's actor is a child actor adds even more surprise. This boy is currently very popular with the miniseries produced by KBS August Boy. At this moment, a very special horse named Bon-go suddenly appeared on the carpet. It's completely different in a unique Bin Duong style. The guard was still clueless when Dong-guk slipped down and thanked the mayor for the ride. Even director Choi is behind us, but luckily they didn't find Hai today. The trio today includes director Choi, Dong-guk, and actor Song, but only Dong-guk is familiar with the flashlights. Uncle Song was so in sync that he was left speechless. He knew he shouldn't laugh, but he couldn't help it when he remembered Senior Song from his previous life. And Antesio is gone instantly. When stepping onto the red carpet, the young director was immediately bombarded with a barrage of tough questions from reporters. Although Dong-guk knew he had to restrain himself, things might fall apart like this. So the boy confidently took Mit's hand to answer the reporters and relieve the pressure. While Senior Song has departed from this world, it was definitely the right decision to speak up at this moment. The kid stepped in for the director, answered the question, and started talking about Dia Tri Kwan. It's an incredibly meaningful film about childhood. If you remember the name of your childhood best friend, the movie will leave you with an exceptionally special feeling. Then, out of habit, Dong-guk accidentally said Taeso's line, "For those of you watching at home, please share your thoughts on the movie Dia Tri Kwan in one sentence." But he and Senior Song are still on cloud 9, so we have to let it go. For Dong-guk, you can feel it deep in your heart. So as a twin, you send your feelings of missing your friend to Trigwan, your friend in heaven. The end of the red carpet time for the trio was a bit rushed. Both giants were extremely grateful to the little one for saving them from a visible defeat. Then Dia Tri Kwan was screened as the opening of the film festival. Our main actor is incredibly excited to see their film on the big screen for the first time, alongside many famous people. The image of Inspector Song is vividly portrayed, and one of the most touching lines from Dong-guk left a deep impression. From a certain perspective, after stepping out of the role and reflecting on those tears, Dong-guk felt a deep sense of excitement. The movie ended with everyone clapping. This is the applause from everyone in the global film industry. This actor will certainly never forget this moment, because in the future this film will become a monument. The echo of it will be where An Choi, Senior Song, and Dong-guk begin. Now you're still in shock as everyone is turning their gaze here. Suddenly No felt a burning gaze. The observation was still very clear, even from the front row. That is definitely director Baek Chung-hoon. Even though they have never met, he is so famous that there's no mistaking that figure. In a hidden corner that you might have suspected, Tri Kwan is actually Choi Tae-seo's deceased friend. They have been playing together since they were very young, and most of their childhood was spent in the hospital. Clearly, he still remembers that he said he wanted to watch the movie written by him when it was released. And now that name will go down in history. My friend up there probably sees it too, right? Choi Tae-seo from that day borrowed your name, so if you're upset, come and talk it out. Even though they are separated by life and death, they made a promise. Even if he stopped at 14, in Choi Tae-seo's dream when he visited, it was their own little world. Noon Tae-seo wants to send his friend a message of gratitude, thanking him for leaving a lasting memory. People around the world will remember how gentle you were. And I'll do the same, pursuing the dream of becoming a screenwriter in Siyun again, until my name is etched in everyone's mind. Thanks again, Dong-guk. On the other hand, our young actor is currently going to meet Mr. Bate at his invitation. The boy has surprised him many times, and this time he recognizes him too. How could Dong-guk not know? This is the idol he admired even in his past life. He sipped his tea and got straight to the point. The admiration of Ngai Bet is very clear, because if you watch the video long enough, you will understand the value and ideas of the director, independent films, and a different path from industrial films, but the performance of Dong-guk has erased those prejudices. The director was shocked when the young man could control the audience so well, especially in the final scene where he had to swallow his scream as if it were a wave silently crashing down on everything. And with the keen eyes of someone with decades of experience, he wondered if he was watching a child actor perform. Is there someone else inside? Dong-guk felt a jolt of fear, almost as if he had been exposed. The sharpness of Mr. Bet's eyes was enough to leave people speechless. But at times like this, you have to play dumb and find a reasonable excuse to let it slide. Sure enough, he restrained the gaze that seemed to see through everything and wanted to ask something. Do you plan to study acting, young man, in a child's body? I don't know if he was joking or serious, but it was enough to make Dong-guk break out in a sweat. In reality, it's because the tourist season is approaching, so he wants to suggest that No goes to Seoul with him to learn acting. In the end, Dong-guk politely declined, wondering if his nephew didn't like the old man's house. Deep down, he felt uneasy and restless, mostly having to live with a top director in the South Korean film industry. However, under the direction of Bet, a man known as the fairy godfather of cinema, if it were in a previous life, you would follow him even if it meant putting your work aside. But in this life, it's different. You can't help with your mom's work during winter break, it's tough. So the small condition I want to put forward must be worth it, or rather, a fair exchange. Even as an actor or whatever, Dong-guk won't abandon his mother to chase after a career in this life. And that little boy promised his mother he would hold tightly to his own happiness, so Dong-guk's condition was to let him become a star under his guidance, not like a cameo. The boy's condition kept echoing in his ears, constantly worrying him. Even during tea time he couldn't focus. The person he's talking to is a grandchild who has been working with the director since childhood. The chatter about the past was a bit annoying as they were discussing Dong-guk. Actually, this person is also an actor that the director brought home to train and tried to improve their acting, but so far it hasn't worked. Sir Bet felt it was truly nostalgic. Right then, the other person asked about Dong-guk, whether that kid had the potential to be an actor. And actor Chun Hoin questioned the director, wondering if that kid was worth his attention. The old man exposed him, saying he's this grown up and still jealous. Song and Chun Hyun were both influenced by the director, so he was curious whether he or the child actor Dong-guk had more potential. A meaningless question if the child doesn't watch the movie that boy starred in at the film festival. Of course he watched it, which is why he's asking this question. Honestly, if Chun Hyun is a seed growing from the fertile soil of cinema, then that child is a seed in a barren land. That's how the director sees it. Besides that, Chun Hyun had reached the peak of brilliance, but no one knew how that child would grow up. And this director here likes a wildflower, never knowing when it might disappear. If he roots it deep enough, he will definitely turn it into a star in this movie by Baek Jung-hoon. More than ever, since director Bae began to be called a master of cinema, no one has dared to step forward with enough confidence. Except for this child. He is sure the boy will come here soon. A boy from the barren land will become the most radiant flower. For years he had been searching for someone like that. A child grows against all odds. At that time, Dong-guk had arrived at the fish market, and everyone gathered around as if a festival had begun. Of course, they had to gather here to celebrate Nam-han's mother's new store opening. It's great that the store named after Mom and Young-min has opened. All thanks to Kim for paying off the taxes and arranging transportation. Everyone also helped Mom open her shop like they did, without any jealousy or resentment. Everyone is grateful and appreciates the mother and daughter because thanks to them, Nam-han Market has become famous. So they're here to check out the store with the mother and child before Dong-guk heads to Seon. You agreed to stay in Seon with Director Bet during the winter break. This mother will always hold her son's hand whenever he pursues something for himself. She told her son to take good care of himself. People around them kept teasing the mother and child to keep them from feeling too sad about the separation. Dong-guk is very grateful to everyone here, and he promises that even if he becomes an actor, he won't forget this Nam-han fish market. Not long after, the young child actor became more famous than ever, as people could recognize his face wherever he went. Little had to push her way through to reach her mother's stall to help, but she turned out to be able to do everything herself. Now Gut realizes that her mother is not only great at business but also skilled at preparing fish. Because there were many people around her mom, the child actor felt much more relieved. Dong-guk promised to return soon. Time flies and the winter break has finally arrived. The place where Dong-guk arrived was the old-style house of Director Bet. As soon as you entered, the assistant made you a warm cup of ginger tea. Just took a few sips when Bet arrived. The man behind chuckled, wondering if Dong-guk knew who this guy was. This is An Chung-hwin. Who else could it be, since he was one of the first to start an acting career in Korean films? No doubt when saying An Chung-hyung is the senior of Song Chung-seot. Even famous actors, including Dong-guk, have used your videos as study material. But after Director Baek passed away in his previous life, An Jung-hyung suddenly announced he was quitting his career, and now Dong-guk is standing in their timeline before that event happened. If it were in the position of the previous life, that would be impossible. He couldn't believe he was standing alongside two legends of that smokeless industry. Un Young-hyun was extremely lenient with Dong-guk, so he overlooked the boy's mistake, forgetting to greet him because he was too surprised. But where else did he hear about you? Then An Chung started the introduction to see if the kid knew anything about the careers of those who are currently trending in the industry like him. Who would have thought she would chatter away, even talking about the first movie An Chung-hwin worked on with Director Bet. It's a very hard-to-get movie and strictly off-limits for minors. Hyo-hyun Dong-guk. The famous actor revealed that all the praise and information about Dong-guk were mentioned by the director Do. He mentioned the kid once while drinking at a street stall with An Chung-hwin, saying he saw a version of Chung-hwin while reading the script. Dong-guk hadn't considered that a director would say that, but to break the young director's surprise, he also started a conversation, reminding the boy to ask if he had called Mr. Kim yet. He already called Mr. Kim before coming here because he was worried that Guthan Thwang might make a mistake when meeting a famous director. But there's nothing wrong. Getting to this point made Ong feel much more energetic, didn't it? This made An Chung-hyung wonder if he had a grandson behind his back. Later that evening, Dong-guk was given a change of clothes prepared by Ong for bed. Just stepped outside and saw him sitting there gazing at the moon. Seems like neither of them could sleep. Dong-guk chews on a few grains of the chinko seeds that Mr. Dua handed him while watching the first snowfall. Both the grandfather and grandson started talking about acting. For Dong-guk, acting is an adventure. He's been acting his whole life, but it's the first time he's heard such a perspective. Acting is a way to become an actor, so he thinks it's a journey. It will stretch like an endless hallway to the point where even Dong-guk never wants to see the end. This boy is different, not looking for the end point of acting. To put joy and life's emotions above the lines, that's the way to become an actor. Understanding the boy's perspective, the director handed Dong-guk a script to read. All of it was handwritten, so Dong-guk guessed it was the old script. But things aren't that simple. You looked at him in shock to make sure you weren't seeing things. The director's smile was full of meaning. This is the script he has cherished and been most excited about for a long time. Dong-guk was completely terrified by this scenario, which in his previous life was only revealed when Ngai Bet was lost. In other words, the old script was entirely the answer to the conditions set by Dong-guk. It seems unrealistic and the age doesn't match. The director knows well because the main character is a young man. That's why he said, if Dong-guk wants to continue acting, he can become the main character in the script. So are you interested in Dong-guk? If not, it would be a lie because you've always wanted to work with Director Baek throughout your past life. Finally, the creator of these veteran films is eagerly anticipating this winter vacation of Dong-guk. The next day, Dong-guk turned a new page. Everything about him right now is still too hard to believe. This month will mark a new beginning for this life. Just stepped out of the elevator, Dong-guk ran into Mr. Kim. He cared for the boy like his own son, so he rushed over and hugged him immediately. The director Bet apologized to Mr. Kim for being so late, saying that the breakfast was too delicious and made him lose track of time. After warmly greeting each other, they went inside and were served the familiar ginger tea. If you drink as fast as Mr. Kim, It will definitely taste bitter and hot like this. Sitting in the middle of the elegant office, all three began their main work. The actors at Mr. Kim's company have been working with director Bayet for a long time already, and he is a director with an extremely professional work ethic. Above all, Mr. Bet has given high praise to Mr. Kim's protégés, who are all excellent, likely because the director has a kind heart. Now let's get to the main point. The director Bet wants Dong-guk to be the cameo for the job he is preparing. The boy himself didn't expect to become cameo. He will be the one to choose the audition roles, including the lead. But just because there's great acting potential doesn't mean Dong-guk is automatically selected. He must have found the right actor who fits the desired image among thousands of candidates already. That is why there is a rumor in Youngmo that to become a star from a script and the work of director Bayet, you must be blessed by God. And he is currently expressing interest in Dong-guk. Of course, even if you wanted to perform for 10 days straight, he would still do it. Now how should you respond properly? Catmeo is an extremely poetic noun. In other words, it can be implicitly understood as a scene stealer. Wherever there's a celebrity, it doesn't need to be an actor. You only need to appear in the scene when the audience least expects it, and if those scenes aren't prearranged in the script, then you're already a great actor. The impromptu performance made him extremely excited about Mr. Bet's proposal. Just as expected, talking to Dong-guk made Ongbet find it quite interesting. After the discussion, Mr. Kim breathed a sigh of relief, as he had been so worried that his neck hurt. When Dong-guk was about to leave, Mr. Kim had something to say. He smiled awkwardly, wanting to ask the little guy if he thought they should put acting on hold for 3 years. Of course, you were immediately startled because Kim said so. In fact, it's nothing because the time of being a student will pass and never come back, so Kim wants you to enjoy that precious time. The truth is, Dong-guk can't remember how he studied in school in his past life. Middle school and high school weren't even worth mentioning. In college, when everyone else was having fun, you always had to devote your time to scripts and acting. Dong-guk felt very warm, thankful to the director for reminding him of something he had forgotten in a past life. And the next surprise location is at Hangyoung University. Even scarier, this is Dong-guk's old school. All he remembers from his school days are just bits and pieces, and suddenly, here he is again. Little Tam's mind was in turmoil when Mr. Bet asked if he had ever been here. How could he possibly maintain a calm facade in front of someone so sharp? There is one thing Dong-guk still wonders. Why did they come here? The director's smile, faintly visible on his time-worn face, simply stemmed from wondering if there was someone suitable for the minor roles and wanting to assess Cameo's qualifications. Dong-guk had no idea what he was talking about. Then he was led into the lecture hall, and of course everyone recognized the August boy and the geography expert. Dong-guk understood them well. Naturally, if a kid was sitting in the hall, they would be curious. At this moment, Mr. Bet was standing at the podium and giving a speech. Today is a special lecture with only one session in the course designed for film enthusiasts. The sound of his voice still filled the room without needing a mic, and his aura immediately drew attention. Dong-guk recognized this as the result of experience and wisdom. Then Bet asked everyone a question. If a director's ability is based on creativity, what about the actors? It is indeed a renowned university for acting, everyone answered correctly. But after spending a lifetime on set, director Bayek believes the most important thing for an actor is not to lose composure. And now in his hands is a stack of scripts. Mr. Bate is a director who enjoys the adventure genre. As a producer, an acting career is not important and not a necessary factor for a director, because they don't just demand brilliance and originality from actors, but a completely new actor. At the same time, the scene he's holding in his hand was recently prepared by the director himself. It's not a cameo role because someone has already played it. So, if there's anyone here confident enough to perform, he'll let them take the role without hesitation. The entire lecture hall enthusiastically volunteered to try acting. Now Dong-guk understands. The statement that he said about who would be suitable for that role before coming in here is because he wants to recruit students. So what if he says he wants to see Kameo's character? That's about to be revealed in what he says next. That is a person who performs together to help the actors on this stage perform at their best. And that cat was none other than Dong-guk. The factor he needs is adaptability, and this talented actor has now inherited a lot from what the past has left behind. The calmness of the boy yet to be discovered intrigued Mr. Bate. Solid rubber grip in hand, and immediately he immersed himself in the character, a rough and rude guy. Dong-guk's role is currently that of a character contrasting. The way a cameo acts is challenging because there's no detailed script. The only thing written on the script is the expression and the manner of acting. But Dong-guk is really doing well. The first student hasn't caught up with his lead. Poor guy, he feels like he's going to be swallowed whole by this high school kid. The entire room fell silent after the high school boy's line. You sincerely thank him for giving you this opportunity. How should I put it? Dong-guk, although he likes student life, feels happy acting, and he guesses this might be a natural talent. Dong-guk speeds up the tempo of the performance to the point that even students who have the script find it hard to act. A high school kid truly makes everyone feel the pressure like a talented director on the rise. Sometimes they even forgot the boy's age. All the students, witnessing that masterful demonstration for the first time, were left speechless. The kid's voice was loud and demanding, questioning those around as if he was older and more experienced. Students sharing the stage didn't dare utter a word. Like, this guy is trying hard to control his acting in front of Mr. Bet and that little kid. But out of fear, he dropped the script. Dong-guk picked it up and dropped the act. Now he's back to being an incredibly cute junior. From the perspective of director Bet, this is not just ordinary talent, but more than a rough diamond. Just started acting, yet it's already so perfect. How could it be possible? And this stirred up a few storms in Bet's heart. He wants to find out all the potential of this child immediately. Then he went to see Dong-guk and said he would introduce someone to help you prepare for the role of cameo. Curiosity overwhelmed Dong-guk as he wondered what the director wanted him to perform and introduce to whom. A few days after the winter break had been tinted with the white of snow, Dong-guk quickly followed the director to the set and blended in right away. Everyone in the group thought that Bet got married late and had a little boy. However, although Do likes the child, the director is still concerned about whether the kid has acted in many movies before. Honestly, he didn't mean to make the kid a hindrance. No matter who it is, director Do will make them more impressive. And more importantly, Bet isn't the type to bother with ordinary people. The director Do had never experienced this strange feeling since the child started filming. When the two arrived here 2 weeks ago, Ngai Do wondered if any young squirrel would go along with Lao Ho and worried that the movie might be a bit harsh for the kid. However, this child does not seem to have that emotion, and he appears to stand out more brightly among the crowd. Generally speaking, he really knows how to take care of and make the team feel comfortable. The boy gave everyone honey water to soothe their throats and even prepared hand warmers for their cold hands. The director Bet also had an inkling of this. Usually, actors without much experience are often busy preparing thoroughly for the shoot. That said, the boy Dong-guk was an exception, confidently stepping onto the set as if it were his home and showing interest in the staff. Song, the director, is curious if the senior has already planned to use that child for the role, right? He wasn't doubting them, but he worried whether they could recreate a traditional epic. Since the boy is just a child, someone else needs to do the voiceover. And because he's known the senior for a long time, this Uncle Do knows very well that it's not the version the famous director wanted to pursue. If you're worried about that, no need. Bong Deotsu has already given permission. Bong Deotsu is a senior in the traditional arts community. Just mention Cao Cao, and here he comes. The voice of Ngai Bong attracts attention from Dong-guk, and it turns out he was visiting his little student. He taught Dong-guk how to keep his voice and how to sing correctly. At the same time, due to the little one's talent, Bong transformed into Bong Kwang Dong-guk. If given the chance, he would rather train the little one to be a singer instead of an actor. But the brown bear behind is too scary, so he passed on the idea. This is also the person Mr. Bet wants to introduce to Dong-guk to help prepare for the role of cameo. Right after the day at the university, they went to Mi-jong-do and Dong-guk, who were specially trained by one of the master singers Bong Deotsu for 2 weeks. At first, when he found out that the role of cameo wasn't just a regular one, but that of a child who could sing traditional songs, he was quite surprised. It seemed like a coincidence. Because in a previous life, Dong-guk had performed in many musicals, so he learned how to project his voice and also picked up some traditional performance techniques from long ago. And he believes that having more than one skill would be an advantage over others, so he has invested his passion. Among them, when he looked into it, one of the most famous singers Bong Dut-do was the most impressive. So you answered all the endless questions about whether you wanted to be a singer or not. Perhaps Dong-guk's singing voice was refined in a previous life, and even though he has been praised countless times for his beautiful singing, he never intended to develop it to this level. Back in the studio, Mr. Bet was quite surprised because the teacher had arrived, despite his strong dislike for appearing in any cut scenes. Dong-guk sensed that there seemed to be some underlying animosity between these two. Will Dong-guk know what they will do during today's filming? You thought for a moment about the teacher's question. Based on the position of the sun, it seems that sunlight will come from the right, so it would be more ideal to have the camera shoot from the left. And the last thing Mr. Bet wants at Dong-guk today is to act like a scene outside, even if there are external noises. He laughed excitedly, full of pride when talking to his grandchild, who always kept up. And it seems like Dong-guk isn't the only one excited about finding something cool. Even Dong-guk felt a bit nervous. Look at the boy's expression, Mr. Bet reassured. Don't be nervous at all because if this old man believes in you and gives you the role, it means you have the ability. Suddenly he became nervous, making it hard for Dong-guk to understand. Of course, since his enthusiasm seems like it will never run out at this point. Get ready for the show? Dong-guk, pinching his nose, grumbled to Bo. Do we really have to go this way? Unfortunately, that's what he wanted. Here, they can sing as much as they like for many to hear, but Dong-guk doesn't see anyone around. He reminded his beloved grandchild that just because there's no one around doesn't mean there aren't ears listening to them, even though there are many crowds on the streets and in the forests. It's only a small part of nature. Look at that waterfall. It roars before it calms down, and the wind from the bird's wings has stopped beating. Everything around will now be the audience. Director Do struggled to keep up with Director Bet's thought process while filming. Cameo appeared suddenly and inserted itself right into the middle of the movie for no apparent reason, leaving everyone wondering about its impact. He's sure Director Bet already knew this scene would turn out to be nothing, so all the effort is pointless. The sound of drums echoed. Now the two of them can have some fun in the mountains. Suddenly Director Do realized it. A boy radiates a full sense of grandeur in nature, from his voice to his demeanor. A few days later, Dong-guk had an appointment at Sungon Entertainment Company. Your guide today is the unpleasant lady from the movie August Boy once starred in. Now she is guiding the boy to get accustomed to the entertainment company because, in any case, they are family. On the summary board of the actor's film achievements, there's also the Boy of August. Then actor Bat suddenly remembered and asked Dong-guk if he was going to the year-end awards ceremony, but to his surprise, the boy didn't even know what it was. The August Boy achieved the highest ratings in the miniseries category on KBS, so Dong-guk has to participate. The invitation letter has already been sent to the company, and Bet's sister will definitely not participate in that outfit she bought last time, just asking as a backup. But we must strictly forbid the van ride because if that happens again, she'll be lugging the kid around the mall all week. Luckily, Mr. Kim showed up just in time. He took the opportunity to ask how the young man was living at Director Bet's house. Everything was quite comfortable with Dong-guk, and I learned a lot more too. Suddenly the door burst open and an unkempt man with a scruffy beard walked in. Mr. Kim introduced his difficult uncle, who called Dong-guk his friend, as this little guy named Hwang Chon-soo, a shareholder of Sungon Entertainment Company. Dong-guk stood up and greeted politely, but he felt a bit awkward being called a kid, even though it hadn't bothered him before. Mr. Hwang also shook hands to welcome the boy to the company, but the way he talks is really unpleasant when dealing with Mr. Kim with little respect. And Senior Bat seems to be very uncomfortable. Ko hastily brushed off the old man's hand and declined his invitation to play golf because she already had plans with her little one. In front of a child, he kept doing that, making Mr. Kim ask him to stop. It seems like everyone is already familiar with this behavior. Bet, a straightforward and honorable man, couldn't stand it anymore and loudly questioned Mr. Kim. Are you going to let that guy keep acting crazy? He doesn't know anything except how to drink, but the truth is, this isn't something a single shareholder like Mr. Kim can decide on his own. Now Dong-guk remembers. Senior Bet continues to speak out because the entire cast is enduring that guy, relying entirely on Mr. Kim. If that guy isn't kicked out soon, the entire cast will turn their backs on the company. The one thing Dong-guk remembers is why the company Sungon, which produced so many veteran actors, collapsed. Public opinion that year was extremely noisy. The partner fled abroad and the real culprit was caught a few years later. The one forced to bear everything but pushed Mr. Kim out as a scapegoat is shareholder Hwang Chon-soo. While Ko-bet and Mr. Kim were arguing, Dong-guk was racking his brain trying to figure out what to do with this guy. Then suddenly he asked the director if he believed in fortune-telling. So the way Dong-guk thought of was to pretend to be someone who could read fortunes and warn him about the future. Strangely enough, Dong-guk's words echoed exactly what the shaman had said before. You will be stabbed in the back by someone you trust. Every word fits perfectly. Looking at his expression, it seems he believes it now. From here, it's up to him to handle it on his own. The weekend award ceremony came quickly. This time, Dong-guk dressed just as sharply as before. The moment for the 9th award ceremony by KBS for actors is about to begin. What excites Dong-guk the most is that he can see the younger selves of veteran actors from previous lives. He is very happy to have started acting since high school. There are many celebrities in the audience, and the atmosphere here is tense too. The little one sitting next to him whispered, asking if he thought he would win the prize. The award the child is talking about is for amateur actors. It turns out she heard that the Biki Tree would drop the award for young people and turn into Rookie. But she didn't know you were here just to fill in the gap, right? But this girl is aiming for a different prize. Just at that moment, the sharp gaze of the lead actress as an adult in August Boy kept staring at Dong-guk. That woman Jang Min-chong keeps glaring for no reason, making Dong-guk feel confused, so he acts scared. Just in time, Senior Bet arrived and saw how deeply our little one was immersed. A strange thing is that as soon as the new actor Bet appeared, Jiang didn't look anymore. Feeling overwhelmed with everything going on, there seems to be something on their mind with that expression. The director Do stood up and took the initiative to check the situation. Dong-guk must admit that Director Do is truly a professional savior. But why did he suddenly look over here? The young man was completely baffled, with a head full of questions. Then he was taken backstage and given headphones, then was made up with the mindset of how things turned out this way. Turns out the singer is facing health issues, and since Dadan is live on TV right now, they couldn't find a replacement. And now things have turned out this way when director Do realized she could sing traditional music, but traditional and pop music are different, man. Dong-guk is sure if you need to go out there and sing traditional music, it will be like singing a song of praise, but God forbid, who will? At the same time, the song you chose is Thojio. Child actor Dong-guk unexpectedly opened the award ceremony. Finally, the moment of singing, just 3 minutes long but felt like a century, was over. Just got down and was immediately grabbed by Baichi Bet. You knew she was about to tease. But the reality is different because the audience's reaction was just amazing. Even the girl next to her blushed deeply. Dong-guk was shocked. How did Bidon-soo suddenly turn into a roasted sweet potato? And now, the highlight of the night, announcing the most beloved couple, awarded to the miniseries August Boy. Dong-guk understood that this movie made the audience pay attention, so it was right to give the most favorite couple award to those two. Feeling vindicated, Miss Jang became extremely arrogant. Although you already knew this would happen, Dong-guk hated that arrogant expression. And the winners of this year's Couple of the Year award have been revealed. The actress Jiang confidently stood up even before her name was called. But the real surprise was when Dong-guk's name was called along with Don-soo's. Everyone was shocked, including the main character. At the quiet coastal village at that time, there was also a special event. Everyone gathered at the village chief's house to watch the award ceremony. At this moment, Mi Dong-guk saw her little son being called out in boundless happiness. Everyone cheered and shouted, convinced Dong-guk would sweep all the awards, leaving the others completely embarrassed. The time Dong-guk began to express his thoughts after receiving the award. He smiled brightly, thanking everyone watching the small screen because it was thanks to them that he is where he is today, so just wait a little longer, this kid will become a famous actor in the future. The words feel so heartwarming. Dong-guk led Don-soo down to the seat, just in time to catch the annoyed expression of Ko Jiang. Even as an adult film actress, Kim Ha-chin still received support, while the other lady did not. However, it doesn't matter much to Dong-guk. What's important is that Dong-guk is sure little Don-soo is eagerly hoping to win this prize. But the girl's answer was no. It's not about the award, but she wants to be on stage with him to receive it. It seems like the young man feels a bit unsure if this is a confession, doesn't he? While Dong-guk's heart was inexplicably racing, Mrs. Bat next to him gruffly asked, "Are you two dating or what?" Dong-guk said no, that's impossible. While Ms. Bat was busy teasing her son Ha-jin, the organizers began announcing the Best Supporting Actress award. Surprisingly, actress Kim Ha-jin, who played the mother in August Boy Ba Soo-jung, was called out. Mrs. Bat now is in shock and speechless. Stand up to receive the flowers and then speak shyly. Actually, she didn't expect this, so in a moment, her strong demeanor turned into a teary one. Actually, Dong-guk understands her. At the end of the day, this is where talented actors are watched by hundreds of people. And now comes the most important award for the young actor. The Rookie of the Year award. The special guest announced the award, letting everyone know there are many talented candidates this year. This year, Dong-guk knows there are many films, and you're just a child actor, so don't expect much. But to be fair, you can't stop hoping. Both Dong-guk's mother as well, and the Rookie award this year will go to the August Boy, the child actor Dong-guk. Seeing no dazed, Ma Bat slapped her back to wake her up, urging her to hurry up. Everyone in the group congratulated the little guy. The efforts of Dong-guk have paid off. It's still hard to believe because this award was never a possibility in a past life. While walking up, he was dazed because no one had ever congratulated him when he stepped onto the stage before. They often call you Rookie the Trash when you grow up and win the award. However, in this life, all the cheers below are real. Dong-guk nervously shared his thoughts on receiving an unexpected award. Looking back, the producer Do and screenwriter Choi made a bold decision, and the members of the filming crew who stood by him during the shoot are all here. You receive so much support that no words can express the gratitude. But there's one person this kid needs to thank the most. And Dong-guk used his heavy dialect to make everyone understand, to send this message to his mother. Even if you know that in a very formal award ceremony, you must use a Seoul accent. But mom really cares about you. In my past life, it was the same. After the award ceremony, my mom wasn't home, and the only things in the closet were old clothes, a small amount of money, an album, and newspapers with pictures of Dong-guk. Is it too late to turn back was the first thing Dong-guk felt. Along with that came pain, regret, and shame. All those emotions burst out at once and he completely broke down. In that life, he thought he was done for. But when he returned to Dongdo at that moment, and in this life, you might experience feelings you've never felt before. Then received encouragement from so many people. Now, actor Dong-guk knows what it feels like to be loved by others. With all the encouragement from everyone, he wants to say thank you, something he's never said before. Thank you, Mom, for raising me. There are many things I can't put into words, and I know you're witnessing this moment, so please live a happy life. This time I will definitely make it up to you, Mom. And the final words blend with the tears. Dong-guk misses his mother so much, the mother of both lifetimes. Even when the person in the previous life was in pain in the hospital, they still smiled. Whether the mother in this life is happy and content, he is always grateful. In the end, the lifelong regret of actor Dong-guk seems to have been resolved. The emotional speech of you is being broadcast nationwide. The grandson who often chats over tea with Bet knows for sure this is a wildflower in the arid land, just to his liking. This child is very close to the image he is looking for. Bet also understands that finding this flower takes time, so everyone will be excited to see you grow up. And when this wildflower reaches full bloom, everyone wonders just how much more exceptional it will become. At the same time, this flower attracted a lot of attention, including that of Lao Huang. He was contemplating how to use the child at this time. And so the last days of the year have come. Snow has finally fallen. The actors attending the award ceremony gathered around to congratulate the boy, and surprisingly they are fans of the August boy, so they will definitely support him in the future. On the contrary, Dong-guk is a super fan of those two. The little girl Daeon-su saw the first snowfall and urged him to make a wish quickly. Today is a new beginning. Dong-guk stared at the falling snowflakes. A new beginning, everything as desired. You truly appreciate it from the bottom of your heart, and from now on, Dong-guk will live the life of an actor. And just like that, 3 years have passed since that day. The voices of young men echoed crisply throughout the port. The old man carrying fish noticed the young man lingering around and reminded him, "The morning breeze has stopped, so head back to Seon quickly." But he just chuckled, saying he still had plenty of time, then suddenly noticed the boat's name had changed. The boat shares the same name as you, Dong-guk, a young talented actor of the village. The old man is small but grows fast. However, there's nothing to worry about because Dong-guk is a name that will become a famous actor in the future. At that moment, the uncle asked about her mother, leaving her unsure how to respond without causing trouble. Who would have thought that just as the words left his mouth, a deep voice called out from behind, "Myung-gut beat our little boy to a pulp for leaving home to help out when he was supposed to be resting." 3 years since the Dong-guk award ceremony deciding on high school in Seoul. Although you've spent a lot of time with Bet, you still want to come back here more, even though he's always grumbling that without Dong-guk, the house is deserted. You have been living with them for quite a while, so you seem quite familiar with this place. Though you still visit your mother in Jongdo every weekend out of concern. And as everyone can see, Mother Dong-guk is very close to Aunt Jiang. So when you hold the train ticket to Seon, you feel more at ease. While Dong-guk starts anew as a high school student, a woman closed the door to her room and pondered the new movie. Almost drove Ko to the point of madness, causing a commotion. Before that, she confidently told everyone, "I will take the lead role period." That's what someone who left their confidence in the meeting room would say. After debut as a young screenwriter, this lady was labeled the wild screenwriter, queen of screenwriters for creating so many hits for series. But the screenwriter Huang is currently stuck, and Chinese partners keep bothering him constantly. She has no idea if finishing this pile has any meaning. There isn't any main character image in mind at all, so the assistant screenwriter suggested choosing Bexi's Day. What do you think? Huang's gaze turned somber, the reason being that the main character of this movie was supposed to be a high school student, yet they used someone like Bat, who's already in his 30s. The assistant is very worried because the council will be very upset, even though there's a proposal to use a vocalist from a famous band as the main character, but the scriptwriter still won't agree. Huang, the screenwriter, doesn't care. They say it's good because of who they are, so there's no need to worry about acting skills. However, she will never let an unsuitable actor perform. By the way, where are you going? Who would have thought Huang, the screenwriter, would drop everything and run off to find the main character of his life? The assistant cried her eyes out. "Sunbae, you've got your shoes mixed up." Regarding the Dong-guk when returning to Seon, he began his high school student life. "The neighborhood you live in belongs to Mr. Bate, so it's very peaceful here. You're pretty sure this life is somewhat similar to the previous one, yet different in some ways. Dong-guk had a scar at this age, but now it's gone, and his body is very well proportioned. And your face is even paler." Just at that moment, Uncle Chu suddenly burst in, startling him. Then he prepares his bag for school. Director Bet couldn't believe how fast time flew by. Before he knew it, No was already in high school. And this high school student is also very famous. Now the house is left with only 2 elderly people. This is the life you have always dreamed of. Spring has finally arrived. At school, Dong-guk is extremely energetic with his sports talents. The young boy is truly living as the center of attention for everyone around him. The rude classmate shouted loudly on the basketball court, "Dong-guk, stop being the class president already, because if the teacher isn't here, we should be studying on our own." The young man knows exactly how to use his looks to soothe his friend, especially since it's break time now. Little Furious warned Dong-guk to stop seducing girls like that. It's ridiculous that even after midterms are over, they still have to keep their heads down and worry about test prep. The reason she's here is because the teachers told her to go to the bench near the basketball court after lunch to ask around. The girl heard that someone at this school requested to meet Dong-guk, even though she graduated a long time ago and now works at a television station. To make this young boy understand why it was him, the reason is that she made a good impression on that TV station, Mr. 10 Million Cameo. That title made this cameo puff up with pride. That nickname is really something. Then, after being allowed to ask whatever her classmate wanted, she immediately asked why Dong-guk didn't act in movies while still in school. Maybe Mr. Kim had to remind you to focus on your studies so you could have so many memorable moments. Of course you don't stop acting completely but only appear in many films with cameo roles. A cameo attracted 10 million viewers and was nicknamed Sir Cameo, 10 million. But what you need right now is a healthy relationship and friends. It is not a false report like in the previous life, but a real report. You should show sincerity to director Kim, so the answer is that sometimes actors look for roles, but often the roles will find them. She wants to hear the rest. But it's gone now anyway. Dong-guk naturally got curious and interested in your story. Little blushed and kept explaining, because her mom was a fan of the August boy, so she was forced to watch. Is that okay? Dong-guk chuckled and decided not to tease her anymore. In short, the plan after lunch was to meet with the senior and guide her. But the handsome appearance of the actor truly has an incredibly strong impact. As for the director Huang, who is fiercely determined to find the main character, a wish came true as a ball flew straight towards her. But if it doesn't get better, the front is ruined, Director Huang. Luckily, a boy stepped in front and caught the ball while reminding the others on the field to be careful. The boy from that year with Visuo Millions apologized to the sister on behalf of the others and by the way asked if she was okay. But she was really unwell, so she knelt down on Mr. Chiugamyo's knees. In the end, she finally found the main character of the movie. After school, Dong-guk had an appointment with the mother of the August boy. More precisely, it's Chibat. They had just arrived home when mom of Baek Sudan came out to greet them. The whole house gave Dong-guk a different perspective, knowing she was very wealthy but never imagined to this extent. There were rumors saying her family was connected to the second generation of a chaebol, not sure if it's true. Moreover, her father seems to be a judge. No wonder she always gets straight to the point, whether right or wrong. Senior Bat noticed the kid was distracted and woke him up. What are you thinking about, Dong-guk? Welcome Dong-guk is an extremely lavish and abundant meal. All of it was prepared by Bat's mother, so Dong values it greatly. This is a thank you meal for this little boy. Her daughter has changed a lot thanks to him. Before she only cared about herself, but now she volunteers with her and even sends gifts to the school for disadvantaged kids before she does. Then, when she asked what happened to the girl, she said she was very grateful since filming started, which is why they had such a lavish meal today. Dong-guk smiled along. He had wondered why she was so kind. Now he understood, just like her mother. The old mother sometimes feels tired, and now she doesn't want anything but for the girl to find her other half and get married. Dong-guk Tin was about to say something more, but Mi-bat quickly covered the boy's mouth. All these things are Dong-guk's revenge on her. Even when it's grown this big, she still thinks it's just a kid. Ms. Bat was exposed too much, so she got up before being urged by Dong-guk to hurry up after eating. Both of you still have a meeting. Mr. Kim has something to discuss. In the end, she hadn't even finished eating before being dragged away by the ear. Dong-guk followed her closely, feeling extremely downhearted. The mother of the senior is very happy because this overly quiet house now feels much more lively. Dong-guk said goodbye to him and promised to meet again. Just got in the car, Dong-guk said something confusing about what Bat's mother didn't know. She really wanted to date someone, even though Daeon-soo and Dong-guk kept teasing her on set. In short, this woman is extremely single despite being a famous actress. On the flower-filled road, the driver witnessed the chaotic scene between those two, and wondered if they were sisters or something, meeting and immediately getting into a fight. On the other hand, Tianboy Huang just got home and started mumbling like a robot while watching Dong-guk's movie non-stop. It's because she can't ignore the excitement flowing in her heart, so she has to watch it over and over again. The assistant understood. It seems she gets excited every time she remembers that fateful day. But now let's get back to work, Biddy Kim is calling again. As soon as she spoke, Huang grabbed the phone immediately. The other side hadn't even had time to react before she demanded, "Listen up carefully. If you speak to the reporters like that again, I will never work with CBC again, and I'm starting to write the script today." The sudden but confident statement because she found the person, actor Dong-guk. And this is a story about passionate youth. Youth is exactly what its name suggests, a story about a young man and a boy, like the natural cycle of changing seasons. The script of Youth has reached the hands of Dong-guk. You were quite surprised when Mr. Kim revealed that B from CBC had come here and begged. Work swiftly and efficiently even if it means holding tightly to Mr. Kim's pant leg. BD must keep the person that scriptwriter Huang carefully selected after much effort. Dong-guk was shocked. It was the first time he saw B personally come here to beg for a role. However, even though the project is very interesting, Dong-guk's school isn't even an art school, so if you're busy with studies, it's going to be tough. NHO smiled and told Kim it's all good. While they were in a meeting, Lao Huang burst in after hearing people talk at CBC. He picked up the script and made comments as if he knew everything about screenwriting and film genres. And what's even more shameless is that he wants a few, but knows perfectly well that Mr. Kim won't give any. More than anything, the sly old fox knows that the actress Bat will also dive into this project. The name Bat Min-chan and Dong-guk offers a lot to ponder. There are two types of people in the entertainment industry. The first are those who come here because they want to perform like Chibat, and the second are those who follow Hwang Chun-soo for money. And Bat Min-chan is the second type. Mr. Kim firmly stated there is no Baek Min-cheon, Dong-guk will handle this project. I know Lao Hwang will be surprised, but BD Kim already said it. If it's not Dong-guk, then it's no good, so don't waste time looking for something else. That old man openly disrespected Dong-guk, mocking him, saying how much money can you make when you've been here for a year just being a show-off. He started criticizing Mr. Kim too blindly. If he was a child actor deserving of the award 3 years ago, shouldn't he have gone to an art school or something by now? But it stopped performing and only appeared as cameo. This made him unable to take advantage of Dong-guk, so he started bluffing, trying to push you aside. And he blatantly demanded that if you're going to invest, then make some money out of it. Mr. Kim paused for a moment because of those words. The hands trembled with anger. Dong-guk sighed in frustration at his reckless money-spending habits when he wanted to let Bat Min-chan join in. You directly interrupted, expressing that if someone couldn't act, you wondered if they could ever become an actor. Old Hwang, embarrassed and furious because Dong-guk dared to interrupt. But in return, he got a contemptuous laugh from Soo-doon himself. Ko thought that rascal was incredibly funny. That man sneered that Soo-doon was rude and that actor Bat didn't need to act anymore. He threatened to throw someone down into another failed project easily. The actress Bat in Dong-guk's eyes is a successful woman who wants to dedicate herself to her career, despite having stumbled before. But that director Hwang doesn't know anything and makes careless statements like that. So Chonan Dong-guk didn't hold back and directly called Lao Hwang stupid. He was both shocked and furious, veins popping out all over his face. Actually, even Dong-guk was surprised, and without thinking, he just blurted it out. He began to take action to fix the boy's rude behavior, but he thought this was where Mr. Kim punched him once. The old man doesn't understand a thing. Kim was furious, cursing him for daring to injure his actor, that bastard. On a beautiful day a few days later, the class president came looking for Dong-guk. Hurry to inform all students to gather in the classroom just because of you, and they want to know if the news in the paper is true. While Dong-guk didn't understand, the news the class president was talking about was with Seo Min-hye. The main female character, Seo Min-hee, will collaborate with Dong-guk, but this young man indifferently ignores it as he doesn't realize the truth. Even so, you still know this name well. She is a famous teenage star, considered the best young actress. Previously, she was the leading actress of the top two-tier group, with an image of an innocent coach. During that time, Ko began to develop into a famous rookie, and for that reason, there were many rumors that the male lead had a rather bad relationship with her, and maybe everyone felt lucky that he was chosen, right? Right then, the class president pulls out the script. Ko asked Dong-guk to confirm if it was true that he joined Toy Tray as the male lead. Suddenly, Dong-guk flirtatiously asked the class leader, "You really like me a lot, don't you?" Naturally, saying something that scares people, class leader warns not to laugh like that anymore. A few days later came the script reading session. Some staff here don't even know who Dong-guk is. It turns out that because Dong-guk won the Rookie Award 3 years ago, and then stopped gaining fame, some people now see him as a strange wildflower. However, they felt it was a bit much because if Seo Min-hee was chosen, the male lead would have to pay a large sum to act with her. Since Seo Min-hye is known as a clue chip in this industry, the movie might become a big hit if she participates. However, it's rumored that actor Dong-guk has stopped acting since his childhood roles. This is uncertain, but he's quite popular in Chungmu-ro with cameo roles in the series by director Bet, who has the nickname 1 Million Cameos. The spiky-haired reporter criticized, saying that cameo and acting are different. Just at that moment, someone reminded the two why they didn't follow him to the script reading area. The irritable man is Sunba and is extremely annoyed that reporter Jiang isn't following the schedule. More importantly, the famous production director Kai BC of the Boy of August series mentioned that the media is heavily discussing the project of screenwriter Hwang, and he reminded the young reporter that even if there were any rumors about the king of screenwriters like Hwang's screenwriter, the Dong-guk is still supported by the public. The guy next to me agreed that he was really strict. Before turning away, he added a reminder for both of them to remember, even if they can't make it to the top, they won't end up in third place. Now the script reading begins. People greeted each other in order. There are a few people here that Dong-guk recognizes, and the pretty girl over there is Seo Min-hye, but she is completely different from her appearance as she deeply despises Dong-guk. It might be because you're Ryuki, so that girl keeps glancing and asking, a cold war has already started. The assistant announced the reading session would start from the 37th basketball court scene. Min-hye was extremely confident, glancing at the script while acting, asking Do-chin what time it was that he was still playing ball. She read the script fluently like a professional machine. The screenwriter Hwang was extremely happy and excited because Seo Min-hee was deeply focused on reading the script. She read to the part that said, "If you don't like any confession, then maybe your taste is quite important, right?" Just looked up at Dong-guk, and the call was already frozen. Every word Min-hee struggled to speak until the line, "We're friends." Speech was completely stammered. The feelings of Dong-guk control everything. From your friend, Thuk Nu Koi. The boy's eyes were full of sorrow. Am I just a friend to you? All reporters completely stopped writing and were captivated by Dong-guk. Now Seo Min-hee truly understands what it means to be a rookie. The script reading session isn't just about reading, more than anything, with all her natural talent and beauty. The current situation is completely different from the past. In other words, it made the actress, who had been praised to the skies, feel ashamed as if he were teaching her how to act like a rookie. Even the Uncle Soonba had an enlightening experience. Director Do once said he doesn't need to see whether the script is long or short. To put it bluntly, those who have seen Dong-guk in person and placed their hopes in him are wondering what kind of person he is. Now it can only be described with 2 words. Excellent quality. Everyone here must have seen that writer Hwang will create a new hit for Korean dramas, and actor Dong-guk will be the center. In the late afternoon, the station SBS was thrown into chaos. The familiar tearful face of Bai clinging to the director's pants, begging for more production money because the movie is sure to be a hit. Reporters have read the script and are ready to publish an article saying the film will be a blockbuster, so it can't fail due to a lack of funding. He wanted to pull his leg out. BD Kim said he talked too much, but his previous record was that he had also said he would produce a flashy movie, so he spent a lot of money. BD Kim tried to dodge, saying everything was up to the screenwriter, so this time the project is sure to be a hit. The director misunderstood that the star of the movie this time was Min-hee, so he asked how long she could stay, but what BD Kim wanted to mention was the male lead, Dong-guk. That is what a 1 million person cat Meo Jung Dong-guk emphasized word by word for the director. Summing it up, if the director doesn't give more money, BD Kim will throw a fit here. He's on the brink of death, so he promised to think about it more. In the end, the forced negotiation for buying and selling was successful. Just went outside and saw Bido from the entertainment area looking upset, so I approached to ask. But it's best to stay quiet because she doesn't know that the tape was edited by a rookie, so it got messed up, resulting in a series of effects running and then exploding. I even heard that the manager found out and is now pulling the tape and wrapping it around her neck. The bitter truth is, she has no emergency funds, and the guest in the video is now very busy and doesn't want their schedule delayed. BD Kim naturally suggested getting help. Not sure how he's going to help, but there's definitely something ominous in Dong-guk. A young man was eating at home when he suddenly sneezed sideways. About BD Kim from DCBC. Everyone knows him, a person with a sparrow-like mouth, and everyone is aware of his abilities. Actually, Dong-guk knew he was a free-spirited person who would eventually leave CBC and become a film director for a cable channel. First, we must face the current situation. BD Kim has invited Dong-guk to come to the rescue for the girl in entertainment. The entertainment department is so happy it makes me cry. Facing a friendly actor like Dong-guk, his career is surely saved. So when Dong-guk suggested a short interview before recording, the girl didn't think it was necessary and wanted to go straight into it. Actually, you feel a bit awkward because you haven't watched much TV before, so you haven't seen Chiki's show yet. BD Kim saw the tough situation, so he quickly sped up the process, telling everyone to go have lunch and leave the rest to him to explain to her. Dong-guk was curious about what kind of entertainment show this was that made BD Kim so eager to join. There was no reason for a famous actor not to appear on this show because it would help boost his reputation. Then the two brothers started to talk. When the screenwriter Hwang suggested it, Kim was worried because he thought Dong-guk was just a cameo, but after reading it, he liked her, and his perspective changed completely. BD Kim's eyes grew cunning as he boasted about having watched all of Dong-guk's movies and how the video developed after the script. His appearance at the diff and his acting were very impressive, and with a chilling laugh, BD Kim expressed from the bottom of his heart, "It's truly great to have a talented actor like Dong-guk to help." Naturally, he laughed too much, scaring her off during today's shoot. Just as Song the actor arrived, was about to ask if the actor Song was filming today, but the person had already disappeared. He's even faster than a breeze. Dong-guk couldn't understand why everyone was acting so strangely during the shoot. After finishing makeup, everyone started moving, and the destination was a swimming pool. Dong-guk. The basic rule of this show is if you say the password, the seat will flip, throwing you into the water. So why bother putting on makeup? Many famous actors want to make a short impact here, but Dong-guk feels the atmosphere is a bit tense, and the lady next to him radiates a familiar deadly aura. Sitting next to Seo Min-hee, Dong-guk felt a bit sorry for her. No matter how easygoing she was, it was still tough to see her image being ruined. The quick-witted MC introduces the two main characters who have been making headlines recently to heat up the show. Seo Min-hai quickly covered his face, while Dong-guk focused intently on the game. It seemed he had no chance to guess right away. The keyword appeared to be quite easy, so he wouldn't be out early. The gift from heaven arrived before the young man could greet. The chair of Dong-guk came apart. All you said was hello everyone, and then you sank straight to the bottom of the lake. This is quite a sweet and damp beginning, reminding Dong-guk of the southern harbor. Dong-guk resurfaced to a warm welcome once again from MC. You chuckled, not noticing the hot body right there in front of everyone. Everyone, both men and women, blushed at that figure. On the other hand, backstage BD Kim approached the manager Song. He came here because he didn't think Song would work with Seo Min-hee, but Hee Kwan had already forged some good knives in this position. Actually, Song didn't think it was a tough challenge, so he brought Min-hai here with all his effort. Fortunately, on Dong-guk's side, his company has already agreed, so she came here without a manager. Even more surprising is that an actor like Dong-guk rides a bicycle. I know Son Kwan is poor, but BD Kim says it's because he likes it that way. Even so, Son Kwan has turned around because of the case of Dong-guk Nha. Previously CEO of Son Kwan Company, Hwang Cheo-soo, was arrested for embezzlement and illegal distribution. When he was chosen for the cast of Youth, Mr. Kim of Son Kwan got furious and beat Mr. Hwang. Two people started arguing, and soon after Kim brought out a stack of documents. He threw all the papers in Lao Hwang's face as proof of the mess he had caused. Then asked actress Bat to take young Dong-guk outside. Now they both witnessed what Lao Hwang did under the name Song Kwan. Illegal distribution, embezzlement, bribery, and this is all the evidence for that outrageous act. Mr. Kim raised his voice, letting out all his frustration. Do you think I'm still a pushover you can manipulate? Manager Song, Mr. Kim must have been preparing for a long time before making that move. He has the nickname Buddha, but when he gets mad, he's like a raging bull. Was saying that it was necessary to pull B away. Kim went to hide behind Min-hai, almost got caught. Song asked B to Kim, how is the filming going? I'm hiding and don't dare to watch. It turned out better than expected because this Kim himself made it. This pride is exactly what BD Kim wanted because this atmosphere perfectly fits the youthful image, allowing them to gradually warm up. The days after the shoot for Toy Tray have begun. Dong-guk Kwakaso is known as the Mermaid Prince by everyone in the industry. Others get super excited just seeing Dong-guk on the show, but why is the Mermaid Prince carrying stuff here? Just helping out as usual. But Dong-guk also wants to be a staff member. The staff member immediately cried and begged Dong-guk not to make the staff do anything but act. Another side, BD Kim is showcasing her quick-witted, fast-talking talent to discuss some details in the script. He entrusted all his passion and expectations to the director of sound and lighting, making him want to quit the profession terribly. Anyway, there's already a mermaid prince here, so no worries. The atmosphere is great right now, too. The scene was set, and with everything ready, they started walking alongside the bike. As Kim Do-jin was walking, a voice suddenly rang out, harshly questioning why he was walking alone. The girl, annoyed, chased after him in her school uniform, yelling at her friend to stop or at least slow down. I don't know if he's serious or what, but if she gets penalized for being late, it'll be for 3 whole days. Then it has nothing to do with Do-jin, knowing that, just go early. After saying that, he left in a hurry. But because it made someone too happy, I couldn't really give it up. Baidi Kim was extremely satisfied with the sound and lighting on site. In the end, just teasing my friend for fun, Kim Do-jin lets her hop on the back seat. Bai noticed something strange. Seo Min-hee is usually a cheerful person in real life, so why did she act like that? So Kim wants to let N go. Just then, Dong-guk suddenly changed the situation, creating a highlight by grabbing Min-hai's hand and gently reminding, hold on tight, or do you want to fall? In the end, Seo Min-hee finally relaxed her facial muscles, and the two of them really looked like a pair of youthful school friends with innocent rosy cheeks. The needle can be seen. Kim Do-jin's ears turned red from that hug. This scene is really great. We can end it here. In a distant place outside of Seoul, Mi Dong-gut is preparing food to bring to the boy. The neighbor lady saw you making so much food, it's like you're getting ready for a party. Generally, whatever you want, just remember to bring this. The neighbor reminded me about the salty clams and shrimp that Dong-guk really likes, so she made them. Mom Dong-guk was really surprised and didn't know how to thank you enough. These little sweethearts don't need any thanks. They're all from Namport, so this is within their capacity. And while she's in Seoul, the neighbor lady suggested it, so she'll look after Namhan for you. Just at this moment, she remembered something else. She handed her mother a small envelope, as she was living alone in Seoul, so the neighbor wanted to give the child some savings to use. Mother Dong-guk wanted to refuse but couldn't say anything in the face of her neighbor's enthusiasm. The people here are truly kind to the mother and child. In the end, only a thank you with a sincere smile can be said. The commotion from mom and the neighbor made Dong-guk feel irritated without knowing why. The next scene is about to start filming. That was the scene where Kim Do-jin was by the school's water tap. The vibrant features of a young boy are perfectly revealed in front of the camera. It's honestly really great that BD Kim found Dong-guk for this role. The beauty of Kim Do-jin was captured very successfully. Around him, the schoolgirls couldn't help but blush shyly. Everything is absolutely perfect with nothing to criticize. The girl Kim Do-jin yelled loudly, searching until he naturally left and drove away without any decency. Do-chin giggled quietly. Because teasing this friend is a hobby, he intentionally said, "I like doing that to adjust your attitude." Seeing No's anger rise, Do-jin threw her a towel. A close friendship that has lasted 10 years is something unforgettable, filled with hidden emotions. And this scene ends here. Everyone did really well except for Min-hye, who felt a bit tired. "I don't know what's going on with me. Why do I keep thinking about him?" The image of Dong-guk in Min-hee's memory is incredibly vivid. Ancient sulked, burying his face, not wanting to accept the truth. It was all because of that program. Just the text. Just when she didn't know where to hide her face, the manager suggested calling Dong-guk over, making her jump in surprise. Turns out it was just a trick to get her attention when she was too distracted, but that guy Dong-guk is really impressive. Objectively speaking, actors who adapt quickly like Dong-guk are very rare. Song Min-hye knew all along that the manager wanted Dong-guk to join this side, but he already had a contract with Sun Quan. However, there's no rule that says an actor has to stay with one company forever. This makes Min-hye think of the prospect of becoming colleagues with Dong-guk. Thinking about that young idol makes her heart flutter. Everything must stop right before Ko's face catches fire. So, the young man, feeling love for the first time, is trying to deny his true emotions. Raw footage was quickly sent to the editing room at SBS. B's non-stop chattering made Jay Eat It want to sew her mouth shut. That guy even promised to buy beef and stuff, but she doesn't need it, okay? Seriously, only an idiot would need extensive training just to avoid letting people around him dictate everything. Then saw her with just a few strands of hair left, yet kept pushing for overtime. And Ko became rude asking BD Kim if he wanted to shove everything into part 1, then how would the remaining parts be played? BD Kim's nature is to ignore anyone who scolds or yells, so when he just discovered the director, he immediately dragged him in. He came to check if everything in episode 1 were okay. The editor immediately had to shut up when seeing the director. The director couldn't stand B's attitude, immediately warned Kim to stop joking around, asking if he knew other directors complained a lot. Was he so confident this series wouldn't get ghosted? BD Kim's smile became more sinister than usual. The phrase "en beau" is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That guy will probably wear a blue tie every day after the movie premieres. The playful nature of BD Kim completely disappeared, replaced by a sharp gaze. He dares to bet that the actors in this movie will be loved more than anyone else. In the following days, Dong-guk settled in Mr. Kim's office to learn, which made him a bit shocked. "You're about to have a final exam, so you need to study." After the storm in Songguan passed, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. And thanks to that, Dong-guk could visit the chairman's office whenever he wanted. Mr. Kim confidently asked the boy if he wanted to attend Hanguk University. Dong-guk smiled without saying anything, proving that it was true. Dong-guk always sets his goals at the highest peak, and deep down, he wants his mother to always be proud. At this moment, Mr. Kim remembered that Mai's mother, Dong-guk, would be coming tomorrow, so he suggested taking a tour around the film studio. You wonder if it's okay? Because this is the first time Dong-guk performed for his mother. Mr. Kim doesn't understand what happened, does he? The boy is just shy, it's his first time being seen by his mom. Mr. Kim encouraged the boy, "It's okay, your mom is just here to visit her son, not to judge your acting skills or anything. She'll be very happy to see you in an environment you enjoy." And he said not to worry because BD Kim had taken care of everything. While relaxing, he suddenly reminded her about the commercial shoot today, making her really anxious. But everything's fine. Mr. Kim is sure Dong-guk was born with a passion for cinema, so when it comes to shooting commercials, he'll have all the experience needed for filming. Dong-guk understood, but still a bit down. Just at this moment, the person responsible for bringing Dong-guk to the film set appeared. A tall gentleman, so tall that it left him astonished. The passionate young man introduced himself as Lee Bong-chun. The combination of a muscular body and a voice like a wailing animal creates a somewhat odd image. Now Mr. Kim takes out his phone to check the ad topic first. Okay, so Dong-guk had heard before that this was an advertisement for an apple-flavored drink. But it's too brutal. The devil with the forbidden apple is the image of Dong-guk today. You look in the mirror and see yourself like a red devil, just like the one you saw in the Guang Cup in your previous life. The kind director encouraged the kid to feel free and comfortable during the commercial shoot, as long as everyone in front of the screen felt it was fine. Dong-guk was incredibly frustrating. Knowing that once accepted, it couldn't be changed, but it was all because of the troublesome king BD Kim. You're worried that you might mess up the whole set because you've never acted in a commercial before. The image depicts an Eden-like garden filled with many luscious models. Dong-guk is a demon that always craves apples. It slowly walks towards the fruit of knowledge, and paid no attention to the surrounding models. The devil picked up the apple and took a bite. Dong-guk thought it was over, but suddenly received a signal from backstage. The director mouthed the words to Dong-guk to understand. Where is the dialogue? Tuang couldn't say anything because he didn't get any script. Just eat first. In the end, the young man wrapped it up with a cool line. Apples are a favorite dish of gentlemen. The uncle at home laughed so hard he almost hurt himself, his jaw skewed. Mom Dong-guk came up and threw a grand party for everyone. While the boy couldn't figure out why the uncle noticed him, it was just because he happened to walk by and accidentally saw the filming. Seriously, it seems Dong-guk noticed his mother was in pain somewhere and got worried. Actually, she wasn't worried. It was just the first time she met her old flame from her youth, the actor An Chung-hyun. It looks like his mother is very happy, so Dong-guk doesn't interrupt anymore. He had no idea that his mom was a fan of that man. And fortunately, in this life, your mother has many beautiful memories. Bet told the boy to take his mother for a walk around the studio and remember to take care of her. And he was also very happy that Mother Dong-guk had made this house more lively. She felt she needed to apologize for her son bothering the two of them, but she was also relieved to know that someone so kind was by his side. So a sincere thank you is sent to Ngai Bet after everything. Both accompanied mother and child Dong-guk for a joyful walk. Dong-guk promised to come back right away. His mother cheered him on and said he would do well. Dong-guk suddenly took her hand and called out tenderly, Mother, Mom is truly stunning, and you'll show the whole world that, okay? After a while of chatting, Bong-chun arrived and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, startling both the mother and child. With his hair neatly gelled, he introduced himself again as Dong-guk, your travel manager. It's a bit over the top, but Dong-guk's mother still entrusted her son to those working with the boy. And it seems Dong-guk recognized the Busan accent through a few sentences from Bong-chun, so he was a bit curious and asked. He smiled awkwardly, embarrassed for unconsciously speaking in his local accent. His hometown is in Nambo-dong, Busan. The mother of Dong-guk also started a curious conversation about the family that Bong-chung lives with, Seuna. He laughed warmly, telling the mother and child from the family who sold eels at Chogachi Market that 3 years ago, he raised eels on a farm. And the reason he moved to Seon is a bit embarrassing to admit. But there was a movie in Chogachi 3 years ago, where the boss was furious because they blocked the road, and the actors were screaming. But then, he appeared with a loud and clear voice, making all of Chogachi freeze. Even he felt something stir inside when witnessing that scene. And Bong-chun wants to do it with all his passion, one day becoming a supporter for the actors. A few years ago, he could only choose random jobs, then he was introduced to CEO a few times, and had the chance to tell him he wanted to become a manager. Now Dong-guk suddenly realized it. Exactly, that's the knot. Mentioning it makes him really embarrassed. Mom Dong-guk is sure it's destiny, my son. But with Dong-guk, how can it be called destiny? 3 years ago at Traga, only one person was there to laugh for you, to cry for you. You can't believe they both showed up at the same time like some kind of miracle. Very quickly, Dong-guk took his mother to the studio for today's shoot. Baidi Kim warmly reassured her that it's okay. Family members or acquaintances are always welcome to watch. His smooth tongue reminded the little boy not to act up because his mom was here. Then Kim quickly asked about the box in her hand before Mrs. Goot could speak. Luckily, she managed to say a few words introducing the food she made for everyone in the group to enjoy. Very quickly, Baidi Kim turned into the marketing king, persuading everyone to eat the dish made by Mrs. Dong-guk. The old lady found the young man hospitable, but she whispered to her son that she would sit here and watch him. For the first time, Dong-guk felt this anxious, like stage fright creeping up just as he stepped onto the stage and the tension of standing before the audience. The only audience was his mother, whom he had ignored in his previous life. So Dong-guk reminded himself not to hesitate any longer. Be cool and act as naturally as possible. Now, the scene 61, Do-jin and Jisoo in the valley begins. Both went along with a group of friends, and Do-jin was thrilled to immerse himself in the stream and catch fish. Jisoo sat on the rock teasing, "That fish is pretty big, huh? Bragging about it again?" Do-jin responded with a few words and then went quiet again. At this moment, someone grabbed his shirt. The sly guy named Choi swiped the young man's tank top and then put it up for sale. They were about to curse that bastard playing the trick when people on the shore started shouting loudly. Because Jisoo got bitten by a snake. She fainted, leaving her friend in a panic. Do-jin left the body completely naked except for a pair of shorts to check the situation. At this moment, someone's restless hand squeezed Dokun's nose. Jisoo chuckled as he managed to tease his friend. But before she could fully smile, it seems she realized she had gone too far. Do-jin felt both relieved and a bit angry, but above all, reassured. "Jisoo, you made my heart skip a beat." Mother Dong-guk outside is very proud of her wonderful son who is performing exceptionally well on set. After that, the final movie was released, and the youth of Dicey BC became the center of attention. According to Rim Tom's review, they aren't enough to make Dong-guk Mata and Masai Daram, but there's another reason for Dong-guk to spend time on the rooftop. The class president rushed up, yelling at Dong-guk for daring to leave the class and sleep peacefully up here. Everything is so crazy when all the girls from Sunhwa come to their school, and that's the main reason Dong-guk is hiding up here. The class president couldn't understand why this guy, who had been acting since he was a kid, found it so hard to face the fans. Dong-guk sighed in frustration. In his previous life, he was just a supporting character, but now he's suddenly famous and struggling to adjust, especially when everyone is talking about him even during his jogs. The bee and the monkey are both fine after drinking tea. Dong-guk curiously asked if the class president had watched the movie yet. Of course, and there are some quite enjoyable classic lines. For example, apples are a favorite food among gentlemen. It made Dong-guk's skin crawl, and he fiercely demanded the class leader not to imitate like that. As for Biddy Kim, now he's become the darling of director CBC, making it hard for Biddy Kim to adjust. They used to treat each other so poorly. The director cleared his throat and denied any mistreatment, even bragging about the film's numbers from yesterday. As soon as it was released, the chairman called immediately. Kim laughed smugly. Of course it has to be good. 20.7% surpassed the ratings of the first episode of Mbest last year. Judging by the way the director tied his tie, he must be very pleased with the figures. Biddy Kim boldly asked his boss, "When will you give me a raise? You know there's something called advertising in business, and the movie has a pretty short screening time." The director wanted to swallow all the joy back inside and beat the hell out of this guy. But it's true that Kim did a great job, so he swallowed his anger and promised to fully prepare the wages and production funds. As for the schedule, the chairman is already prepared to work on it, and because of the results from 3 years ago, his hair fell out and hasn't grown back due to the stress, so stop asking for more than you should. And he warned that Kim Jin must turn this movie into a masterpiece, or else he would disappear while I survive. That guy's face still hesitated to adjust the boss's words, making him incredibly annoyed. He's been way too lenient with this one. In the post-production room, everyone was teasing Dong-guk about that phrase, gentleman and apple. Just in time, BD Kim showed up to save the kid. He said the manager wanted to add more because the last line in the Apple ad was improvised so well, but Dong-guk refused and just wanted to focus on this movie this time. Just as he thought, even the production director declined. "I just remembered that Dong-guk is coming to film Gyeongdo." "Yes, that's true, and your dad's Memorial Day is coming up. And when Dong-guk returns to Gyeongdo, you have to wear a hat because it has become hotter than ever." Even though he was in a hurry, a little cat suddenly jumped out and started being playful, making him stop in his tracks. Just finished petting one and then got stuck because the whole family came out at once. The cat's out of the bag now, so the people of Gyeongdo realized Dong-guk made him bolt. "You went to your mom's stall but she hadn't noticed and was still busy selling fish." When asked if this was the Chang Dong-guk shop, she finally looked up, ready to boast about her son. But the boy is here, and surprisingly, his mother completely forgot her son's voice. She widened her eyes at her son. If No was here, how did the shoot go? He reassured his mother not to worry. After the shoot here, No would take the earliest flight, and the president had already prepared the plane ticket back to Seoul. "The reason you are here today is because tomorrow is your father's Memorial Day." Mother Dong-guk was a bit lost in thought, but the mother and daughter hadn't talked for long when the girl next to them started yelling, telling them to hurry up and look at the group of fan leaving, and to line up if they wanted to take pictures. Dong-guk quickly took control of the situation so that people wouldn't disturb the shops. She realized her son was truly doing what he wanted. After cleaning up the shop, the two went to the grave of their husband and father. A gentleman with a vibrant smile appears in front of my eyes through the photo frame. A sentence that I didn't have a chance to say before, but it's gone now, bro. In his previous life, he always made up excuses on his father's death anniversary to leave because he once deeply resented him for abandoning his mother and him when he was just a child. All fathers go through a lot of pain with their families, and Dong-guk seems to only realize it now. This time will be different. What you did in your past life will no longer exist. The goal for the new life is already set. In the vast boundless ocean, Dong-guk asked his father if he would do well. The answer seemed to be there from a young age. Dad would chuckle and rub his face against him, then say proudly, "Of course, whose son are you?" The bond between these two fishermen will surely succeed. After Dong-guk's mother finished the ritual, he immediately wanted to ask something. "That my mother doesn't want to go to Seoul with me." Through that rare touch, the son realized his mother's hands had become much rougher. "You proudly told your mom about the very successful movie, and you also received ad money, so it would be enough to buy a house for both of you in Seoul. And that is why you want mom to come along." Seeing the boy trembling when talking about it, she gently comforted him, telling him everything was fine. She loves the sound of the sea and the daily calls of seagulls out there. She loves both the smell of the sea and the people here. The scent of fish clinging to her body has become so familiar that it would feel strange without it, and she was accustomed to the noise of the market area. She knows her son is worried about her, but she tells the boy that she enjoys working here where there are many fun people like Deepening. Honestly, it's just the same for Dong-guk. The mother and daughter hold hands with the father as they gaze at the endless horizon from the boat. They really love this place. A few days later, Dong-guk returned to Seon to resume his daily routine. Early in the morning, you received a package, and it seems to be a letter from the chairman sent before you arrived in Yongdo, and inside it was the script of the monk's confession. This is the scenario the chairman mentioned. At that time he gave him a ticket from Busan to Seoul. Then attach something else you want to include, a script he is extremely passionate about because it's quite good and doesn't overlap with youth. This made Dong-guk extremely curious, so he promised to send it to Mr. Bet. And this is the perfect opportunity for Dong-guk when his manager wants to choose the main character as soon as possible to sway public opinion. Dong-guk wondered what the master meant when he said that things would be difficult, but it would be best to meet the director in person. Regarding the monk's confession, it was a scenario that Dong-guk had performed to gain the school's approval in his previous life. Back then, his talent was still immature, but this script allowed him to showcase his abilities. Looking back, that was the first time he read the script until the paper was completely worn out. But Dong-guk remembers this movie wasn't very well received despite having a pretty good script. And Dong-guk recalled that the main character killed the villains too easily, when the evildoers weren't punished by normal morality. The fact that the one who took action was a monk led to many consequences. The most important thing is whether you acted well or not. This movie is restricted for viewers under 19. You don't understand why Mr. Kim suggested this. If you can't build an image as a sweet young boy, you can still make a lot of money from appearance fees and advertisements. But to do that, it has to be normal sand with no special treatment at all. And if Dong-guk developed in that direction, Mr. Kim must have really racked his brain to place him at a branch with so many options. Especially when Dong-guk is a teenager. The monk's confession is your chance. Even if you've stood at death's door with your father many times, when you learn about religion, you wonder if you can pray for your old father to be saved. The victims in the monk's confession will turn to ashes, and the sinner will live in peace. Crime and evil are quite fragile. He never whistles because it's the devil's cunning sound. Dong-guk is reading the script and checking the dictionary. It's talking about how evil doesn't disappear, and a tainted soul cannot be purified. Just then, BD Kim asked Dong-guk if he was okay, and reminded him to get ready soon. Dong-guk guessed that the next part was done. But Kim said Hwang, the screenwriter, never mentioned the later part. The thing to prepare is that episode 8, released yesterday, has reached 30% viewership, and if everything goes well, it will hit 40. But it seems like Mbayet is trying to use dirty tricks to steal the spotlight and release their show in the same time slot. And Mr. Kim was excited because if he could make them shut up, Director Hu would cover all his expenses for the trip to Phuket. But Dong-guk didn't react violently. In his previous life, he became an outstanding actor, so he had already been to Phuket. Now, it's just a matter of time before the world witnesses Korea's masterpieces. But BD Kim's non-stop chatter couldn't be controlled. He started clinging to Dong-guk and begged, trying hard to act well. Dong-guk said confidently, "Get ready to go to Phuket, I'm sure you'll get there." Now the romantic scene 37 on the basketball court begins. Basketball is a sport that always appears in high school romance movies. And Do-chun likes it, but Jisoo didn't like it, constantly complaining about why his friend kept staying here alone while everyone else had gone home. And above all, after talking for a while, Jisoo asked Do-chun about the rumors that someone confessed to him again. The little one giggled, teasing her friend. "So many people like you, yet you're not dating anyone. Are you planting a tree for someone?" Jisoo's words made Do-chun's heart skip a beat, and Do-chun questioned, "Is it that important?" Feel like his tone was a bit strange, so Jisoo appeased him, just joking. At this moment, Do-chun behaves a bit differently. He picked up the basketball from Jisoo's hand. This closeness made Do-chun brave enough to say, "You still consider me a friend?" The assistant director wanted to call for a stop, but BD Kim-gum had already. This scene should have ended, but he couldn't say cut because it needed to go on. Seo Min-hai thought to herself, Dong-guk is still playing. There should be commercials by now, so she needs to focus. Her mind is currently blank, almost dead. And Dong-guk began acting off script. Do-chun rested his head on Jisoo's shoulder, whispering helplessly in his ear. "You have no idea how much I wish time could stop at this moment." A romantic confession that left Min-hai completely captivated. The cheeks blushed a rosy hue and couldn't snap out of character even after the director yelled cut. Then at the representative office, Sun Kwan, a distinguished guest, wanted to meet directly with Mr. Kim, and expressed deep appreciation for being able to choose the actor he wanted, even though he wasn't a famous director. He is Director Sin of the film The Confession of the Monk, and today hopes to send the script to actor Min Chung-gyu. But Mr. Kim reiterated that actor Min's schedule is fully booked this year, but since they need more actors, they gave the kid the script. Director Sin knows that Mr. Kim means well, but he must have considered the actor's age, and he believes no one is more suitable for the role than actor Min. Even though he doesn't want to offend anyone, Jiang is still too young for this role. Dong-guk has to admit that Director Sin is still too stubborn. Even so, the problem still makes them bow their heads. In a previous life, The biggest reason the monk's confession wasn't famous was because of the casting. In the end, they chose someone the same age but not as talented. From then on, many cases of actors' ages being changed occurred. Dong-guk asked the director, "Is age the only obstacle?" He humbly replied to the boy, admitting that he had watched many of his films and knew that Dong-guk's skills were excellent enough to catch Mr. Bet's attention, but there were cases where rumors would spread when the main character of the script was a young man who had lived a life of poverty during a time of trial and suffering. So, in the position of someone standing on the line between life and death, actor Dong-guk seems too young compared to the character's image. But little did he know, Dong-guk was someone who had lived for 48 years and was the only actor capable of carrying that. But he expressed that Jiang was not building the image of a sweet, youthful schoolboy. So even though there was potential, he couldn't understand why someone would choose an actor with a sweet image and then try to change him into a murderer. The answer is simple. An actor is not an award, but a performer. Knowing he sounded old, Dong-guk brought CIO out as a scapegoat. The main thing Dong-guk wanted to tell director Sin. After reading the script, he tried to read the Bible and a few poems to better understand the script, and discovered a poem with a similar image. To be blunt, in your previous life as a college student, this was the script you focused on the most, so you studied it very thoroughly. You learned about director Sin, listened to all his comments, and wanted to know what he conveyed through the film, so you understand the movie better than anyone else. And it's clear that his motivation for making the monk's confession was inspired by a poem. Dong-guk recited the poem fluently, avenging their ugly actions and crimes, giving back what their hands had done and what they deserved. This is the director's secret buried deep in his heart, but Dong-guk could read it and knew what he was thinking. As of now, even after leaving the office, Mr. Shin still can't forget the boys' chant, "Give them what they deserve." The director sat in the car, still dazed since leaving Sunquan Entertainment, so the assistant asked anxiously, "Is everything okay? Did actor Min agree?" The answer is no. The assistant tried to comfort the director, saying this wasn't the first time, so he shouldn't be too upset anymore. The director didn't respond but suddenly asked Seot Cheon, "How long have you been working with me?" Time passes neither fast nor slow. He's probably been working with the director for 10 years. Suddenly the director, in a flat tone, said that at this rate I probably wouldn't be able to start filming, making Seot startled. In the crowded streets of Seoul, the boy slammed on the brakes, trying to convince the director not to give up just because of one rejection. This is the script he spent a whole year writing, so how could he just give it up so easily? But before that, the sudden stop really made Mr. Shin's heart drop. Everything happened so quickly, it was even more of a headache than a sudden break. In short, Ansat suggested talking about this later, because they were on their way to the company meeting. However, surprisingly, the director suggested turning the car around and heading home to sleep, because even if they met with the sponsor, they would be forced to accept unwanted actors from their side. So, if it weren't for the money, he would have immediately kicked those rich folks out. Anyway, the fiercest part is that director Sin wants to change direction, and he needs emotions to find a new main character image. Seeing you puzzled, he proudly explained, "I will make it suitable for Jiang Dong-guk." In the meantime, another puzzling person besides that boy is Mr. Kim. He couldn't understand what Bam and Dong-guk were humming earlier that made director Sin snap out of it immediately. Dong-guk chuckled mysteriously and said it was a secret. For Dong-guk, when public attention and Chonghan faded, it led to a period where director Sin got drunk and wrote a long rant about his grievances with you, a journalist. A short article in a magazine that no one would probably know about unless they looked for it. Dong-guk never thought that reading news in a past life would help him in this life. Right now you're very happy to have read it, because isn't this an advantage? Since that persuasion time has flown by, the youth drama reached its midpoint, and the most anticipated scene finally aired, satisfying the public's expectations. The audience's reaction was very positive. People talked about the drama everywhere, not just online but also on the streets. In a more positive way, the SBS station's film achieved a record-high viewership of 36.9%. Now they've surpassed K by ease, the whole room is celebrating getting ready to go to Phuket. Young man BD Kim, with a bright face, walked in to find the boss to see if he had heard the news, even if it meant getting scolded for not knocking before entering. You have the right to be so shameless because you paid off your debt 2 years ago, and even MBC is pulling out of this, and their schedule will return to normal. Of course, he knew he had to thank this fool a lot, but seeing the bank account deducted really stung. Moreover, the chairman gave him a gift to pass on to the entire film production department, and the actors as well. Because the boss set the prize himself, so there's no reason for Kim to refuse. However, if you want to go to Phuket, hold on. The boss called Kim back to have a serious discussion about the previous incident. Bai had to put away the card first, and as for the other thing, a few terms from the screenwriter Huang's dictionary came up. Actually, He had sneaked a peek at it while backstage but disliked it because it was called John, so there was nothing he could do. The headache is that it's not just one country, but the director of CBS also received a proposal from Japan. They want to buy the copy, and it seems the fee per episode is quite high. Baidi Kim was thrilled, praising the news as brain food. You haven't even arrived in Japan yet, and it's already at a high price. It won't be a problem if it doesn't get in the way of this director, but it has already reached the vice president and the president. So, he requested to keep Dong-guk's fee as high as Seo Min-hee's, and of course, this is a secret between them. Baidi Kim must be careful to keep quiet and not let Min-hee's team find out about this. This is obvious. With all the cunning in the profession, Baidi Kim guarantees it. Even so, the director still wants Baidi Kim to keep in touch with the actors just in case. Even if it's Hwang, no one wants the actors to know anything, because at least the SBS station will surely keep Jang Dong-guk since the boy is a big fish. The fish is currently very excited, arguing loudly with his housemate about who gets the piece of egg. Who said he should be comparing their ages? According to that logic, the one who should eat it should be the older one. However, the very valid reason is that the youngest can't eat more than 3 eggs. In the end, the cook settled the competition. Both could have another plate, so why fight over it? An interesting piece of news that Mr. An shared with his senior. This little boy Dong-guk is even more famous than him now. The little friend has become the nation's sweetheart, and even took away the title that he received when he was young. Suddenly, Mr. An was teased back by Dong-guk, saying that the nation's first love must be a mistake, because he is the nation's heartthrob. He also heard that Mr. An performed flawlessly in a weekend romance drama. Sir Bet confirmed that there was a time he went to the food truck with Chung Hee-don, and the two of them got into a fight and were thrown out. This An kid is a national bad boy, and that scene was him cheating on his wife. The image of Chuan officially collapsed after the testimony of Mr. Bet. One more thing you need to mention at this afternoon tea. Something Dong-guk remembers he had already asked the monk. While Chuan was curious about whether he had become a monk, or if the senior was going to marry someone around this age, Dong-guk just received a phone call. The boy immediately received a notice to undergo an acting evaluation. The call just now was from the TV station. They said they would raise the price to match Seo Min-hye. Normally they don't change the cost, but this shows they really want Dong-guk to stay at SBC. However, on one condition, the little one must keep it a secret. Dong-guk understands this, but the reason Director Kim called you out today seems to be because he received a call from Director Sin. Exactly. That guy isn't just rich. He specifically asked for a small role and rewrote the script, also wanting Dong-guk to audition again. This seems a bit hard to believe. Dong-guk doesn't think this is his intention. Everything feels strange when the director suddenly changes the script and no one questions it. You can do it, but there's an issue. Kim thought Director Sin might also face some trouble, because one of the sponsors had promised to survey before launching, which took quite a bit of time for the preliminary stages, and now he's going to revise the script. That's what worries Dong-guk. Though it was a bit shocking, Mr. Kim had to inform Dong-guk of some rather shocking news. The management company had pressured Director Sin to accept their actor, and as a result, he got angry and grabbed the investor by the collar. On the other hand, Director Shin Mong Dong-guk hopes he will change his mind until the management company stabilizes, then he will let him audition for the male lead. Song Dong-guk suddenly asked about the number of advertising proposals that Dong-guk currently receives, which slightly surprised Mr. Kim. In fact, the company has been on the verge of exploding with offers recently, and the reason Dong-guk can do all the advertisements is to invest in Director Sin. Dong-guk's decision shocked Uncle Kim. He angrily shouted, "Do you know how many ad campaigns there are and how much the fees add up to? It's enough to buy a house in Seoul easily." Of course, Dong-guk knows you'll worry, but he promises you won't lose any money, Uncle. Dong-guk isn't an ordinary boy, so he won't stop as long as he doesn't lose any money. In fact, the draft and belongings are already prepared, but the monk's confession was opposed a few times by Hong Han in a previous life. The first reason is that the main character's acting is poor. The second reason is pressure from the managing company. But what if you can handle these two issues? What would happen? This time, Dong-guk is confident that the priest's confession will be guided correctly and everything will change. Just a single flap of wings can turn a storm into a hurricane. This is a decision bigger than any of his investment plans. The next morning, Dong-guk went straight to the church. The place is filled with solemnity, and people can have their souls cleansed as the hymns echo in their ears. The reason Dong-guk is here is the appointment that Mr. Bet arranged with his friend, a priest at the church, and an unexpected truth that Dong-guk just realized instantly upon meeting the priest, the one he had spoken about. You didn't know he was an archbishop. The priest began to recall the 60-plus years of memories with that old friend when they were still mischievous kids, and he heard that the young man in front of him was a famous actor. The archbishop's praise made Dong-guk extremely honored. Now let's get to the main issue. Dong-guk has a few questions after receiving the script of the priest's confession. Father, can you tell me what a demon is? The rustling wind softly brushed through the conversation between the two. He didn't expect the boy to ask this question. If we talk about the primordial demon as people still believe, it's not in the Bible, but he thought that demons not only come in countless forms, they are also around us. There are many demons who commit crimes and still live without facing punishment. They may be even more cruel than demons, and of course one day they will have to pay the price. But even the Bible says someone will be compensated for a life of evil. The bad and the good will always influence each other based on cause and effect. Suddenly Dong-guk became pensive. In front of the cross he felt that if demons deserve what they get, then hasn't the protagonist also committed the sin of murder under the guise of a judge and also a demon? The portrait of a young boy standing quietly under the light of God caught the attention of the priests in the church. The bishop introduced the handsome boy to the priests, saying that he was the nephew of a friend who had studied theology and might one day become a deacon for them. The conversation went a bit too far. What this guy meant when asking about that boy wasn't like that, but the priest has just been joking around. Who says only actors can be handsome? Deacons can be too. In fact, he had been searching for a long time for what he yearned for, the image of a young man in a priest's uniform. During that time, Dong-guk was constantly busy moving around. And the boy is also learning a few things, which makes the driver curious because the book has some words that look like English but aren't. They're actually Latin. Gotta admit, this kid really impressed the driver. He didn't have to do that since rumor has it his English is the best in school, yet he's so humble, even calling himself a fool. Actually, you weren't kidding. What people don't know is that actor Dong-guk started learning foreign languages in a previous life. Especially in English, he made great efforts to learn. But when he went abroad, he couldn't even get through the airport gate due to his poor communication skills. And the strange thing was that it made an actor look like a social guide. And most importantly, if you can master English now, you can go anywhere, especially when success is within reach of youth. And when the conversation reached its end, it was also the moment they arrived. The location today is Deokmyo Seo Studio. The perfume at Dong-guk received. The moment you decided to invest in the priest's confession, you accepted the advertising contract without hesitation. The ad owner was a bit rushed because the ad had been delayed for a long time, and they weren't planning to do it, but because of the contract and Ju Kim being too crazy. Finally, after much deliberation, Mr. Kim chose to advertise perfume, a persona that suits you as well. If this young man were doing it for the money, he would choose the one with the highest pay. So after thinking it through, he showed up here. You feel quite grateful, but it's a bit surprising that a perfume ad actually came through. And the result is that the brother over there really likes seeing Dong-guk. He really liked items with balanced proportions, which is why flattering compliments kept coming out, making Gut very embarrassed. After explaining the lightning circuit in one go, the perfume ad manager also arrived. This friendly lady is Hwang Chang-mi, who initially planned to wait until the film ended, but is very grateful that the nation's actor understood her situation and made a quick decision. Dong-guk was taller than her by a head in both fame and stature, but he was still very polite and introduced himself with a sincere thank you. However, you can't help but wonder why she chose Dong-guk as a model when there are tons of professionals out there. If I were to put it clearly, there's currently a new product line called Buirote, which means purity. There are many famous actors and models, but she is looking for someone who can fully convey the meaning of this perfume. And luckily, she saw you perform in that high school romance drama. Dong-guk is the perfect image for Buirote, and now the commercial shoot time begins. A young man blessed with natural beauty will possess what kind of scent? He must have been searching for a long time for that purity that reaches deep into the soul, bringing a sense of relief. Finally found it, Buirote, the subtle delicacy that purifies the soul. So if you want to become a little fresh meat, the Buirote perfume by Dion will make you a pure young man. The feast after filming set Guidong was a lavish meat spread. To be honest, this actor eats Korean food every day but rarely eats beef, so his image is a bit off right now. Moreover, this meal is because the manager wants to thank Dong-guk. The shooting was really good, she didn't want to create a fake image, so she had high demands for naturalness, almost to the point of purity, and luckily Dong-guk managed to do it. You can take the compliment, but Dong-guk is very humble. It's all thanks to the director and that amazing little genius T. The key point of this meal is that she wants to make an additional offer, become a brand ambassador for the perfume Dion. Next on Dong-guk's schedule, which extends until late at night. The boy looked like a zombie after shedding his daytime actor appearance. Finally got home and collapsed on the couch. More importantly, you turned down Hwang's management, but she was really insistent. If you hadn't had past life experiences, you might have given in and accepted it. In short, everything is gradually getting better, just one more day to go. The confession of the priest, you will have an official audition. It reminds you of your past life, the day you went to audition for this role. Back then, you were just a minor character with no support team. constantly diving into auditions until you receive notifications from other places. Naturally, it's also a small role, but with a bit of luck, they can turn it into a leading one. Done with the shoot, Dong-guk stayed behind at the messy set, sensing a lack of warmth from the crew. Maybe it was the director's sudden script changes that stirred up the opposition. Times like these call for us to be energetic and greet everyone with full enthusiasm. There's no other choice but to persuade them with acting skills, so please help a lot. The atmosphere seemed to have calmed down. Now they would start with scene 37 first, and a kind guy reminded that if you didn't have the script, they would provide a printout. Dong-guk suggested that you don't need to read the script in the audition room, but you want to change scene 37 to your liking. Not sure why this young actor is so confident, however. Actors can be replaced at any time now. Scene 37 facing death begins. Dong-guk's voice was loud and clear. As a priest I will now pray for your son. If possible I can pray in Latin like in the church, and I believe this will bring more comfort. The prayer is spoken in a touching voice. Anyone pregnant with a demon that causes trouble and brings disappointment. While reading the prayer and recalling the context, the victim's family stood at death's door on a cold floor. The culprit was in a luxurious hospital room, and the mother couldn't understand the Latin cries. Conflict arises when a mother kills innocent people and now mourns her child on the bed. The child on the bed does not seek rest but is waiting for the final verdict. The priest will be the one to do that. The verdict has been given. Lord, please punish him forever. The immediate pain hit, filling his pupils with bloodshot veins, as the beeping sound of the monitor echoed loudly. Everything was done. The audition ended before the driver even had time to swallow his snack. Actually, you've just finished a bit, now let's go have lunch. Seeing the little guy's reaction, which wasn't too positive, the driver understood that the result might not be good. However, Dong-guk calmly told him not to worry because the little one already knew the result. The people on set felt a bit dazed and confused, so they bravely asked Director Shin if the contract had been signed yet. Until the young assistant who often accompanied him urged the director, the gentleman finally snapped out of it. He shouted, "We need to go to Seongguan immediately, even if it means finding a new investor. We still have to part ways with actor Jung." However, the thing that the director kept choking on, making his subordinates anxious, was why he kept saying no whenever the subject of finding investors came up. Actually, it's a bit hard to believe, but the actor Jung is their new investor. After auditioning, Gut went back to the company and happened to meet BD Kim, who was also in the office. Mr. Kim suddenly told Bai to sit down and advised Kim to discuss freely with the boy because his opinion is the most important. Song-bi went straight to the point and asked, "What do you think about the expansion, Dong-guk?" However, due to their slightly different accents, Dong-guk misunderstood it as B asking Kim to find some tools in the warehouse, which made him a bit confused. This guy's an idiot. What he meant was expansion. The fact is that Dong-guk is just pretending. How could he not know that word? Even Bido Kim guessed right. This cunning little boy surely understands that expression, but whatever it is, tactfulness comes first. You asked Kim who brought up this issue, but Bai quickly dodged, saying it's not important who started this and that you should stop pushing him around. For an actor who has experienced 2 lives, this is very important. If it were just a regular conversation, you wouldn't need to come and meet in person like this. The boy's gaze made Biddy Kim feel uneasy, so he had to say that the director suggested that idea. Okay, kid? However, it's classified information, so besides Dong-guk, BD Kim, and actor Seo, no one else knows. If you're the director, Dong-guk's decision must be pretty significant. The representative of the television station probably already finalized the discussion earlier. The speculation by Dong-guk became more certain when BD Kim announced the stir created by the youth department in Japan. It was broadcast on TVK 2 weeks ago, and the viewership of the first episode broke the record on the television station. This was completely unexpected. It hasn't even been a month since you agreed to the contract copy, and it's already premiered. Bai D. Kim didn't understand why she reacted so strongly. There was no reason for them not to do that. They had money and power. But could it be that our little actor didn't agree? It's not quite like that, but Dong-guk was shocked because he forgot about this. In the future, copies of the movie will be sold all over Asia due to the wave of films from Korea. During that time, there was a regulation that allowed international film releases after the domestic version had finished screening for various reasons. The reason is that if it's released at the same time, it will cause chaos due to foreign fans coming to the set. Another reason is to prevent the actors from having a short break while engaged in activities abroad. This is the first time a youth film has made so much money and sold copies overseas. It's unprecedented. Song-bi, D. Kim also understands, that's why the CEO is in crisis. It seems that in Japan, the price of the copy for the movie's extension will be doubled. They must have thought it would generate huge profits due to the film's popularity. Dong-guk probably declined the screenwriter Hwang's offer, but I'm a bit curious about Seo Min-hai. The result was quite surprising. SEO's team agreed to do it, and she decided to go with Dong-guk's decision. You didn't expect her to decide that way, but no matter what you say, the answer will be the same. That means not agreeing to further development, stopping the story where the scriptwriter wrote it beautifully. If we keep pushing it forward, it will ruin the original storyline. The expression on BD Kim's face clearly showed regret, but it was something Dong-guk was certain of, even if some others didn't think so. Kim was very flexible. If the goldfish didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. BD Kim stretched and greeted Mr. Kim before leaving. He looks pretty relieved. Even Dong-guk understands the pressure that Kim is facing right now, while CEO is curious about the discussion as he senses the atmosphere is quite good. Dong-guk informed Mr. Kim that he would decline to make the extension of the movie. Suddenly Dong-guk discovered something and needed to apologize to Mr. Kim. He should have considered the company's profit more instead of making such a biased decision. Mr. Kim Hwa-hwan told the young man to relax and not to apologize like that, because in his eyes, if you are already an actor, you should have your own value. The atmosphere at the port city seems livelier than usual. Jiang told Dong's mother that it felt like there were more guests than usual today, and they seemed to be from another country. When she perked up and listened, her aunt was certain they were Japanese and part of the group. At this moment, a group of Japanese women came shouting towards Mother Dong-guk's stall. She overheard them talking about Kim Do-chin. What the hell is going on? On-Seon news spread rapidly through the press, while Dong-guk heard from BD Kim, a famous youth figure in Japan. But you don't understand the current situation. There are a lot of people in the filming area. Suddenly the ghostly face of BD Kim appeared, startling her. He struggled to say, "Don't go outside." Finally making his way inside, Dong-guk quickly asked who they were. BD Kim warned him to keep it down. They were fans of that girl, fans from Japan. Finally everything seemed to be out of control, making Kim feel overwhelmed. If this keeps going, he will really have to call security and set up barriers. However, our August boy confidently reassured BD, "I'll take care of this." As soon as he finished speaking and before B could react, Dong-guk had already rushed out. The entire crowd shouted with excitement upon meeting their idol with a radiant smile. All the people in the studio were worried the boy might get hurt if he stayed here, but Dong-guk seemed fine. You borrowed the megaphone for a moment and started saying a few words to the fans. It was an honor to meet them here. You also wanted to shake hands and sign autographs, but as everyone could see, the crew was dealing with some issues in the film department, so you promised to have your team arrange a fan meeting as soon as possible. BD Kim was shocked because actor Dong-guk was speaking Japanese, but when did he learn it? Regarding Dong-guk, you've managed to calm the tide of those fans. A final word to fan, I think today I can only satisfy you with my appearance. So Kim Do-jin sends everyone a sweet promise and this is what people call dubakiri. After everything was settled, BD Kim couldn't believe whether this was a waiting room or a duty-free shop. More than anything, I'm really curious when No started learning Japanese. Spill the beans. Honestly, all his life going around doing business, he has never seen anyone treat fan as well as Dong-guk. A truth behind the scenes is that he was obsessed with filming with someone in his past life. So that's why it turned out this way. It's just a bit of learning. Although he never received fan letters in the past because he only played supporting roles and didn't stand out, his impression wasn't good. Two cats are thoroughly enjoying playing with feathers, and in addition, BD Kim is sharing his feelings with the young actor. This morning, Dong-guk, like a god, stepped into the battle and spoke proper Japanese. Even he, a man, thought she was super rich. But the beginning was fine, but later on, you started speaking sarcastically. Dong-guk exposed it right away, just say what you want straight up. The true nature can't be hidden. Bai inquired if you had any projects lined up because next summer, the SBS station will be releasing some blockbusters. So a small suggestion, why not give it a try? After finishing the movie there will be a few months off and that's the perfect time to start a new project. However, the main thing Dong-guk cares about is who will be the lead of that blockbuster. Who else grows potatoes here? Kim asked Dong-guk because he wanted to take her to the top. In the eyes of Gut, Kim really seems like a generous person, so he asked if this masterpiece must have cost a fortune, and if there's any difference. This kid sure knows everything, and you didn't really hide anything either. The film department is fiercely competitive, so when the opportunity comes, you have to try harder to get support. So the final move of BD Kim seems a bit threatening. You want to move to another area instead of getting support? On the contrary to what Kim had imagined, the boy's calm reaction allowed him to guess everything through BD Ma's response. It seems that he has set up a television station recently. Caught off guard, B whispered to Kim to keep it down. No decision yet. He had planned to keep it hidden, but who could have predicted that actor Dong-guk was so clever? Honestly, the SBS station isn't bad, but after thinking it over many times, it still doesn't feel right, and he's sure he'll die with the label BD Trung Bin before becoming an SBS. Of course, he's not in a rush, even if it takes a year or more to learn here. Dong-guk remembers someone saying that he was like a migratory bird, but he can somewhat understand him because he's been in this smokeless industry for so long. Bai shared just that much, but BD Kim Sindong urged secrecy. If you're a reporter, consider this an embargo, never to be broken. But who knows? Let's wait and see. BD's heart was burning with anxiety because of that brat. However, everything Dong-guk has done so far was just part of a plan to flip the board, and it worked. After waiting long enough, Scene 61 explores the opponent, the final scene of Youth begins. When Dojin was sleeping, he heard his friend's voice asking if he would be joining the military academy, right? For her friend, this was too sudden. The fuss caused by Dojin even shook up the teacher's office, as the principal thought he would be attending Hankut school. Suddenly, the young man Kim avoided the issue. Teasing your friend from this angle looks so bad, and where I go to school doesn't matter. Well, she heard he was going to join the military academy, which means they won't be able to see each other often, right? However, before she could finish her sentence, her thin wrist was forcefully grabbed. It made the lady stumble and fall onto Kim Dojin. With his charm as a weapon, the boy immediately asked, "Are you upset because you didn't get to see me?" This time, no more playing catch, she asked. "Is that really okay? Wouldn't you feel sad if you didn't see me? You like me, don't you?" Kim Dojin was bewildered while he was the one teasing. That afternoon, a deeply hidden word was finally spoken at the last moment of high school. Don't go, Kim Dojin. The warm breath of two close people mingling. A wavering streak emerged, her eyes brimming with tears as she asked him, "What should I do? I think I've fallen for you." When the director called cut, Seo Minhai still hadn't snapped out of character. The young girl's cheeks were still slightly flushed. Dong-guk quickly stepped out of character, returning to being a likable junior, and thanked the senior for the hard work in acting together. Seo Minhai couldn't hold back and left to prevent everyone from seeing the emotions on his face at that moment. Of course, no matter how many romantic movies this young actor stars in, he won't understand it. The manager followed Minhai, laughing and asking, "Why do you look so disappointed? Actor Dong-guk is definitely a talented person, so he will act well. Who would have thought that he would be even more incredible by treating foreign fans so well?" The more the manager nagged about Dong-guk, the more it gave her a headache. She didn't know what to do because it seemed like she liked it, while the manager only wanted to hire. Finally, this ambiguity made Minhai frustrated. Forget it, she didn't care anymore. The tears fell, whether from still being in character or genuinely angry at herself for ignoring her own feelings. Either way, an actor's life can't afford such confusion. Not long after the film wrapped up, the situation became busier than ever. Dong-guk received a call filled with complaints from BD when he struggled to make sure the director didn't hate the boy for that rejection. You smiled amicably at Mr. B, knowing full well that it was actually the director who disliked him, so stop pretending you don't know. However, today the director was really sad, even wore a black tie. Just as Bai was complaining about some upcoming projects, someone came to remind them, "You promised to tell me everything in detail later this week, but the press conference is about to start, so I have to hang up." However, a rather concerning issue is that actor Dong-guk is planning to wear an outfit they are not sure is typically worn at press conferences. Don't worry, Director Sin, this is just a production launch. People aren't here to listen, so there's no need to be so formal. Now let's move on to something even more surprising. Reporters outside were buzzing with speculation, trying to figure out how an actor, who had just managed to create a lovable image at first sight, could now take on the role of a murderer. With experience in the industry, they either replace the actor or argue with CIO, mocking that actor for behaving like a child. At that moment, a deep voice from behind questioned the reporters, asking why they were distorting things while it's normal for actors to want to try different roles. Or are you planning to switch careers and become storytellers? And he warned them, have you read the script yet? If not, then don't run around, just sit there. In the end, slick talk is the easiest way to lose face. When I first encountered the script for Youth and saw the boy appear as a cameo, the senior still felt different. How can I put it, when the boy played the role of a monk? He looks like an ancient tree, and the actor for his acting career, can the boy convince him this time? The scene of Dong-guk at this moment silenced the entire room. It was truly the most unique press conference ever, because the image of a dignified monk is emerging, not the youthful boy tinged with the colors of adolescence. This monk and that young man are completely different people. With sharp eyes and a restrained smile, he embodied the role from the very first moment. Even Psy was stunned by that appearance. The journalists suddenly turned into fools when they forgot to pull out their cameras to film and shoot. Now after a distraction, starting with the filming crew of The Confession of the Teacher and the actor Yu John. Looking at everyone's reactions, Dong-guk guessed he had made a pretty good impression. And it seems like the words "don't worry" don't comfort the director at all. Just at this moment, a question was posed specifically to actor Jiang. It was not suitable for minors, so is there any reason why he chose The Confession of a Priest for the role of a murderer in this project? Looking at the reporters, You can tell they just want to dig up some juicy news, like whether there's another reason within the organization for this sudden change, such as dissatisfaction or noise at the TV station. Dong-guk sighed in exasperation, just starting, and these gentlemen are already planning to chew him up. So can an actor like him answer that? The director candidly responded on behalf of Dong-guk. Did you choose this role because of issues with the team? If that's the question, then did you have a fight at home while not properly dressed? It seems like you haven't rested well, so is there something troubling you behind the scenes? The actor went crazy. Couldn't believe why they would say that to an actor. That is similar to an actor choosing a role. They prioritize scripts that match their preferences the most, and he himself thought that reporter might find it more compelling if the priest were seen as a judge, rather than a murderer. Dong-guk was shocked. Was this really the person who had been frozen until now? At this moment, another question was posed to actor Dong-guk. It seems he is a promising actor, but the director has never seen a young actor make such a bold decision. You recognize this person as journalist Kwat Mi-dong-kwan. He believes that if Dong-guk can take on this role, he will break free from the image of a child actor. Dong-guk remembered seeing him in the lobby reading a script, and he heard that the man was quite well known in the journalism community. Of course, an experienced and reputable person will have a unique perspective. The main character in the script is a monk serving as a judge. So, what is the dark side of this main character? This question really intrigued Dong-guk, at least it had to be that way. Director Shin agreed to let the kid answer this question. Before discussing what the main character thinks, Dong-guk would like to borrow someone else's words to explain. I think evil is not only the invisible things but also when you observe the neighbors and those around us. There are many people doing bad things and living carefree lives. And more than that, they can become even more ruthless, surpassing those invisible forces. But the protagonist's view on evil is slightly different, and it's better for everyone to watch it in theaters. The answer was so good that the journalist shouted in excitement. The day after the press conference, newspapers ran headlines about the priest's confession, and it spread like wildfire. And we must admit the title is very intriguing. Actor Dong-guk went from an unknown actor to the new star of the cinema world. However, many articles also mention that the movie could be ruined without stability, despite the glowing praises. And Dong-guk realized that Senior Chon-sut was also on the newspaper. Back when he had nothing, he was the one who gave him rice and a warm blanket. Although still very young, he is very mature. When you were still hesitating about whether to become an actor in the future, he had already become the guiding lighthouse because he knew what the taste of rice mixed with tears would be like. Dong-guk can never forget that meal. They say he followed his heart's call from the movie August Boy. No one knows when he started attending press conferences like this. You're sure to repay these favors from a past life. Just at this moment, a blank-faced figure suddenly appeared. I'm sorry, but I'm about to go to hell. I beg you to forgive me and let me go. Even if I'm serious, I have to admit that Kwat Mi-dong-kwan newspaper really writes very well about the topic. My little one didn't expect that you also knew about him. Well, it's because of some of his achievements that the company newspaper often recommended him for the editor position, but he kept refusing. Turns out there is such a thing. The more you know, the more interesting it gets. And it seems like today's breakfast isn't the usual soup. The thing is, the old man has to admit that when he read the news in the paper, he got a bit too excited and had a bit too much to drink. Then Dong-guk got ready to go out. Suddenly he called out to him and reminded him to bring a handkerchief. This handkerchief is something Bet always carries with him whenever he goes to the set. And this is also because of the independent film of the boy. It's the first one where he played the lead role. So he will treat this as a good luck charm for the boy. In the middle of the two kids being all lovey-dovey, their uncle butts in and sarcastically says, "How come I never got any gift from you? That's so unfair." Dong-guk truly enjoys the atmosphere of his current life and is extremely grateful to him. After school, Dong-guk quickly headed to the church. The priest complimented your outfit at the press conference, saying it was very fitting, and it would be quite hard to find anyone who could wear it as well as you, even among the people of the church. The reason for bringing the child today is because of the script. You're sure that Dad has read the script, but forgot to inform about the timing, and was a bit worried when the movie portrays the priest as a murderer. Actually, with Cha, he felt everything was fine. He stayed up all night reading that script. It reminded him of the book Noi Bon Toi Tre by Kweto that he had read when he was young, and he wondered where the little boy in front of him could have dug up this information. More than anything, the main character is someone who has observed a lot. He carries guilt in his heart yet simultaneously denies what he has done. The priest only wonders if taking on such a role would have any impact on the boy. So you want to ask Dong-guk one thing: what is a demon to you? The silence interrupted the conversation between the two. After careful thought, Dong-guk answered that the demon's father is someone as evil as their heart, and they will feel ashamed and live a life of disgrace. Instead of seeing those evil fools, your empathy isn't for the sinners, but for the victims. This boy agrees with what he reads in the Bible. It seems that father doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. However, what worries Dong-guk is that the actions of the main character will damage the reputation of the church. Facing the boy's question, Cha just smiled kindly. There is no one completely accurate answer when it comes to religion. Believers must choose what they believe in, and religion cannot be forced. So what's written in the script isn't that important. This is the world of free speech. No matter what the movie says, it won't change the believer's faith. It's clear that he believes in the power of religion. Dong-guk felt much relieved. The conversation between the two people lasted until the sky darkened completely. While Dong-guk was calmly preparing for his role, storms were already brewing at SBC. The plan for the movie's wrap party is driving the director crazy. B.D. Kim, bright-faced, suggested hosting the party at two places, one being the theater and the other being Hangui, a very expensive venue. The director was visibly irritated with that kind of party ending. They were so close to sealing the reporter's contract. What nonsense was that? And B.D. Kim was like, I'm already familiar with you. The more relaxed he is, the more the director gets heated. Do you think those people are just coming to the party? Reporters will be there too, along with the chairman himself. Yet they still plan to hold it in a theater. Despite the director's request to change hotels, B.D. Kim's facade remained the same, and he even raised his voice, telling the director not to be outdated. It would be much easier to choose a restaurant, but the actors and crew wouldn't feel comfortable, as if it demanded a certain status. The wrap party is a place for the crew to relax, but if reporters come and interview, even the director would feel bad about it. Besides, what if the president comes? Can't they just eat and have a good time? The translation in English according to your requirements is, it is true that B.D. Kim is quite stubborn, but his arguments are very precise. Another reason to hold it in the theater is that everyone agreed to watch the final part together, so we need a big screen, right? It seems that B.D. Kim is gradually succeeding in manipulating the director's psychology. He knows very well that the director isn't exactly comfortable being behind the scenes. So after not showing up even once during filming, you should know it's hard to please the higher-ups. Instead, just ask them for more funding. Now the director can't even tell who's the boss and who's the subordinate anymore. Why do they always keep asking for more money? Seriously, he understands that Mr. Kim cares about his family and the film crew, but the matter needs to be considered further. Those little demons can rest assured. Kim is confident he's fully prepared, and the theater is all set. The director is just taking it. Now he's just trying to speak well in front of the chairman. Even though he's really annoying, the old man just can't hate him. Not even a few seconds into the moment of silence, B.D. Kim popped his head in to remind the director not to forget his trip to Phuket. This guy might as well just sit on his boss's head, he said. Later that evening at Dong-guk's place, there was another storm, more precisely, a storm of clothes. The director couldn't handle it, so he asked Baka for help. 8 young men who hadn't met in a long time were suddenly called out, immediately got defensive. I made this myself, so what? Mr. Kim sadly reminded the actor that the director's office is not a place to play around, so if you want to buy clothes for Dong-guk, just go to the store. Do you think she really wants to? The ghostly woman snapped. The store only accepted the boy when he was unknown. Now if he goes there, people will go crazy, forget about shopping, and they'll be trapped inside. Dong-guk felt a bit scared, not joking around. She's seriously warned not to wear the same uniform as last time. She won't just stand by and watch it happen again. Got it. She will definitely straighten this boy out from head to toe without missing a spot. And now we will move on to Season 2 of Living as an Actor. Will the life of young actor Dong-guk reach the pinnacle of fame amidst the applause of everyone, or will he once again become a tiger butterfly lost in the dazzling world of showbiz? Director Shin apologized for the car being a bit cramped and old, but Dong-guk didn't mind. The car was still good. Now they are visiting the upcoming filming set. Director Sin wishes that all the actors could be as optimistic as Dong-guk. He would be deeply moved. With Dong-guk, it will be prioritized over the current vacation. That's also why you received a lot of guidance from the director. But you heard that Mr. Sin would have a discussion with a funeral director, so you didn't understand why he was heading all the way to the outskirts. The reason is very simple. He wants the actor to truly understand the character and see the original version. Dong-guk was extremely curious, wondering if he had a prototype for the character. Of course, he already has one, a real-life figure for inspiration. Finally, they arrived, greeted by an elderly man who works as an undertaker. So, the image of the character's father is that of an undertaker. With a thin and time-worn figure, he is the father of the director. The time they arrived at Chaju Sin's house was already around evening. The old man, while peeling seeds, asked the two people, one old and one young, who had taken the trouble to learn about burial shrouding. To be honest, it's a very labor-intensive job, and you also have to get used to the shroud. At first he trembled before the corpse, tears streaming down, but it would have been ridiculous to show that in front of the host family. So he clenched his teeth and mustered up all his courage, time after time, until he gradually got used to it. Clean the lifeless bodies, dress them in new clothes, and stitch up their wounds made him think about life. No matter what their past was like, the burial shroud brings everyone to the same level, and that's truly sad. In this era, where degrees and schools are considered so important, few people still work in a profession where they meet more dead than living. But in the past, children often inherited their parents' jobs when they grew up. The Dong-guk guessed that Director Sin would do the same. The answer was just a guess, child. Mr. Sin sneered at the old man and scolded him in a local accent. How could someone with such a sensitive stomach handle this kind of thing? Normally, they wouldn't be able to manage it alone. They'd quit after just a few days. Dong-guk suddenly asked, what if a young person could do that? What would happen? The answer wasn't contempt, but an obvious response. He thought they'd faint. Of course, that's the usual reaction, and if that kid keeps doing that job, there will be two possibilities. Either they will become numb or extremely sensitive, enough sharing to keep Dong-guk pondering until late at night. The sky here is so beautiful that Director Shin couldn't help but exclaim several times to the actor. To put it bluntly, this job isn't based on his personal experience. This uncle simply drew inspiration from his father, a man who made him take up the embalming work. Naturally, in his younger years, he thought his father was emotionally detached. But then the boy realized that wasn't right. It was like the night. His father also had hidden feelings, and he had recognized them. After his mother died of illness, his father worked as an undertaker to raise him alone. In the eyes of the little boy named Sin, visiting his father's workplace was also a way of saying goodbye to his mother. And Sin at that moment saw something, the image of a father with frail, trembling shoulders, who had never shown any emotion, wiping away tears as he took care of the final rites for the wife he loved with all his heart. That was when the boy, who thought his father's heart was made of stone, realized that his father felt just as much pain as he did. So Director Sin believes that the main character's experience also carries those emotions, even when the paths we walk are parallel lines. While he continues, the character remains closely tied to those feelings. And he wished this conversation could help the young actor Dong-guk. After the conversation ended, the entire sky was left with only him and the lingering melancholy. No one can escape death. All humans are the same. It is like a flickering flame at the end. He wrote down his own philosophy of life that no one can escape life and death. Both of you in your past life were an ungrateful son who couldn't do anything to save your mother, and that was the last straw that made Dong-guk lose the will to live. Facing life and death and how everything changes is tough, but I think leaving without a proper funeral is the biggest challenge in life. The next morning, Dong-guk was drying chilies with the old man while listening to him continue sharing his thoughts. He mentioned that there was a time he had to arrange a funeral for a lonely person whose roof collapsed in a storm, causing rainwater to seep into the body. So his daughter, even if she came here, wouldn't be able to see her father one last time. That's why he usually advises the family head to prepare a coffin just in case. Another case is an accident caused by a tornado, its speed twice as fast as usual, the body torn apart and the skin peeled off. While listening to the old man talk about not encouraging the family to participate in the funeral process, Dong-guk suddenly realized. His hands were trembling though his words remained composed, but in a moment, it became firm and resolute. People in his profession must care for the deceased so they can appear in the best condition one last time. Then he allowed Dong-guk to ask whatever he wanted, because who knows if there would be another chance. The young man boldly asked if when arranging the funeral without family present, should they also consider the deceased's religion. He hasn't had much experience with those cases, but in the past, there were quite a few bodies that were not claimed by their families, and monks would periodically visit and pray for them. The last words he said to Dong-guk, even if a lot of time passes, there will still be someone willing to help. Now he handed over a pack of cigarettes and told Dong-guk to take it home and give it to the elders. Before Dong-guk left, he was curious if the boy was the main actor in his son's movie, and the boy proudly showed off his role. If that's the case, this old father hopes for one thing: please take care of him. Director Shin didn't say a word to his father and told actor Kang to hurry up. It seems that Dong-guk noticed something. Director Sin also resembles his image. Suddenly, No reminded Uncle Sin that his father was waving, startling him. I told you, Dad already went in. Finally, the gruff director walked down, slammed the car door shut, and shouted to Cha, the autumn wind is freezing, get inside. Even so, he still did not go. This father, honestly, sometimes I just don't know what to do anymore. So the boy who once promised you he'd come back after finishing his movie, don't worry, Dad. Dong-guk sat in the car, proud of his uncle. As they say, starting is stepping into half the battle. A brief meeting followed by a call would make the ones I love much happier. If only Director Shin weren't at this age, it would be so much better. After a short time, Dong-guk had to go to Haegwan Entertainment Company. Honestly, you still don't understand why Than is learning to dance here. Now let's take a short break. What could be the reason why Dong-guk suddenly started learning to dance? For those who forgot, in episode 4, Ba Dong-guk promised a meeting with Fan. And who would have thought that the company was truly serious about this meeting with a reminder from two seniors? Don't think about going there and playing Miss Congeniality with Fan. So Mr. Kim suggested that with your current singing ability, you should also work on developing your dancing skills. And then because the director of Heekwon Entertainment is a friend of Mr. Kim, that's how it ended up like this. Just at the moment when Song arrived to greet Dong-guk by chance, he was quite surprised because he thought the manager had gone to Phuket already. It turned out that Min-hai and another manager had gone there while he needed to take care of some tasks here. Knowing she's about to hold a fan meeting, Song boldly offers to change the team. Dong-guk just smiles at the manager, jokingly, with such a sense of humor. Just in time, the tour guide enthusiastically ran out to greet Dong-guk, hoping he would have a pleasant experience. And the actor's rehearsal time begins. The teacher was very impressed with Dong-guk's flexibility, even as an actor. Usually if you have a flexible body like that, it's easy to form a habit, so the teacher thinks that on the first day the young man was a bit stiff, just try a little more and it'll be fine. Is it really okay for Dong-guk's joints to be as stiff as a robot like this? Just relax. There's still one more week, so take it easy. The boy was visibly disheartened despite the teacher's encouragement, but she wasn't afraid of the hardship no matter what, because she was a big fan of Dong-guk. He was quite surprised that the teacher was a fan of his. To be honest, that youth drama was extremely popular, so even during breaks, the veteran coaches talked about Dong-guk, but he still didn't know who many of the actors were, though they were all handsome. So what? To the teacher and everyone, beauty isn't everything. Behavior and attitude matter the most. No one would put off their rest to attend a fan meeting. So honestly, Miss Kwon was extremely impressed with the interview where you wore the monk's robe. This kindness fills Dong-guk with indescribable joy. In his past life, they only called him a deranged bastard, yet somehow, his image has completely transformed. Unintentionally, Dong-guk's charm was on full display, and the teacher, flustered, eagerly wanted to bring him some water. Dong-guk thought it was impolite, so he went to get it himself, but as soon as he opened the door, he bumped into two ladies. Not just one or two people, but a lot of people. While the little boy didn't understand anything, the impact of that beauty was enormous, making everyone blush with embarrassment. It's the reality of meeting someone that touches your heart. Mak Hak in the music production department is in a dispute because director Bo Mong-ran asked to make the OST more distinctive, which annoyed the composer since those who don't understand music are being overly opinionated. The musician also received a message from the director, that guy who's always rambling about a new project, and the manager had to reach out to them hoping to handle the music issue. And here is Choi Do, the music production director, angrily questioning who the actor is. To speak about Choi, he is not just a film music director but also someone who won the Favorite Award with his debut work, showcasing his rare technical talent. When he was dreaming of a career in piano studies during his youth, an unfortunate wrist injury forced him to give up on that dream. The talented man accepted his fate, and after becoming a music director, his name quickly became famous across Asia. And his expression when the assistant informed him that the singer was Dong-guk was genuinely shocked because he had spent more time abroad than in the country and had no idea about what had happened. The assistant received an audio file, so if he wants to know more, he should probably listen. The impromptu singer is utterly exhausted from dealing with a barrage of baseless rumors. Not only the coach but the entire staff is stirring things up. After showering, Dong-guk quickly started practicing his lines. He got into character swiftly, from his eyes to his words. What he received wasn't pain. He delivered judgments to those with sinful lives, so please don't let anything happen. Things like that just happen by chance to the victims of your sins, so you're different from them. The young boy stopped here, in his previous life. Practicing lines alone in front of the mirror was normal, but now it feels a bit sad without anyone to practice with. Actually, you have grown up and gotten used to having everyone around like you do now. Just as he was trying to calm down, he suddenly got furious because his uncle had walked into someone else's room without permission, which embarrassed him a lot. You can't blame his uncle, though. He did knock, but the nephew was too absorbed in his performance. But why be embarrassed? Come closer to see how much your nephew has grown already. But whatever, let's go eat chicken now. Turns out Anne came up here to tell the kid to go down and eat, and at the same time, eavesdropped on the script to tease them. Dong-guk, still holding the pants he was changing, rushed outside and urgently asked him to stop. As for Choi, he is reviewing the AU version of Dong-guk. The words he had seemed inadequate to describe his current feelings, so he called his assistant to ask when this would end. Ko Ho-jin informed you that the schedule would last about a week. But surprisingly, the director announced it would be done in 2 days. Mr. Awet-T is definitely very inspired this time, and I bet he won't regret taking on the role of OTT for the priest's judgment, because it will resonate for the next 10 years. At that moment, when Editor-in-Chief Kwat was interviewed with a question about events from a decade ago regarding actor Dong-guk's materials, to be honest, he knew that talented young man when Debot was around, but he didn't know much about his time as a child actor. At 18, the young boy starred in a blockbuster youth film, and later, he even accidentally met actor Kang while he was practicing dancing. Those were 2 chances to cross paths. About his youth, the reporter still remembers he was a big fan of the movie from 10 years ago, and the rumors started weaving from there. Kim Jin, who was the director responsible for filming at that time, is now the head of the film department. Writer Hwang has also become extremely popular in Korea, and of course actor Dong-guk needs no further introduction. Indeed, when recalling the times new actors were cast, Bo Toi-tre was lucky to become a hit, and Jeong's fame skyrocketed overnight. However, when the public believed he would continue his studies at the High School of Film, that actor chose his next project to be an 18-plus movie, Confessions of a Monk. During that time, many articles emerged, with some reporters even writing conflicting news claiming that the actor's favoritism from the school had made him arrogant. But you yelled that's not the same thought. An actor's role is to act. They shouldn't be disturbed by others' opinions, and you highly respect the actor's choice, Jeong. About the next question, he boldly asked the editor-in-chief if he remembered what happened during Jeong's first fan meeting. Here is your translated text. This guy has quite a bit of information. In fact, the reporter asked this because fan meetings from 10 years ago were quite rare, and when he worked with Dong-guk's team, they refused and said they knew nothing. However, from what was vaguely heard, it seems the head editor was also present at the fan meeting. Mr. Kwat understands everything, understands why Mr. Kwan didn't mention that they don't have Tet moments. In fact, there is no reason to justify that. In the meeting, the cameras pointed at us as if we were on a film set, and there were 10 times more of them than there are now. The cleverness of CIO Kim Song-kwan is highly commendable. The team must have prepared a lot for the meeting fan. Even Dong-guk couldn't believe there would be this many people. So you're thinking it over carefully? Or are you just dropping the dancing part because changing it within a week is too impossible? Sister C betrayed Dong-guk. She said that not only are there Korean fans here, but also Japanese fans. So Dong-guk practiced dancing for the fans to watch, and there's a rumor that he's even better at dancing than Ido. She seems to have set a trap for this young man already. Midway your heart pounds with the fervent love of fan. Well, fate decides for each. Some win all, some fall, loved or not. We gamble, betting it all. And this is the dance that actor No Le-jun is preparing for fan. Ido could be very handsome and talented, but that's only when Ido hasn't danced. At that moment, the original creator Dong-guk was sure that this dance would be enough to inspire the fans. So anything can be accepted when Do-chun-sama is too handsome. It seems like Do-chun-sama is about to sing again, according to one of the group's key members. People were a bit skeptical, like yeah, he's really cute, but his singing might be a bit off, right? Dong-guk noticed the passionate gaze of the fans. You effortlessly used your strongest weapon, giving them a warm, sweet smile. The fans will be head over heels, not caring whether you sing well or not. The most surprising thing was Dong-guk's incredibly soulful voice. Then he continued to stir up the atmosphere with his singing and games, puzzles, and many other activities. Now it's time for the segment to pick a lucky number to get a Dong-guk hug. Today seems to be this girl's lucky day as she was chosen, number 73. The little kid walked up nervously as he got close to his idol. Can you believe it? Do-chun-sama is holding the baby's hand. It's big and warm too. And right at this moment, something unexpected happened. The girl only had time to look up at the ceiling because it suddenly got too dark. When it became clear, it was too late, and Dong-guk swiftly pulled her towards him. The entire studio ceiling lights collapsed into a chaotic mess. Everyone froze because of actor Dong-guk and the fans who were still up there. All the staff are working at full capacity and simultaneously calling for a 119. One of them slipped behind the stage curtain, worried about Dong-guk. Luckily, he's fine, but first they needed to ask if this person was okay. That girl finally dared to open her eyes. And what caught her eye was the image of Dong-guk gently and tenderly protecting her. Now these people are just learning exactly what happened back then through Mr. Kwat's account. Because 10 years ago, the internet wasn't as developed as it is now, and because of the darkness, fan couldn't see the full scene of the falling light, so at that time, actor Jang personally went to talk to the press. The reporter was really curious about what he said. Dong-guk smiled and said that this wasn't a serious issue, and he was thinking that the accident might scare the girl fan not if it got more attention than necessary. Fortunately, the Japanese girl wasn't hurt, and actor Jang only had a wound on his back. What's impressive is that even in a critical situation, he managed to stay calm for the fan meeting. The girl has now become a veteran member of the fan club of actor Jang. Just as the assistant reminded the man to deal with some tasks, he immediately told the team to get back on track since time was limited, so they should focus on finishing up. It seems the reporter is still waiting to mention the movie by the actor Dong-guk Debat, The Confession of the Priest. As someone who has lived through 10 years, he proudly talks about it. From the first film, the subsequent shoots of Dong-guk were remarkably different. Even now, he still feels a bit of a shiver when he thinks about that guy's outstanding acting ability. And the relaxed atmosphere for work that he created is something you can never forget. At that time, Ngai Kwat was also present at the first press conference for the movie, The Confession of the Priest. Director Shin told him to feel free to look around, and then consult with the cinematographer because adjusting the camera angle upward would now require more time for these two scenes. Mr. Camera confidently assured Director Shin, "I've prepared everything, don't think I haven't reviewed that." Director Shin was more eager than anyone, asking everyone to understand that this was the first shoot, so he hoped the cameramen would capture beautiful scenes, making it as smooth as flowing porridge. Dong-guk sensed that everyone was worried, probably because it was the first day. Right at this moment, you run into your senior. Dong-guk respectfully bowed and introduced himself with great formality, even though it wasn't really necessary since they had already met at the press conference. He felt a bit jealous when the kid called him uncle but called him senior, as if it made him look a few years older. The little boy giggled and promised to call veteran actor Kim Hoin-sup uncle. Uncle Kim, like veteran actor On, is one of South Korea's top actors, and a strong contender for the Best Supporting Actor title. At the same time, he was also the figure that Dong-guk always aspired to in his past life. Saw that he was about to lean on the seat, so driver Bong-chun gently reminded him not to lean on the seat. Then, even if you said you were fine, he still handed you an ice pack to soothe the pain. Dong-guk wouldn't rest despite being injured at the fan meeting and stubbornly continued filming. Midway, Director Sin approached Dong-guk, but he seemed too formal, so the boy calmly said, "Uncle, just speak comfortably. If you keep using honorifics, it'll feel like we're not that close. More than anything, I'm here to help the kid with content and guidance, and Dong-guk's intuition is truly strong." The director has to admit that, and even more surprising was that Dong-guk knew Mr. Sin was worried about the filming schedule. It's hard to believe, but now he wants to introduce someone to Dong-guk. This is the new music director who recently returned to the country. Dong-guk unconsciously blurted out his name in surprise. Mr. Choi found it strange that the child knew about him. You try to find the right words to say, but deep down, you're already screaming, of course, you know, because he's the one who helped you a lot with your role. Song with Chu's immense popularity in Asia, Choi has become one of the major icons of the film industry, even in Hollywood. When you were still playing an extra in your previous life, this globally recognized director confided over drinks that the supporting actors were terrible. He couldn't come up with any melodies for them, and Dong-guk has interrupted the film crew ever since. However, Dong-guk doesn't want to remember that time, seriously. "You've improved your acting skills." Dong-guk started by expressing his admiration for the projects nominated by the uncle's team from Busan and Mongra, including the interview after winning the favorite award. Because he was nervous, the young man misspoke, hoping the movie would only be shown in theaters in China. Fortunately, he handled it well by using some articles written about him in Chinese media as a shield, so he managed to get through it. Song Dong-guk had to turn to confirm with Director Sin if he really intended to introduce this person to him. Exactly. Mr. Choi traveled all the way from Yeong yesterday, and today will be in charge of the OST department for the priest's confession. Dong-guk felt a bit anxious about facing such a renowned and talented person on set. But anyway, you'll show him another side of yourself. Now begins the scene of a confession from the criminal. The inspector raised his voice, questioning the other person if he was a monk. That person didn't say a word, and the atmosphere turned somber. The man shouted furiously at Kim Moo-chin, "Stop stalling for time, you've already executed 6 people. How can you maintain that monk-like demeanor after doing such a thing?" The interrogation room is connected to an observation room where many people are listening in, but the other side can't see it. Right at that moment, a request came through from the headset. "May I have a few words with him?" The inspector left, replaced by a middle-aged man. From start to finish, Kim Moo-chin showed no reaction. The person gently held the cold handcuffed hands and then whispered, asking they Matthew what had happened. Finally Matthew spoke, his eyes vacant, his words halting and confusing. "Your answer is the question. Arrogance, envy, wrath, sloth, gluttony, and lust. What do they mean to a senior monk? In other words, these are the 7 deadly sins. And that is why he killed them." When Matthew was studying the doctrine, he kept wondering if sin and punishment really existed, and the teacher discovered that it doesn't exist in reality. The victims have perished and become one with Mother Earth, while those bastards still live their lives in freedom. So please don't ask why. Matthew's voice was strangely calm. He said it was like how they couldn't erase their mistakes, and we couldn't wash away the stains we created. It seems that Captain Tutrekop already knows the culprits who committed the 7 deadly sins, yet I couldn't kill the last one. And do you know what that is? The pupils of Truong Tutrekop contracted, he knew well, it was greed. And it seemed he realized something, so he stood up abruptly, ignoring what Matthew continued to say. Criminals are like the seeds of wild thorny plants, countless crimes hidden deep within their hearts. Matthew grabbed the hand of Truong Tujai and questioned, "How can a person have such insatiable greed and continue walking with a heart as cold as stone?" How can there be peace of mind thinking justice is being served while others are suffering, and their hopes are hanging by a fragile thread? Not only drained their vitality but also their families. Those lingering sins will never be erased. The final words of Mathieu, the greedy soul. Death is the rightful punishment. Fate has been sealed. And he looked at Trey Kopp with a judgmental gaze, the vortex of crime like a black hole. Final calculations, the embodiment of purification. Just as the director shouted cut, he then timidly asked Mr. Choi how he felt. The expression is not hard to guess when anyone watches the set of Dong-guk. He's quite surprised and wonders if the other takes were also done in just one shot. Of course, for director Shin, not at all. It's no exaggeration that in the industry, he's earned the nickname the Stubborn Ox. And the man nearby, Chief Editor Sir shouted after witnessing everything, he immediately had a hunch. The movie revolves around actor Jang and will be a huge hit, and he was sure his intuition wasn't wrong. On the other hand, in the studio right now, the props team is torturing everyone with the smell of decomposing corpses. Because the director wants the set to look like a real morgue, everyone will have to put up with the smell a bit. Other people were already turning green from vomiting, but director Shin Kyung was adamant that the more realistic the set, the better. But isn't it a bit unrealistic for you, my friend, to be busy getting a performance permit while reminding everyone? Holding the permit in one hand and moving corpses with the other sounds like fun. After struggling to spray all sorts of scents, the next scene began. Kim Moo-jin's father had died in a car accident, and the perpetrator had fled. Director Sin vividly recalls how earlier this afternoon, Dong-guk auditioned like a professional killer. In the current scene, he is Kim Moo-chin Mathieu, a young student of a religious school. The child is enduring immense pain as they stand before their father's body, which has been torn apart to the point that it cannot be put back together completely. And Kim Moo-jin, a student from a religious school, personally received his father's body. Though still at an age not yet fully matured, he had to force himself to suppress his grief. It is similar to what Uncle Sin shared, that when he was young, he thought his father was a cold-hearted person, but later realized that Ba was a person full of emotions. And sadly, that child once thought they were like their father, believing they too would be cold in the face of death. However, everything will burst out when it reaches a certain point. Just like how Uncle Sin once said, "I'm sure the main character thinks like me, even though our paths differ, their heart isn't made of stone, it's just something we've intentionally kept hidden." The monk is the one who will become the future murderer, gradually erasing the last bit of emotion here. Director Sin noticed that he was truly immersed in the story from Kim Moo-chin's hometown, and that was how the priest's confession began. After a tiring day at work, Dong-guk returned to the life of an ordinary person. At this moment, when looking in the mirror, you just realized the wound has completely healed without a single scar, as the director was quite concerned and took him for skincare throughout. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he went out to eat and immediately saw Anne's cheerful smile. He wondered why his uncle kept stopping by while he was supposed to be at work. The kid is so straightforward, but thinking about it, I have to admit I underestimated him. It's all because he's mocking the fact that the person he used to call uncle is now called Kim Sunbae. If you want to judge, this Uncle An entered the industry 3 years before Hyung Sup. Dong-guk thinks maybe we should start calling Uncle An a Super Sunbae. He's just too rebellious. It's true, you can't reason with her. Look at that kid who's now the most famous actor in Korea, even trying to teach others how to act. Still, this is the first time he's seen him praise an actor so much, and it's a newcomer. Did the kid do something on set? Dong-guk was chewing rice and shrugged. This, you handle it, seems like there's nothing to do. The surprising thing about this An guy is that they've managed to raise a tiger in the film industry like Dong-guk. Even Bai Diet, who worked with him, is enjoying some of the fame. That hot-tempered Mi Hung Kwang probably doesn't even realize he's holding onto a big shot. Finished, An started to ask a few things about the Dong-guk project and asked to leave if allowed. Bet was curious since it seemed there was no filming today. Honestly, he got the day off today and wanted to go out for a bit. Uncle An popped his head out and sincerely advised, "If I were you, I'd skip school and go to sleep. How do you still have the energy to organize your morning schedule?" Dong-guk can't help it since he's getting his test results today. Now Dong-guk Chi is allowed to be an ordinary student just for this morning. Uncle An predicted confidently that the retake would rank first again. That boy is just too perfect, huh? After a few classes at school, Dong-guk played soccer with his friends during recess. Not only is he a great actor, but his athletic talent is also outstanding. It seems like it's been a long time since Dong-guk has had time to hang out with friends like this. You can't understand why the director wants you to sacrifice your youth to stick to the studio when your school days are really hard to relive. The fact that Dong-guk going to school could easily cause a commotion. The juniors are always waiting to hand you gloves to wipe your sweat. Although he's famous, the young man is still having some trouble adjusting since it's been a month since his youthful days. However, you skillfully refuse, saying no need to do that next time. I always sweat after working out, so I'm already prepared. Right at this moment, A voice like a ticking time bomb loudly called out the full name. As class president, the only one who snaps at Dong-guk in this school, she loudly declares that whether you're famous or not, the tutor is still looking for you. However, despite her tough exterior, she's actually one of those who want to offer a helping hand. In the office, the teacher asked Dong-guk about the schedule. Though it's a bit hard to say, instead of coming to class, he hopes you'll help this beloved teacher prepare for the lesson. Each class has a student assistant, but he doesn't want to add more burden to the class leader. Dong-guk immediately accepted because he felt bad thinking about how she had to handle this alone during the filming. The kid cooperated so well that the teacher was tempted to tease him, but there was something that made him curious. Could this child be a genius? With 30 years of teaching experience, this was the first student the teacher had to admit was truly smart and knew how to focus on what mattered. Dong-guk couldn't understand why the teacher suddenly said that. The story is that Dong-guk's test scores were exceptionally outstanding in the mock test. Although there's no official announcement yet, he made it into the top 100 nationwide. It seems the kid's reaction wasn't very happy. Initially, Dong-guk just intended to make up for the past life, but then suddenly his goals kept increasing. Even though Truong-ti is a good launch pad, he felt it was still a bit heavy for him. It's like you're just getting a few small achievements now, so you can't be arrogant. You know, it sounds a bit strange, but it really is. The teacher's expression was completely helpless. Is this kid acting here or what? Putting the talented actor aside, maybe it's been a while since you've seen someone. A lady who grew up with Dong-guk as a companion and became the turning point that made him decide to live as an actor. Welcome to the historical film set, and here is your friend Dan-soo playing the role of the crown princess. However, her acting career hasn't been smooth at all, as she's lost count of how many times she sneaked into the waiting room during filming. The director won't be pleased if she keeps doing this on set. Dan-soo, still childish, mimicked the director's words to manager Kan, asking him to let Dan-soo go alone. She prefers studying the script in the waiting room because staying on set makes her feel stressed. The manager was completely helpless, just when the costume director came in and asked Dan-soo what she was studying, saying it was time to change clothes and remove makeup. In the end, Kwan Lee Kan had no argument left, so he quietly walked away. After the manager left, Dan-soo boldly asked his senior, "How was my acting today?" Of course, there was nothing to say. More than anything, this girl gave some really helpful advice when the senior didn't do well. Just as she said, closing her eyes, taking a sip of water, and thinking about the changing seasons surprisingly helped her complete the scene in just one take. But the senior wondered who taught the girl that method. Memories from childhood suddenly came flooding back, making Dan-soo blush. There was someone who revealed that secret to the girl, but the senior was curious about what the girl was studying. It seemed like math and Japanese. Daeon-soo mentioned that just knowing English wouldn't be enough. Who knows, maybe their movie would get screened in Japan like the youth film. That childish remark was just amusing. How could they possibly screen a Korean historical film in Japan? It's just like youth. It's like flipping a switch when mentioning the series for young people. The girl's eyes lit up, asking if her sister had already watched it. Of course she had. The male character on the right, what's his name? Dong-guk. He acted pretty well, and even among their team, many female actresses liked him a lot. Saw Gyo-ru being targeted, Daeon-soo hurriedly corrected. He's actually 10 years younger than her. Dan-soo doesn't understand why he's so popular, and the senior is a bit upset because that handsome guy turns out to be a minor. Their director also said he has a perfect face for historical films. Very quickly, Chi turned the conversation to something else. Seeing how hard the girl was studying, her goal must be to get into a Korean university, right? But the answer is she will enter Sehwa and she will definitely pass. For those who don't know, Sehwa High School is where Dong-guk is currently studying. So Dong-guk felt like someone was talking badly about him. The days after, Korea started to get cold. The wind came too early, even before winter, making everyone shiver like leaves in the wind. At the right moment, Sutsu brought everyone some heating patches and handed out 3 to each person, no more. The cameraman was trembling and grumbling. 3 pieces aren't enough. Why are we saving production costs so much? We even had to do an entire surgery scene without gloves. To Ben to Onsang also expressed their longing. Don't tell them that the Onsang team has to work with bare hands. Do you want to play with disco lights or what? In the end, Ong Noi Kwe Phim argued with Ong Ko and Sang and Kaobet got stuck in the middle. Just when tensions were rising, Dong-guk showed up, rallying everyone to come over and eat. The boy brought roasted sweet potatoes, ate them, and got to work. He had plenty, so anyone who hadn't eaten yet could freely take some. Everyone was curious how a kid came up with such a great idea. Honestly, back when he was in Gyeongdo, he often went to the beach early to prepare the fish. Dong-guk shared about his situation at that time, when it was still as cold as winter because of the sea breeze. One of the things that helped him get through the cold was roasted sweet potatoes. So Chukam got the chance to criticize Tro Lee Bet. No matter how many times I think about it, Dong-guk seems like he's been living on a film set for centuries, so he's even more mature than Sa-chu. You better learn from him. Seeing everyone so tense, Dong-guk stepped in and told everyone to calm down. We're almost done filming. Suddenly the boy suggested buying raincoats for the group to avoid worrying about the weather, leaving everyone puzzled. Now Bet's memory has returned, which is why last time she said she wanted to buy more tools, but before she could finish, her mouth was stuffed with potatoes. Everyone except Bet looked at the young man like a savior, saying, "It's a raincoat, thank heavens, hooray Dong-guk." As for the senior actor working with Dong-guk, he was getting his makeup done while asking about the progress of the first shoot. The assistant reported with a proud voice that thanks to Dong-guk, the atmosphere had become much warmer. This caught him by surprise. After all, the lead actor is the one who sets the tone for the shoot, but it's not something a rookie without experience can easily handle. Although he rose to fame through school dramas, he never saw the boy panic or get tired. This actor keeps surprising him more and more. Could he do the same if he were 18 again? Probably not, since besides acting, he couldn't even land the lead role in any plays. The new actor not only captures the main character's psychology, his acting is flawless. He can portray the nuances between different characters, which is often incredibly challenging, especially with roles that defy moral norms, but he makes it look as easy as eating candy. He was very curious about where he had learned them from. Maybe you should try that, kid, now. And right after that scene 21, Duk-ong and Thae-tu started. After many years of studying religion, Duk-ong thought it must be very tough, but when he heard Mu-chin was being ordained and would work with him, he was very happy. With Duk-ong and for 4 long years never leaving the sanctuary, so it's the same now. Therefore, young man, if there's anything, don't hesitate to ask. Mr. Tron smiled kindly and was ready to receive any questions from Matthew. He directly asked about the 7 deadly sins. What do you think of it? And the whole atmosphere fell silent. He considers it a very good question. However, the Lord has taught that if we forgive the crimes, they are pardoned. As a human, no one can avoid committing a mistake, but if we let go and forgive, we will become better people. A lifeless pair of eyes from a boy who has lost his own emotions. Excerpt from Tron chapter 20 verse 23. We can stand before God and ask for forgiveness from him. So Matthew, when you look at a cat, what do you see? Matthew had not caught up with the question from Dua-ong when asked about it. A cat nearby suddenly jumped out. Director Sin was caught off guard. The scene was spontaneous, but he hadn't been informed when to act. Whether to leave it or cut it out was the question. He guessed that they wanted to improvise on their own. Facing the question from Duk-ong, Matthew quietly replied, "Who am I to feel disappointed? Isn't he just a child of God too? We are all the same. Each type of sin is different. We are the ones who save them with the word of God and heal them. We are here in this church to save them." That's what the priest said, right? Now I don't know who's testing whom anymore. Each word this boy says is completely spontaneous, yet it fits the character perfectly. Not everyone who prays to God and the saints can enter heaven. Only the prayers of the Father will reach heaven. People outside were holding their breath at the scene. A conversation reflecting the 3 views truly made an impression. The assistant asked the director if they were keeping this scene, then suddenly Mr. Sin stood up abruptly. He walked straight onto the set after cutting the questioning scene, asking Kim why it was like that. "What will you do if he tells you to leave?" "Improvisation is fine, but you need to let us know beforehand next time," he said. Strangely, the owner who caused the incident is now extremely confused. Even his words are jumbled. Actually, Kim did not participate at all. He genuinely thought this improvised scene wouldn't be good, but it turned out like this in the end. At that moment, a cat walked by, so Kim asked many questions that couldn't be answered. That actor made him feel like everything was prearranged, and even added lines to the script. A kid could actually leave him behind. It's been a long time since he felt this way. Actor Kim is getting more curious, wondering where that kid came from. Director Sin is still in awe, even though he's already familiar with Dong-guk. In the evening, Mr. Kim and his group went to Dong-guk's house. He came here just to become a drunken mess and meet the teacher. Dong-guk had no idea how much they had drunk, but now they were talking about Dong-guk, shocked that such a young kid had become a big star and acted so well. He told Anne that because the boy was exceptionally brilliant at improvising, he praised him like that. Even if he was the one who started the improvisation, he still had to be speechless. It reminds me of the feeling when performing in front of On. The old guys were getting wasted and invited the kid to join in even though he was underage. Dong-guk strongly urged the 2 men to stop, and they let go, as the 2 old men clung to the boy's legs, crying, "How could you do this to those who have no one waiting at home?" Dong-guk couldn't understand why they kept saying he would get married. The 2 troublemakers stayed up until the next morning. There was only one person, Dong-guk, sober enough to cook hangover soup. The old men, gray-haired and all, getting so drunk they forget their image. Who would believe these 2 are veteran actors? Then Dong-guk sped off to school. Honestly, he couldn't stand the smell of alcohol. As soon as Dong-guk arrived at school, he immediately jumped in to help the teacher. But why did the teacher make it sound like there was so much to do? He doesn't know what else to say. Look at the situation. The Parents' Association can still manage, but the high schoolers will start screaming every time they see a famous actor around here. And now Dong-guk is carrying the stack of admission applications to Sehua. It's a bit heavy, but something strange happened. Shoelaces naturally came undone at the wrong time. Both of his hands are holding this box too. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. People often say that when your shoelaces come undone, it means someone is waiting for you. And it's true. That brought the two of them back together after many years apart. The girl finished tying his shoelaces, a familiar scene but with the roles reversed. Just like Hajin and the little lady who just enrolled in Gyeongdo back in the day, that day welcomed the two with a gentle sunny morning, and you were a new student while he was already attending. It's really been a long time, Jeonsu greeted him with a bright smile, just like the way she arrived and left Busan when they met and parted ways. Dong-guk was in shock and couldn't say a word. The girl wondered what the first thing he would say to her would be like when they met. Who would have thought that the righteous young man of the year would ask the kid why he's here and not at the auditorium, making Don-soo furious. It's been so long since they last met, and that's all he could say? Song admitted he felt a bit shy, so he steered the conversation by asking if the girl was here with her mom. She, fuming with anger, replied that her mom wasn't with her because she said she'd visit him. So now, he should take her on a tour of the school. And above all, let me share the good news with you, she will officially enroll in this school. Not even started yet, but Dong-guk already sees the final year of high school full of storms. The girl cheerfully reminisces about the time when the two of them played in August Boy, and now it's exactly the same, even the line about touring the school. Dong-guk can't believe she's now old enough to mimic him saying that line from back then. Don-soo surrounds Dong-guk like a little sister showing off to her older brother, remembering exactly what she did as a kid. In contrast, her brother gloomily tells her to go to the study room, warning that if her grades aren't good, she won't be admitted. You haven't even tried. You're too pessimistic. The girl is confident she'll pass the exam. She may seem like that, but she's really smart, balancing both acting and studying. The girl wanted to know how much he was following her, so she asked if he had watched any historical movies. Seeing Dong-guk's face, she knew he was lying, so she asked, "What role did I play?" Dong-guk boldly guessed that she might be a princess or a servant, and the little girl got furious. The Jiang family liar had to make up for it and do whatever the girl said, which was to take her to an exhibition during lunch. Lightning struck with a loud bang right by my ear. That basically means ditching school, doesn't it? He thought of himself as a model student, so it was a bit shocking that he was actually the one who skipped the most classes to go film. He figured telling the teachers probably wouldn't be a big deal. However, you really don't understand why the girl chose the art exhibition. The reason is simple, her aunt opened it there. On the other hand, when the priest's confession was filmed and is about to be released, there are many issues surrounding it that director Sin must address, such as the clothing sponsorship from Daquan, and whether their company is asking if BBO agrees. I don't know how many times Mr. Shin will have to repeat himself to get through to Seok-chu, but honestly, there have been many offers since the movie started filming. He told Seoju not to rush into any decisions and to have them wait, including Daeguan, because when they film the scene where the culprits are caught red-handed with their earthly sins, there's probably going to be a branded lace involved. And he's sure that young Seoju has already spoken with the press, hasn't he? As planned, there seem to be many proposals. It's good that they're quite curious about them over there. This is the perfect time to launch ads. Song Sot anxiously asked the director what he planned to do during the break, hoping he wouldn't just lock himself in some office again. So, he suggested going fishing. There's a great new fishing pond on Mount Sandut. The department thinks he's a robot or something, barging into the office, but either way, he doesn't want to waste his precious vacation with Seo Chu. Generally, he has to hang up now and spend time with Dong-guk too. Actually, looking back, it seems like he really does need some rest, huh? Just at that moment, Director Shin was standing at the entrance to the art exhibition. While looking at the painting, he thought of Dong-guk. Thanks to him, the crew didn't need to shoot any additional scenes and had more time for themselves. That kid sure brings luck. At that moment, a painting caught his eye. It seemed quite good. Its name is Thoai Lai. When the sun sets and the dust starts blowing, whether the dog on the hill is the dog I know or a wolf that could kill me, a lady comes next to the director and says a few puzzling words when she sees him praising the painting of the dog and the wolf instead of the French people. Usually the exhibition doesn't have visitors at this hour, so the guy giving compliments here made her a little curious. And strangely enough, just after mentioning his love with Seo Chu because of the crime of going on vacation alone, his love came to the director. Let me introduce myself as artist Lee Sudan, and this is the painting I created. If there's any inconvenience caused by me sharing this painting, I sincerely apologize. The director Sin, possessed by the demon of love, didn't feel bothered at all and even eagerly introduced his profession. But misfortune never comes alone, and they happened to run into Dong-guk, who was with a little girl. Furthermore, that lady is Do-in-soo's aunt, what a coincidence. While the two aunts and nieces were happy to see each other, Director Shin was startled. A few days later they returned to the set to film. Director Shin kept pestering Dong-guk to ask about the relationship between the kid and that girl. He had insisted countless times that they were just close friends. With the most humorous face possible, he wondered just how close they had gotten for the diligent student of the year to skip school to attend an exhibition while still in his school uniform. He was clearly imagining an overly romantic dating scenario. Dong-guk refused to be outdone, snapping back with a sharp look at the director and Do-in-soo's aunt. It was pretty interesting, wasn't it? The one who always had a cold expression on set was now staring at her, even making his heart skip a beat. The next piece of information that Dong-guk gave left the director visibly shocked as he shouted out loud, "She's not married or has a boyfriend," Do-in-soo said that. However, the exaggerated reaction caught the attention of some people on the film crew, making the director uneasy. Finally, Dong got it under control. She teased, "Do you want me to mess with the structure a bit? Let me go tell someone." The old man, having been played by the young one, couldn't say anything but was still fuming. He told the young one to stop and not spread any rumors. Serious work is being done, but they are currently facing difficulties because this is not a good time to lay the tracks, as the area is full of mud and the ground is still not dry. The lighting team has to manage so many lights over there, and it makes Director Shin wonder why simply wanting brighter shots would attract any attention. The senior frowned visibly because of the director's severe delusion. He said, "If we have to shoot a 3-day scene in 5 minutes again, I'm out of here." So the director confidently assured the senior not to worry, "We will finish everything as planned." Once ready, scene 39 Ghosts in the Dust Storm begins. Mu-chin is chasing his prey across a field of dense, overgrown grass. Ma-tu loosened the white collar symbolizing the light of resurrection on a background of deadly black and exclaimed, "Loi shui ri a." That is the sin of greed. He clasped his hands together and said, "Father, whether it's a woman or a man, there's no difference. If they're possessed by demons, they'll be stuck under a spell and unable to return to normal. From the crimes, you know. But aren't your fault. It's the devil's fault." The victim's hands trembled on the ground. "If people say just pray for forgiveness and you'll be forgiven, then I'll be forgiven too, right?" That name, he basically didn't understand, so he shouted out of fear and anger, "What did I do wrong?" He remained silent. Mathieu took the axe and swung it gently. The reed field that was once filled with desperate cries for help is now silent. You looked up at the peaceful sky after a mess of chaos. Mathieu felt amazing knowing the guilt had been judged and you were the one who did it. This scene is exactly like the painting Thoai Lai that Director Shin once saw at the exhibition. Even if someone steps out of the shadows, they remain a loyal follower of the Lord. Are they simply a murderer? The raw cuts are then sent to the editing room, where Mr. Sin stands by and shares his vision with the editor. He thinks they should add effects like a burning field. That made Eddie uncomfortable. He frowned irritably and reminded Director Shin that, "Why do you always direct me to start from scratch when we have so many things to do? Usually this starts when we're done filming." Sin said that no matter how much you talk, things go back to the way they were. He told you to stop grumbling because he just wanted a trial version. The editor, driven by the need to make a living, might scold you, but still gets the job done. Everyone knows this about the director. The purpose is just to check the crew's skills, isn't it? Just as editor was boiling with rage, someone came in calling for Director Shin. In the end, someone finally rescued Anshe did already. Sachu eagerly asked the director if he had heard anything. Just by looking at his face you could tell he was a wild man. Naturally, he boldly guessed that everyone was either playing the lottery or discussing the dating scandal, making Bet all fired up. Now wasn't the time for jokes. So, Siat-chu asked the director if he knew director Bei Chin Kwan, as it seemed the two were college friends. This director knows. He became famous after starring in a comedy film. A second later, the director's face turned pale because the hot news was that the guy was making a $10 billion movie, and it wasn't even a Hollywood film. Even though the schedule for Cat Tin is finished, Gosa will also be done soon, and they will KO Rankin this month. So the key point is that Beck is sure the release date is close to the priest's confession, but the marketing team is currently at a disadvantage compared to the other side. The more Director Sin listened, the paler he became. Onsat had already contacted the marketing company, and they confirmed it. They said the ban was the reason for the delay in the premiere, but assured that with a little more time, the trial version would be released. Everything came too fast. Advertising costs were included in production expenses. No matter how good the film is, if the marketing isn't right, it won't earn a dime. But how can you compete with a 10 billion won movie? Now they need to get to the marketing company immediately. This inconvenience brought the director's mood down. Even the actors noticed because the director kept shouting and die repeatedly. Seeing this, Dong-guk immediately approached Seotju and asked, He looked exhausted, very tired. He complained to Dong-guk that he didn't know what to do anymore, even if they could start filming the afternoon scenes. The morning shoot had already taken longer than expected. That won't be a problem for you, but Dong-guk wants to talk about something else. After reaching a place where no one was around, he directly asked if it was about the investment. Lam An was startled because the only thing that could trouble the director was the investment money, actors, and sponsorship. But since the filming budget and actors were all set, it had to be the sponsorship issue. It's hard to believe since you're just a third-rate actor, but even so, you've spent quite a bit of time with director Bet and Mr. Chun Hyung, so everyone will know about it eventually. Because you already know, Bet said it straight, it's because of director Bae Jin-woo. He is known as the director of comedies, but now he is working on a $10 billion project. Dong-guk was startled. If it's a blockbuster by the director, could it be a studio next to a beauty salon? Bet can't believe the little guy knows it, but it's understandable now that Dong-guk remembers who director B is. In the past, even when you were just in high school and not interested in movies, the 10 billion project by B Chin-yu was highly regarded to the point that people recommended fast-forwarding to the final step when watching. Not only bad but also caused the Korean film industry to fall behind. At that time you even dropped out of school and secretly went to rewatch that trashy movie. Currently he's still a bit shocked that the historic failure was recreated, but the issue with the director and the entire crew is that the film and that project are scheduled to premiere at the same time and share the same parent company. So director Sin went to meet them, but as expected, they said it would be very difficult to change the release date. Dong-guk was not too surprised. From the perspective of an investor, your film is not expected to be very profitable, so it won't be able to compete with a movie released on the same day. No wonder the director is so worried. However, An Seok-chu reassured the boy that he would handle it as best as possible, so just focus on the performance and don't tell anyone else about this. It's lunchtime. The director, filled with sorrow, sits quietly in a corner. Dong-guk is considering whether to push back the release date to avoid a clash or face direct competition given the director's stance. Later that evening, after dinner, Dong-guk immediately asked for his opinion. It seems director Shin is in a tough spot, but that's to be expected. It's hard for a director to smoothly handle contractor issues. Dong-guk also found it correct. In the Korean film industry, the contractor is the source of all funding. On the surface, it seems like there are three competing film contractors, but upon closer inspection, they collaborate to dominate the market, which is why the company's products cannot ignore the investor's bid. But it doesn't mean there's no hope, because of the person sitting next to you. He is the whale of the Korean film industry, a person with influence over investors. There is currently no place in the film industry that Bet Chan-hun cannot reach. So this is Dong-guk's way. You ask him if he knows the director of any investment company, like director Kim Chung-woo, but the answer is he doesn't know, just has some connection with his father. As you thought, with his help, you can meet Kim and handle the investor issue. Just like reading the mind of the boy, old Bet asked if he was planning to handle this alone. However, Dong-guk didn't do that. This issue is tied to a $10 billion deal, so how could an actress like her handle it? But if you can meet director Kim with his help, it might be possible. The way this kid handles things always pleases him. Mr. Bet exposed Dong-guk's intention, which was to help the little boy meet Kim Chung-woo's father, right? Dong-guk felt a bit uneasy. Hiding his intentions in front of the old man was truly challenging. He urged himself to keep a straight face and not give anything away. However, the clear truth is that no matter what Dong-guk wants, it requires a legitimate status. He can't just introduce the kid to Chairman Kim as an actor. So, in what capacity does this nephew want to be introduced? This point Dong-guk has already considered everything. Please tell Mr. Kim that I am the investor for the movie The Priest's Confession. He laughed heartily, full of excitement, saying that his position was justified. But suddenly he patted the boy on the head and asked if he knew how to play golf. Because if you meet it, you will have to play it tomorrow. Actor Dong-guk has now learned a new skill in an unexpected situation. Even in his wildest dreams, Dong-guk never thought he would play golf. Who would have thought a grad student would show up at a golf course? And this is an exclusive club with a dual membership card worth thousands for another year of chills. And Mr. Bet introduced the young boy to the person he wanted to meet, Mr. Kim Dae-jin. Dong-guk quickly bowed politely. Above all, you know Kim Dae-jin. He's the only contractor here who has brought the Korean film industry to its peak like it is now. The people who learned from his empire have now become major contractors, and he has created the largest film contractor in Korea, so Mr. Kim is the one behind all the scenes. Now his gaze is on you, ignoring Dong-guk. He laughed and talked with Mr. Bet and looked at the kid like a young person everyone was talking about. Mr. Bet turned his attention to Mr. Kim Sang-dong-guk. This was the first time the boy was playing golf, so today let's just stop the match and play a simple game. Old Kim chuckled and complained to Mr. Bet and Chun Hyung about how much money he'd lost over several rounds, to the point of having to hire the chief advisor just to beat those two. Then, Mr. Kim suggested giving Dong-guk a few handicap strokes to improve his game. The little boy with a beaming face asked the old man, "If I win, what will I get?" Kim was so confident that he promised to fulfill any request if you win. With that much confidence, Dong-guk dares to bet that Kim won't let you win since you're just a newcomer, right? It seems the chief secretary is eager to build his own image. However, it's not like Dong-guk is an inexperienced or weak name. Maybe you were introduced as an actor and had to arrange your time for golf lessons, so you had to ask Mr. Kim for a favor. The match begins. The ball has rolled into a tricky situation. Mr. Kim seems confident he'll win thanks to Chang-hoon rather than Dong-guk, right? The chairman kicked the ball, and the Secretary General eagerly responded immediately. After finishing, Mr. Kim, being kind-hearted, wanted to move the ball for Dong-guk since that shot wasn't easy at all. Of course, the little one agreed right away. He asked his sister for help to get the club that could hit the farthest, pretending to be a newbie, so he had to say a few innocent lines. Chief Secretary wants to remind Dong-guk of a few things when polishing near the lake, but Mr. Kim finds it so cute, he says it's fine to leave it as is. Dong-guk pretended to follow the instructions like a novice. While Mr. Kim and the Chief Secretary saw him as a child just getting used to golf, Dong-guk had already rolled up his sleeves. A perfect shot so beautiful that the Chief Secretary was left speechless. The ball rolls slowly toward the post, then fell neatly into the hole. It's not hard to guess that Mr. Kim's expression was just like the Chief Secretary's. Dong-guk is truly a talented actor, perfectly finishing that move and pretending it was just luck. After playing golf, the whole group went for a steam bath to relax their muscles. Secretary An is still in psychological shock. Mr. Kim chuckled and reassured him, "Don't be too sad. Isn't it great to go golfing and then enjoy a sauna?" Even though he lost, he was still very cheerful, probably treating everyone to dinner tonight. That Mr. Bet considers obvious, by the way. Mr. Kim still has a promise to this child. Dong-guk chuckled and revealed that Mr. Kim had said he would fulfill the child's wish. Mr. Bet, being very perceptive, knew it was time to leave the two alone, so he quickly asked Secretary An to accompany him. And now the real conversation officially begins. Dong-guk placed an hourglass to mark the time and then asked the chairman, "In your opinion, what is the most important thing when becoming a major contractor?" Kim found the boy incredibly interesting when he proposed a 10-minute time frame. His response was to provide the audience with better movies and earn profits from film investment and production. Now he'll see what this kid can discuss as someone who holds the money. The perspective of Dong-guk suggests that Mr. Kim's ideas are suitable for an investment company whose golden rule is to develop films in a short period of time, with many scenes used to attract more profits. So isn't the core benefit about making a profit? He is extremely interested in Dong-guk's thinking, especially when it comes to profit, and eagerly awaits the next words. Dong-guk asked back if President Kim had noticed where Daechung Company was investing. Dong-guk was referring to the $10 billion deal project currently in production. With the sharp gaze of a capitalist, of course, he knew to jointly invest without going through his decision. So here's a very sensitive question, one that really hits a nerve with the chairman. If that $10 billion deal movie fails, what will happen to your company? Seriously, if that happens, it will cause significant damage, but you still don't understand why Dong-guk invested in a failed movie. Time slowly drips away. He'll only speak if you want to listen. He'll agree, but guesses it's not what this kid wants from him. Actually, Dong-guk just has one wish. Instead of a $10 billion project, you want him to prioritize moving up the release date for The Priest's Confession. Another question was raised. From an investor's perspective, isn't separating the release dates a smart move? It's better than having both films flop, and deep down, Dong-guk knew clearly that movie would be a disaster. It's really interesting. The chairman smiled warmly and agreed with the boy, but they need to confer before making a decision, so it will take some time. Now, he wants to know why this kid thinks the $10 billion project will fail. The only thing Dong-guk can realistically say as an actor is that he has read the script. Its content is too abstract to materialize. And the actor's sly smile began again. In some way, although Dong-guk didn't intend to tease, he dared to ask if a confusing movie could keep the audience interested. Of course, the deeper reason he didn't mention was that the movie was too personal. However, this was only revealed after numerous specialized studies, and now you need a reason that no one can deny. Time gradually passed, but the chairman did not pay attention, and wanted to continue listening to opinions from Dong-guk. The investor expects a return greater than the amount they put in, and to achieve that, the production company must apply elements such as CGI. Most of the money is spent on the production development stage, including television advertising. Glossy CGI and television advertising may have an impact on that movie. But the reason people choose a movie is because they like it, and if it's boring, the audience will skip it. In other words, The failure of the film production system stems from its inability to connect with customer preferences, which is the most crucial key to a movie's success. So all interesting movies struggle to maintain their position in theaters, so Dong-guk expressed the thought of staying away from that situation as far as possible. The reality is that it is the confession of the monk's sins in his previous life, and time is almost up. However, that wasn't his wish after the golf victory. He boldly told the chairman, "I have a bigger desire, but please address the issue of the premiere date first, sir." Now even if time runs out, he is still very curious about what it means to be more daring. Dong-guk really wants it big. "You giggled, please, chairman, treat me to some baked eggs." To dinner time. But Mr. Kim was still being sneaky and quiet. The boy noticed that his dad seemed really happy today, or maybe he just enjoyed his golf game. He liked it a lot even though he couldn't win. Kim was curious about how dad lost while playing with the head coach, but today's opponent is no ordinary one. Chairman Song suddenly asked how old his son, Bae-doomin, was this year. No need to say what would happen next. The boy is in his final year of high school and is about to turn 16. The boy sitting next to him complained about why his father only asked Doomin questions. Chin-soo is also 16 this year, so he should care a little about his family too. The person sneered, saying that if Doomin got married, who else would be the head of this family? The guy behind jumped around, claiming that if that was said, outsiders would think Chin-soo is the eldest son in the family, while Chun-hee-ut and Chin-soo are both sons. Overall, it was a fierce battle that no wealthy family could ignore, even making meals less enjoyable. The chairman slammed the table, demanding both to stop. He called out each person, starting with Hai, who would manage the store this year, right? "I've already said not to do business without proper planning. If it's the same next year, I'll take back the store." That person immediately resisted if threatened. "Now it's your turn, Ba. You're all grown up in the media world, right? But if you're in the media, you've got to act like it. If you can't make money from ads and protect your reputation, what's the point? Take a good look at yourself." In the end, he had said 1,000,000,000 times that the two should not devalue the core values of the company. Now the meal is done. Late at night, seeing the old man still deep in thought on the balcony, Doomin's father went out to ask, "Dad?" Mr. Kim resumed the conversation from earlier at dinner, where he mentioned his formidable rival. That boy is an exception. He never changes the way he looks at him. Moreover, his persuasive ability clearly conveys the message without making him uncomfortable at all. This is the first time Chung-yu has heard but praised someone so highly. But he asked his son about meeting that kid, right? A week later, the warm atmosphere on set had returned despite the earlier tension. The reason for this change is nothing other than the fact that Dong-guk's windbreaker is back in stock. It's warm and comfortable. But why is it so expensive? Everyone gathered around asking Dong-guk if this was a bit too much. But the young one, while doing makeup, said the directors had taken great care of me, so these gifts are nothing significant. Now Dong-guk is the angel of the group, and naturally, the youngest gets dragged out for comparison. "Look at yourself," the image director grumbled. "He only gave me a heating patch to save production costs, while Dong-guk gave me this fancy padded jacket. It seems like Dong-guk really enjoys it. Why didn't you know he had this side in his past life?" In the previous life, Dong-guk always mocked that good acting doesn't help with foreign relations. The most common word you hear is eccentric, probably just gossip. Right at this moment, Director Shin came looking for Dong-guk. He thanked the boy for the super warm shirt. Although he's smiling, that frail back of his still bears the weight of heavy burdens. It seems the contractor hasn't called back, or maybe Chairman Kim has forgotten it already. Right at that moment, a stranger wanted to enter the film crew, but the manager blocked them because unauthorized people were not allowed in. But wait, that man looks familiar. That's Chairman Kim and his son coming to find Dong-guk. The film crew was even more shocked when the boy affectionately called that powerful chairman, Grandpa. The directors' minds began to wander a bit when they imagined Dong-guk as the long-lost son of Chairman Kim. The cinematographer and the lighting director, now bound together by compassion and doubt about life, asked the senior, "This isn't a reality show, is it? Please tell us the things out there are fake." They even speculated that if Chairman Kim and Dong-guk had such a large age gap, they must be in a great uncle-nephew relationship. An Soch-chu wanted to be saved from these two men. Right at that moment, Director Sin shouted loudly, reminding all three to get ready for filming instead of just sitting there. The director was completely uncomfortable when he went to meet the investor. He only met the manager. But now the chairman of the Dechung group has shown up. Worse still, no one knows the real reason, and he has no idea what Dong-guk plans to do. Outside, Dong-guk anxiously asked if he was here to assess the situation. Mr. Kim smiled warmly, proud of his thoughts. In fact, he had heard Chang-hun say that Dong-guk's appearance was extremely special. No matter how much he bet, he couldn't make a decision without considering the risks, especially with an issue like the premiere date. So that's why Director Kim from Dechung Company is here. Dong-guk did say hello, but asked for a moment. "You were mentioned in the conversation, so now that the introductions are over, the chairman wants Dong-guk to give you a tour of the studio. In fact, there have been a few times when the chairman here shared some interesting points from a movie with his son. Before director Kim stepped into the business world, he was a filmmaker. However, it was a bit challenging for his father to focus on anything other than the corporation's interests. So now, as a filmmaker and his father's son, this director wants to meet the actor who sparked his father's interest in films. Dong-guk was sweating profusely as he tried to flaunt how wealthy he was. The result is that you did it, and both have suggested another discussion on the film's release time. However, a problem arose when director Kim expressed his desire to attend today's filming session. He agreed to pay the fee for delaying the filming schedule, so he hopes Dong-guk will make accommodations. You realize that Chu Kim was testing you, so you needed to consider what to do appropriately. According to the chairman, he must be baiting, so Dong-guk gradually asked back if you could request anything. So if you can convince both me and the chairman, can you double the investment cost for the priest's confession? Facing two old foxes will be a cunning young fox in its prime. In the end, the deal was finalized. Director Kim agreed to Dong-guk's conditions. And now is scene 45. The Hymn for the Departed begins filming. Mathieu didn't understand why the gentleman, already in such pain, didn't go to the hospital but instead sought him out. The frail man grabbed his hand and pleaded, "I'm so cold. It feels like my body is lost in thick layers of snow and indescribable pain." Through the confessions, Mathieu had met a ton of people, all of whom said that the only thing on their mind right now was the person's face. While the man endures torment in his frail body, his fate continues, forgetting the past and learning to accept the present. A bird can't stop before a millstone. The man tightly holds Mathieu's hand and excitedly says, "I left that in the drawer. Please go get it for me, father. That's all I wish for." Mathieu's eyes turned somber. He understood. Mujin pulled the white tie and held a tube of medicine in his hand, much to the relief of the trembling, guilt-ridden believer. He urged his father to hurry up, faster, faster. And as he wished, the fluid is being administered. Mathieu questioned him. "Why don't you confess your past to me, you deceitful one? Or are you just trying to steal my forgiveness? Is that enough to cover up that filthy past?" Finally, the white tie fell down. Another tree was used. The trembling, shrill voice kept pleading with the father to stop. "It hurt so much that my limbs convulsed violently. But this is the time of judgment, the first sin among the 7 deadly sins. It is the consequence you must face for your laziness. The past and your sins will remain there. We will meet again." A murderer perfectly reenacted in front of director Kim, making him unable to blink. Mathieu laughed savagely as he delivered the verdict. "You cannot erase the past. The sins will remain forever." The space became silent, with nothing but the whispers of the sinner's guilt. Like a stain that cannot be erased, and a sin that can never be washed away. The disappearance of the sinner resonated deep into his heart. And cut, Dong-guk stops performing. However, one truth remains. Even after leaving the role, the emotions of a killer still haunt him. You need to splash some water on your face to wake up. If you count your previous life, you're already past middle age. But the character you're playing now is still a tough challenge. In your last life, you played a few more difficult roles, but you went through those experiences alone. Now with so many people around, you feel much more at ease. At that moment, a senior opened the door and saw Dong-guk. He misunderstood that she was crying because of the water on her face. Dong-guk quickly explained that he wasn't crying, but more importantly, how is the chairman? The guy immediately informed her that he had gone home because he felt like a burden. Instead, President Kim wants to invite Dong-guk to the party after filming. And then the kid was dragged to the bar to celebrate wrapping up the shoot. Bet has been drunk for a while, tipsy, trying to coax Mr. Sin. "Why do you look so gloomy? The release schedule issue has been resolved. It feels like a huge weight has been lifted. Moreover, today's a good day for filming, so just let loose." Mr. Sin is still in shock. He didn't expect everything to be resolved this way. When he heard that the release time had been changed, he was extremely shocked. Normally, director Kim would give a vague reason, but when asked for details, this case was different. The reason is Dong-guk. The boy is really an actor, not even a member of the film crew, but it's unbelievable that a child could convince the investor. Mr. Kim was also present at the party today and sat right next to Dong-guk. Although at the party, he couldn't stop thinking about what he once mentioned to Ba, a small group of investors holding a considerable share in the market, which of course, isn't counted in the system. When expanding the market, it lacks diversity. The future is indeed hard to predict, but the kid has impressive knowledge, even though he is only 2 years older than your daughter. And because of your acting, Mr. Kim is curious if Dong-guk plans to dive deeper into the Korean film industry. They are hosting a wrap-up party today to announce that they will double their investment in this project, so Mr. Dong-guk wanted to share a few words. He hesitated, wondering if he should speak, but then he did. The Korean film industry has grown rapidly recently. It's a potential industry but also a risky one, with many different paths, making it a multi-purpose industry. The more promises made, the more side effects there are, most commonly seen in vertically integrated profit structures by most monopolists. However, Director Kim somehow thinks it leads to side effects when this is as clear as day in Holy Quat. But Dong-guk's understanding is very clear. This is not a federal country, but South Korea. American cinema is an expanding market where it's easy to form vertically integrated profit structures. However, it is not like that. Director Kim is in for a second shock. He only caught part of what Dad said about this issue, but the kid knows more about the film industry than an old-timer like him. Even though it's only at this age, from the perspective of a newcomer, the investment systems of Holy Quat and America remain intact, but the issue in film production in Korea is a side effect of the open market. He didn't expect the kid to pay attention to what lies beyond the immediate benefits. The excitement grew even more when he found someone who shared the same topic. He suddenly asked if actor Kang had ever heard about the plan to build a film industry center. He's talking about acting. He wants to know if Dong-guk has ever considered becoming a businessman. With that vision at this age, the future would be incredibly promising. This isn't something Dong-guk is sure about because you're still a student. Just as he was about to say more, the two directors rushed in and hugged the kid tightly. He apologized to the director, but since he missed the gut so much, even though Mr. Kim knew this was a place for everyone to unwind, he probably accidentally found a drunkard. Now he gets it. Even without hearing the words, the kid didn't finish. The boy Dong-guk just wants to live the life of an actor. When Dong-guk was enjoying the wrap-up party, a fierce storm was brewing at Sunkwon Group. Mr. Kim is constantly troubled because Dong-guk's shift from a national icon to a darker image is leading to a major risk. The company's manager, Sun Kwon, argued how they could assign him to an inexperienced manager like that. This concerns the company's and the actor's interests. Dong-guk has been welcomed by many major companies and has become a top star, an exception to Dion. It's not that he filmed it just for the advertisement, but because he was playing the role of a killer, all contracts for a month were put on hold. Mr. Kim questioned back, "Should I just leave Dong-guk alone? An actor in the company is focused on their work, and here you are, scolding me for neglecting the kid." However, that's not what the manager meant. The more Min spoke, the angrier he became. If that wasn't the meaning, then what was it? The boy's father tried to argue, shouldn't they let outstanding individuals go with a highly qualified manager, or else it would take centuries to rise again, and this is what Mr. Kim said when they were newcomers? More than anything, Bong Chun is really having problems right now. It's hard to believe he has been leading the actors for 3 years. If it weren't for the special treatment, there would be no other reason for him to make it this far. Mr. Kim tried to stay calm. Although he was wrong, he had a point. Then Mr. Kim gave Cha a chance. "Come and persuade me. If you want so badly to be Jiang's manager, then go convince him yourself. Once he agrees, and Cha will be overjoyed." Mr. Kim knew for sure that Cha would try to approach Dong-guk, and of course he had many advantages over Lee Bong-chun. Let's see. There's a saying that whether newcomers in this industry can survive or not depends on their managers. When they work with producers and directors, they often have to endure ridicule on behalf of their actors. Now things are getting more and more chaotic, and if Lee Bong-chun can't overcome it, his managerial position will be removed. However, he has a strong belief in this matter. They should trust that Busan boy to shine on this Seoul land. Bong-chun was immediately invited to a strange meal by manager Cha and began questioning how actor Jiang treated him. "Bong-chun really appreciates me a lot. How Bao Dong-guk always values me, so I feel very lucky." Everyone likes it at first. Managers usually start off being treated like the right hand of stars, but as they get close, the formalities disappear. I'm sure Bong-chun will be treated like a servant. Cao Li doesn't understand what An Cha is saying. Now father began asking Bong-chun about the monk's confession. "Are you the one who chose it?" But the answer was no because Bong-chun didn't think he would control Dong-guk's career. However, when it comes to the father's name, that is the issue. He started lecturing, if actor Jang had a more experienced manager, would he take on the role of a murderer in his next film? It's good to play different roles, but you need to consider the audience's feelings too. Even if he's just a rookie, Lee Bong-chun can't ignore his actor like that. Manager Cha asked if Lee had ever suggested any advertising contracts for him, or connected him with any famous director. Before Bong-chun's obsequiousness, manager Cha became increasingly overbearing, thinking it was time for Dong-guk to reconsider the basics before it was too late. Criticism of Bong-chun is growing, and he wants Lee to take care of himself before becoming a manager for an A-list actor. If an actor who knows nothing pairs up with a rising star, it's a recipe for disaster, and Dong-guk is at the age where he's trying to find his footing. So the question arises, are you ready to take responsibility if your next movie flops, and has your attitude changed? The more this guy talks, the more he acts like he's the key to Dong-guk's success or failure. But Bong-chun didn't just sit quietly and endure it. He stood up abruptly and shouted in his face, "What the hell are you talking about?" To talk about Dong-guk's role, It's a film that embodies arrogance, laziness, wrath, greed, hatred, envy, and lust, the 7 deadly sins. The main character grew up with a father who worked as an undertaker. Kim Moo-chin became desensitized to death, and as he grew older, he studied doctrines and became a pastor, but the world remained just as dark. A young man died in a luxurious hotel room after a plan to stab someone and flee, killing an entire family, and the mother knew nothing but to feel pity for her son and take care of him. A man with a sinful past but now reformed found solace in his work as a priest. He performed a ceremony for the man about to depart from this world, praying for his eternal suffering. Ma-thu knew this was wrong, but he didn't intend to stop. "You once swore to God, if you don't do it, I will." The gentleman was just taking a brisk morning walk when he saw Cha-ma-thu praying. You warmly greeted him, but sir, where were you last night? He didn't understand why Cha-ma-thu wanted to know about that, and was surprised that Ma-thu had come to his room late yesterday afternoon to ask a few questions, but he was out. He still kept that smile and apologized to Ma-thu for having an urgent matter when he arrived. You pretended to understand everything as if it was in the palm of your hand last night. The Lord wanted to do something with his devout wife. However, it's still too early. The 2 deacons were curious about what he prayed to God for. Surely God must have listened to him, right? Well, he just wanted to redirect his path. Duke Ong told Ma-thu to share a few thoughts about leaving the academy to gain real-world experience as a priest. Then, he would ask questions about loyalty and purpose. He too had once questioned things before fully committing to this path. With all his loyalty, the Lord will guide Cha-ma-thu on his path, so Cha-ma-thu, don't worry too much. A sly smile appeared on Ma-thu's face. Is it true that God will guide this path? You left when both were hiding the demon behind their prayers. Ma-thu sincerely thanks you, sir. You will make him pay soon. Just shouted cut the knot, and dashed off without a care. He had to go to the restroom, couldn't hold it any longer. The problem is, you have to pay attention when the scene ends because you're wearing Sudan. Suddenly upon entering, he immediately ran into Bong-chun, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, but with a face that wasn't quite intact. Dong-guk anxiously asked, "What's wrong with your face? Did something happen this morning?" Was about to brush it off, but unfortunately, Bong-chun slipped. A fighting face appeared clearly before Dong-guk. The boy was deeply shocked and extremely angry, and on the same day, Mr. Kim had another headache. Dong-guk, with a face full of rage, questioned Mr. Kim about what exactly was going on. You want to know what's going on between Bong-chun and Manager Cha? Mr. Kim is in a tough spot. He knows the boy feels uneasy hearing that from his manager, but honestly, there's no shortage of pests in this company. You know this better than anyone after going through 2 generations. You've been betrayed by former managers even though they helped actors reach the top. But in this life you will choose based on trust, not skills. So the boy shouted if his acting caused this mess, then it would have been better if you hadn't tried to support me from the start. However, there is also a difficulty for Kim. He couldn't speak back to Manager Cha, which is why he let him meet Bong-chun. Everything is truly a hopeless mess. More than anyone, Mr. Kim knows very well that Bong-chun is not like Manager Cha. He has a warm heart. Cha probably thinks that Bong-chun would give up if threatened, and although he knows everything, he has to choose to stay out of it. So he feels that if Bong-chun can't overcome this challenge, he's not worthy of working with Dong-guk, so he hopes she understands. After all, Manager Cha already said he's not interested in the boy anyway. And just pretend this never happened. Bong-chun was wrong to fight, but it was Manager Cha who provoked him first. However, Dong-guk refused because Bong-chun had been beaten with bruises all over his face. But worse, the manager's father is in the hospital gout. A few days later, the film crew moved to the next location. A very gloomy and rather cold place. But honestly, Byum wanted to ask the director why they couldn't shoot at the studio. Of course, the answer was no. You don't understand why, right? That place is quite private. You can just get permission to film there. The landowner will volunteer because they are fan Dong-guk. Yeah, it's convenient. But Chu-sin said that place has been used for filming a lot already. We don't like it. Okay? Finally, you kept stalling with countless reasons for admiring Senior Sin. If the movie is shot at a location no other film has ever been, it will definitely be a goldmine hit. The director Song told Sin to stop whining and set up the camera. Finally, he stopped. Though it was a bit chilly here, the atmosphere was quite fitting. Bet doesn't dare to get close because he heard the village chief say, "Many people have drowned here. It looks like ghosts are about to crawl out." However, as the child of a funeral director, being afraid of ghosts is what's strange. Aren't people scarier? Moreover, he believes that if it jumps out to scare someone, there's nothing to lose. It might even become famous. Just at that moment, Bet hastily grabbed the bag and ran over shouting, "Sure, how far did you go while I was getting the stuff? I told you I was afraid of ghosts." Now the director is freaked out. Who was he talking to earlier while Bet just arrived? This movie is really going to be a hit, right? During the trip, Dong-guk calmly asked Bong-chun if he had nothing to say to him after everything. He hesitated for a moment but eventually responded to the boy. Bong-chun admitted he was a bit hot-tempered. He could tolerate being criticized for not doing well but couldn't hold back when Manager Cha called Dong-guk a disaster, so he was so angry that he blurted it out in a Busan accent. That's why he didn't want Dong-guk to ask for details now. He was too ashamed to tell everything. So why hasn't Dong-guk understood yet? Why did the manager's arm break? It's a bit tricky to talk about this situation, but after he provoked Bong-chun, his body lost control. Incidentally, when he was younger, the bodyguard from Busan learned some judo. Dong-guk understood this. Based on his account, when Manager Cha raised his hand again, Bong-chun just defended himself by flipping the person over his shoulder. Now Bong-chun confessed to Dong-guk that he couldn't stop thinking about it, so he visited Manager Cha on his day off. At that moment, he asked why you came without any regret as he imagined. Instead, Cha was just surprised by his new appearance. He criticized him for being too rude to become a manager. Perhaps Dong-guk guessed that it might be due to his new eyebrows drawn in the interface. Our Bong-chun was just a bit upset, so he used razors to create those cuts to look tougher. It actually looks good, seems more serious now. Dong-guk teased him about the older gang members, making him want to cry badly. Right at that moment, Dong-guk discovered something in the car's compartment. You want to open it, but Bong-chun quickly tries to stop you. However, Dong-guk was a step quicker. He read everything in the notebook, and it showed several names along with the contact information of Bidiet in the TV station department. It's safe to say he's extremely confused now that the little one knows everything. As for Dong-guk, he's quite calm about it. It's just that he noticed some unusual signs and figured it out. Honestly, gathering this much information from the TV station took quite a lot of time, so he asked Bong-chun where he found it. The young man, who had just drawn his eyebrows, explained with difficulty that the manager had lent it to him when he visited. This was to help him prepare for his return to the TV station once he was done with the film department. Dong-guk was very grateful, but he thought he should return the pen. Because Manager Cha took advantage of Bong-chun's innocence, he will ask for a favor in return for lending this. So the next thing Coach Dong-guk told Bong-chun was, "No one gives you anything for free in this business." Then they moved just in time to the new set of the movie. Bong-chun seemed a bit nervous, but Dong-guk laughed and admitted that this was a perfect place to scare people, making the guy turn pale. However, it seems Dong-guk noticed that this senior was struggling. He mumbled, "How can I let it slip without losing face now?" So he turned to ask the director if they could use effects. It was a bit tricky because of the fog, so they might need to recalculate, but Director Sin firmly refused. They had to capture this scene perfectly. The lighting director can't take it anymore. Who could possibly stop someone as stubborn as An Sin? If they are told to do something, they will do it even if it kills them. In the end, they don't know whether they're filming a movie or a documentary here. Dong-guk could see that everyone was putting in a lot of effort. Just at that moment, a senior actor came over to ask Dong-guk a few questions about the scene. It was the scene where he was being chased by her, but he wasn't sure how to convey the right feeling. He thought about asking the director, but the director was already busy. Dong-guk guesses that Director Sin has been a bit distant lately. It might be quite an issue if he asks. In your past life, you also found it hard to share with the director, so this time you'll just show him, and Dong-guk asked which expression he thought was best. He thought for a long time, because he was being chased by the main character, so he would probably be scared, and his face would have to show complete terror. But Dong-guk has a different opinion that fits better with the role of a villain in a tight spot, rather than the reaction of a weakling. This character would be furious, so he would snap back immediately when cornered. Of course he would be terrified of death. Don't stop there, Dong-guk. Give him one more tip. When reading lines, keep a bit of water in your mouth and slowly swallow it. This will strengthen your voice and make your lips more flexible. The conversation between the two brothers caught Sin's attention. The more he looked at the boy, the more surprised he became. A 17-year-old actor who was the backbone for everyone on set, he thought the boy should be called Director Jung to be worthy. Now the 69 bloody hands scene begins. He is a merchant who has lost everything, and is searching for the dog hiding around this fog. He exploited innocent merchants and threatened them. A foreign employee lost a finger while working in the factory, and he terminated their employment contract after exploiting them to the fullest, then called them useless. His wife couldn't bear his abusive nature, so she took her own life. The 49-day memorial for his wife hadn't even ended when this cold-blooded man was already fooling around with his lover, and now he's proudly bragging, "I killed that bitch. Both of them are the same, so show your face." That mistress fulfilled his desires. She committed a crime. So what was his crime? Breathe while you can, and reach the place where her body remains. The deep, bottomless swamp and the cold mist covering it. Anywhere from within that mist, a demonic hand will wrap around him. And the judgment will begin from here. Killer chasing killer, with a fierce glare and a cold, emotionless voice that would make the other's sensitive ears tremble with fear like never before. Found you. Someone like him deserves a fitting punishment. In another scene, scene 7, a Seo Do-kwang also appears and begins. The detective was enjoying a bowl of black bean noodles when a man walked in. He struck him straight in the nape and then loudly called the detective a mutt cha-chang mion. The nodding guy who just got hit is Seo Do-kwang, played by actor Seo Chon-trin, and he's a detective investigating serial murders while on vacation. Sounds like a great vacation, but your comrade next to you doesn't believe you'll escape. Better look at that pile of files. The detective quickly skimmed through them. 2 cases in Seoul and 1 in Gangwon. They seem to point to Jungchun Bokdo, but why are people so sure it's the same person? Investigator told him to check the next page. It outlines the methods of the crime. The overview includes 1 person overdosed, 1 strangled, and the other hanged, with the deceased on the ferry due to drowning. And all the bodies found had a cross over their hearts. There's only one word to describe the killer. He's truly insane. His intention was the cross and destroying the victim's heart. Difficult to understand because there's nothing in common between the victims. They didn't even know each other. Their jobs, ages, and residences were all different. Detective Seo believed the killer wasn't picky, but if it was the same person, there must be some clue. What are those clues anyway? The investigator's head is throbbing. There was no prior plan, no fingerprints, blood, or hair at the scene. The weapon was quite unusual, but he doesn't think they found the right one. Suddenly the detective smiled broadly and announced that he would take on this unexpected case. But he made a deal. If I do well on this job, he'll report it to the higher-ups, and I won't be banned anymore. Detective Seo was extremely excited and confident, saying no one could catch these crazy dogs better than him. And this story is gradually coming to an end. When the self-proclaimed judge meets the true advocate of justice, what will Leo Kim Machin Matthew do now? Scene 75, the detective and the monk begin. Detective Seo immediately got to work, wanting to ask his father a few things. They started the conversation over a cup of coffee. Seo asked Cha if he had just started drinking it these days at church. Why Matthew didn't understand if there was any reason not to drink it. He thought his father could only drink green tea or black tea in the church. But the main thing is why the bishop is not here today. Matthew calmly replied to the detective, "Our bishop is a very busy man. He is always there when you need him. But anyway, what brings you here?" Seo didn't beat around the bush. He pulled out the picture and directly asked his father if he knew this man. His name is Bok Chan, 39 years old, and he's been in and out of prison a few times. This person is known to my father. He is a volunteer in their church. Whatever his past was like, he has prayed with all his heart and repented. Of course, there's nothing to it, so Mujin naturally told the detective. But Seo felt that Bak's faith had been shaken. He had fallen back into his old habits of addiction. The scrutiny grew. Seo revealed a few things he knew, about a drug that could send you to heaven with just 1 dose, and something else that brought him here. Bak Cheon had found the real way to heaven. He was found overdosed with many syringes around him. The unabashed smile of Matthew made the atmosphere eerie. But very quickly, father restored his mourning state for the deceased. He seemed to regret that he should have paid more attention to Bak Cheon. Perhaps he has found peace in the arms of the Lord. With Seo, it was anything but peaceful. Wouldn't it be better if he just went to hell? And it is unknown whether it was accidental or intentional that the detective revealed some pictures that should not have been shown to Matthew as someone unrelated, but he told his father not to mind and to continue answering the question whether any of the followers had unusual behavior towards Bakcheon or had a grudge against him, for example. Matthew Cho or not, Kao Bakcheon is always the last one to confess. He has let go of the past and turned his eyes to God to start a new life. Seo, you're pulling that teasing stuff again. Confessing won't erase all sins. Trash is still trash no matter what. After finishing, the detective asked to leave. But before he could stand up, a wooden cross caught Seo's eye, making him curious. This is the cross carved by Matthew himself. It is his hobby, and he carves them in his free time to help him focus better. The atmosphere of the conversation became more relaxed as they talked about the father's craftsmanship, and the detective wanted one too. Matthew whispered to the detective about what he had just said. Do you really believe that the bad guy will always be bad? Of course, he completely believes that. Trash is still trash. Have you ever heard confessions in an interrogation room? If there was any remorse in their actions, they would never say I was really unlucky. Seo himself remembers he used to judge those things without hesitation, but recently there have been some issues related to human rights. Suddenly realized I had taken up too much of my father's time, so I quickly asked to leave. Before leaving, Seo asked his father a puzzling question. Do you believe it was fate's fault? The one thing all religions aim for is fate. Mati silently paused for a moment, masking it with his saintly smile. His eyes grew distant. The gloom is overwhelming, and even Matthew isn't sure of the answer to that question. The scene ends here. Just as he takes off his tie, someone arrives. The senior detective kept ruffling the kid's hair because he did a great job, just like what was heard from Huyn Seop. SEO told the kid that completing every scene in one take felt very satisfying, unlike before when director Sin kept making them redo it. Maybe it's because Dong-guk looks so mature now, but even senior SEO invited the kid out for drinks after filming. But just to clarify, the kid's not old enough yet. Senior SEO was very curious. If the kid hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known he was underage. He even bragged about how at that age, he was already drinking soju like it was fruit juice. Because the atmosphere was so relaxed, Dong-guk casually admitted that he never actually drank soju. This surprised An Seo because it was the first time he mentioned this. Dong-guk knew he had slipped up, so he tried to cover it up by talking about the last time director De Chung hosted the dinner party. I was sitting right next to you, and after you drank 3 glasses of soju, you couldn't control your actions anymore. Actually, that was the memory of Dong-guk's past life. The film and theater company had met with actor Seo. This is where you worked as a stage actor. That is why when he entered the film industry, he considered Dong-guk as a mentor and sought advice from him. Seo was very impressed because he couldn't control his voice when drinking soju, but of course, that was a memory only he knew about. Song An Seo suddenly got curious about the prop bag Dong-guk was holding. Actually, it was something the young guy made in his free time, and he created them for today's shoot. Then he began showing Seo how to satisfy his curiosity. Just at that moment someone exclaimed because Dong-guk was carving with his left hand, and it was clear that the last time they went drinking, the kid used his right hand. Small smiled slyly, admitting that she is indeed right-handed, but the main character, Kim Moo-chin, is left-handed. Seo couldn't believe his eyes. A rising actor might become arrogant after gaining some fame, but this kid's acting skills were beyond incredible. Right at that moment, Seo suddenly asked Dong-guk about his availability this weekend. He wants Dong-guk to go to university with him. You don't understand why Seo wants you to go there. Now that you're here, looking around brings back memories because it's been a while since you've been to the university, and even harder to believe is that he said you should come to the film and theater company. SEO just came out and saw the kid, didn't expect him to be in disguise so quickly. Of course, you have to dress up. He's inviting a famous actor to a crowded place, Seo chuckled. Just because you're busy doesn't mean you should bury yourself in the script all the time. Sometimes, you need to unwind. Right now, they're at the company's rehearsal, and tonight the young actors will be performing here, so Seo guesses Dong-guk wants to see it. Nostalgia rushes back. This is the stage you once performed. But when Seo asked if he had ever acted before, he naturally had to deny it. However, Dong-guk seemed very familiar with this place, like coming home after years of being away, which made Dong-guk uneasy. It's true that it's hard to deceive an actor's keen eye. He briefly mentioned it to outsiders like Dong-guk, so be mindful when you're on stage. Among the young actors today, there are quite a few fans of that kid. The people's sweetheart as always. Seeing her nervous, Seo reassured her. It's okay. At most we'll just take a few photos, and if it goes beyond that, I'll be here with you tonight. As for tonight's show, it's titled Bin Min at Western Sky, and Seo isn't sure if Dong-guk is any good, but their company has performed it quite a few times. Everything is a coincidence. This was your first performance in your previous life. Just as the junior's haste caught the attention of senior SEO, who inquired about it. The young man who just arrived didn't recognize Dong-guk, so they simply nodded to each other. Then, he quickly informed Seo that the person performing today, Jin-soo, had suddenly fallen ill, and they were looking for a replacement. Seo immediately asked what role Jin-soo was playing. He is a student soldier named Do Chung-soo, just a minor role, but they currently have no one to replace him, and they definitely can't risk having an unprepared actor on stage. The hardest part is that all the seniors who remember Jin-soo's lines are away. It is true that everything is very challenging. Seo remembers all the lines but his age doesn't fit, so he can't play that role. Misfortune never comes alone. What a situation that made Dong-guk admit to his senior that The Western Dawn was a play he had once performed. An Seo was half believing, half doubting, thinking the little guy was just being reckless. But Dong-guk was certain you were at Teacher Bet's house, so you must have read all his scripts, including that one. So with all the passion for acting, you're sure you can play the role of Young-soo. Crazy acting or outstanding supporting actor, those are the common descriptions of Dong-guk in his past life. On the stage of the film company, Dong-guk was once a part of it, a life only he remembers. Whenever you think about the past, you see everything as a mistake, and that's true. Your heart is still filled with emotions and memories when you come back here. You really valued relationships like this. The feelings of regret, loneliness, and endurance are now unleashed. All of this is just an opportunity, so it's no big deal. Now Dong-guk will have fun with a Chin-soo on the stage. Chin-soo stepped forward with a crutch and asked to share his story with everyone, saying that he had returned as a soldier who fought against the Chiu army on the Nakdong River. All his comrades who had accompanied him, the youngest of whom were like him, had to face loneliness. It had bound his life to this disabled leg. He asked the passerby if they wanted a shoe shine but was met with disdain. Exactly. Lately I've had to make a living by shining shoes or begging for money. And now I will tell you the story of my life. Everyone was shocked by Dong-guk. That kid said they had never performed on stage, but not only do they have top-notch movie acting experience, their stage skills are also surprisingly good. An Seo stared intently at Dong-guk without blinking. And even Dong-guk didn't expect that stage to steer his life in this lifetime to an unimaginable place. Chin-soo is now telling the kids, using his talent for storytelling, "Have you ever held a gun? I've heard about machine guns and the power of grenades. One day, a comrade who was always by my side got hit by enemy fire. At that moment, I thought it was the end, and I raised my head above the trench in front of their guns." Passers-by started getting interested in his story. It was the climax. "I was stuck with a North Korean platoon commander. Suddenly, senior officers in the army, completely unfamiliar to me, treated me, fed me, and even promoted me. I guess I should have run away back then, but instead, I rolled around on the battlefield like an abandoned teddy bear with those medals for that rank." "What did you say? I must have had a plan?" All of Dong-guk's lines and expressions completely overwhelmed this man. He is the screenwriter Jong Dae. He is a writer capable of creating both traditional and modern Korean plays. Many famous scripts and popular performances have passed through his hands, and he himself is a legend. But for the past 3 years, he hasn't been able to write an opening for any performance because he hasn't found his muse yet. A monument of that time had completely lost confidence and was on the brink of collapse. Now it's even worse. Even if he could write, he couldn't rest. The actor saw it then. He was deeply regretting not asking for the contact information. The screenwriter Chung sighed deeply, thinking that with such talent, he should have been the main character. Moreover, his face seemed very familiar. Right at that moment, the heavens called, and Apple became the top choice for men, causing Mr. Chung to spit out all the water. "This is the person." He hurriedly pulled out his phone and started dialing. He called despite it being sleeping time, and the person on the other end was Seot Chu, who happened to be the one filming The Confession of a Priest. Search Chu, half asleep, for the answer to give to the senior. Dong-guk is the main actor. Now the most unexpected turning point of Dong-guk has begun. He excitedly asked if I could visit your film set. The weather is getting colder and colder. Dong-guk kept spinning, and sometimes he got a moment to talk with Bong-chun because the chairman kept calling him for help. Dong-guk. And the current buzz leading to some rumors is about the play that Dong-guk performed only once, yet unexpectedly aired. Song An Bong-chun informed Dong-guk that it was time to attend the SBC Actor Awards next week. Recently, a Trin-si kept calling him, but the director said that because Dong-guk was tied up with the shooting schedule, he wouldn't go. BD Kim also quietly mentioned that he would win the Best Actor award, and they are worried about what to do if the lead actor doesn't show up. It's a real shame you couldn't make it. That youth film was a hit in CBC's history, with 40% of the votes, not just a record for CBC but for other stations too. But now there's a reason to turn it down anyway. Currently, everything is really great. In your previous life, it took a long and hard journey to gain recognition and a place in the world, but in this life, you can win the Best Actor award before turning 20. Dong-guk wondered how he should thank his mother at the awards ceremony. And right now, you are at the climax of the movie. This scene is honestly very difficult to act out. What if someone I trust stabs me in the back? Dong-guk took a deep breath to gather his emotions. And scene 101 unveils the truth. Detective Seo sped up, releasing his anger from within. Earlier, he had received the forensic report. Finally, the culprit left a clue. He tore apart the victim's chest to find something. A familiar blood-stained cross. Forensics thinks it's not meant to be sold anywhere, so it must be handmade. And the person who made it, of course, you know very well. The cross matched the weapon, sharpness, and length of a carved wooden stick. The perpetrator was unexpectedly that person. The detective hated himself for trusting his father. The cross my father gave me is still hanging in the car like a mockery. Detective Seo suddenly arrived as the church was holding a Christmas service, searching for Father Matthew. He used physical actions, prompting others to report that Father was talking to Bishop Kim on the 3rd floor. Without another word, he dashed up the stairs like the wind. Quickly reached the fateful door. He immediately opened the door and saw his father inside. But everything was too late. The detective's eyes seemed frozen. Cha Matthew is standing indifferently in front of the crime he committed, with blood as red as a Christmas Eve dress. And my father's smile made that Christmas night even more terrifying. Detective Nim has finally arrived. Scene 109. Arrogance continues to persuade right after that. Cha Matthew was handcuffed and seated in a pitch-dark interrogation room with only a dim light. Those who drown in arrogance will die from their own complacency. Trey Kopp laughed mockingly at Matthew for calling him one of the final sins. How funny it is that Cha has killed a few lost people and now calls himself a god of justice. Trey Cop despises Matthew. Does Che know what he's doing? Chai is a murderer. What does Che think he can do now? Matthew was silent for a moment, then absent-mindedly recalled the words spoken at the bishop's office. You found the hidden truths in the bishop's office after all the chaos and then used wine to soothe your throat? Now what? Matthew asked Ngai. Today's wine seems to have a slightly sour taste, doesn't it? Trey Cop ran out like a madman screaming for a doctor. He rushed to the hospital and yelled at the nurse, that bastard poisoned my drink, so you have to treat me first. The nearness of death has driven him mad. He'll give you however much money you want. Right at that moment, the pain from deep within surged to his head, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The words of Matthew echoed in my ears. Jabogu, you are the final sin. He could only scream in agony as his eyes gradually turned white. Right after the investigation, the reporters made a big fuss when the suspect in the serial murder case turned out to be a priest. The detective forcefully pushed the reporters away, but they kept charging forward, eager to uncover the trick behind the killing of those 6 people. At this moment, Matthew gently reminded the detective, you made a mistake. The 7 deadly sins. The inspector's eyes lit up as if freed. It should be 7 people. The final guilt has been judged on the pile of money at that hospital over there. Minhai complained, What's going on, Dong-guk? You seem too quiet. Dong-guk replied, Well, you were also dawdling in the fashion section forever. Minhai sat with her chin resting on her hand, her face clearly showing exhaustion. She kept complaining, That's because the CEO made me do it. Dong-guk heard her say that, took Minhai's hand, and confidently said, Trust me, I will be your #1 companion. Actors Dong-guk and Minhai are walking the red carpet. The main acting award is what they are aiming for. It's just like other awards, but this acting award is also tied to show votes. No matter how well you perform, if the voting doesn't go well, it's hard to win. I walked this path in my previous life. First, I want to apologize to Senior Dong-guk. I never thought I would win this award. Even though the media at the time supported the idea that I would win, in the end, I still missed it. While differing opinions sparked debate over the voting results, the final decision still lay with the TV station and the company. Anyway, in this lifetime, I've been closer to the broadcasting corporation than anyone else. The youth drama has achieved an returning to the present scene. Dong-guk and Minhai walk on the red carpet, greeted enthusiastically by the press. The calls for their names echo continuously. Miss Minhai, over here, over here. Dong-guk confidently stepped onto the red carpet while thinking to himself, This is the first time I've been on the red carpet and gotten so much attention. Even though I prepared myself mentally, I can't deny that I'm quite nervous. Because of that, he didn't notice that Minhai had her dress stepped on. The event happened so suddenly that he couldn't react in time. Because of a slight carelessness, Minhai almost fell backward. No one saw it coming. Contrary to the anxiety and panic of Dong-guk and Minhai, the reporters were thrilled. This unexpected event was exactly what they had been hoping for. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched, while not forgetting to raise their cameras to capture the moment. It's certain that tomorrow this event will be all over the news. As expected, Dong-guk showed his masculinity. Although the incident happened unexpectedly, he caught Minhai's waist. This created an extremely romantic scene between the two. Before the continuous flashing of the reporters' cameras, Minhai whispered to Dong-guk, Do we really have to pose like this? The answer was obviously no, so Dong-guk replied, It was just an accident, I'm sorry. After the two stood up together, Minhai expressed her gratitude to Dong-guk. Thanks anyway, this long dress is really inconvenient, I shouldn't have worn it. Dong-guk reassured her, Why not? It suits you well. You look beautiful. While talking, the two people entered the hall. Minhai sat down and said teasingly, Quite the smooth talker, huh? If I get swayed, you'll be in trouble, kid. Dong-guk just smiled without responding. He thought to himself, She talks to me very comfortably. It seems she has a good feeling about me. After that, without having to wait long, the announcement sounded, The MBC Acting Awards ceremony is about to begin. The first category announced after the MC's long-winded opening was the award for Best Couple, which went to actors Dong-guk and Minhai from the film Youth. Upon hearing this, Dong-guk immediately extended his hand and said to Minhai, Shall we go? Minhai, still in shock, only snapped out of it when Dong-guk called her name. Dong-guk, who spoke before. Shortly after, the two shared their own personal reflections. Both received flowers and bowed to the audience and everyone in the hall. Dong-guk thought to himself, Is this truly Youth? But a figure below made him feel astonished. That is Daeon-soo. What is she doing here? Although Dong-guk could recognize Daeon-soo, he couldn't sense her bad mood. Finally, he remembered. She said she would be filming a historical drama for the TV station. Daeon-soo sat below, and when she saw the look of realization on Dong-guk's face, her anger grew even more. Why? Although very angry, Daeon-soo couldn't help but feel sad. Dong-guk didn't even contact her once. The woman next to her, after calling out to Don-soo without getting a response, didn't bother her any further. She focused on the stage and remarked, "He's quite handsome." Don-soo, hearing this, retorted, "What are you talking about? He's not handsome at all." The girl next to him explained to Don-soo, "You're still young, Don-soo. I bet a lot of actresses will fall for that boy when he grows up." As she said that, the sister next to her also turned to look at Don-soo. Seeing Don-soo's tearful eyes, the sister couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you crying?" At that moment, Don-soo also realized her current actions were wrong. She tried to smile and said, "Who's crying? It's just dust in my eyes." Then she asked, "Actor Dong-guk is very popular with female actors, right?" Hearing Don-soo's question, the sister next to her replied very friendly, "Yes, in the company, only Dong-guk is popular with the female actors. However, the young guy always keeps to himself and doesn't contact any female actors at all." Minhai was said to have fallen for that kid instantly. Don-soo was shocked when she heard the news, nearly shouting out loud, "What?" The older sister beside her was startled by Don-soo's overreaction and tried to calm her down. "Shh, that's a secret." Then the girl next to her joked, "Should I ask for the boy's number?" Don-soo replied firmly, "No." As soon as her sister next to her looked up, she saw something interesting and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, actor Dong-guk is coming this way. Does he know someone over here?" This made Don-soo immediately turn around. Dong-guk stepped forward and gently touched her face. He immediately embraced her in front of everyone without hesitation. While holding her, he gently whispered, "Why are you sad again?" Don-soo hugged him back, gripping his shirt tightly and saying emotionally, "You fool." Don-soo then returned to his table. Everyone at the table was surprised by his action, so someone asked, "Do you know actor Don-soo?" Dong-guk smiled and replied casually, "He's actually a close friend of mine." "Aren't you trying to win first place, Dong-guk?" Dong-guk heard her say that and laughed in response, "I don't even care about it." Of course Minhai didn't believe him. She said, "Come on, don't lie to yourself." The hand resting on his knee under the table clenched tightly. Dong-guk thought to himself, "I had prepared an acceptance speech just in case, thanking my mom, but..." The girl sitting at the same table with Dong-guk continued chatting with everyone. If Dong-guk wins the award, wouldn't he be the youngest actor to win an acting award? But getting 3 at once sounds a bit tough. He was voted the actor that any PD would want to work with, and he already won the Best Couple award, so it's not impossible. Of course Dong-guk wanted that too. It would surely be amazing. But while everyone was chatting excitedly, the most anticipated moment finally arrived. We are pleased to announce the most special award. Let's welcome tonight's grand prize. And in an even more surprising turn, Dong-guk's name was announced. Actor Dong-guk from Thanswan, congratulations. At that moment, even Dong-guk was surprised. It wasn't the Best Actor award, but the Excellence award. It wasn't even the Special award. Did they read it wrong? Right after that surprising moment, he quickly regained his composure and greeted everyone. "Thank you all, I should go accept the award now." Immediately after, Dong-guk returned to the podium to give his speech, thanking everyone. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect this to happen. Winning the Best Acting award at 18 doesn't matter much, but I'm really grateful for this outstanding award." Your hand clenches tightly again, trembling. I should have prepared a backup speech for this special award. After finishing his speech, he quietly stepped down from the stage. At this moment, director Kim Jin suddenly spoke up. "Dong-guk, may I have a word with you?" Of course, Dong-guk wouldn't refuse director Kim Jin's invitation. He followed director Kim Jin and asked, "Why did you call me out here?" The surprising thing was that Kim Jin, the director, didn't say a word. He simply bowed his head before the boy. This made Dong-guk very confused. Before he could figure out how to react, director Kim Jin spoke up. "Dong-guk, I'm really sorry." Kim Jin, the director, looked up and scratched his head, saying with a regretful expression, "Honestly, the director has already agreed, but there's been some strong opposition." Then Kim Jin, the director, told the story to Dong-guk. The story goes like this. Although the youth drama series by SBS is on track to be broadcast in Japan in the future, it should go quite smoothly. But by refusing to sign autographs and attend the TV station event, he lost his influence. That's why quite a few people at SBS are dissatisfied with him. Voting for such a young actor, he's sure to become arrogant. Dong-guk, after hearing the whole story, thought to himself, "Although it's like that, I still don't regret being given priority for my acting." Afterward, the awards ceremony ended, and everyone returned to the grind of work. Dong-guk also returned to his filming location. He greeted everyone warmly. "Hello." Everyone responded, "Hi Dong-guk. Oh, isn't that our talented actor Dang?" Then, everyone immediately started buzzing. "Is Dong-guk here? Has Dong-guk arrived?" This surprised him a lot. "What?" Then, many people came up and ruffled his hair like a child. They offered him words of encouragement. "You won that super special prize, right?" Dong-guk smiled brightly and replied, "You're messing up my hair." He thought to himself, "People have been paying more attention to me since last week's award ceremony." Then someone shouted angrily, "You blind species." I was confident. The kid is definitely going to win that award. People around him patted his shoulder. "Senior, congratulate the kid." Another person replied, "But the most impressive award is also super cool, Dong-guk." Dong-guk smiled and said, "I'll try harder to win the big prize." He thought to himself, "Who knows? I have no regrets about missing the big prize. The grand prize was my goal in a previous life, and I struggled a lot with it, so it would be strange if I could win it easily. But I won't be appearing before ETPC anymore. To achieve that, I have to become a better actor." Dong-guk was increasingly lost in his own thoughts. "I have to become an actor that any company would want to work with. To achieve that, I need to advance my acting career." Dong-guk thought to himself and smiled. Today is the final shoot of The Priest's Confession, scene 120. Next, scene 129, The Priest's Confession. In the context of case number 30, we are discussing the verdict for Mu Jin, who is accused of being the perpetrator. The scene begins in the courtroom, with the dialogue, "Detective." The judge spoke up. "Defense attorney, do you have anything to share with the court? Please stand up and speak." "Defense lawyer, you have nothing to say?" People around began murmuring at the lawyer's silence. At this moment, Dong-guk is slipping into character. He delivers his lines as if he truly is the priest. Greed, envy, wrath, sloth, lust, pride, gluttony. Even with my hands cuffed, my words showed no surrender. We are all followers of sin, yet we constantly avoid the truth. How can I remain idle? I am not the one standing before the cross, nor do I intend to forgive them. So I punished them myself. I helped them atone, something they should have done. Shouldn't they have realized their mistakes and begged for forgiveness? The presence of those standing in this cold room only differs in their clothing, not in their inner nature. Perhaps that will contradict what you have always thought and believed. Why does the world keep producing more sinful individuals than goodness? All the results today are due to the weakness in allowing those people to act recklessly. The statement resounded with thunderous intensity. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, does law truly exist? Right after the trial took place, major headlines were all about that topic, creating a whirlwind that shook public opinion. The results of the trial were announced to the entire nation through mass media. Everyone could access it via TV, broadcasting the judge's firm declarations. Mu Jin, the serial killer in Korea, was sentenced to death. The accusations against Father Mu Jin, and so on. Time passed quickly after that. The bars still imprisoned the prisoner. The priest thought to himself, "I can feel the warmth of the sun through these cold bars. It's just enough for the palm of a hand." Outside, the sky stretches endlessly. The sky is blue, the clouds vast and white, and birds are soaring across the sky above those wings. The priest gazed up at the sky as if in a trance. Is that really him? During that time, a police officer entered his cell and said, "Prisoner 101, someone wants to see you." Immediately after, he was escorted by 2 police officers. He gently closed his eyes, erasing the weariness from his face. When he opened them, the earlier frustration had vanished. Now, he was smiling softly, like a priest from long ago. The person who came to see him stood tall and said, "Matthew." Then he corrected himself, "Matthew, no, Mu Jin, say what you want to say." At that moment, Father Mu Jin still kept a gentle smile on his lips and said, "When I die, the world will soon forget me, and the sins will continue to repeat. That is why I want to end this cycle once and for all." The priest standing outside the prison cell appeared with a sorrowful expression. The final visit to the cell has ended. The moment of Mu Jin's execution has arrived. A burlap sack is placed over his head. It hides the gentle eyes and smile that always linger on Mu Jin's face. Everyone left, leaving only the prison visitor. He held the cross in his hand and quietly wondered. His faith was no longer solid. Does belief in God lead people to goodness? This is what all religions strive for, and what all believers hope for. Mu Jin slowly approached the noose that would strangle him. He lifted his face, along with the thoughts running through his mind. May he punish me. The ending image of the movie is a cross, an image that evokes a lot of contemplation and reflection. "Cut!" the director's voice echoed, signaling the end of the movie. Director Gu Sang-do exclaimed, "There isn't a single unnecessary scene." Gu Sang-do scratched his head thinking, normally scenes like this follow an 11-to-1 ratio. Each minute of scene time, 10 minutes for one shot, is short. I think we'll go with 21, then pair it with director Shin Sung-hoon's audio. Anyway, this movie is about 50, even with supporting actors in minor roles. I think it's not exactly like what director Shin Sung-hoon mentioned in some ways, but right at this moment, Shin Sung-hoon steps in, calling out loudly, "Director, go." Shin Sung-hoon greeted warmly. "No, I should say our super cool editor-director did." Seeing Gu Sang-do's expression, Shin Sung-hoon was confused. He asked, "Are you sick? What's with that face?" Gu Sang-do replied mournfully, "You know why I look like this." At this point, Gu Sang-do sighed, "I don't know how to fix this part." Then, Shin Sung-hoon looked in and asked, "What's going on? Is there a problem?" Gu Sang-do replied, "No, it's not that." Gu Sang-do finally revealed the reason. It was too perfect, so much so that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find any unnecessary scenes to cut. But I can't let the movie be this long. Taking advantage of the moment, Gu Sang-do sighed, "Do you know how many sleepless nights I've had because of this? I can't live with this." Shin Sung-hoon comforted him, "Don't stress, I'll treat you to a meal. Relax." But Gu Sang-do didn't seem relaxed at all. He said, "I'm serious, I'm about to lose it. This is the first time in my career that I don't know how to handle a performance like this." After that, Gu Sang-do turned to Shin Sung-hoon and asked, "Director Shin, what about the music? No mixing, just background music for the overall atmosphere, right? I bet the musicians can handle this part." "Director Choi Dun will handle it." Gu Sang-do repeated in astonishment, "Choi Dun, the music director who won the grand prize with just a debut film. What a dream team." Shin Sung-hoon asked Gu Sang-do, "What do you think of this movie after watching it, Director Go?" Gu Sang-do cautiously replied, "Here. This is a true gem of the entertainment world, surpassing any other diamond." Switching to the scene of Dong-guk, at that time, he was leisurely feeding the sparrows. You touch your uncomfortable neck and think to yourself, it seems to be from the final scene of the movie, the priest's confession. My throat still feels a bit sore. Fortunately, I was able to finish it in a single take. He gently tilted his face toward the sky and thought to himself, the Lunar New Year is almost here, isn't it? I want to leave early to visit my mom. This is the busiest time, so she must be very busy. He will also be busy preparing for his new project. Suddenly he saw Bong Chun and asked, "Bong Chun, did you just come from outside?" Bong Chun asked him, "Dong-guk, it's very cold outside. What are you doing here?" Dong-guk enthusiastically replied, "I'm bored being home alone, but why are you here?" Bong Chun answered, "Mr. CIO wants to see you. He called for you. I think you missed his call already." The sparrows, scared, hid behind Dong-guk as he replied, "Oh, I forgot. Probably missed the call, but what does Sir CIAO want?" Bong Chun seemed unaware of that as well. He replied, "He said he'll tell you when you meet. By the way, have you had lunch? Here, have some roasted sweet potatoes." Dong-guk grabbed it and ate it without hesitation. Bong Chun said, "There's a place nearby that sells sweet potatoes. The quality is top-notch." Dong-guk agreed, "Super tasty." Right after that, Bong Chun hurriedly said, "Let's walk and eat at the same time." Then the two immediately set off to meet CIO. "Dong-guk, do you know screenwriter Chung Dong-dae?" Dong-guk unexpectedly replied, saying that screenwriter Chung Dong-dae had won the Korean Asian Literary Award. CAO was surprised. "You know about it too? Young people these days aren't keen on going to the cinema, but you know? He said he wanted to meet you." This truly left Dong-guk both astonished and puzzled. He exclaimed, "How come?" CEO smiled and said, "A bit abrupt, isn't it? I've considered it because you're also declining ads and interviews after the movie Priest's Confession. Many people are waiting for you since the movie has ended after all. If you don't like it, you can decline." Dong-guk didn't reply immediately but thought to himself, "No, just a bit surprised, scriptwriter Chung Dong-dae." Moving to Chung Dong-dae's place, he thought he wanted a perfect piece for this time. Baek Mudeo stole the hearts of many women, but he only loved one, the woman who heard his final confession. Chung Dong-dae shook his head as he thought, a perfect actress for the role doesn't just fall from the sky. Suddenly the movie soundtrack played from the TV caught his attention. Nguyen Kao Em Duok Chicho. The image of a radiant actress appeared before him, signaling the start of a collaborative relationship. "And one day, I will return these hopes to your majesty." After that day, it wasn't long before Chung Dong-dae and Dong-guk met. Dong-guk walked into the room and greeted warmly. "Mr. Chung Dong-dae, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Dong-guk." As soon as he saw Dong-guk, Chung Dong-dae immediately fell into the state of a fanatic. So handsome, so tough, if he were a college student or something, I'd probably cry my eyes out because of his role in the priest's confession. Finally, Chung Dong-dae calmed down and gently asked, "Dong-guk, do you know me?" Dong-guk humbly replied, "How could I not know? You're the best screenwriter in the country. I'm genuinely surprised to hear that you wanted to meet me. I heard you only write scripts for plays." Chung Dong-dae smiled awkwardly at Dong-guk's words. "You're exaggerating. I just gained a bit of fame thanks to winning a Korean Literature Award. Yeah, I only write scripts for plays." Dong-guk voiced his concern. "So why do you want to meet me?" Chung Dong-dae replied, "I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point." Chung Dong-dae's expression became serious. He said, "I want you to appear in my play." Dong-guk was startled. "You? You know, I've never studied stage techniques." Chung Dong-dae finally voiced what had been in his heart for a long time. I was really surprised to see you on stage that day. Honestly, I didn't even think I would meet you like this. Chung Dong-guk continued. You know, the stage isn't a commercial enterprise, so I can't pay you as much as you want. But I just want you on stage once. Dong-guk heard Chung Dong-dae say that and responded, If that's your plan, then what's my purpose in participating? Chung Dong-dae answered with a question. Dong-guk, do you know the Korean Theater Festival? Dong-guk remained silent, thinking to himself, the Korean Theater Festival? How could I not know about it? It's the dream stage for every theater actor in Korea, attracting participants from all over. Theaters and art companies all want to bring their most veteran teams to compete. But the screening process is incredibly tough. No matter how hard you try, there's no guarantee you'll win. As for me, I couldn't even win the theater company's award in my previous life. Dong-guk asked Chung Dong-dae, Are you planning to stage your play at the Korean festival? Chung Dong-dae replied bluntly, Yes, and I need your help. In fact, when I wrote this script, I was inspired by you, Dong-guk. Dong-guk replied, I'm really grateful for that, but I'm a bit curious. I remember only appearing in a very small segment on stage at Hisung. Could you tell me what the play is about? Chung Dong-dae smiled and replied, Dong-guk, do you know what the most romantic person in Chosun is? The conversation continued and gradually came to an end. Dong-guk started another conversation with Siyao. As soon as Siyao arrived, he asked, You've already talked to screenwriter Chung Dong-dae, right? Dong-guk replied, Yes, immediately adding, But you won't stop me from performing on stage, right? You told Bong-chun to keep an eye on me at the theater. Siyao was startled when he heard that. Shortly after, Siyao sighed and said, That's because of the article saying I was acting. I'm just worried about you. Dong-guk smiled and replied, I know, I'm just kidding. Immediately after, Siyao asked, What role do you want to play? Dong-guk replied without hesitation, The lead actor, the most romantic man of the Joseon era. Xiao was startled. Casanovas, are you okay? Is it really a role with many romantic relationships? Dong-guk replied calmly. I think it's quite interesting to change my image before the priest confession airs. Don't you think so? Xiao didn't completely agree, but he still said, Yes, Youth is a school romance film, and it's a bit difficult to break away from that youthful image. However, Dong-guk immediately flashed a bright smile and reassured Xiao, No need to worry. You remember your earlier conversation with screenwriter Chung Dong-dae. A lot happened during the Joseon era. For example, celebrities like Kim Chun-tae and Kim Pan-suk trained many girls for King Chung-suk-gu, the son of an outstanding person, and many others were also among them, too numerous to count. Of course, you might say that a philanderer did not exist during the Joseon era, because Neo-Confucianism had been widely spread at that time, but it took quite some time for that culture to deeply penetrate society. During that period, philanderers in Joseon stole countless women's hearts. Dong-guk interrupted Chung Dong-dae, speaking hesitantly. Uncle Chung, I'm sorry, but I'm still a minor. Can I take on that role? Unlike movies, theater can't be edited. We'll have to show everyone what's on stage, right? Chung Dong-dae replied, Dong-guk, I don't intend to tell the stories of the people I've mentioned. The flirtatious character in my play is very different from them. Even if you combined Kim Chun-tae, Kim Pan-suk, and Chung-suk-gu together, they still wouldn't compare to the passionate character in my play. Those waiting for the spring of Chosun's lost freedom and thought. Chung Dong-dae stopped his speech and asked Dong-guk, What do you think? He smiled and asked, Are you interested? At the end of the recollection, Dong-guk responded to Siyao, He's not just an ordinary flirt. Siyao replied with some doubt, Really? Then he said, Well, the most important thing is the actor's opinion. Let's read the script first, and then we'll discuss it later. Wait a second. Siyu handed something to Dong-guk and said, Take this, Dong-guk. Dong-guk raised both hands to receive it and asked, What is it? Siyu said, The Lunar New Year is coming soon. You're not planning to go home empty-handed, are you? Let me give you this to buy your mother some warm clothes. Siyu laughed loudly and replied, Not for you, but I'm thanking your mother. She trusted me and sent her only son to Seoul. I must thank her. Dong-guk was moved. Siyao, even when compared to his old agency team in his previous life, isn't this the real dream of an actor? Dong-guk immediately set out to return home. You approach a familiar vendor stall? As soon as she saw him, his mother exclaimed, Son! Dong-guk also happily greeted her. I'm home, Mom. When Dong-guk's mother saw her son, she immediately asked, Aren't you busy? Why did you come back? Dong-guk replied, I came back to visit you, Mom. It's almost New Year's. Being alone in Seoul must be really lonely. Kao's mother asked, What about Mr. Baek Dang-hun? Dong-guk replied while taking off his coat. He went to the city to prepare for the movie. It's lonely in that big house all by himself. Dong-guk's mom said, Oh my, I was going to bring food and those things when you got back, so take Dandy with you. Oh my, are you here already? Then, he helped his mother sell goods until evening. The two of them went home together. As he walked, he asked his mother, Have you been tired with all the customers lately? His mother replied, Of course, But it's better than having no customers at all. The more, the better, though it's not always like that. But today we finished early thanks to you. Dong-guk smiled and replied, having a son back home makes a difference. The boy's mother held his hand and said, I'm so happy to see you home, son. Dong-guk replied, me too, Mom. Just as Din entered the room and took off his coat, he noticed something strange. You look around and think to yourself, it's been a long time since I last returned to this room. But everything is still cleaned up as it was when I was here. Dong-guk lay down on the bed, staring at the stack of papers in front of him. It was the script of the most flirtatious man in Chosun. Chosun is undergoing rapid changes during Japan's invasion. We fight against them with knives and guns. Now, wherever you are, when you meet a Japanese person outside and think you're at home, that's the situation our country has had to face. What could a wanderer like me possibly do? Dong-guk thought to himself, is this a role I can perform well? If someone like me, bit by bit, becomes strong and resilient from the battles, will spring come to the land of Chosun? What will nurture that future? In the next life, sit with me over a cup of coffee and let's talk as the spring air fills this land of Joseon. I, Baekmudeo, have only looked at you my whole life, so please don't be sad. Each scene in the play gradually unfolds in the mind of Chung Dong-dae. I don't want to leave you with painful memories. At that time, Chung Dong-dae was sitting in the room, pulling his hair out. Actor Dong-guk had chosen the role of Baekmudeo, but I couldn't choose the female lead. The names quickly came to his mind. Kim On-di, Sun Dong-hai, An Ji-soo. Obviously these actresses all had stage experience, but I want a perfect piece this time. Baekmudeo stole the hearts of many women, but he only loved one, the woman who heard his final confession. Chung Dong-dae once again fell into disappointment. There's no such thing as a perfect actress falling from the sky. But the image he accidentally saw on TV changed his mind. The image of an actress dressed in traditional attire appears before my eyes. One day, I will return these hopes to His Majesty. Returning to the scene in Dong-guk, Dun Huin was astonished to see a table full of food. Hey Hung Nim, are we having a feast today? Dong-guk, what's all this about? Dong-guk, still cooking, replied. My mom told me to prepare a meal for my grandparents and uncle, so I'm making spicy braised fish. Besides, the housekeeper is on vacation. Dun Huin tasted the food and enthusiastically suggested, if you quit being an actor, become a chef instead. No, try going into business with me. How about a restaurant? Dong-guk was speechless, thinking to himself, going into business with him could be a huge mess. Dun Huin looked annoyed when Dong-guk said that. What, you don't trust me? Dong-guk thought to himself. Of course not. You were famously a disaster in the business world in your past life. But he didn't say those words out loud and just said, I'll just be an actor, uncle. Baek Dang-hun, who had been sitting quietly, finally spoke. My mother prepared a lot for us, didn't she? Next time, let's go to Namhang together. We should thank her. Dong-guk was overjoyed when he heard that. Really? If you and I go to Namhang together, the women there will go crazy. Baek Dang-hun asked, not Dun Huin, but me? Dong-guk replied, you are very popular with middle-aged women, sir. But then the subject ended. Dong-guk, when will the priest confession air? Dong-guk said while eating. It will take a few more months to edit the latter part of the film. Dun Huin asked, but it's fine now, right? Can't we see it in theaters? Dong-guk replied, probably not. Dun Huin nudged Dong-guk playfully and asked, I've come across a few actors who didn't want to watch their own movies in theaters. This time, what nickname will they give you? Last time it was First Love of the Nation, right? Dong-guk felt helpless seeing CIO like that. Uncle, why are you joking again? Dun Huin laughed loudly. Isn't that right? Wait, when does your next project start? I heard screenwriter Chung Dong-dae came to see you. Dong-guk was amazed. How did you know? I was about to tell you. Dun Huin proudly said, even though I'm an actor, it's not like I can't be up to date with the news. But when does your project start? Dun Huin turned to Baek Dang-hun and said, choosing a stage play as the next project sounds fun, doesn't it, Hung Nim? From what you heard from the stage director, this playwright Chung Dong-dae is no joke. He once won the first prize in Korean literature. I never thought they would cast you as the lead actor. Have you ever considered becoming a stage actor? Dong-guk replied, I was surprised too. But what's the role this time, Dong-guk? Looking at the works of screenwriter Chung Dong-dae, they are incredibly humane. Dong-guk replied jokingly, you are a wanderer of Joseon. The next scene shows the joyful footsteps of a young woman. That was Don-soo. She stood at the school gate, deep in thought, and finally, I get to attend the same school as Dong-guk. We'll go to school together. Just thinking about it made her feel so happy. Everyone around immediately recognized her. Hello, 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 Daeon-soo. She also warmly greeted everyone. Hello, seniors. Immediately a crowd gathered around her. Is it really Don-soo, that famous person? When the class bell rang, everyone finally dispersed. At this point, Daeon-soo was exhausted, slumped over the desk. I forgot that Seoa Graduate School is a public high school. How can you live like this, Appa? A girl sitting next to Donsu asked, Donsu, do you know Senior Dong-gut? Donsu heard that and asked, Doomin, are you also a fan of Dong-gut, Appa? Doomin replied, of course, even though I didn't like him much at first, I got to know him thanks to my dad. My dad didn't let me watch TV because he wanted me to focus on studying, but we watched that youth movie at home. Donsu immediately felt scared. Did he apply here because of that? Doomin found it strange that she asked such a question. Doomin responded sincerely, why would you think that? I'm just a fan, that's all. After getting in, I found out that Dong-gut Sunbai also studied here. Donsu asked, you know there are quite a few fans of Dong-gut Appa in our school, right? Doomin replied, he's so popular that there's even a fan club for him at Siwa High School. Whenever he plays basketball or soccer on the field, the fan club rushes out to cheer him on. He's also really nice, so once you're hooked, there's no getting out. Donsu heard that and it was like a bolt of lightning. What? Nice? Donsu was extremely angry. She immediately slammed the table and stood up. Nice? Nonsense. Doomin saw her like that and asked, Donsu, are you going to lunch? Donsu immediately ran out of the classroom saying as he left, I don't feel well. At that time, Dong-gut was lying on the rooftop alone. You're deep in thought, already 19, huh? Compared to the middle age I had in my previous life, I'm still quite young. But it feels like it's been a long time. Especially considering the new direction I'm taking in this life. My time in school in my previous life was just filled with regret and suffering. But now, I'm truly content. Not just because I get to live as an actor, but also because I'm grateful to be reunited with my mother. Although he was in a moment of relaxation, Dong-gut was still not careless. At that time, Dong-gut was still holding the script, reading while lying down. Spring of Chosun by Baek Mudeo. The story of Parako, who on the surface seems like a killer straight out of a Dunmu folktale. But when you dig deeper, it reveals more psychological layers than any role ever played. Dong-gut dropped the script onto his face and sighed. This role is harder than I thought. It's a role I would never have tried in a previous life. This is quite a tangled puzzle, not only requiring Baek Mudeo but also demanding special acting skills. Dong-gut lay there thinking, is there any actor his age with this kind of acting? Suddenly he was startled as someone hurriedly pushed open the rooftop door. That was Donsu, she shouted, Appa! Dong-gut was astonished to see her. Donsu became even more furious upon seeing that. See, that expression is like asking, why are you here again? So much for being nice. She immediately sat down next to Dong-gut and said, all right, Appa, I heard you're planning to act in a play for your next project. Dong-gut was even more surprised. Where did you hear that? Donsu replied, my Igunsi team was quite surprised when you chose to take the stage for that play. But how is that project going? Dong-gut thought to himself, I can't tell a child about a womanizer. Then he covered up by saying, I still don't quite understand it. Donsu, you've been free these past few days, huh? Seeing you at school like this? Donsu sighed when he heard me say that. What are you trying to cover up? I've finished shooting the historical film. I'm done with the role of the child actor. Dong-gut asked again. Really? Donsu got angry again. Really? What do you mean? It sounds like you don't care about me at all. I've watched every episode of every show you've been in from start to finish, and you didn't even invite me to the fan meeting. Dong-gut began to ramble, explaining. He had been busy, but he still argued inwardly without daring to speak up. But hadn't he already noticed her? Dong-gut asked, as if to change the subject. Now that filming is over, what are you planning to do next? Donsu replied, I'm also picking a new project, and I'm also choosing a play. Dong-gut heard that and wondered, what play? Donsu replied with a sly smile, Chosun Spring. The most crucial part of any film is the casting section, which includes the stage, script, actors, and audience. However, upon reflection, the most important elements, without a doubt, are the script and the actors. Even with a great script, if the actors lack talent, it only ranks third. Conversely, the voice of a person resonates, Korean Film Festival. That's actress Park Sang-ah. She's saying, you called me here during break just for this, and it's not even a commercial, just a play. I don't like it. I quit acting 10 years ago, so why suddenly ask me to get on stage again? A voice echoed, Park, are you not confident? It's been too long. There is an actress named Park Sang-ah. She had her reasons for leaving the stage. Low recognition, poor advertising, empty pockets, and few people cared. In short, it was nothing to enjoy, just a burden. But it's a work by Chung Dong-dae. Still not interested? As expected, the moment he heard this name, Park Sang-ah's face immediately changed. She replied in amazement, You mean Chung Dong-dae, the literary award winner? The man standing opposite her answered, That's right. I heard he's the scriptwriter. He's planning to stage it at the film festival. In the cast, he wants you to be an actress. The stage director is Song Joon. She knows Pak too, right? Pak Sung-ah replied, "Of course I know them. But are you really saying those people will collaborate? If it's director Song Joon, he's a well-known stage director in this land of Korea. And I'm sure he's already quit directing at the theater." She said while thinking to herself, "Back when I was still a stage actress, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find him. And now, suddenly, he calls me?" The man standing opposite advised, "Don't overthink it. I'm sure your acting skills will surprise them, right?" Pak Sung-ah replied, "Well, it's okay. They think I'm begging for the past like before? Especially with a stage event that requires such careful preparation, and why should I play a supporting role instead of the lead?" The man turned his back and said, "Really? I heard them calling Sun Jimin too. What a pity, right?" Hearing this name, Pak Sung-ah immediately called him back. "Wait, did you say Sun Jimin? Didn't you know her from her theater days? They've contacted a few people. I heard she agreed without any hesitation, even though it's not a leading role." Pak Sung-ah hesitated a bit before finally asking, "Who is the main character?" The smiling man replied, "Dong-guk." That was the man sitting on the rooftop with Don-soo at that moment. At the Korean Central Theater, this is the director of the Korean Central Theater, Kim Sung-do. Standing alone in the room, Kim Sung-do was lost in his thoughts. "I wish the theater industry would be revived, but public interest keeps declining. It will be difficult for producers or ticket sales if things continue to drop like this every year. Even within the industry, the public will only care about outstanding stars or exceptional plays. But all the good actors have left the industry. Now we need to find some way to change." Lost in his thoughts, Kim Sung-do was startled by a hurried knock on the door. A staff member rushed in and called out anxiously, "Director!" The staff handed something to Kim Sung-do and said enthusiastically, "You should take a look at this. Among the candidate works, this one is truly excellent." "Excellent, that is the script for the play Spring in Joseon, written by Dong-tae, directed by Song Di-hun." After learning the basic information, Kim Sung-do couldn't hide his surprise. The screenwriter stopped writing, and a director who had left the industry suddenly returned, but the surprises didn't stop there. The staff member said, "That's not all. Look at the actors." Kim Sung-do read each name in astonishment and awe. Dong-don, Kim Min-hwa, Pak Sun-ah, Cho Ji-min, and Dang-hun. All the people who had left the industry are gathering? Even though this was official information, he couldn't help but feel it was too surreal. Weren't those actors the ones who had rejected many proposals? And the lead actor, it's Dong-guk. At another place, the script of that play was in someone else's hands at that time. That person was also in a reflective mood. This Joseon Spring series, the writer is Chung Dong-tae. Am I the most experienced old man? That is actor Lee Chang-hoon. He thought to himself, I thought I would never return to being a stage actor after participating in television dramas. Screenwriter Dong Dong-tae and director Song Di-hun convinced me, you will definitely like it. Well, there's something in this play that Lee Chang-hoon is quite concerned about. Dong-guk, the young man on the screen over there. Lee Chang-hoon just watched his movie and admitted, it's surprising. The acting is so good that it could beat seasoned actors. Those who have worked together all have nothing but praise. Although this is the case, Lee Chang-hoon still cannot fully trust Dong-guk's abilities, but theater is different from film. Let's see how the kid handles it. So the casting process is complete, and the Spring Joseon audition has arrived. The person on stage began greeting everyone. I'm so happy to see you all here. There are some people here I know quite well, but there are also new faces, so let's start by introducing ourselves. I'll go first. My name is Song Di-hun, I am a stage director. Hello, I am Vi Hai. In this play, I will perform as the supporting female character Kim Min-hoa, Di Dong Dong. Baksanga Song Di-min, hello. Dong-guk watched as each person stood up to introduce themselves, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Every one of them had left the theater industry and become television actors. They had quite a bit of experience. Sitting next to him is Don-soo. At that moment the little girl was trembling, but when it was Don-soo's turn to stand up and greet, the earlier trembling had completely disappeared. Don-soo spoke passionately. Hello, I am the lead actress Kang Hee-soo. I don't have much experience, but I will do my best. I really look forward to working with everyone. Dong-guk looked at Daeon-soo and thought to himself, in my previous life, I also trembled when standing on stage for the first time. Then it was his turn to introduce himself. My name is Dong-guk, and I play the lead role of Baek Mudeo. It's a pleasure to work with everyone, seniors, please take care of me. Dong-guk had just finished speaking when a loud clap echoed. At this moment, Lee Chang-hoon stood on stage and said, it seems I'm the oldest and most experienced actor here. I'll be the group leader. The reason everyone has temporarily halted their TV activities is for this rehearsal. As you can see, we've rented this stage for a month. While we're not fully prepared for a complete rehearsal yet, we're all ready to practice and learn our lines. With just 1 month left until the Korean Theater Festival, everyone will definitely be very busy and will do their best for the performance. All because of the show. Our reputation will be strengthened once again. Sitting below, listening attentively to Lee Chang-hoon's speech, Dong-guk thought to himself, this is it, because they all left the stage industry. They need this step on this stage more than any other actor. Lee Chang-hoon continued, everyone is free to share their opinions. Rocky, please come on stage. Donsu stepped onto the stage. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Scene 7, Take 1, begin. Dong-guk sat observing and thought to himself, I can't remember how I first stepped onto the stage in my previous life. But I definitely remember the roles I played. Even during rehearsals, the pressure from the lack of experience blurred my vision and made my voice tremble. Donsu started acting according to the script. His whole body was trembling, but Donsu remained very persistent. Why would that person be involved with so many foreign women? It's truly a disgrace. Why does he want to be a foot-licking dog for those foreigners? If not, who does he think he is? Donsu just watched the performance and commented, good presence and tone, seems like you've practiced a lot, but there are still some issues. It is a gap. A performance isn't just about delivering lines. If you can blend movements, expressions, and acting skills into that role, the audience will instantly grasp the character's mindset and thoughts. Veteran and Chang-hoon must have felt a bit disappointed to see that. He's definitely under a lot of pressure. Dong-guk silently prayed, don't cry, Donsu. Sure, here is the translation. Just as expected, Lee Chang-hoon got angry. He shouted loudly once more. Why would I want to be a dog licking the feet of those foreign devils? Once again, Donsu tried to endure Lee Chang-hoon's screams. Why is he dating so many foreign women? Once again, but it seems like she is about to reach her limit. Dong-guk silently lamented, a harsh lesson. Not much time is left until the Korean Drama Festival, and only psychological shock can produce the best work results. In a past life, I had to overcome this as well. No matter what the mistake was, it couldn't be fixed on the first day. Of course, to learn those things, you need to go to acting school. They don't teach them on stage. In a previous life, after reading the script and rehearsing for 3 hours, my mind went blank, and my limbs felt limp. And then, if the newcomer turns around and runs away, we'll hear them say, only those who stand on the final stage can survive in this industry. Donsu repeated the line once more. Why would that guy be hanging around with a foreign woman like that? It's so shameful. Why does he want to be a dog licking the feet of those foreigners? If not a dog, then who does he think he is? At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Lee Chang-hoon's face. He said, enough. This left Donsu, still excited on stage, feeling very surprised. Donsu had just sat down in his chair when he immediately slumped down. Dong-guk looked at her gently. She had been holding back for a long time. Wait until the senior takes over, they usually won't point out Rocky's issues right away. In the next practice session, they'll observe the senior's performance and note down what needs to be fixed. Then, his name was called Dong-guk. This left Dong-guk utterly surprised. Me? Lee Chang-hoon saw you like that and nodded, saying, get on. After that, he suddenly remembered, oh, I'm Rocky too. He quickly composed himself and stepped onto the stage. Just as I thought. This scene is as vivid as I remember. Scene 4 is 3 Baek Mudeo. Dong-guk started channeling his emotions for the scene. He had overcome numerous obstacles without feeling fear or shame. Dong-guk clenched his fist tightly. He was ready and began performing. Why would someone with Chosun blood use a foreign name like that and stand here, dressed in that ridiculous outfit? Scene 4, Act 3, Pak Sang-ah was amazed watching you perform. This is Scene 4, Part 3. Most of the rehearsals are just about practicing lines, then the actors take turns working on their lines together on stage. But for a Rocky to act out this scene, and for the first time during a duok rehearsal, why would the director choose to do it this way? What is that kid thinking? Dong-guk continues to draw emotions. Baek Mudeo. No matter what the situation is, there's no fear, no hesitation. How can you, with Chosun blood running through your veins, use such a foreign name and stand here in that ridiculous outfit? Now I understand. I am not the dog of the foreigners, but you, the one wearing that blasphemous outfit. How can you not feel ashamed for mocking the cloak that represents justice and righteousness? Close the document? What's the issue now? They've really slipped out of our hands and are probably flying all over the Manchurian plains because of the resistance forces. If you want me to tell you how I met this woman, I will. Misaki, sitting on the jury over there, she is the daughter of Inspector Asuke, and the woman I loved. Dong-guk looked towards Pak Sang-ah and said, thank you, Misaki. You worked so hard to make this land of Chosun shine. I will never forget your love either. Pak Sang-ah thought to himself, I feel like I'm surrounded by a stage, divided into 9 different areas. Pronunciation, voice, and of course positioning along with artistry, through the sound of footsteps on stage, the movement of the gaze, and the expressions on the actors' faces, can create the illusion of action on stage as if it were truly happening. For the sake of Chosun's spring, look up at the sky without hesitation. You can sentence me to death. Pak Sung-ah was increasingly amazed. Where did this kind of acting come from? It doesn't even have a setting. All of this was created on stage with just the aura of a single actor, Rocky. How could that be? For a Rocky, even just speaking without stumbling is already hard, but this? The boy didn't look like he was acting anymore. He truly became Baek Muyol, as if he had been performing on this stage for a long time and was a veteran in this field, like a seasoned pro in the art of theater. Lee Chang-hun called, "Pak Sung-ah, get up." Pak Sung-ah stood up, thinking to himself. Once again, the director didn't say that word. And the boy seems very calm. How can that be done? Pak Sung-ah stepped onto the stage and began to perform. Act 1, Scene 5. My name is Misaki, and I fell in love with you at first sight. I came here because I miss you. Why don't you respond to my feelings? Since I've performed on stage before, my acting can't be flawed. Even as stars in the sky, they can never shine brighter than people. That's how it is. What erased the darkness within me? She is his light and also his voice. As she performed, she thought to herself, this actor, it feels like I'm facing a senior in the performing arts industry. I think the boy will only be famous in the teen movie sector. Is he really a Rocky? The more she thought about it, the more her whole body trembled. Pak Sung-ah stared intently at Dong-guk right after the performance. Once again, the voice of Lee Chang-hun resounded. Late at night, today's rehearsal finally ended. Everyone worked hard. Dong-guk thought to himself, during this rehearsal, we haven't really achieved much, and the day is already over. Lee Chang-hun's voice echoed. The Korean Theater Festival is only a month away. During this time, we must improve our skills. It will be a tough time, so please don't take it too personally if I'm strict with everyone. Just be comfortable with yourself, and you'll get into character. As Dong-guk was about to leave, he heard Don-soo say, Director, can I stay and practice a bit more? The director had no reason to refuse. He replied, sure. Everyone left, but Dong-guk stayed. He looked towards Daeon-soo, who was still diligently practicing. Why does that guy hang out with so many foreign women? It's so embarrassing. Why does he want to become a dog for those foreigners? If not a dog, then who does he think he is? Dong-guk watched Don-soo perform while pondering. The burden on the lead actor after the first rehearsal, he might have been very worried about whether he could handle this role. But I think she can do it. Otherwise, the director would have definitely told her to quit right on stage. As a new actor, I can't give her the experience I had in the past. But to make her feel confident, I couldn't do much. However, today's practice made me feel like it truly reflected everyone's abilities and talents. There's no other way but to wait. Switch to another scene. That's director Song Gi-hun. He's racking his brain. Being a stage director requires a general understanding of characters and stage positions, similar to the length of time and space in a performance. That's why every opportunity to perform and create a scene is a challenge. There must be stage direction to help the actors bring the story to life authentically. To achieve that, it's crucial to focus entirely on the actor's performance, while also considering the use of stage props and being prepared to let go of unnecessary elements. Dong-guk. He's definitely not your typical actor. Even without much experience, he left me with some very strange feelings right from the start. When a Rocky steps onto the stage for the first time, they're bound to make a lot of mistakes. The director must have a reason to be strict with the actors like that. Unlike stage plays, films can't be edited. Once the curtain opens, it runs until the end. An actor on stage must perform without making mistakes. This requires both talent and professional skills to serve the audience. Many Rocky cannot succeed, even in minor roles, and they still have to struggle with that, even if it's just a background role. It's absurd. Dong-guk. After the first practice session came 10 years of diligent training. Everything has been cleaned spotless. People gathered and wondered, why is the stage so spotless? Pak Sung-ah said, don't ask anything. Dong-guk came early this morning and cleaned it, swept and mopped with a broom. Director Song Gi-hun smiled and said, I should have come earlier knowing that. We have to clean up the stage anyway. I thought we would hire someone to do it. Hello everyone. I'm glad you have cleared this stage, and as I see, you have also marked the positions for movement, right? Pak Sung-ah added and also marked the area. Song Gi-hun gently nudged Dong-guk and asked, be honest, you're not a Rocky, right? Dong-guk denied, I just read it in a book. A habit from a previous life. Dong-don found the situation very strange. Who is this kid anyway? Dong-guk, you've worked hard. No, it's nothing. At that moment, Daeon-soo called him, Appa. She said with a slightly sad expression, next time you move, let me go with you, okay? At this moment he realized Kang Hee-soo was the youngest, so he had obviously taken on his task. So you agreed right away. Alright, let's clean together next time. Okay. Then came a big round of applause, and that was it. Alright, let's get started. Gradual rehearsals are continuous practices from start to finish. Even if mistakes are made, the rehearsal must not be stopped. In general, after taking a role, it usually takes more than 3 months. After completing a rehearsal for each segment, as the Korean Theater Festival is approaching, it is natural to begin running full rehearsals. Dong-guk observed the rehearsal. He asked Director Song, who had previously served as both director and stage supervisor, "What's up with the coffee break after 2 weeks of rehearsals?" He quietly adjusted his glasses, observing carefully, "It's beyond what I imagined. Because the actors here are all well known in the industry, I think they wouldn't face any major issues. However, the problems during the first rehearsal could be perfectly resolved in just 2 weeks. Although we've been practicing non-stop for 2 weeks, I thought I've been in this industry for a long time, and I thought it would be a long process. But one thing I could never have anticipated is that we could get this close to absolute perfection. The core of these matters lies with actor Dang." As they spoke, both of their eyes couldn't stop looking at the talented young actor. "What do you think, Director Song? When working with the stage manager, I have never hidden a rock key like that. If that kid is around, the actors next to her will also notice that her skills have improved significantly." Faced with a person who is both talented and knows how to make others progress, he couldn't help but think, everyone is inspired by the boy, making their roles more vibrant than ever. The director must oversee and control everything on stage. When the actor follows the script correctly, there is nothing more to say. Especially when areas of the stage space are left empty, props must be used to fill them in. Moreover, compared to a regular theater, this is just a small one. Although the stage is big, it seems a bit intimidating. The actors and Dong-guk seem more familiar with this small stage than anyone else. The movement is natural, and the dialogue flows smoothly, like the kid is already a veteran in the industry. The boy recreated the stage as if it were a street in Dongseong. The performance begins, Act 1, Scene 7. Dong-guk plays the role of Moo-yeon, and Miss Park Sang-ah is Misaki. Park Sang-ah says, "Those cherry blossoms are really beautiful. Since the establishment of the Joseon government office, those trees have grown quite tall. One day, I hope to visit Kiyomizu-dera in Kyoto with you, Moo-yeon, and admire the cherry blossoms together. We can hold hands and walk around the streets of Kyoto." Moo-yeon nodded, but Dong-guk silently gazed into her eyes. Suddenly he became cold like that. But just for a moment, he regained his composure and continued. Returning to what acting creates, he gently said, "One day I would love to walk with you through the streets of Kyoto, Misaki. Your beauty is like cherry blossoms. I heard that the government office has been quite busy lately. I also heard he left when he stopped by here." Park Sang-ah replied, "That's right, which is why the security at his private residence has been increased. Today, I secretly sneaked out to meet Mr. Moo-yeon." Park Sang-ah continued to blend into the role of Misaki. She tried to persuade him, "How about you come with me to Kyoto? If I tell my father, he will definitely change Moo-yeon's background to Japanese. Cherry blossoms keep falling, the wind keeps blowing, but nothing will stop. I will think about it. Misaki, I feel like if I stay with you, I won't be able to go anywhere else. I still have a few things to do on this island." As he spoke, he put his arm around her shoulder. Park Sang-ah softly asked, "Do you hate Japan? Do you hate being with me?" She was about to step back but suddenly lost her balance. "It must be because I've been standing too long, my legs are tired. Being an actor is really tough, I can't even stand for a little longer." Dong-guk quickly reached out his hands to catch her. "How could I leave my woman all alone?" This moment was so poetic, even though it wasn't in the script, because Park Sang-ah really almost fell. The two people over there saw how well he adapted to the unexpected situation. Truly an amazing young talent. Dong-guk thought to himself, "It looks even better than what was in the script." As a viewer, I can't help but be curious about the next scene. That was just the end of the scene. Dong-guk quickly stepped outside. The director's announcement echoed, "Next scene," with Kim Sang-oh, played by Lee Chang-hoon, and Chun Sam portrayed by Ji Dong-won. Park Sang-ah stepped outside and turned around, suddenly spotting a familiar figure. He froze in place. Dong-guk also realized who was in front of him. The person he was targeting was Dong-an and the director. Observed Dong-don's face. He stood behind a wall. "Why is that, Senior Lee Dong-won? It seems like his time is about to come again, but I feel a bit uneasy." "Stop for a moment." A loud shout echoed. Director Song, holding the script, walked to the next scene. Everyone was pretty surprised, startled, and everyone paused to see what would happen. What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop? Dong-guk and Park Sang-ah also stared in confusion. The director seemed about to say something. He noticed that there was a problem with the performance, but the issue now wasn't with the actors, it was with the props. A light bulb above the stage had gone out, seemingly broken. After a while, both Director Song, Dong-an, and the props team gathered and looked up. There was a problem. Dong-an was quite worried about this issue and quickly apologized to Director Song. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect their facilities to be like this. Since I only rented it for a month, there's nothing more I can do. I will contact the lighting technical team today. If they are from Daeharo, fixing these things will not be a problem. The director asked, how about today's rehearsal? Knowing the outcome would be like this, Dong-guk and Don-soo had already prepared a folding ladder. As soon as the moment arrived, they quickly brought the ladder in. Just a little room, please, everyone. Dong-guk climbed up the ladder, reminding everyone below. Director Song, please lower the ceiling a bit. Daeon-soo, hand me the small flashlight from the toolbox. He glanced over for a moment. Both lights here have issues. Although he doesn't know who designed this button, he thought to himself that in his previous life, he had worked with theater troupes and lighting teams in his youth. That experience turned out to be quite useful. Lee Chung-hun immediately asked, Don-soo, where did you get those tools from? She smiled and said, Dong-guk bought it and left it here. He said if there's any problem, he'll fix it in the morning. Lee Chung-hun found it hard to believe. Is this really okay? At the same time, Dong-guk had also finished the task even though it wasn't his. He told the tech team, turn on the lights, please. Wow, Deon-nim is shining again like before. Lee Chung-hun immediately praised him. Dong-guk, you're amazing. It's nothing really. At the same time, Dong-guk was paying attention to someone else. Dong-un was behind everyone, and he didn't seem happy at all. Dong-guk saw him with a glance, suddenly unable to stop. He felt this was really strange. Even after reading through the practice schedule, the uncomfortable feeling didn't go away. A week later, Lee Chung-hun suddenly once again asked everyone to stop. He personally called Dong-un to come here. How many more times? As expected, Senior Dong-un has a problem. Even Don-soo, the newcomer in the theater, wasn't like this. Now that I think about it, in South Korea, many actors suddenly rise to fame, while others disappear for decades. Dong-un is not one of the two. Certainly, he had already gained a reputation by becoming an actor who frequently appeared in films. His public recognition was also quite high. In the past few years, Choi suddenly disappeared from the industry, then unexpectedly returned to the stage. Everything started to become confusing again. Why is everything like this? Judging something you can't clearly remember. He must have given up his career while still in his middle age. Park Sang-ah complained, how could Senior Dong-gun act like that? Like an amateur. It's been so many days, and it's still like this. Are you trying to ruin it? What she said was a bit harsh, but it wasn't wrong. He passed away in middle age, unable to defend himself. There was clearly something wrong, but he kept it all to himself. Park Sang-ah, speaking from behind, continued to complain. Look, even when a director is speaking, it just goes in one ear and out the other. Seniors are just like that. Everyone around was buzzing with chatter. Honestly, that's exactly how it is. Now everything is delayed just because of one person. How can we perform in this situation? Dong-guk also felt that this situation was not right. Normally, I would glance at Park Sang-ah as if I didn't know about these rumors, but now we are in the theater. If we keep getting distracted like this, it will ruin the whole performance. He immediately called Senior Park Sang-ah. She looked really annoyed, and honestly she had every right to be. However, those complaints made Dong-guk feel very uncomfortable. He also stated bluntly, I hope you won't say such untrue things about him in front of me anymore. Dong-guk said in front of everyone, a talent for acting as good as yours commands respect from everyone. Park Sang-ah said nothing more, just turned his face away in annoyance. Dong-guk thought to himself, it would be great if Senior Lee Dong-won could return to his normal state. Dong-guk is even more worried about him than about himself. But just a week ago at the Korean festival, a loud shout echoed from the entrance of the rehearsal performance. Dong-un. Where are you, Dong-un? A tall, muscular man with heavy steps moved inside. As soon as he heard someone call, Dong-un froze, his face turning pale when he realized who it was. Finally, it happened. Where are you, Lee Dong-won? His voice was quite resonant. We all know you're hiding that Dong-un. Stop talking nonsense and bring Dong-un here right now. Until then, I won't take a single step from this spot. Lee Chung-hun warned, if you keep this up, we'll have to call the police. He stubbornly replied, go ahead, call the police. That bastard took so much of my money. Don-soo was startled. What's going on all of a sudden? Dong-guk then helped Don-soo. Let's get out of here for a bit. Let's go inside first. He kept struggling, and Lee Chung-hun asked someone, where is Senior Dong-un? But he's nowhere to be seen right now. Dong-guk sighed. Is this really happening? He immediately stepped into the dressing room of the actors. Opening the door reveals a very messy room. Clothes and script papers are scattered everywhere. He ran away, Dong-guk thought as he stepped inside. There was no one. Suddenly he saw the wallet left by Dong-un. What is this? When he opened it, he saw the senior's ID card. Anyway, he already ran. Dong-guk continued to go out to see what was happening outside. Lee Chung-hun and the stranger kept arguing fiercely. Dong-guk stepped in, grabbed his shoulder. What? Push his hand off Lee Chung-hun's collar, he said. How much money did Dong-un borrow from you? Dong-guk's arm gripped his shoulder tightly, making the stranger uncomfortable. What the hell? He stammered. 1 billion? Why are you suddenly asking that? Are you considering paying off his debt? Dong-guk replied, I'm not crazy enough to pay someone else's debt. Stop talking and get lost. I understand you're upset about the money, but yelling for Ji-dong-an, who isn't even here, like you're expecting him to fall from the sky, isn't helping. Don't you see there are other people around? The people here don't need to apologize for anything. They don't owe you anything, Dong-guk said as he gradually moved closer to him. He immediately grabbed the wallet that Ji-dong-an left in his jacket pocket, went to find Ji-dong-an, grabbed his collar, or made him kneel, just doing whatever he wanted. Now get out of here. It seems like this stranger claiming to be the creditor has made him angry. That evening, right after the rehearsal ended, Dong-guk quickly headed to Ji-dong-an's house using the address from his ID card. Then he came to a rundown neighborhood. The address Ji-dong-an registered is indeed here. It's already freezing in Korea, but understanding this discomfort is even more important. While looking for the house, he thought, mentioning his past reputation, isn't this just a mediocre makeshift shop? He stepped inside the house. A strong odor hit his nose, making Dong-guk exclaim, what a terrible smell. Dong-guk still couldn't imagine that Ji-dong-an, who was quite famous in the past, was living here. Is he really here? Dong-guk immediately opened the door. Lying under a mattress on the floor, wrapped in a blanket, was the senior. It was really him. He walked inside and immediately saw a beer bottle. The room was a bit messy. Seeing his senior suddenly made him sigh. This situation was completely similar to me in the past. He looked at Ji-dong-an lying there, bored and sleeping. It also showed that his past self really made him uncomfortable. He was like a different version of himself. He casually cleaned everything up. It seems that the creditor had given him a headache, forcing him to turn to alcohol. The only difference between him and me is, back then I didn't have a great personality. No one cared about me. I had no job, and my financial situation was bleak. I faced the end while gazing at the dim light. But no, I've thought about it a lot. Dong-guk doesn't have time to clean up, he just wants to wake up this actor, Ji-dong-an. What's going on? The person in front of Ji-dong-an at this moment is Dong-guk. Dong-guk said, how did you end up like this? The question seemed to awaken Ji-dong-an. His emotions suddenly surged. He clenched his fist tightly. Why is this happening? I don't know either. When I opened my eyes I found myself like this. I don't even know how pathetic I look in the eyes of the public. To you, to the actors working with me, I can't even bring myself to apologize. What happened? However, Dong-guk's next action surprised him even more. You used to be quite proactive in your work. As a senior, you wouldn't struggle just because of this money issue. Have you been gambling? Ji-dong-an quickly explained, that's not it. Actually, it's because of my father. The more he spoke, the more he wanted to turn away. Ji-dong-an thought there was nothing left to hide, and then he began to tell everything. The reason Ji-dong-an borrowed a large sum, nearly 100 million, was because of his father. Despite Ji-dong-an's support, his father was still involved in major businesses. When the businesses failed, his father's health gradually worsened, and he eventually passed away. Because of that and his constant indulgence in alcohol, his mental state became fragile. He couldn't take it anymore, and eventually, the company terminated his contract. Even on the radio stations, no one cares about me anymore. It was truly a miracle when writer Jung suggested I take a role in Chosun's Spring. He said he would cast an actor like me, so what else is there to consider or calculate? Dong-guk thought to himself, Ji-dong-an had opened up to a junior much younger than him. I understand the feeling of pouring out all the true emotions inside. Maybe it's because until now, no one has listened to his story, not even, at that time I myself also. When the heart becomes this weak, just having someone by your side can be such a comfort. At that time, I didn't blame anyone because I was the one who caused the situation. So, when someone else is in the same position as I was, how could I pretend not to understand? Dong-guk asked, what do you plan to do from now on? Ji-dong-an slowly wiped away 2 tears. Are you going to keep running away like this? The debt collectors will come here soon, or their minds might catch up during the performance at the Daehan Theater. Are you planning to keep causing trouble for everyone at this theater? What about author Chung and director Song? They both left their jobs at the theater years ago and are about to return. Are you planning to ruin everything just because of your personal issues? The words felt like several stabs to Ji-dong-an's heart, making him clench his shirt tightly. Dong-guk, seeing him like that, also sighed. If you keep staring at the ground like that, you won't find the answer either. Let's go back to the theater starting tomorrow. Ji-dong-an was extremely surprised by Dong-guk's words but didn't quite understand them. Dong-guk leaned closer to him and said to the debt collectors, after the performance at Daehan Theater, he will find a way to pay them back. I'll help him. Too reckless. What the hell are you talking about? But Ji-dong-an was quite agitated. I still have some self-respect. How could I possibly accept help from a junior? Dong-guk replied gently. Your age and experience are enough to sustain you. I have no intention of giving you money. I'll write an IOU, set a fair interest rate, and lend you the amount. So go perform one more time. Is it really such an unimaginable idea? Are there still such good people in this world? This is not me lending it to you. I hope you will live a life without regrets. Drinking only ruins your life. You've wasted every day, giving yourself a chance. This is truly a pathetic way for a person to live. So let's set aside age and experience, and let me just say this directly. Wake up, Ji-dong-won. Meanwhile, in the MBA drama department, Director Do, wait a minute. Instead of saying that, this time you should take on the project yourself. But Do completely refused. No, Director, you have to be reasonable. All the things we have done recently are mostly like the Man of August. Moreover, is it reasonable to take on a historical play? Do you think it's reasonable for us to take on a series of historical works on our own? Director Ju's expression looked very displeased. Are you planning to send me back to the countryside if my viewer count isn't good enough? Just a few days ago, you transferred the youngest director of a drama department to an entertainment department and said his viewer count was too low, right? Director Jong was confused. You think I want to do that? But Director Yu remained adamant. No way am I doing a historical work, even if it kills me. So, either you talk to other juniors, or this time, find someone else to be your shield. Director Dang wanted to calm him down. Director Du, after completing the Man of August, you'll get a short break. You've also got a handle on the situation with the drama department, right? Historically, films on this subject were reserved for veteran directors, but today, everyone avoids them, saying they can't handle historical works. The reason is that the competitor for historical works this time will be produced at MBC, and will be produced by the company KBS. A well-known media company specializes in historical works. A special long-running historical series with a clear audience base. We are definitely going to lose, right from the promotion stage. This is as clear as day. But the biggest problem leading to this situation is, because the broad personnel reform was planned before the director retired, next time all former employees will be cautious with their actions. Mongguan, if I slip even a little this time, I'll be taken down before I can get the director's position. This is our last chance, but Mongguan, you still have plenty of opportunities in the future, right? Wouldn't it be best for the community if we took on this historical work and expanded into different genres? You hate the damn trouble caused by the MBT department. He cursed silently to himself. How could it make sense for them to let juniors go and cowardly avoid everything? To be honest, I'm also quite disappointed in the director. You came to me instead of those troublesome seniors, didn't you? It's not that I don't understand your situation, but I don't want to be pushed into creating historical works. Director Chung raised his voice. Mongguan, can we see this as an opportunity? Director Du Mongguan really felt that this was insane. This segmented market is truly a gamble. We will restructure the market. Is there anything you're lacking compared to your predecessors, Mongguan? Since your debut with a short series, you've been consistently successful. If you only look at the results, everything you've achieved in the past few years is clearly far better than those fools, and you're not inferior to them at all. If this historical work is done well, instead of being your seniors, the director position might have belonged to you earlier. Mongguan was stunned by the way Director Chung spoke. He wasn't wrong, but, do you really think that's possible? Director Chung sighed. I don't want to hand the director's position to those bastards either. Even if I'm a clawless tiger, I'm still the director. He said it with extreme confidence. It's really risky. How about you face them head on this time? Mongguan glanced away from the director's line of sight, facing him head on. Just hearing about it already makes me nervous. The fan base of GBC mainly consists of historical drama fans, and our company is no match for them. Now using their own specialty to beat them? It's really hard to believe. At this moment, Dong-guk is taking photos for the drama that's about to be performed by the lakeside. Dong-guk, make your expression a bit gloomier. Whoa, your face couldn't look more sinister, exactly like a dark character. Alright, well done. We'll review the photos we just took and check back in 30 minutes. Director Sin brought 2 steaming cups of coffee to Dong-guk. You must be busy preparing for the performance, right? Thanks for taking the time. Dong-guk cheerfully replied, It's a poster shoot, of course I have to be there. Once it's done, I'll immediately return for the theater's draw order. But Director Sin, you seem to be in a good mood today. He said, Of course the editing was quite easy, and I think today's total progress will lead to great results. I also had a very good feeling earlier. Ah, that's right, Dong-guk. If you ever come to Seoul, I'll let you listen to the theme song that director Choi Dun made. That song is really good. He said he would start composing it right after seeing your performance on the first day of filming, and was inspired. Director Choi Dun is used to finishing ahead of schedule, but I didn't think the product would come out this quickly. Someday I'll drop by the studio later. Oh, by the way, director, about the poster shoot, can I create my own plan? He seemed surprised but agreed. So, what have you come up with? Only recently have they started hiring specialized staff for poster shoots, and they're no longer working alongside filming sessions from the get-go. But now, things have changed. Above all, the photographer is also new and hasn't shot many posters yet. It seems he's trying not to deviate. If that's the case, we'll make full use of the reservoir. The main character Muchin drowned the villain in the lake, right? Although my plan was to have a hand rise from the lake, Muchin clung to it. Director Sin was surprised. An arm? But we don't have anything to make it right now. But Dong-guk said there was. A hand raised was the director's, and Director Sin would play that hand. He waded into the water. But it's so cold. He shivered and said, Dong-guk, we need to finish quickly, just trust me. The photographer seemed to have found a beautiful shot. He was truly focused on it. Director Sin's hand emerged from the water, and Dong-guk grabbed it. This is truly an impressive scene for anyone who thought of capturing this valuable angle. In the office of the chairman of the Korean Theater Association, Sado, he is reading the works that will be performed this time. Each one is a famous performance nationwide, and the actors are also called the best in the Korean acting industry in recent years. Not to mention, finally, the Spring of Chosun. Just seeing him made a strong impression. What made them accept a newcomer for the lead role? Suddenly, the assistant opened the door and walked in, addressing the chairman. Here is the list of companies sponsoring the backstage organization of the theater festival. More companies are interested than we thought. Especially, Hanwol promised not to hesitate to cover any expenses related to stage lighting. He smiled brightly as he read. Before, they wouldn't even bother answering the phone. Everything changed just because of the appearance of one star. Does this make any sense? Now that you mention it, isn't today the day for organizing the theater festival rankings? There should be results by now. What are the results? The assistant suddenly stammered, about that. There is a bit of an argument in the lobby, so the staff is rearranging things. He was surprised. An argument? An hour ago in the art hall, Dong-guk looked around, thinking to himself, this kind of atmosphere has been going on for a while now. Someone shouted, who is Dong-guk that you would behave like this? The media is in chaos. I heard that he's an actor who's never even set foot on stage, right? I heard that our theater festival tickets sold out thanks to Dong-guk. There's even a rumor they might raise the temperature further, but he's not satisfied. He's the actor Park Sang-chun. Don't say such absurd things. From the start, the Korean Theater Festival has been a long-standing tradition. Do you really think it succeeded just because he was involved? What was Chung thinking when he used a newcomer for his comeback piece? Lee Chang-hun, does he have no self-respect? Taking both the TV and Borat Gwai like a bat, what are these dirty actions of his? I heard people say that even someone as proud as Dong-guk was hurt. I don't want to hear them talk anymore. He immediately turned and walked away. If he got the lead role by taking it from a junior, wouldn't his reputation be fake? Even ignored senior Lee Chang-hun, but director Lee noticed and immediately walked over to Dong-guk. Dear actors gathered here today, we will soon arrange the stage order. Dong-guk still thinks about the person who just threw shade at him. He's famous for bullying juniors, and it seems he's still the same. A box to determine the order of the match is brought over. Please put your hand in the box and pick one. I don't know if it's red or black. The fourth day, the final performance? Compared to the previous performances, the last one will leave a deeper impression on both the audience and the judges. Lucky me. Once again, Park Sang-chun raised his voice. Isn't that strange? The host said, Actor Park, what do you mean? I mean, how did he manage to pick the last day and even perform the final show? Even today's newspapers are all about Dong-guk. Isn't the association fully supporting him? No matter how you look at it, it's strange, right? If there's a problem, it will be dismissed. We should draw lots again. Oh wow, look who's here. Isn't it Mr. Lee, our senior? I heard you left the theater, but I'm not sure if I've heard about your return yet. It seems like your return isn't such a big deal. If you come back just to take a supporting role instead of the lead, Mr. Lee got angry. You stop being outrageous and keep order. If you keep this up, you'll just be seen as rude. But actor Park just laughed. Rude? Then show me proof that this wasn't prearranged. Who knows if it was staged or not? Watching them argue, Dong-guk felt exhausted. The two veteran actors were in a heated debate, and no one could intervene. In a previous life, I wouldn't have been able to say a word in front of such great seniors either. But think about it, it's not like I'll be acting forever, right? If that's the case, then... Dong-guk suddenly interrupted. Is this place a market? Do you think just being loud is enough? Everyone is amazed at your ability to butt in on two senior figures. All colleagues and team leaders present at today's draw were astonished. Pak's face turned sour, annoyed by a no-name junior trying to lecture him. What did you just say? Everyone around him knew better than to mess with actor Park Sang-chun, so they gave him a heads up. But Dong-guk didn't just stand there and let the man touch him. I said, do you really think just raising your voice will work? Even veteran actor Lee Chang-hun, who is on the same level as actor Park Sang-chun, wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful. He reminded, Dong-guk, stop it. But he didn't stop at all. So far nothing has been rude, but because he was standing above, looking down, made him seem a bit condescending. He said, "Aren't we just actors on a stage? Everyone is happy because they can come to perform and always strive to improve every day. Aren't we all actors? Like my predecessors, I had to train hard to prove myself as a stage actor. But don't you think it's unreasonable that I keep focusing on my appearance instead of my acting skills?" Actor Park Sang-chun stood still like a statue, not really listening, just unable to respond. Dong-guk continued to express his feelings. "If you say the order of the theater festival has been arranged or the association has planned everything, then I have nothing more to say. I don't have any personal connection or private conversations with the president of the association, so why did he push my order to the very end so unfairly?" Dong-guk tightly held the order ballot in his hand. "If you don't believe me, I can return the order and we can redraw the position once again. But is everyone gathering here to bring success to the Korean theater industry?" He sat there completely speechless, just listening without being able to say a single word in return. Both stood face to face, but perhaps only Dong-guk understood what actor Park Sang-chun was feeling. When all the actors who had been with him on stage took a step into the film industry, as a veteran actor, he remained alone, guiding and directing the scenes. Among them was Lee Chang-hun, who felt betrayed by the sudden return of the members in the spring play of Chosun. Park Sang-chun knows very well that the theater industry is gradually being overshadowed by other media sectors. He had to convince his close friend not to waver. However, its true nature cannot be obscured like that. Think about it, which is more important, the development and success of Korean theater, or winning an award at a theater festival? Everyone will think that young waiter is arrogant for saying these things. Anyway, I'm already seen as reckless and arrogant, so I'll say a few more things. I heard that tickets for all 4 days of the theater festival have sold out. Isn't this a great opportunity? Countless spectators are waiting for us. Instead of wasting time arguing like this, for the sake of the audience, I want to rehearse the play one more time right now. The actor's purpose isn't in the order of the acts, but in moving the audience, leaving a deep impression as they leave. What is the goal of the seniors when participating in this theater festival? Park Sang-chun remained completely silent, saying nothing. His true nature wasn't one of pettiness or envy, but he was gradually becoming corrupted. But upon hearing these words, Park Sang-chun might reconsider his path. At that moment, the chairman of the association appeared at the door, fully satisfied with Dong-guk's handling of the situation. Early in the morning at the MBC drama department, Dong-guk heard complaints and raised voices. Gu Sang-do threw the manuscript toward Kim Dong-min. He raised his voice and yelled, "I heard that you had 5 years of experience as an assistant director, and I entrusted everything to you. And this is what you turn out? Didn't I tell you to pay attention because this is the video we're going to present at an important place? Did I say that or not? And yet you still messed it up this badly." He is the assistant director Kim Dong-min. He tried to explain. "Senior Gu Sang-do, I've been trying my best to focus. But if we do it the way you suggested, it doesn't work. So I think we just need to do a downward shot and cut to the next scene." But Gu Sang-do was not satisfied. "Look at this disgusting mess." Vong turned his blame towards his senior's gentle responsibility. "Then what? Turn down? Do you think you have enough experience to teach me? With this attitude, you'll always remain an assistant. I took you in because I heard you were good at composition and arrangement. But do you think you're some kind of professional director? You idiot, look at your pathetic face. If there is any problem with this week's broadcast, it will all be your fault, got it?" Gu Sang-do kicked Kim Dong-min in the leg, making him bend over in pain. However, Director Du witnessed it, and immediately went over to pat Kim Dong-min on the shoulder, following him. "Thank you, Sunbai." Director Du turned around to face the scene below. "Just relax, it's meeting time now, so no one will come up here. Just let it go. Why is Senior Gu Sang-do already having a fit so early in the morning?" Kim Dong-min quietly explained. "The views of the short drama that Senior Gu Sang-do was in charge of have dropped significantly. Not to mention, the assistant team with Gu Sang-do, along with Senior Kim's personnel, is already overwhelmed, so I'm temporarily stepping in for a while. It seems like you don't like my filming style." Kim Dong-min looked confused, scratching his head. Director Du comforted him, saying, "Just ignore it, that's how that person is. Always blames others when viewership is low, never reflecting on himself." Kim Dong-min agreed with this and exclaimed to the heavens, "Seriously, it only stopped there because someone intervened. Last time on the emergency stairs he grabbed me by the collar. Like after that he yelled, 'Is it my fault that the audience's code of conduct was explained wrong?' Director Yu also felt that he was doing the right thing. If there's any resentment, just let it all out. But you should still learn to stay silent and let it go. The drama department is like that, you know. That's the only way you can survive in this industry. You still don't have any plans, right?" Kim Dong-min lamented. "Who would dare assign you work now when Senior Gu Sang-do is blowing up like this? You're going to end up as an assistant director forever and never get promoted to director. Alright, don't be like that. Try doing something together with me later. What? Kim Dong-min was very surprised. Senior, I mean you aren't handling any series anymore. Director Do coolly replied, I'm just about to. The manager keeps rambling on about it. So that's it. Kim Dong-min was startled. You mean that historical movie? You kept saying you wouldn't finish it and pretended to be dead. It's nothing but a ticking time bomb. The drama department is unbearably dirty. You're heading straight into that mess. He is trying to get the director position before those so-called seniors can take it. Kim Dong-min, startled, looked around to see if anyone was there. How could he dare to speak like that right at the company? Go get ready, we have a business trip today. He said he was going on a business trip? Director Do handed the newspaper to Kim Dong-min. You have permission from the director. We need to recruit the lead actor from the Korean Theater Festival, and also check out a few plays. Kim Dong-min still looked quite puzzled. He asked, Senior, after casting the lead actor, what play are we watching? I haven't even said that I'll collaborate with you yet. You don't want to cooperate? Director Ju doesn't seem like someone who will take no for an answer. Theater Festival first day. Kim Dong-min and Director Do went to see a play at the Korean Theater. Senior, are there really that many young people in the theater scene? How come you've never been to the theater as a promising drama director? Kim Dong-min awkwardly said, I mean, I went to many events during college too, but this is the first time I've attended a ceremony of this scale. Look at those people. There are still a lot of young folks here too. Oh, the actor you want to cast is named Dong-guk, right? But isn't the play with actor Dang going to be performed at the end of the ceremony on Wednesday? Director Yu remained silent until he stepped inside. He also examined other positions. The opening performance of the Korean Theater Festival. Returning as a lawyer, he stood alone on the stage. Then, there was a call for Park Sang-chun. What? Mom, what do you mean by late-stage stomach cancer? Director Do also made quite an impression. The lead actor is Park Sang-chun. He's pretty good. His movements and the way he arranged stage motions fit well with the historical setting. It's always a pleasure to come back, isn't it, Sunbae? Director Yu also had to take some time to come up with the result. Finally, the performance is over. Now you reply, huh? Pretty fun. At this moment, Dong-guk hasn't arrived at his play yet, so he went for a run for a while. At that moment, a strange girl was running in the opposite direction. I admired Dong-guk and handed him a bottle of water. He instinctively accepted it and thanked her. After speaking, he didn't hesitate to take a sip of water. The strange woman said, How could you dare drink water given by a stranger? At this moment, Dong-guk realized the voice was Pak Sang-a's. Oh, senior. Dong-guk just realized, she said, Beep, just call me sister. Don't you have any actor's intuition? I just put on a hat and changed my voice a bit, and you didn't recognize me at all. Dong-guk smiled faintly. How did you know I was here? Pak Sang-a casually replied, Your big manager told me that Dong-guk jogs around the Han River every morning. Oh, right, thank you. Dong-guk was confused. About what? She started to lower her hat in embarrassment. Senior Dong-an told me about it a few days ago. And because I unknowingly spoke ill of Senior Dong-an in front of you, I thought it would be best to meet and talk with you before the Korean Theater Festival performance. I apologize for my inappropriate behavior towards your senior. Dong-guk looked puzzled toward Pak Sang-a. She angrily said, Don't look at me with such a strange expression. I've already sent my apologies to Senior Dong-an. Let's forget about that. You sure have guts, daring to argue with the hot-tempered actor Park Sang-chun. Don't do that again. I know how you feel, but you avoid shit because it's gross, not because you're scared of it. Sister, I'll keep your advice close to my heart. Pak Sang-a was wondering earlier, but if you practice like that, will you be able to perform later? Dong-guk smiled and replied, It took the effort of many people to create that stage. And you have an audience waiting, of course you have to perform really well. The Korean Spring Festival, Chosun season, has begun. Finally, Dong-guk's mom has arrived. Is this the right place? Ma'am, can you see? They are all fans of Dong-guk. Everyone is holding signs with his name on them. He turned around, seeing everyone walking in lines, and said, Looking at everyone walking like this, should we line up too? But she replied, No, the boy said someone named Bong Chun would come, so we should just wait here. Bong Chun, that's the manager of Dong-guk. He's from the same hometown as me, so we're somewhat acquainted. Just then, a large person called out, Miss, that is Bong Chun. He is really big and muscular. Oh my, it took me forever to find you two. Wow, so tall. Hi there, Bong Chun. I've got the ticket, everyone. Let's go inside. Today's play will be Spring of Chosun. Dun Huin and Baek Dang-hun sat next to each other. Hey, it's been a while since you've gone to the theater, right? Dun Huin said, Before doing TV dramas I used to be a stage actor. I really miss it. The play hadn't started yet, but Baek Dang-hun was already feeling anxious when he heard Dong-guk choose a play for his next project. Turns out, he was worrying for nothing. At first glance it seems that those who have watched Dong-guk perform must have a reason to see it again. I wonder what kind of performance he will bring us this time. The upcoming story is about a man named Baek Mudeo. The play begins with the narrator, and the entire audience silently enjoys it. Once a player, I scattered love letters to countless women for no reason. Walking down Gyeodo Street just for fun, like those endlessly wandering the vast fields of Manchuria, joining the independence movements. I also joined the independence movement as a player of Gyeodo Street. I think it's not just about reclaiming the Chosun Spring for everyone. Even though I will vanish like the morning dew, one day Chosun Spring will surely arrive. So, listen as the story unfolds right now. And please remember my name. The spotlight shines directly on the main character standing center stage. The last player of Joseon Baek Mudeo. Chun-sam, do you see the lady waiting for the rickshaw over there? Based on her outfit, she doesn't seem to be Korean. Now listen, and do as I say. He whispered to Chun-sam. Go tell all the drivers not to let that woman get on any rickshaw. The night market is about to open, so it shouldn't be too difficult. No, but flirting with a pretty girl on Keto Street isn't hard. You're not planning to seduce her this time, are you? Hurry up and go. After that, Dong-guk immediately went to his co-actor Pak Sang-ah. Where was she planning to go? Are you Japanese? I'm not Japanese, I'm Chosun. Just by looking at the way you're dressed, I guessed you might be from Japan, so I just threw out a question in Japanese. Don't you speak Korean? If you do, start speaking in Korean from now on. It is quite unfortunate for her to have to wait for a rickshaw at this hour. She doesn't seem very familiar with this area. Now is the perfect time for fun, meaning the working girls will be actively looking for customers. It's rare to find a rickshaw driver in the Kido district at this hour. If it's not too much trouble, I'm willing to go with you to where you need to be. After all, there's still room for 2 people to sit. Pak Sang-ah also found it reasonable. That's right, but it's a bit strange to do this with someone you just met for the first time. All right, I'll leave it to you then. What a gentleman. Even though he used some tricks to flirt, she felt a bit guilty about leaving him behind. What? You don't have to. There's nothing to it. I just want to help people when they're in trouble. Not to mention the other party is a charming lady, so there's even less reason to refuse. He walked over to the rickshaw and dusted off the seat. My name is Baek Mudeo. He just lifted her up like a princess into the car. My name is, but he quickly interrupted. It's okay, tell me next time. If one day fate brings us together again. When that lady just left, Chun-sam hurriedly ran out. Young master, who is that woman? She is a lonely nightingale trapped in a cage. In Choseon, she could be described as an elegant accessory with timeless appeal, always dreaming of spontaneous and adventurous escapades. Normally she often goes to the reading room in Kido to read books and then heads home. Just like earlier, could it be that you've really been wandering around the Kido literary district these past few days, just for a chance to meet and talk to that girl? If that's true, Chun-sam, so what? Annoying, not allowed. Sir, who is that woman that you are going to such lengths for? Is she someone special to you? But you're talking a bit too much. I've said enough, you should understand by now. Her name is Misaki. Her Korean language skills are good enough for communication, and she's interested in Korean literature. She is the illegitimate daughter of Governor Arusuke of the Joseon government. Upon arriving home, Misaki picked up the handkerchief that Baek Mudeo had left behind. Wow, Don-soo backstage looking out, Dong-guk's acting skills are still top-notch, and Dong-an also did very well compared to the rehearsal. She silently thought to herself, don't you know what it means to worry? Lee Chang-hun also noticed, feeling that the acting was truly astonishing. Don-soo turned around and was startled. Director Lee, you probably thought the pressure of performing in front of seniors would be tough for him, right? But who could have expected that he would completely dominate and own the stage? I thought I had known his talent well over the past few months, but Spring in Chosun. All of this is for the independence movement to reclaim spring in Korea and its territory. Please remember my name, Baek Mudeo, the last lighthouse of Korea. The scene ends here. Everyone claps enthusiastically. Pak Sang-chun exclaimed, is this really his first time acting? After the successful performance ended, I stayed to watch all the remaining acts. But I'm still upset about what happened at the Korea Theater Association. An arrogant guy. How can he act so well? The more I watched the play, the more I was captivated by his acting style. He stood out far more than the veteran actors, those who were once famous in the theater world. Chun-sam said, Sir, why do you seduce Japanese women like that? Every time you flirt with women I feel very worried. I'm so scared that I can't follow you anymore. Chun-sam, what are you afraid of? The things I do are not without purpose. All of this is just like the independence movement to reclaim spring in Korea. Chun-sam noticed that what the young master was saying was different from what he was thinking. The young master is always active at night, and you call that a movement? What does spring in Korea mean? Don't you see cherry blossoms blooming all over the streets of Gyoto? Honestly, even if I could read the young master's mind, I still wouldn't understand. Baek Mudeo called out earnestly, Chun-sam, how can you understand my feelings? Dong-guk immediately turned to Pak Sang-chun and said. He was startled, suddenly turning to me and saying that. What a madman. He began to clench his fists. But could he also stir up the stage like that rookie actor? Could he take control of the stage? The next scene, the two of them are strolling under two cherry blossom trees. Mudeo, look how beautiful it is. While we are re-establishing the governor of Korea, it is also time for the people to plant barley and bury the deceased. One day, I will go with you, Mudeo, to visit Kiyomisudera in Kyoto. If only we could watch the cherry blossoms in full bloom together. Just imagining us walking hand in hand through the streets of Kyoto feels so romantic already. Beck began with the demeanor of someone burdened with many thoughts. There may come a time when he will walk with Misaki through the streets of Kyoto. It will definitely be wonderful, and the scenery will be as beautiful and sparkling as you described. Anyway, I can't compare to you. I heard that the governor has been very busy lately and hasn't been home often, right? Misaki replied, yes, thanks to that, the number of guards at home has also decreased. That's why I was able to secretly climb over the wall to meet you, Mudeo. Mudeo, instead of doing that, why don't you come with me to Kyoto? If you talk to my father, he will definitely help you, Mudeo, obtain Japanese citizenship. Beck Mudeo held Misaki's hand. He needed to think more about this matter. Misaki, as long as you're by my side, I don't mind going anywhere. It seems like there's still something unfinished that I need to complete in this land. Misaki sadly asked, do you hate Japan? Or do you hate being with me? He reached up to her silky hair. How could he hate someone even more beautiful than cherry blossoms like you? But with our homeland in chaos, how could he only think of himself and leave for Kyoto? Did you bring what I asked for? The handwriting might be a bit strange because I secretly practiced calligraphy in my father's room, but I really want to meet you, Mudeo. However, why do you need information about high-ranking officials in the Korean Governor General's office? Beck Mudeo took the list of high-ranking officials because when carrying out major projects in Korea, one also needed to consider the governor's office. However, within the governor's office, there were high-ranking officials whose identities were not disclosed, and some individuals even acted as governor's office agents to interact with independent activists. If anyone speaks carelessly in front of these mysterious figures, the consequences could be unpredictable. Pixar, and as you can see, I'm not Japanese either. Is it possible that Mudeo dislikes the fact that Korea is under Japanese control? This matter can be viewed from multiple perspectives, whether positive or negative. He quietly replied, what else can a caged bird wish for? In a world where it can't spread its wings as it pleases, hatred is understandable. However, if you keep looking at me with those eyes, it's best not to read this paper. I tore the paper in half forcefully. Misaki was bewildered. Suddenly an old man dressed poorly walked up. Beck Mudeo immediately called out, hey, do you know how to read Japanese? I don't even know Korean well. How could I know Japanese? Paper during this period was very rare and expensive. He handed the torn piece of paper to the man. Well, this may not be much, but it's enough to buy a bowl of hot meat soup. If I give you money, can you keep this bronze book? He was overjoyed. Oh my, just this much and I get all this money? I'll do as instructed, young master. The rickshaw's almost here, let's go quickly. It seems I have to go ahead today, but Misaki still has a lot of regrets. Mudeo, are we parting so soon? Did I do something to make you angry? Not at all. My heart for you is as full as the rising moonlight tonight. If we stay together like this tonight, I don't know what the right thing to do is. He quietly kissed her forehead. It was a blessing kiss. After seeing her figure completely disappear, he immediately turned in the opposite direction. Kim Dong-min in the audience quietly said to Director Yu, Senior Yu, it seems like we're not the only ones here. Looking back, there really are a lot of people in television here. Is that producer Kim Jin from SBC? I heard they are filming a high-quality movie this summer. Rumor has it they still haven't chosen the lead role for their next project. It seems they're eyeing this way after the successful collaboration with Dong-guk in the previous youth film. Seriously, do they have no conscience at all? At the end of last year at the MBC Actor Awards ceremony, although he achieved success through his role as Dong-guk, people only remembered that they had given him the Excellence Award. We can't let those people take Dong-guk. Stay strong, okay? Another scene continues. Beck Mudeo and Misaki meet again. Mudeo, why did you ask to meet me here? The more people there are, the easier it is to stay unnoticed. The one running this theater is you. The reason I called you here today is because there's something personal I need to discuss with you. Misaki seemed very worried, thinking that you had changed your mind, because you didn't meet her for a few days afterward. She was really confused at that time. No matter what you think, one thing is clear. Japan was wrong. Maybe I said something I shouldn't have. Beck Mudeo gently held her hand. All right, I understand how you feel. Chun-sam didn't even send me a letter. I really want to reply to you, but it's hard to hold back. Today I want to introduce my older brother to you. Let me introduce him. Mudeo, he looks exactly like the person I met a few days ago. The man dressed in rags a few days ago. He is a member of the Parallel Resistance Force, Sang-ok. The Resistance Force is operating in Manchuria and the Sindong Military Academy. Isn't that an armed organization established by independent activists coming together? If that's Sang-ok, then he's the Korean man that my father ordered to arrest. Misaki, do you trust me? Beck Mudeo tightly held her trembling hands. Mudeo, as long as you say it, I'll believe it right away. Right now, I'm confused and don't understand what's happening. Why did you suddenly become a member of the Parallel Resistance Force? Are you trying to introduce me to someone? Beck Mudeo looked at Misaki's hand. Throughout the time he spent with her, what he felt was that there are still Japanese people with pure hearts like ours. I hope you will help the birds trapped in the cage. Director Lee Chang-hoon walked backstage and saw Deon-soo standing there. Why did she look so nervous? Then Deon-soo began to perform on stage, but she was so nervous that she couldn't remember her lines. Don-soo bowed his head in silence, unable to say anything. Don-dae looked at her anxiously, wondering if she had forgotten her lines. If Don-soo doesn't speak quickly, the audience might think it's strange. Dong-gut stood up and said, I will try to do whatever I can. Everyone sitting below was puzzled. What happened? Shouldn't the lines have been spoken by now? At this moment, Dong-gut stepped onto the stage, taking on the role of Mudeo, and began speaking. Hey, I knew it would turn out like this. He said to Chang-hoon, Hey, why didn't you call me today? After all, I'm the one running this in. Let's see, I heard there's a new recruit from Manchuria today. Is that the one? Chang-hoon asked, surprised because it's too beautiful? Mudo smirked. It's not exactly wrong, but I think I've seen this person around the Dongsung clubhouse before. That person looked at me with such contempt that I could clearly feel it when I was with Misaki. I couldn't forget that look, and I never imagined we would become comrades. Nice to meet you. I am Mudeo, known as the symbol and face of Ichio Doan in Dongsung, and also the most famous among the wanderers in Chosun. I think you still don't like me much, but try to maintain a good relationship in the future. At that moment, Chang-hoon walked over, patted his shoulder and whispered, Hey, thanks a lot, Dong-gut. Dong-gut smiled and replied, No worries, it's lucky that you handled it well. Dong-dae breathed a sigh of relief. During the trial run, the practice went smoothly. Could it be that the big stage and large audience made her nervous? Chang-hoon asked him, Is the revised script okay for you? Dong-dae nodded. It seems that because actor Dang is new but still performed very well, we had too many expectations. Chang-hoon turned and said, But giving advice to Don-soo now probably wouldn't be of any use. In the remaining performances, mistakes should definitely be avoided. At this moment, Daeon-soo was trembling in a corner, blaming himself. No, what am I doing? Is everything going to be ruined just because of me? I have to do it myself, knowing that on stage, help is not allowed. I have to make it happen. At that moment, Dong-gut approached and called her, Don-soo, hurry up. He was a bit anxious and continued, Don-soo next time, if you forget your lines or worry about making mistakes, just improvise like I did. No matter what it is, I will accept everything. Don-soo suddenly realized, that's right, don't just rely on him all the time. Be like the pine trees reaching for the sky, I promised. I will become a famous actor. So she nodded seriously and replied, Yes, I will definitely do it. Returning, the two walked together down the hallway. Mudeo next to her said, You are a country girl from Miryang. Unable to refuse the advice of your foster father who wanted to expand his business under Japanese rule, you went to Seoul and joined social gatherings. So try to keep your eyes on the horizon and occasionally flash a shy smile. Don-soo asked him, I heard you have a fiancé. Wouldn't anyone find it strange if you went to social events like this with another woman? Mudeo softly replied, I am not the person you think I am. Everyone sees me as a wanderer from a wealthy family, so there is nothing to worry about. Because I am the child of a wealthy family, and the Japanese can easily manipulate me as they please, they do not care much about my personal entertainment. Don-soo was a bit curious and asked, Aren't you afraid of others' prying eyes? Mudeo smiled and replied, Even if my name is forgotten, muddied or stoned by the Chosun people, if spring can return to Chosun, then I fear nothing. All right, we've been talking for quite a while. Now let's get to the point. Who's the target of the plan? Don-soo gestured for him to look at the person downstairs. That's the one. According to the documents we obtained, that person is the handler of the agents in Yungsung. Aside from high-ranking officials, not even the Governor General's office knows much about this individual. We only found out thanks to Misaki's help. Mu wrapped his arm around her waist and softly said, Our main mission today is to deceive that person. However, causing trouble or making noise is strictly forbidden, so you can't use the gun hidden in that pretty dress. It seems there are many officers under the Governor General's authority. Don-soo skeptically asked, So how do you plan to deceive that person without using a gun? Mudeo gently lifted her hand and said, That will be your responsibility from now on. Very quickly, Daeon-soo and the other person next to him acted out a romantic scene. Meanwhile, Mudeo was hiding behind the wall, watching them. When the time was right, someone suddenly appeared, tightly covering the target's mouth from behind with white cloth. After everything was settled, Mudeo called her, "All right, now let's leave the banquet hall." He looked at Daeonsu with interest, thinking, clearly she did very well without having to improvise at all. He immediately praised her, saying she seemed to have improved her speaking skills during this time. Daeonsu stared blankly as he stood up. "No, where are you going?" Mudeo mysteriously said. "There is no better place than here to enjoy this secret meeting." Daeonsu realized it was time to create a hugging scene to avoid the eyes of those entering. Dong-guk faced some difficulty. "Oh, I tripped because I got my foot caught. If I were to hold on to Daeonsu and fall, it might seem a bit forced, but it could help salvage this scene." At this moment, a couple walked into the room and cheerfully said, "See, I told you, no one is watching here." After seeing the posture of Daeonsu and Dong-guk at this moment, they quickly turned away and said, "How impolite of us." The audience in the stands is laughing heartily. Daeonsu softly said, "I'm sorry for making a mistake." Mudeo smiled to himself, thinking, now she's learned how to handle situations. He said, "It seems like you've improved a lot." When the two walked out, a girl recognized Muyol. The woman beside him seemed a bit sad. Right now, Daeonsu and Mudeo are walking side by side on the bridge. Daeonsu looked up and asked, "Can I go with you?" Mudeo replied, "The officers under the Governor General's office in Joseon have already raided the inn. If all members of the Iche Yeodan and Jungsung are captured, it won't be good. Even so, my identity has been exposed and I can't leave Chosun. If you go with me, you will also be recognized." Daeonsu hesitated. "But," Mudeo coldly said, "hurry up and remember the vow we made together. Even if only one of us survives, we must continue to fight to restore the spring of Chosun. Please use this money to cover the expenses for the trip to Manchuria. This is all I can provide at the moment. I apologize. Thank you for everything over the past time. I wish we could meet in a better world." When he was about to leave, someone called out, "Muyol, I really want to try the coffee you mentioned. The day we restore the spring of Joseon, I will definitely wait here." Mudeo smiled faintly and turned his head, replying, "No, don't wait for anything. No matter what, I still don't want to make promises I can't keep." When Mudeo returned, Chunsam was being beaten by a Japanese soldier. He raised his head in surprise. "Young master, why are you here?" The soldier sneered. "I'm surprised. Turns out you're someone with a sense of loyalty. I thought you had abandoned your family and escaped from Dongsung long ago. I can't believe you actually came back here on your own. Thanks to that, I didn't have to waste time hunting you down. Do you even know who I am?" Mudeo smirked and replied, "A pig dog with no pride in being a Joseon person." "That's right. Now that you've become a Japanese lackey and climbed the ranks so high, you must be feeling pretty comfortable, huh? Governor Deong, or should I call you Hiroshi instead?" Deong sneered. "It seems you're not hiding the fact that you've fully grasped the organizational structure of the Chosun Governor General, huh? I'll be watching closely to see if you can still talk big when you're facing death. Of course, if you want to live, there's still a way. Confess Sangok's location, and I'll report it to my superiors to try to get your sentence reduced. Compared to dying from torture, staying alive and serving a few years in prison is a better option. Do you know? Right now in Manchuria, comrades who share our goals, countless people, are dying every day. We've received news that comrades have been fighting the Japanese army at Pongudong. Currently, in the basement of Demon Prison, our comrades are enduring severe torture and suffering. How could we betray their names just to save our own lives? That's why. Even if you catch me, you won't gain anything, you Japanese dog." At that moment, Deong widened his eyes and swung his stick. A month ago, Chang-hoon asked Dongdae, "In the case of the male lead Mudeo, I can understand choosing Dong-guk no matter what. However, is it really necessary to cast a new actress for the female lead?" Dongdae laughed and said, "Just read the entire script." Mudeo, the most charming man of Chosun, had seduced many women with his romantic rumors. Eventually, the person he encountered was none other than the only daughter of the Governor General of Korea, Terauchi Arasuge, Misaki. With her help, the assassination mission of each army was easily successful. However, during that process, Mudeo got involved in an unclear relationship with another female member of each army, Kang Hee-soo. Knowing this, Misaki, out of jealousy, reported Mudeo's identity to the governor. Chang-hun asked doubtfully, "So, are there two female leads in this play?" Dongdae nodded. "Yes, that's right. However, the flyer will only introduce Don-soo as the lead actress, a well-known performer with the public. The play's content, however, will be guided by veteran actress Pak Sang-ah. Even though there are two female leads in the play, it is only on the final page that Mudeo, the most charming man in Joseon, chooses the one who truly becomes the real female lead." Chang-hun asked again, "The final outcome of the play hasn't been revealed yet? And the person Mudeo chooses hasn't been announced either?" Dongdae replied, "We plan to finalize the ending during rehearsals. Currently, I haven't fully decided on the ending in terms of the character's emotional journey, so I'm still considering it. Actually, the most important thing is Mudeo's mindset. That's why I plan to ask for the opinion of the actor Dang, who plays Mudeo, and see what they think. If you were Mudeo, who would you choose between Misaki and Kang Hisu? Returning to this play, Mudeo is being judged in court. He asked, "Why are you a chosen person but stand there with a Japanese name and wear the uniform of a legal officer?" Now I see, the real servant of the Japanese is not me, but you in that legal officer's uniform. The person wearing that legal outfit is supposed to stand for fairness and justice, yet it has been tarnished. Aren't you ashamed? What about the documents? I don't know, but at least they've been used for the comrades rushing into the wilderness of Manchuria. If I have to confess about the women I've met in the past, I'm ready to tell. As for Misaki, who is sitting on the jury over there, as the only daughter of Korean Governor Darauchi Arasuge, and also a woman who loved me passionately, thank you, Misaki. You worked for a brighter tomorrow for the country of Choson, and your love is something I will never forget. Then he turned around, standing right in the center of the stage. Speak boldly, there is nothing to be ashamed of when looking up at the sky. If we are striving for a springtime for Chosun, even if you sentence me to death, it doesn't matter at all. The audience below was also affected by his emotions and felt very shocked. The soldiers gritted their teeth as they looked at Mudeo lying on the ground. He was truly a tough one. Even after having all his fingernails and toenails pulled out and each finger joint severed, he remained so resilient. This guy is really the famous charmer of Dongsung. Among the members of the Ich Army Corps I've met, he's probably the toughest one. How was it? Did that guy say anything? Say what? He didn't even utter a word. Although he didn't cut the tongue, just pulled out the fingernails, he still didn't utter a single groan. You should have already forced him to spill the hideout of the remaining members of the Ik Gundan by now. At this moment the terrified eyes of Mudeo stared at the soldier. That watch, where did you get that watch from? The soldier smirked and replied, You mean this watch? Now that I look closely, he's not mute, is he? Why is he talking about a watch when he's on the brink of death? That watch belonged to a female member of the Ichgun Corps who was captured a few days ago. She was truly beautiful. Even though I really wanted to make her my wife, how could I keep such a ruthless woman by my side? She kept the watch in her sleeve, so we took it. Mudeo asked him in a low voice, How is that girl? The Japanese soldier sneered, If she were as tough as you, she might have lasted a bit longer. But with that frail body, after a few beatings, she collapsed unconscious. Mudeo trembled with anger. What happened to her? The Japanese soldier lightly replied, How? She was buried under a pile of dung. But why would someone like you dare to speak to me in such a tone? What the heck? Mudeo furiously lunged forward and bit his hand. The Japanese soldier angrily took off his watch, threw it away, and cursed, You bastard! Tears streamed down Dansu's face, just as the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his head. The cruel Japanese soldier fired his gun. If people like me gradually turn to dust and become fertilizer, then perhaps one day, spring will come to this barren land of Chosun. So, if there is a next life, let's have a drink and talk. By then, spring will surely be in full bloom on this land of Chosun. I, Mudeo, will devote my whole life to you, so please don't be sad. I don't want to leave you with just painful memories. In another scenario, when there is no more damn war, I won't hesitate to hold your hand. At that place. Has spring arrived in Joseon yet? At that moment, the entire audience stood up, and applause resounded continuously. Sanchin widened his eyes in disbelief. The essence of the play doesn't just come from experience, it truly blossoms thanks to the actor's performance. When I was in college, I shrugged off the words of the masters written in textbooks. In fact, just looking at the university theater groups, you'd understand that the performances of inexperienced actors are even less convincing than the props. Impressive. The perfect image of Mudeo has captured and touched the hearts of the audience. As for me, before, what did I know about drama anyway? Quickly afterwards, the newspapers were abuzz with headlines. Has the Korean Theater Festival signaled a recovery for the theater industry? The staff handling phone calls are continuously receiving incoming calls. Yes, there is currently no specific information about the revival of the spring play of Choseon. I will pass your inquiry to the theater troupe. We have no plans for a revival at the Drama Festival Awards ceremony. Yes, we also regret that, but the fact is, no specific work has ever been re-performed at the award ceremony. When the president arrived, everyone was still very busy. Did Chosun's spring play win the grand prize? The results have not been announced yet, so please wait a bit longer. As for the sale of the VOD of Chosun's spring play, there is no plan at the moment. A staff member noticed, the chairman has arrived. The chairman nodded and said, All right, everyone keep working. He was slightly surprised, thinking that no other work had ever received such attention. Although the actors in other productions were also excellent, the performance of actor Dong-guk in the finale of The Spring of Chosun truly delivered a powerful emotional impact. This might be the emergence of a great actor, as one theater critic mentioned. At the same time, on the Songwon Entertainment side, the staff were just as busy. The current schedule of actor Dong-guk is not yet confirmed. You should contact us in advance for more information. The director mumbled, thinking, people who never keep in touch suddenly show up like this. There's a saying in the entertainment industry, live by fame, die by fame. The heat generated by the drama Than Xuan quickly cooled down when he chose Confession of a Priest as his next work. He crossed his arms. If the priest's confession also succeeds, what will happen then? Sudan responded, Director, shouldn't we call Dong-guk back to the company? It seems like there are many collaboration offers for projects like dramas, movies, and commercials with quite high fees. What will happen if we keep delaying and all those offers end up being cancelled? The director said, all of them are flocking here like moths to a flame. They must be full of regret. Those who can't wait even a single day, hurry up and send them away. And when we have specific information, we need to inform Dong-guk, rather than randomly calling such a valuable actor. Sudan frowned and replied, Yet, the moment there's just one advertising contract, you demand the actor to appear immediately. The director forced a smile. That's because actor Park was invited to do an advertisement, which is quite rare. Sudan, frustrated. Wait, did you say rare? Honestly, I feel really let down. I've been working under you purely out of loyalty. The director smiled. Our actor Park is the best. Stop that. Let's go to the Chinese restaurant ahead. Today I'll treat you to dim sum and sweet and sour 8 treasures. Call the Pia team too, Sudan said, and call Dong-guk too. Who knew the director would shake his head? No, our actor Dang already has an appointment. We can't interrupt his precious time with his mother. Switching to this scene, Dong-guk is standing on a street corner. His mother happily ran over and called out, Dong-guk, ah. Dong-guk smiled cheerfully. Mom, you look really beautiful. The mother laughed. Really? At that moment, a neighbor passed by and exclaimed, Oh, is that Dong-guk's mother? Wow, that's truly wonderful. Dong-guk turned to his mother and said, I'll give you some lotion. Your hands are too dry. His mother shook her head. Oh, no need. These things are just part of the job when working at the southern port. You don't need to worry so much. Oh my, I'm so embarrassed. Over there, 2 girls are talking to each other. I went to see the Korean Drama Festival. Dong-guk is the main character, and his performance truly gave me goosebumps. After it ended, the lingering feeling from the play made me want to cry. They said it might happen again, so let's go watch it next time. I want to see it again too. The neighbor came over and said, Mother of Dong-guk, your son is truly amazing. The mother smiled proudly and said, That's right. Mother and child hold hands tightly in this cold winter. The enthusiastic neighbor grabbed the camera. I'll take the photo so you two strike a pose. You are amazing, Dong-guk. Oh wow, both of you look so beautiful. The mother softly said, Gut, I feel very happy. Dong-guk replied to her, Why do you feel that way, Mom? His mother smiled gently because her son, Dong-guk, had become an actor who could touch the hearts of others. Dong-guk smiled warmly at his mother, creating a very cozy and happy scene. Transition to Siwa High School. Donsu sat down feeling downcast, holding his head, thinking, I feel so stupid. Luckily, Dong-guk helped me when I made a mistake. Without him, the play could have been ruined because of me. During rehearsals, I didn't mess up any lines, but during the actual performance, I got nervous and stuttered. Silly, just too silly. What if no one can receive the award because of me? Seeing her friend going up and down like that, her desk mate worriedly asked, Donsu, are you okay? Why do you look so down? Donsu, feeling sad, noticed someone standing next to him. She looked up in surprise and recognized Dong-guk. Dong-guk said, Follow me. Donsu, confused, followed him. Dong-guk thought to himself, That is the pain of growing up. In a previous life, there were certainly times when I made mistakes in acting. When I first entered the field of theater in my previous life, I studied acting despite facing heavy criticism, but every time I stood on stage, I would often freeze and make mistakes. And then, those experiences became valuable lessons that helped me grow and become an actor who can truly perform. In this way, Daeon-soo is just like I was in the past. He is going through the pain of growing up. Surely she must have been so sad to cry until her eyes and nose turned red like that. He gently held her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, you did very well. So we've agreed that the chosen work is Mua Swan of Chosun, a member of the Korean Drama Association said. The chairman silently looked at everyone and thought, how surprising. Every time they choose the winning work at the Korean Drama Festival, the judges often have intense debates about the pieces that moved them the most. This time, everyone chose Mua Swan of Chosun as the award-winning work. This shows that the work has demonstrated artistic value and the ability to captivate audiences to the point that even the toughest judges had to acknowledge it. At this point, another question arises. Who was chosen for the Actor of the Year award? A man answered, In my opinion, the actor Dong-guk, who played the lead role of Mudeo in Spring of Chosun, is an excellent choice. Yes, the calm and composed monologues, followed by the piercing gaze and the choked-up sobs, truly left me in awe. I really don't know where this actor comes from, appearing so unexpectedly like this. One person raised their hand in protest. Senior Choi and Senior Park, please calm down for a moment. No matter what, I think giving the Actor of the Year award to a young actor seems a bit unreasonable. Many veteran actors in the theater industry have participated in the Korean Theater Festival this year. They are certainly no less talented than the young actor Dong-guk in terms of acting ability. The chairman raised his hand and sniffled. After that, he pushed himself up and said, "Elders, please allow me to say a word. I always hope the awards are distributed fairly so that everyone is satisfied, especially since Spring of Chosun won the main prize. Considering giving the Actor of the Year award to a veteran actor from other works is also a reasonable idea. Yes, he appeared like a star and brought heat to the theater industry. Originally, the stage he belonged to wasn't theater, but I want to ask Senior Dang one thing. If the Korean Drama Festival is held to revive the declining theater industry, wouldn't it be more appropriate to award the works and actors that have deeply moved the audience?" Mr. Dang responded, "However, you can't give all the awards to just one performance. If parents come to see their children's show and only one child receives an award, would those parents be satisfied?" The chairman replied, "Senior Dang, why would you compare the Korean Drama Festival to a school talent show?" Mr. Dang was very upset when he heard that, but he couldn't say anything. The closing day of the Korean Drama Festival came quickly. The MC stood on stage and announced, "The closing ceremony is now permitted to begin." Dong-guk thought to himself, "It's surprising that the closing ceremony attracted so much attention. From television to the press, even the Minister of Culture came to deliver the opening speech for this award ceremony." Donsu, who was standing close to him, was asked, "Are you worried?" Donsu shook his head vigorously. Donsu softly said, "I won't make that mistake again." The title of their work was announced, Chosun Spring. Two people went together to greet everyone. The announcer on the radio is saying, "Next up is the Actor of the Year award. Dong-guk plays Mudeo in the Spring of Joseon." To Dong-guk's surprise, everyone clapped and congratulated him. He solemnly stepped up to receive the award. MC then said, "Actor Dong-guk, since there are many people watching right now, could you please share some thoughts as the character Mudeo in Choseon Spring?" The two people below were annoyed. The host was sly to mention the number of viewers like that. It must have made him feel tense. "Anyway, it's Dong-guk, so we're eager to see how he'll react." Dong-guk showed no sign of tension on his face and smiled slightly. He raised his hand and said, "Flowers wither and bloom again, the cold winter has passed and spring has arrived. Looking at these beautiful flowers in full bloom, it seems that spring has truly arrived for us in Chosun. When I smelled the scent of spring that I had been waiting for so long, my heart suddenly raced. At that moment, I didn't know that such a beautiful day would come. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. Those who see me here, remember my name. I am Mudeo, the most charming man in Joseon." His image was broadcast everywhere. The reporter sitting here said that after the Korean Drama Festival, interest in actor Dong-guk has been increasing, especially regarding the spring play of Chosun, in which actor Dong-guk delivered an outstanding performance at the Korean Theater Festival. After the local performances, I heard that the demand for reruns continues to rise. Did you anticipate that Chosun Spring would receive such widespread acclaim? Dong-guk smiled and thought, honestly, I didn't think it would become that famous. Everything started with a review of the play that a poet posted online after watching it. A perspective on culture at the Korean Drama Festival, the performance of the young actor Dong-guk truly resembled an unpredictable spring. At first, he brought the joy of a charming flirt, full of excitement, but gradually, as one observed that quietness, they began to hope that the flower would keep blooming. As the internet is booming, reviews of the play are popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Thanks to this, the popularity of plays, including Muasuan of Chosun, has stirred up all of Korea. At this moment, the reporter said, "Right, let's get back to the main issue. I heard that the play The Priest's Confession, starring Jang Dong-guk, is about to be released. Have you seen the final version of the film beforehand?" Dong-guk smiled cleverly and replied, "Although I would love to watch it, unfortunately, I can't because I am still underage." As you know, The Priest's Confession is a movie restricted to minors. The reporter clicked his tongue. What a pity. It's surprising that even the lead actor can't watch his own work. Dong-guk smiled wryly. You're right. He thought to himself, actually, he had already watched the edited version with the director. The reporter continued. What is your target audience percentage for the movie Confession of a Priest, Dong-guk? Dong-guk replied, I would be very grateful if many people came to see it. However, just breaking even wouldn't be bad at all. The reporter waved her hand. You're too modest, don't be like that. Just give me a little hint, okay? Dong-guk raised his hand to his chin, thinking, the production and promotion costs of the film are about 2.5 billion won, and the break-even point, including promotion costs, is probably around 1 million viewers. Since no R-rated film has been a box office success so far, it's natural to predict that this movie might not break even. Thus, he predicted, it must be Chun-sam called. The reporter was surprised. Really? If that happens, the movie could become a significant turning point for other restricted films in South Korea. Dong-guk smiled and replied, yes, it's all just hope. Anyway, if you dream, you must dream big. The reporter asked him, the premiere of The Priest Confession is coming up, so we can soon predict the result, right? As a fan, I will also pray that actor Dong-guk's dream will come true. Dong-guk replied, then I will also pray for the success of our film. The premiere, also known as a preview, is like a survey to gauge public reaction in advance. There are various types of surveys. There are many types of screenings: regular screenings, monitoring screenings, distribution screenings, press screenings, and special screenings like blind screenings. Among them, the press screening, where journalists and critics gather to publicize the film, is considered a double-edged sword. At that moment, in the editorial department, an angry voice rang out. Aren't you getting up yet? In May, this situation won't get much better. Last night I waited in front of Kang So-dong's house until a complaint was filed, and I had to go to the police station. She is reporter Kang Seong-a. The boss angrily asked, you think you're a detective or something? I told you there would be someone patrolling, but you keep talking. Stop dragging your feet, get ready, and go outside right now. Seuna frowned. Why? I already got permission from the editorial chief to work in the office today. The boss reminded, remember? You even begged to attend the press screening of The Priest Confession. It's today. Many people had already gathered on the cinema side. Seuna asked her boss, Senior, is that the critic Kim Dae-jin? He's famous for criticizing almost every movie he's seen, and yet they dare to invite someone like that. I really can't understand it. Look, even the reporters from New Good are invited. It seems they've gathered all the celebrities known for their harsh criticism. I wonder if this is a sign of confidence or if the PR department has gone crazy. The boss replied, I heard that all 3 major TV stations attended the premiere. He thought to himself, although The Priest Confession is the work of a director who has never succeeded in commercial films before, their appearance shows the public's great interest in actor Dong-guk. Seuna sat down with a worried expression. If the movie doesn't turn out well, they might face heavy criticism. I'm concerned that our actor Dong-guk might find himself in a tough spot. The boss clicked his tongue. Oh dear, how can a journalist not maintain neutrality like that? At this moment, Don-soo on stage introduces, hello, I am actor Dong-guk. First of all, I want to thank everyone for attending today's press screening. Although I can't watch the movie with everyone, I would be incredibly happy if you all enjoy it. The director was present below, smiling slightly as he looked at him. The movie begins. The foolish villain fails to recognize his sins, as numerous as weeds. Why is there greed on the path of authority? How many times have you rejoiced at the sight of your overflowing treasure? Not only do you lust after the bodies of young girls, but you also destroy their families. All of that is your sin. The greedy will die because of their own ignorance. You are the final sin. The atmosphere under the stands was extremely suffocating. Very quickly, the press erupted again. Making a mark in the adult film genre, critic Kim Dae-jin commented, the movie The Priest Confession mesmerizes the audience from the very first moments. As time passes, everything becomes confusing due to the cold gaze of the character. It can be said that actor Dong-guk, who plays the lead role as Kim Moo-chin in the movie, will become one of the most influential young stars in the history of Korean cinema. Dong-guk laughed. You wrote this part really well, didn't you? He watches TV thinking to himself, it feels pretty strange. Maybe it's because in a previous life, he knew that The Priest Confession had failed to captivate the audience. The older brother came over, touched his face, and asked, the movie trailer was indeed done very well. Dong-guk, is that you? Dong-guk replied blankly, yeah it is, so stop bothering me. The other person didn't let go, tugging. Are you wearing a mask? The Dong-guk I know isn't the type of person to be that scary. Aren't you getting goosebumps? Dong-guk immediately said, seriously, my hair is standing on end. I still have to go for an interview in a bit. The other person confidently said, at this rate revenue will skyrocket. Dong-guk blushed. Oh uncle, really? The older brother still hasn't let it go. Dong-guk, if this keeps up, you might become $1 million actor before me. How could an R-rated movie reach 10 million viewers? Dong-guk struggled. I'm about to suffocate. He quickly slipped away and said, looks like Bong-chun is here. I'm off. That guy said to Bong-chun, hey man, that kid might really become a great actor. If even critic Kim Dae-jin praises him like that, then the movie must be outstanding. Bong-chun asked, are you afraid of losing your spot? The other person smiled and replied, don't say that. At this age, being replaced by juniors is no big deal, but he truly is an exceptional talent. After dominating the theater stage, now, it seems he's ready to shake up the entire film industry. In the South Korean film industry, the cumulative audience of a movie is referred to as its cumulative audience. In the film industry, this number is used to assess a movie's box office success, and Loi Zung Toikwalin Muk is currently leading in terms of accumulated audience numbers right after its release. Is this a dream or reality? Not only did the number of viewers continuously increase, but all the movie theaters were also sold out. There are rumors that some people had to stay up all night to get tickets for the local screening, and even black market tickets are being traded. The director thought, "I never imagined achieving such great success with a film restricted to minors." When Dong-guk joined The Priest's Confession, I completely ruled out the possibility of box office success. The actor, once known for his teen star image in Than Xuan, has completely changed his style, and now he has achieved commercial success through the success of the film. He has truly expanded his acting range to the point where the name Dong-guk is deeply engraved in the public's mind. At this moment, a staff member rushed in to call the director. The director said, "Manager Kim, if you run like that, you'll fall. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there another movie invitation, or are you joining some advertising program? I told you to stop accepting all invitations to participate in TV dramas or movies already. Because of local screenings, actors might get exhausted from traveling a lot." The department head immediately responded, "That's not the case." "What?" "The audience count is usually compiled weekly. Plus, The Priest's Confession just premiered a few days ago." The head of the department replied, "Of course, since it's still within the first week of the release, we don't have complete data yet, but the number of viewers nationwide has surpassed 1 million. At the same time in Jeonju, Jeollado, the screening of the movie, Loi Sung Toi Kwalin Muk, Dong-guk sat in the waiting room sighing, feeling so bored. During the stage event, the number of attendees was almost as large as at a famous singer's concert. But now, I have to sit and review alone while the movie is playing. At times like this, being a minor is really inconvenient." He called out to the person sleeping next to him, "Hey Bong-chun." Bong-chun drooled and didn't respond. "Fell asleep already?" "Yes, it's unfortunate that the movie is restricted to minors, and the actor can't even watch the film they starred in at the cinema. So, I suggested lowering the sensitivity level a bit. Anyway, if the level was reduced and received a Donsuchun Sam rating or higher, then by now, in the first week of release, the audience numbers could have surpassed Dong-guk million already. Do you think rewriting the entire plot is easy? You need to be a bit more reasonable when you speak." "Actually, I was just kidding." The man thought to himself, "Even though I've experienced many test screenings, I've never felt this happy before. It seems like Dong-guk might quickly surpass my level of fame. The joke might just become reality." The directors were walking when they suddenly noticed, what was that sound? They were stunned as they looked at the scene before them. Are they even organizing fan meetings now? He truly cares about his fans. This is a real actor. Meanwhile, at a cinema in Seoul, two people were walking and talking. "Sunbae, I still can't shake this goosebumps feeling. Even though the first week's results were great, if the film isn't spread among teenagers, it could quickly lose momentum. Completely insane." In its first week of release, The Priest's Confession, having surpassed 1.5 million viewers nationwide, not only making a distinct mark compared to works released at the same time, Doobie thought to himself, if this continues, they can expect a movie to reach 10 million views, something no one has achieved before. I got so into it that my palms are still sweaty even now. The person next to him said, "Even though I saw him perform at the Korean Theater Festival before, watching him in the theater feels completely different. How could someone change so much?" The scene where the priest escapes the responsibility of a clergyman reminds me of Anthony Hopkins in The Silence of the Lambs, with his outstanding performance in a positive sense. When I think about that scene, where the character still reads Latin fluently, I get goosebumps. Look at my hand, it's still the same. Doobie asked, "Dong-min, how many screens are currently showing The Priest's Confession?" Dong-min replied, "Almost every time slot has a screening. If you don't book in advance, there might not be any seats left. If we hadn't booked tickets in advance, we might have ended up waiting like those people over there. So, be thankful for listening to me and booking the tickets early." Doobie stroked his chin. "Crazy, Dong-min is happy. This is really awesome. I want to watch it again. The scenes keep haunting my mind. But Sunbae, can we lie about being on a business trip and stay in the theater like this?" Yes, the director keeps pushing for the casting. Finding actors for a historical drama is already tough, and now we have to change the screenwriter because they don't want to work on a historical film anymore. Should we spend so much time just to invite an actor like Dong-guk? Doobie said, "We don't come to watch movies just for entertainment, but to scout actors for a TV series. If you want to meet, you should at least watch the movie properly before discussing anything. Even if you're being rushed, you'll just have to bear it. And as for Dong-guk, the actor Dang must be invited at all costs. I've bet on ensuring that Dang will star in the historical film I'm handling. And there's a reason why we need to act quickly on this invitation." Dong-min asked, "What is it?" Doobie smiled and replied, "Can't you see? Actor Dang's fame and value are skyrocketing. All the attention of the television industry will focus on actor Dong-guk. Transition scene. A person is being held back by security. Wait, I said don't do that. The other person struggles. Hold on, let go, I told you to let go. At this moment, at Songwon into Tenmune, 2 guards stopped him. You can't come in without an appointment like this, even if you're the director of the TV station. There are things you can't do just because you want to. Outsiders are not allowed in now, so make an appointment and come back later, or else. Kim Jin-bidi from the NBC film department irritably replied, You keep saying there's no time, so how can I make an appointment? I just want to take a quick look at actor Dong-guk. Let me in, okay? This isn't okay, don't hold my hand so tight. If I fall here, you won't be able to handle the consequences. At this moment, Kim Chin saw his savior passing by Chief Cha. Head of Department Cha tried to avoid it but couldn't, so he could only approach with a business smile. Oh, Director Kim, what brings you here? Did you come to see me? Kim Chin waved his hand. Oh, I've always been looking forward to meeting you. Today I came to meet the director briefly and had something to discuss. I tried to schedule an appointment in advance, but there was no suitable time available. I'm not a broker, so there's no reason for this kind of rejection. Head of Department Cha smiled. Yes, I know Mr. Kim. He truly is one of the most prominent directors at SBC right now. I heard he just took on a big project, is that why? The director is still in a meeting with the actor Dang, so he might not be available. Kim Din smiled and replied, That's fine. Having someone directly involved here will make everything much easier. Wait a minute, Director Kim. They were stunned as he took the opportunity to run away. At this moment, Dong-guk is talking to the director. Kim Chin saw him and exclaimed, Dong-guk. Hello, Mr. Kim Song-wan, Dong-guk. Long time no see, Dong-guk looked puzzled. Director Kim? Kim Jin seized the opportunity and asked, Director Kim, could you spare a moment? After a while, the director asked, Dong-guk, what do you think about that? The proposal from the other side is quite bold. Honestly, I didn't expect Director Kim to lower himself to that extent. After all, he must be a proud director for creating a hit like Than Xuan, yet he still went in person to apologize like that. It seems that because of the Excellence Award at the last Ibisai ceremony, he thinks I don't want to meet. Dong-guk laughed. Maybe I was in that kind of mood. The director was surprised. So you were upset about receiving the Excellence Award at SBS? Actually, as an actor, you should have some ambition for awards. I thought you didn't care much about winning first place because you speak like an adult. Dong-guk smiled and replied, I was just kidding. At this age, receiving an outstanding award is already something to be proud of. Moreover, there's really no time to meet up. Right now, I have to attend an early screening in the province, and there's still a bunch of interviews I haven't had the chance to do yet. Met Kim Daejang today, and I felt like your mood was a bit down though. Dong-guk sternly said, I won't accept it either. The director casually said, Fine. Dong-guk was surprised. That's it? The director's only reaction? With the per-episode fee that Director Kim proposed, it would definitely boost the company's revenue. The director said, If you don't want to do it, there's no need to force it. Looking through the script, the content isn't bad, but I think you're really talented to only take on that role. The pay may increase over time, so with the current situation, that's not impossible. Have you heard that the accumulated audience has surpassed 5 million people? If you pay close attention, Dong-guk's perspective is really insightful. Dong-guk smiled and replied, It was just luck. If you praise me too much, I'll feel pressured. The director told him, No need to be modest, Dong-guk. Do you know what people in Chungmuro are calling you? A name even better than the Prince of Ratings. They're calling you the most promising actor to reach the 10 million audience milestone. It is said in the film investment world that you were one of the early investors in Loi Shung Toi Kwa Lin Mook, earning you the nickname Midas Hand. Midas Hand refers to those with the ability to turn anything into success or profit, much like the legend of King Midas in Greek mythology, who could turn everything he touched into gold. At that moment, a surprised voice echoed, You said you wanted to invite who? In the office of the director of Mbet TV series, Dubidi said, I want to invite actor Bang Dong-guk. The director panicked. Someone that famous? Do you think it's feasible? Don't you know that Dong-guk just released a movie that's already surpassed 5 million viewers nationwide? Even if we increase the current production budget, it wouldn't be enough to meet his fee. Besides, he's never done a historical drama before. Dubidi said, Although he has never acted before, you must know how outstanding he was at the National Drama Festival, right? The director shrugged. That's not what I mean. To me, it seems unreasonable for a rising star to take part in a historical film without being sure about its revenue. I heard that SBC offered the highest compensation package, but it was flatly rejected. Even though the proposed payment was said to be the highest in SBC's broadcasting history, they didn't hesitate and turned it down immediately. How can he join our project? Dubidi responded fiercely, There's no way we're giving up before even starting. Transition to Dong-guk's company. Good morning, actor Dang. Hello, everyone. Cock, he walked over to open the door. Although Director Du was busy, he laughed and said, Dong-guk, or should I call you actor Dang now? Dong-guk realized that this was a benefactor in his life. After failing in his acting career in a previous life, and vowing never to return to the stage, he became his compass at the crossroads of life. If the famous director hadn't come to Namhung Market in Dongdo, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. He smiled and said cheerfully, just call me like you used to. Long time no see, Director Du. Now I also miss Director Kim. Is he still well? Du nodded. Senior Kim is still very healthy. Recently I met him, and he mentioned you. He said that now Dong-guk is grown up and was thinking of reaching out to invite you for a beer at the pub, but perhaps because you're still underage and a famous actor, he decided not to. Dong-guk pouted. What's the difference between then and now? If you keep treating me so distant like that, I will really feel sad. But the reason you want to meet me surely isn't just to see each other and then leave, right? Is it because you couldn't make it to the early screening last time? I apologize for that time. There was an issue at the television station, and I couldn't manage the time. However, I did watch the movie later, and attended the National Drama Festival in person. Why didn't you stop by the waiting room? I thought Director Du had completely forgotten about me. Dubidi smiled. How could I forget when I see you every time I turn on the TV? Moreover, how could I forget the soul of my first work? Perhaps I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Haven't you decided on your next movie yet? Dong-guk smiled and replied, You know how busy I've been lately. My shoulders are sore. Dubidi nodded. It's only because we've hit 5 million views that things got tense right from the start, huh? If this keeps up, when he becomes an actor with 10 million views, Dong-guk might not even recognize anyone's face. Dong-guk humbly replied, Don't joke like that. So, did you come here because of the proposal for the next project? Dubidi nodded and handed over the script. Not one to beat around the bush, I got straight to the point. Dong-guk, why don't you try collaborating with me on the next project? Dong-guk was slightly surprised and asked back, a historical drama? He thought to himself, a famous director, mainly active in miniseries and completely unrelated to the historical genre, suddenly taking on a project about it? Moreover, famous actors often tend to avoid historical dramas, so finding actors will probably be very difficult. I also want to help, but public and private matters should be kept separate. He spoke. I have to be direct like this. After the release of The Priest Confession, my schedule has been packed. Soon, I'll also need to prepare for college entrance exams, so I'll be very busy. Due to the need to balance studies and manage schedules, the management company has provided support by postponing most of the upcoming ads and projects. Dubidi replied a bit disappointed. It wasn't entirely unexpected, so the actual production will start after the college entrance exam ends. The script is currently being discussed with the author, so we just need to wait a bit longer for the draft. To be honest, just like film directors review scripts and choose the right actors for scenes, no one fits the character in this historical drama I'm planning better than Dong-guk. Dong-guk asked, You mentioned it's a historical drama, right? So, what is the main character like? Dubidi answered, Dunsan Gun. In the 5-century history of the Joseon dynasty, Dunsan Gun is known as one of the most brutal kings, and was deposed. His evil deeds are countless, including the brutal massacre of those who conspired against his own mother, Empress Dowager Dun. Stories of his inhumane actions and immoral lifestyle have become widely known. Even tales of how he couldn't escape the control of the legendary figure in history, Dang Noksu, are still frequently discussed. Dong-guk silently thought, that is exactly why historical dramas can be very interesting. Although the filming schedule is intense and the number of episodes is long, the compensation is relatively low compared to the role, so top actors often stay away. But to be honest, this is a very attractive role. In my past life, when I only played minor roles, most of them were in long-running TV series. So even though they were minor roles, my screen time was quite frequent. I often applied for historical dramas more than any other genre, so I have a special affection for this genre. Very captivating, but Dong-guk clenched his fist and said, Dubidi, there is a major issue. If it's a historical film, there will be many issues that need to be researched, starting with verifying the origins. In the current rushed situation, if you contact the writer to create the script, there could be problems with the script's quality, as well as verifying the origins. If that's the case, having a preliminary draft is also predictable. Currently, inviting authors is challenging, especially historical film writers, as there aren't many. Dubidi replied, You don't have to worry about that. I anticipated it, and have already chosen someone. I chose an author known for good writing, creative ideas, and a reputation for skipping rough drafts. Although they may lack extensive experience with historical films, they have been highly sought after in the miniseries genre from early on. Whenever they participate, the viewership ratings are usually very high. Even when working with an incompetent director, he could still salvage the situation with his writing skills. That's why people also call him the Hua Tuo of the television industry. Dong-guk was surprised and asked, "Does someone like that still exist?" Doobie enthusiastically replied, "The author is currently on a break and not seeing anyone, so being able to meet him is already very lucky." Dong-guk asked back, "But if that person doesn't want to meet, how do you plan to persuade him?" Doobie took a notebook out of his bag and said, "Read this. Actually, I decided to take on the historical film after reading this. It's a historical fantasy novel about Dun San-gun, written by a college student 10 years ago, and I really enjoyed it. The publisher went bankrupt and disappeared, so I had a hard time finding the original author. But it turned out that the author was working at the television station, right under my nose. The author I chose is the original author of that work." Dong-guk smiled. "Unbelievable. Who is Choi Kang-gon? The book in your hands is titled Don-san, the King's Secret." Don-san, the King's Secret. It's an intriguing role, but with the current busy schedule, it will be challenging to take on. However, it would be a shame to miss out because this is a valuable role. Although the author's pen name may seem a bit childish, the content of the work is quite serious and compelling, making it hard to step away once you're drawn in. The words of the work are still clear in my mind. The man who brutally massacred those who conspired against his biological mother, Queen Dowager Dun, and could not escape the influence of Dang Noksu, the 10th king of Joseon, Dun San-gun, was he truly a tyrant? History and reality often differ, as history is frequently rewritten and recorded by the victors. Queen Dowager Dun, the mother of Don San, was deposed and exiled, and then sentenced to death 3 years after giving birth to Don San. When Queen Dowager Dun was deposed, there was a plan to appoint the son of Queen Dong-hun, Yi-uk, as crown prince. However, the plan failed due to the opposition of Songjong. The main reason is that Donsan showed exceptional intelligence as a child. When Donsan ascended the throne, the officials who had dethroned Queen Dowager Dun lived in constant fear for their lives. The gentle smile concealed sharp teeth like drill bits, not only stirring things up but also amplifying fear and a chilling sensation. In the end, they took a daring gamble to save their lives. Indeed, Director Yu, during a time when traditional historical films are in vogue, has created a historical film with a blend. This is a testament to his exceptional vision and outstanding skills. With such boldness, he is sure to become the youngest person to earn the title of director at one of South Korea's 3 major television networks in the future. It is not yet possible to make a final decision on whether to participate. To make an independent decision, there are too many issues to discuss with the company, from compensation to international distribution rights. Will this be a cup full of poison or a great fever? Dong-guk, what are you thinking about? Dong-guk jumped. "Oh, uncle, please make some noise, don't keep scaring me like that." The uncle chuckled. This kid has grown up a bit, and now he's shouting at his uncle like this. "What did I do wrong?" Dong-guk frowned and said, "You always sneak up on me making me jump. That's why it happens. It's already late, so why are you here at this hour? Grandpa is sleeping too." The uncle hugged him tightly and said, "I'm here to see you." "Come here, our youngest nephew." Dong-guk said in a low voice, "I'm not going to sit still anymore." He tickled his uncle, making him laugh hysterically. "Stop, stop. This brat isn't easy to deal with anymore." Dong-guk sat down and asked, "Have you ever been afraid of a role as an actor?" The old man looked up. "Scared? Sometimes, yeah. When the script is so bad that it doesn't make sense, or when the food isn't up to par, it can genuinely be frightening to take on the role. If you're not afraid, how can you call yourself an actor? After all, there are always limitations and challenges to face." A very attractive role was offered, but since the pay is too low, the company seems likely to reject it. An actor cannot arbitrarily lower their own value. And likewise, when we work on projects that everyone opposes, do you worry that if you stubbornly choose one and it ends in complete failure? And when feeling that the role is too challenging, wondering if I can do well, the worry lingers in my mind, making even the reading of lines unnatural. But even thinking that way doesn't help at all. Time will show you that those worries are unnecessary. The important thing is to recognize it while you're still young. Even if people around try to stop you, an actor must bravely move forward like an excavator. An actor's job is to immerse themselves in the role. The more thoughts you have, the more likely it is to disrupt your performance. Dong-guk looked up and thought, am I unconsciously paying attention to the company's opinions? With the increasing value, I feel like I have to maintain it even though it may not be the best choice. That's a perspective far removed from the determination to live as an actor. Having thought it through, he turned and said, "Thank you." The old man had already dozed off from drinking too much. Dong-guk opened the script. Don-san, the King's Secret. The Joseon dynasty's historical records do not mention it either. The novel explores the life of Lee Dong, the son of the deposed consort Dun, and Lee Ki-eun, his twin brother, who are lesser-known figures. Who was the real tyrant in history between those two? The scene shifts to the mother kneading dough in the kitchen and calling out, "Yoon-suk, bring me some spices from the cabinet over there." Yeon-suk replied, "Mom, we should buy kimchi and try it. Making kimchi in the apartment like this will cause a smell and could lead to complaints." The mother said, "All right, stop nagging. Quickly grab the rubber gloves and sit beside me. If we don't do it now, it'll spoil, so hurry up." On-suk scratched her head, thinking that moving from Dongdo to Seoul would bring a quieter life, but it turned out not to be the case. She is a veteran author with 9 years of experience, Choi On-suk. She began her career with the debut work August Man 4 years ago and achieved great success. Since then, every project she has been involved in has become a resounding success, earning her the titles of viewership rate generator and royal writer in newspapers. Currently, as you can see, she is on leave. Her mother asked, "Aren't you going on a date?" Eon-suk sighed, "I don't care, so let go of those unrealistic hopes soon. Now is the time to focus only on work." Her mother clicked her tongue in disbelief. She might grow old and die without anyone ever visiting her. "Huh? You thought no one would come today?" Their doorbell rang. Ting tong. "Yes, I'm coming right away." Before leaving, she told her daughter, "After arranging everything neatly, sprinkle a little rice water on top and give it a taste." As soon as she opened the door, the mother beamed with excitement, saying, "Are you colleagues? Oh my goodness, how wonderful." On-suk curiously ran out and asked, "Who's here?" Ha, she realized it was Domi Younghan PD. After he sat down at the table, the mother smiled and said, "We don't have much food here. If I had known you were coming, I would have marinated the ribs a few days in advance." Doobie-dee waved his hand. "No, ma'am, this is already a feast. I really don't know how to thank you enough for your warm hospitality." The mother smiled and said, "If you're a colleague of my daughter, then you're like my son. So, are you married yet?" Dong-guk replied, "No, I'm still single." The mother smiled happily. "All right, dear, if you feel like something's missing, just let me know. Now, I'll go get the dry clothes from the balcony." After she left, Yoon-suk asked sternly, "But why are you here? You're not suggesting a new role, are you?" Doobie-dee laughed. "Indeed, we have to acknowledge the subtlety of the writer Choi Ha." Eon-suk shook his head. "This year I've decided to take a break. Over the past 4 years, the number of projects I've handled has exceeded 5. I've worked not only with MBC but also with SBS. Doobie-dee replied, "I knew, that's why I came here. This time I'll be starring in a historical film. You've probably heard the rumors, right?" Eon-suk was a bit surprised. "So, you really accepted the role? Bold move indeed. I knew Director Do was decisive, but why accept a project even seasoned producers have turned down? I heard the writing team has already changed a few times. I really don't know how badly the TV station treated them for the screenwriters to keep leaving like that." Doobie-dee laughed and replied, "But well, it's fine. They had already quit before I took the job." Just in time, I also have an idea for another project. Eon-suk asked again, "Oh, so you're still writing scripts?" Doobie-dee pulled out his briefcase and replied, "No, I'm planning to adapt a historical novel I used to like into a TV series. It is a historical novel involving Dun San-gun. I read it a long time ago and found it very interesting. Anyway, finding the author of a book that is no longer published and who has only written a single work is truly a difficult task. But luckily, I finally found that person and can continue my project. I heard that the first print of that book didn't sell out. However, readers like me bought 2 copies, one to keep and one to read. Somehow, whether by divine will or just fate, I eventually discovered that the original author is now a TV screenwriter, and even a famous one. Back then, what was the pen name again? Maybe it was Eon-suk sweating profusely, shouting, "Wait a minute. Doobie-dee just asked directly Choi Kong-gon, right? Isn't that so, writer Choi?" Cut to the director's office of Songwon Entertainment. The director walks in and asks, "Has Dong-guk been waiting long?" Actor Pak has also started working on the next project recently, so related meetings have been running longer. Dong-guk laughed and said, "Soo-young made a big impression with this drama, didn't she?" Her usual cold image was replaced by a goofy character. The director nodded. That's right, her contrasting charm was a success. Dong-guk asked, "But director, why do you suddenly want to meet? Didn't we decide to postpone the discussion about the next project until after the college entrance exam?" The director replied, "It's not about movies or television, but an offer for an entertainment program. Have you ever heard about documentaries about stars?" Dong-guk thought to himself, "Documentaries about celebrities, even if I'm not that interested in entertainment shows, I'm sure I've heard about them at least once." This is an entertainment documentary created to meet the public's demand for the private lives of top stars. The show guarantees high viewership ratings, and most artists dream of participating at least once. Switching scenes to the entrance of Seowa High School, someone says, "People really have to work hard in life. Days like this will come too." The man next to her sneered. "Others might think she's attending an award ceremony, even wearing a shirt." The girl next to him replied, "When observing the daily life of an actor at the peak of their career, we still need to maintain politeness. Pass it over here, this way." The two of them are discussing, "He's better at sports than I thought, isn't he?" Starting as a child actor, the busy schedule of TV appearances made it difficult to be consistently present. With fewer opportunities to bond with classmates, it's normal not to have many friendships. Dong-guk laughed with his friends on the field. "Hey, Class 8, you lost, so hurry up and go to the store to buy drinks." The group of friends gathered around and said, "The priest's confession, since you succeeded this time, let me off the hook for buying water." Dong-guk replied, "Absolutely not, I'm too thirsty, so hurry up and go buy it." A moment later, a voice called out in the classroom, "Dong-guk, show me how to solve this." "Me too. I want to borrow all your notes." Dong-guk scolded, "You're so lazy. Next time you skip class, I'll lend you the theory notes." The two people continued their discussion. "The actor Dang is also very good at studying, isn't he?" It seems like his classmates often turn to actor Dang, not just once or twice. The teacher said Dong-guk is not only good, but also ranks among the top in the entire school. His mock exam scores consistently stay at the Daeonsu level. Moreover, he is also very diligent in volunteer activities and practical assessments. Balancing both studies and acting must have been challenging, but truly a remarkable student. The reporter asked, "So, hearing what you said, it's entirely possible for them to get into top universities, right?" The teacher nodded. "That's obvious. With Dong-guk's grades, he could easily get into the law department of top universities in Korea through the admission process. However, since he has already achieved great success in his acting career, it will be really interesting to see which career path he chooses." "Is my face okay on camera?" The two reporters were a bit startled. Actor Dong-guk. "Congratulations, Loi Sung Toi Kwa Lin Muk has reached 10 million views." People gathered around drinking and chatting happily. As someone who has seen Dong-guk since he was young, I have to say that the boy really stood out from the beginning. Dong-guk said, "But uncle, actually, it wasn't when I was very little. When I met you, I was already Donsu Chung-hoon years old." The uncle laughed and said, "You're right, you talk too much. I was very impressed when you were chosen as the main character in a movie at such a young age, and now, even movies with age restrictions in Korea have surpassed 7 million views. Let me hug this 7 million views actor, pass some good vibes over here." Dong-guk quickly dodged like avoiding a ghost. "Oh, that's scary, uncle, please shave. Anyone looking at you would think you just came down from the mountains." The uncle is sad. "Do you see it, senior? This kid is now taller than me, so he keeps scolding me all the time. Right, Senior Hyung?" "Hyun, don't be like that. Just shave your beard," as Dong-guk said. "Anyway, a handsome celebrity like you with such a long beard, your fans will be really disappointed. Every time I look at you, I'm surprised. It feels like I'm seeing myself in the future. Sigh, hurry up and get married. If not, I'm afraid I'll end up old like you." The uncle exploded. "That name? Do you think I'm not married because I can't? It's just that I haven't met the right person yet." The other replied, "Chung Hyun, only 2 days left until your 60th birthday, and you still haven't found your other half, so it seems you might not meet them in this lifetime." The uncle whimpered, "Don't say that." KBS cameras were in front. They asked, "Dong-guk, could you share the reason you decided to join the documentary program?" Dong-guk smiled, thinking to himself, the media kept showing his image. Due to the priest's confession, it was hard to see himself on TV. There were even rumors that the fan club had to contact the management company to inquire about this. Maybe it's because there haven't been any invitations to join TV shows from the broadcasters, but that proves a lot of people are waiting for me. He smiled cleverly and replied, "Of course, it's for the fans." The reporter continued, "Syndrome seems to be the right word to describe the current fame of the priest's confession. Who could have predicted that in Korea, a country often criticized for its lack of development in the film industry, a movie would surpass 7 million views nationwide. Even that was a film not meant for teenagers." "Director Choi, what do you think about this?" The director replied, "At Chungmuro, there's a saying that if you plan to make a movie restricted to children, then make it entirely for adults. They say that the booking rate index comes from adults' wallets. But ironically, those adult-restricted movies don't receive much positive feedback. Although it's not Hollywood, when it comes to producing adult-restricted films in Korea, most people often think of them as adult movies. For that reason, in Chungmuro, people usually try to lower the movie rating to 15 years old as a compromise. This means that even films produced under the restricted category have to cut content to pass censorship and achieve a 15-year-old rating, right?" Director Choi said, "In the film industry, cutting content is called trimming. Without it, the film would be rated as unsuitable for children and face many challenges, and distribution companies often schedule such films for early morning or late night showings. They believe that even if it was scheduled during prime time, it would be hard to achieve high revenue." With that in mind, the success of The Priest Confession this time is causing a major upheaval in the entire South Korean film industry. This means that creative freedom has been expanded. In Chungmuro, people have started scrambling to invite actor Dong-guk. Similarly, the television industry is the same. Actor Ahn Chung-hyun, as an actor, what is your assessment of Dong-guk, a new rookie actor? The uncle smiled when he heard that. Mentioning the name Dong-guk reminded me of 4 years ago. Back then, he was a small boy with short hair and sun-kissed skin colored by the sea. I can't forget his loud entrance in a truck at the Busan International Film Festival. Honestly, the boy was as cute as a chestnut back then. After becoming the nation's first love, he made waves at the drama festival, and now he's conquering the film industry too. With so many different nicknames and titles, I was even worried that he might lose his title. The people standing outside were confused. What? Didn't you send the Q&A guide to actor Ahn? I definitely sent it. When we discussed it before, it wasn't like this kind of boasting. The MC smiled awkwardly. Actor Ahn, The Confession of the Priest played by lead actor Dong-guk, has surpassed 7 million views nationwide. What do you think about this? The old man shrugged and said, I'm insanely jealous. I heard the break-even point is around 1 million people, but now that number has far exceeded many times over. Sure, here's the translation. That's right. When I meet Dong-guk, I'll definitely ask for at least one gift. People might not know, but I've taken care of Dong-guk a lot, even though it might not be so obvious. That kid doesn't know that I've been secretly taking care of him since he was little, but now he just scolds me whenever we meet. Still, he treats elders well and is very polite. Oh, let's just forget about those things. If I had a daughter, I would have chosen him as my son-in-law already. What a pity. Haha, Dong-guk and Mr. Bong-san were at home watching, turning pale and speechless. Chung-hyun still hasn't sobered up completely. The uncle continued. If anyone says he doesn't crave the title of the first actor in Korea to reach 15 million views, they're definitely lying. However, with The Priest Confession, I think that if he earns that honor, there would be no regrets. It is among the top 3 greatest movies I have ever watched in a theater. Yes, everyone, let's support Dong-guk to reach 10 million views. There's only a little time left, so let's go, Dong-guk fighting. Bong-chan sat at home laughing. Well done, well done. Eon-suk held his head. Back when I was an assistant screenwriter, I was really happy to be able to write, even though I didn't know much. I started with my debut work and consecutively achieved 5 successful television drama records, but how did it turn out like this now? Creative crisis. When at the peak, you must be cautious, because a crisis can come unexpectedly and tighten her mind. She might not understand, but just one simple sentence that she can't come up with will make her feel like her mind is completely blank. How quickly she overcomes it is the deciding factor in whether she can be at the top. She recalls not understanding the words of her predecessors in the past. This isn't the time for that. Stay alert, Choi Eun-suk. No way. A few days ago, when I went to see the famous screenwriter Choi Eun-suk, Doobity frowned and asked, Oh, screenwriter Choi, why did you cut it off like that? I'm sure this can be done. Let me say it again. You know how much I love the works of the author Choi Kang-gon. Yoon-suk snapped, Oh, stop it. Don't tease me with that pen name anymore. Even though it was written when I was young, it is still the brainchild that I poured my heart and soul into creating. In fact, I know that MBT is currently treating historical works as a kamikaze card, so I wonder if I should place my brainchild into it. Doobity told her, I don't know what rumors writer Choi has heard, but at least to me, it's not a suicide card. We plan to invite you to be an actor. Dong-guk will be the lead actor. Dong-guk was surprised. Director, will Dong-guk participate or not? I heard MBET is preparing a 90-episode historical drama. Even if Dong-guk decides to join as if by a miracle, it's true he's not young anymore. But do you know how much his current fee is? He's one of the hottest actors in the television industry right now. Doobity clapped and said, Let's split up. Eon-suk was surprised. What are you talking about? Doobity said, If the plan is for 40 episodes, then reduce it to 20. After all, the original novel by Choi is just a short work. Stretching the story with unnecessary details only diminishes the value of the original, so if the budget planned for 40 episodes is combined into 20, the quality of each episode will be improved. I will try to arrange the payment for Dong-guk. Eon-suk is worried, but will it be easy to arrange? If not, what should we do? Doobity calmly replied, Just submit your resignation. Dong-guk realized, That's right, this is how a famous director should be. With such determination, he delivered an incredible work like this. But I won't regret it. My passion for creativity, which had dried up for some time, is now blazing fiercely again. Let's see. Her scream startled the mother, who scolded, Be quiet, you idiot. Now you're even starting to talk to novels? At the MBT office, the department head said, Myung-han, it's impressive that you invited screenwriter Choi, who is considered a rating generator, but I am completely against the lead actor. Although I asked you to take on this project, how can we invite the most expensive actor in Korea right now? Let's compromise reasonably. Doobity argued back, we can save costs in other areas. The department head frowned. It's easy to say, but do you know how much it costs just to rent a historical film set? It's clear that it will be released as a TV series. But if we start the project according to this plan now, MBET Television's finances will be in deficit for an entire year. Doobity suggested, we won't make it that long anymore, we'll shorten it to just 20 episodes. Competing with the master of historical fiction, Gaibisi, the leader in this genre, will be challenging with a traditional approach. We will take a different approach from previous strategies, focusing on a female audience with a 20-episode historical drama. Doobity handed the script to him. Please give it a read. The manager was surprised. Wait a minute. Only 20 episodes? Have you confirmed with writer Choi? Doobity nodded. When I contacted writer Choi, I made it clear from the start that we wouldn't stretch it out. It seems she prefers it this way too. Since the original work is short, they were hesitant about making it into a long series. The department head hesitated, wondering if the superiors would agree with this. Ignoring the plan's feasibility, the sudden change in the number of episodes would disrupt the entire schedule of next year's productions. Doobity smiled and affirmed, I guarantee it will be a resounding success, enough to overcome all those problems. The department head incredulously said, Myung-han, confidence alone won't be enough to convince anyone. Doobity said, we need to invite the top screenwriters and actors. Is there anything else needed to convince you? If MBC really wants to compete with KBC with a historical drama, then this is the best plan. Chief, how long will you stay like this? I want to see the confidence and courage you showed when moving from Bexi to MBET. The manager patted the head without saying anything. He thought to himself, even if it were reduced to 20 episodes, the actor Dang's fee would at least be on par with SBC. This could be considered a gamble, as the genre is a historical drama with a high level of difficulty. Selecting Dong-guk, someone with no experience in historical films, as the lead actor had already made conservative superiors question him. Not to mention, it was also a matter involving massive production costs. He recalled the challenge. Chief, how long are you going to stay so timid? He muttered under his breath. Damn it. That kid keeps making me uneasy. Director, please give me a moment to talk. Dong-guk was irritably patting his ear, wondering if water had gotten in while bathing, causing it to itch. A letter placed on your desk. Looking back, I still haven't made any decisions. Let's think about it when the script is released. At the moment, we don't know who the author is, but if it's Choi Kang-gon, then it's probably a female writer, right? Suddenly the uncle appeared and called out, Dong-guk, don't be shocked just because you saw a little bit of my body. Is that a love letter? Girlfriend? Dong-guk responded, the gift set. Don-soo happily carried a gift bag, smiling and chatting with Bong-cha. My mom always says that when meeting elders you shouldn't go empty-handed. Bong-cha smiled. Oh, I didn't expect you to come here with gifts like these. Thanks. So why did you come over here on the weekend? It seems like you came to see me, Don-soo said softly. I really came to see the director. In real life, he looks so handsome, Dong-guk asked in surprise. Don-soo, what brings you here suddenly this weekend? Don-soo replied, Is there any place you go that I can't go? Besides, I'm not here to see you, I'm here to greet the director. Oh, where is the documentary film crew about the stars? Dong-guk replied, They finished filming and returned a few days ago. Daeon-soo seemed regretful. What? Is it over already? Dong-guk asked again, But how do you know about the filming? Don-soo said, This time you're filming a documentary about the stars, and the fan club has been buzzing everywhere. How could you not know? After all, you are a member of the fan club. By the way, I'm planning to help you study. The college entrance exam is coming up, and if you can't focus, it's a big deal. I also need to create a study environment for you. So, are you moved yet? Remember, the next few months of your senior year will determine your entire future. Grab your books and start studying now. Dong-guk asked her, Why are you suddenly so focused on studying? Daeon-soo replied, I don't know, but I've been good at studying since elementary school. I was the one who studied and reviewed even while on set to get into Seoha High School. If you need a specific reason, this time I have a new goal. Dong-guk asked her what the goal was. Don-soo replied, Well, I want to go to Korea University. Dong-guk was surprised. He never expected you to have such strong determination. Even in your studies, why Korea University? The life of an actor is already tough, so why did you still choose that school? Don-soo tilted his head and smiled. You're also applying to Korea University, aren't you? The box office hit The Priest's Confession has surpassed 8 million views nationwide after 68 days of release, marking a spectacular start. If the release date hadn't been delayed and coincided with the Chuseok holiday, reaching 10 million viewers wouldn't have been unimaginable. What we need to focus on now is actor Dong-guk, who played the lead role in The Priest's Confession. He has shed the image of a beloved school star. Now, we eagerly await how he will present himself to the public next. Dong-guk smiled softly as he read the article about himself. He spoke up. Bong-chun, why are you so sad this early in the morning? Bong-chun asked irritably. Is my expression that obvious? Dong-guk nodded. Yes, anyone could tell something was up. When you came to pick me up, I thought a major accident had happened. Bong-chun was surprised. Oh, was it really that obvious? I heard that if the release timing was right, it could have reached 10 million viewers. I feel really sorry. Sorry, Dong-guk. I should have worked harder on the promotion. Dong-guk shook his head. Don't be so sad. I'm really okay. Honestly, although it's a shame that the first title wasn't achieved in Korea, 8.32 million views is still an impressive number. This is already an unprecedented record for domestic films. Bong-chun asked. Dong-guk, what is that pile of stuff next to you? It looks like a lot. Dong-guk replied, Oh, those are gifts for the person we're going to meet when we get there. The car drove up to the gate of a hospital. Dong-guk stepped out of the car, fully covered. Bong-chun, I'll go in alone. If two big men walk in together, they might get shocked. A few days ago, at the director's office of Songwon Internment, the director asked, Dong-guk, are you planning to donate such a large amount of money? Dong-guk replied, Thanks to the success of The Priest's Confession, the investment profits have been significant. Director, I will make an anonymous donation to the Childhood Leukemia Charity Fund. When the fund is used, please clearly confirm which child the money is being used to treat. That has been promised by the fund, but it still needs to be checked. If you want to make money, you can use future knowledge. I already know about real estate in good locations or potential stocks. However, I let go of material desires long ago because I know that happiness cannot be found by making the same choices as in my past life. Looking at the name on the door, Dong-guk thought to himself, Is it this child? Even more nerve-wracking than filming. The mother and daughter heard a noise and turned their heads. Who's there? The girl quickly recognized Dong-guk. Dong-guk took off his mask and smiled, Greeting you, Daejong. He thought to himself, he said the girl really loved theater. She loved it so much that her future dream was to become a stage actress. The little girl had sent letters to me many times through the management company. In the letters she said she wanted to see the spring of Chosun, but due to poor health she couldn't. Dong-guk smiled and said, If you keep standing there dazed, he'll leave. Daejong was incredulous. Really, it's this Dong-guk guy. Dong-guk politely greeted the mother. Hello, ma'am. Did I come too suddenly? I also wanted to contact you beforehand, but the hospital said they couldn't provide personal information like phone numbers. The mother waved her hand. Oh, it's okay. Just the fact that you're here makes me very grateful. I also know that Daejong has always been sending letters to the actor Dong-guk. Dong-guk held the little girl's hand and said, Yes, I've read all those letters. Here, Daejong, this is a gift for you. You said you wanted to see the spring of Joseon, right? Do you like it? Daejong took the uniform, tears welling up in her eyes. Dong-guk embraced the little girl, who looked at him, dreaming of the future and overcoming the pain. To keep that dream alive, I need to become a stronger pine tree in the future. My life as an actor will enter a new chapter. So you came, class monitor? Seeing Dong-guk sitting like that, the class monitor shook his head. I'm not the class monitor anymore this year, Charity Angel. As the class monitor mentioned this, Dong-guk could only smile helplessly. I was careful with both the donations and visiting the hospital, but somehow the news still got out. It wasn't just one or two people who found out. But why do you always show up here at lunchtime, Dong-guk? Outsiders might think you've rented the school's rooftop. Here you go. Here's what you asked for. It's the notes you requested. Taking the notebook from the class president, Dong-guk smiled. Thanks a lot, class president. I wouldn't have survived without you. Your notes are really great. I'll give them back to you tomorrow. So, do you feel like having ice cream or something? The class president shyly scratched her head. So you were planning to make up for it with ice cream? That's truly heartless. When my mom comes to the graduation ceremony, could you take a picture with us? And sign it too. Dong-guk smiled gently and nodded at the class president. Of course, that's your mom. But why do I already feel that you're sad about the graduation ceremony? Upon hearing this question, the class monitor looked up at the sky, remained silent for a moment, then sighed. The college entrance exam is approaching. Dong-guk smiled teasingly. Now that I think about it, there's no one left for the class leader to nag, so she's probably bored. She turned away in annoyance. When have I ever been irritated with you? When she said that, the class president fell silent, her face showing little cheer. A moment later, she turned to Dong-guk and quietly asked, Is school fun? You must be busy with acting classes too, right? Now that you've graduated, you must feel more relieved. When it comes to this, in the past, Dong-guk had no interest in school. He went through his student years just like a troublemaker. His feelings now are very different from back then. Time was always full of excitement, but now, facing the inevitable goodbye, I feel truly regretful. Thank you for everything during our high school years, class president. Hearing your sincere gratitude, the girl looked puzzled for a moment before bursting into laughter. Strange, first calling my name, then my nickname, and now the class president. I really don't get it. Her eyes softened like the gentle waters of autumn, catching the warm rays from the high sky. The class president gently continued, now it truly is the last time. Actually, I planned to confess my feelings before graduation, but when I tried to put these emotions into words, I suddenly felt that maybe it wasn't love anymore. Maybe it's because I've admired your confident and mature charm. Deep down I also want to be that kind of person. I'm trying to be like that now, so keep in touch and update me on how you're doing as you grow up. As she spoke, she extended her hand before Dong-guk's surprised eyes. Thank you so much, Dong-guk. Dong-guk gently smiled and reached out to grasp the class leader's hand. Sure, let me help with that. Yeah, let's meet again. The words of a 20-year-old, instead of blossoming feelings, become the motivation that drives us forward in life. We all had a beautiful youth, didn't we? On the important exam day, Dong-guk was getting ready and talking to his mother. She wanted to accompany him to the exam room, but he had to gently decline and promised her that he would come to Busan right after it ended. Even so, on that day, there will be many people from the TV station in front of the exam site, so Dong-guk won't be able to stay for long. Mom was afraid the weather would be cold, so she knitted him a scarf. Wrapped the scarf around himself, Dong-guk smiled and said to his mother, I really like this, it's very warm. Don't worry too much, Mom, I will be very careful. Stepping out of the room, Dong-guk suddenly encountered his uncle and grandfather arguing about some dish on the table. These two never stop bickering with each other, even though they're both quite old now. Curious, Dong-guk stepped closer and asked, What are you and Grandpa doing? What is it? Our youngest child has an important exam today, so at the very least we should prepare a lunchbox for them. I was going to ask Mrs. G to prepare it, but your grandfather insisted on doing it himself. Even so, it still looks fine. The vegetable porridge is a bit bland, so remember to eat it with the braised meat sauce. Receiving the warm lunchbox from his two close friends, Dong-guk felt as if his whole heart was soaked in warm water. By the way, my grandson has some really beautiful scarves. Dong-guk smiled in response to both of them. It wasn't until you left the house that your uncle and grandfather were still arguing, and then got into a fight. This house is never without the noise of the two of them. This morning, the final year students of the school gathered to begin their important exam. Dong-guk, actor. Dong-guk, please say something. Try to quickly deal with the group of reporters Dong-guk who just walked into the school. Even the little girl Donsu and her friends showed up, holding a sign cheering for animal husbandry. Oh my, it's so cold, why did you come here, Donsu? Did you think you were the only one? Actually, the other seniors also came to cheer you on. Gently patting Dong-guk on the head, he smiled and said, Thank you all so much. I'll do my best on the exam. Other juniors approached Dong-guk, offering him their best wishes. Dong-guk will carry everyone's hopes and do his best in today's exam. The respected teacher handed Dong-guk a warm compress and gave a gentle look. Just do as you normally would, Dong-guk. You have to do well. Keep going. The warm affection everyone had for Dong-guk was something he felt deeply. Not knowing what to say, he simply flashed them a bright smile and waved goodbye. I'll do my best on the test. Thank you all. The day of the exam quickly came to an end as the evening sun set. Students left the exam hall one by one, each with a different expression. Some happy, some sad, and some calm. Right now, Dong-guk feels a magical sensation in his heart. He had the same feeling when he was discharged from the military. You thought you would feel relieved, but somehow there's a bit of bitterness and regret. It feels like you've left a part of your past here. Now, it's time to leave those school years behind and move on to become an adult. Just like in the morning when he entered the school, this time Dong-guk was surrounded by reporters as he stepped out. They had probably been waiting there all day. Hey Dong-guk, how did you do on the exam? I know you're an outstanding student and top of the class. Especially this year's math exam seemed tougher than previous years. How did you feel about it? Facing a barrage of questions, Dong-guk had no time to react before Bong-chun appeared like a deity by his side, separating the group of reporters. Quickly pushing him into the car, Bong-chun called out to everyone, Please contact the management company for more details about the interview. Today Dong-guk is very tired after the exam, so we hope you can understand and be generous. As soon as he got into the car, he handed him a warm bottle of water and quickly said, Sorry Dong-guk. I accidentally dozed off in the car just now. It seems like I'm not really suited for the school environment. The warm bottle he just handed over is ginger tea. Bong-chun thought that after finishing the exam, Dong-guk would feel tired, so at the very least, something to warm his body would be needed. By the way, Dong-guk, there's a place you need to go urgently. Hearing his serious tone, Dong-guk curiously asked, Where are we going? The guy acted mysterious, didn't answer, and drove Dong-guk quite a distance until the car stopped at a temple. Stepping out of the car in a daze, Dong-guk heard the prayers coming from inside. Wu Weishin Ne, Qixin, Faling Manzuji Shiju. Through the window, he caught sight of a familiar figure etched deeply in Dong-guk's heart. The frail woman had been at the temple for who knows how long. Even now, she remains kneeling in sincere prayer. As she lifted her head, a scarf draped over her shoulders. Then Dong-guk embraced his mother, softly calling out to her. At first, slightly surprised by the appearance of her son, the mother then happily reached out to touch his cheek. "You're here. Your child must have had a tough time, right? You look so worn out." Feeling the warmth from his mother's hand, Dong-guk gently closed his eyes. "Yes, even though many things have changed in your life. But one thing that never changes is a mother's eternal love. Dear Mom, I'm back." After finishing the important exam, Dong-guk didn't let himself rest, but immediately started practicing driving. This is the first time Dong-guk is driving the manager, so the manager seems very worried, not trusting his driving skills. "Hey Dong-guk, do you really need to get your driver's license so soon? I'm really worried." After turning 19, Dong-guk immediately took a skills test. Right after completing the math exam, he took the road driving test, and of course passed on the first try. The reason you got your driver's license so quickly is simple. Since you've become famous through the media, no matter how hard you try to hide, people will still recognize you, so you can no longer use public transportation. "Come on, manager, don't be so tense, just relax." As he spoke, Dong-guk shifted the gear and gently pressed the accelerator. The car started moving, leaving the manager so surprised that his eyes widened as he wondered, is he really a new driver? Dong-guk casually drove while chatting. "You said you would go back to your hometown during this holiday, right? You mentioned that your parents work at Yigachi, correct? Do your parents know you're my manager?" The guy shook his head. "They still don't believe I'm your manager. After moving to the city, they think I still haven't made a living, and they often tell me to go back there to catch tuna like before. So I haven't been back home for a while. This time I'm planning to return for my grandmother's birthday. It is my maternal grandmother's birthday, but my paternal grandmother has already passed away. Currently, only my maternal grandmother is living alone. Perhaps because she has taken care of me since I was little, she is very fond of me. She still calls me little one whenever she sees me." Hearing this, Dong-guk smiled and suggested, "Why don't you take me to your hometown once so I can meet your grandmother and show my respect? After all, we've been together for a few years, so I should greet her. You've taken such good care of me. Why don't you join me on a trip to Busan during the holiday? I'm planning to visit my mom anyway, so I'll drive to Busan." The distance was quite far, which left the manager stunned, his face unable to hide his worry. "Don't worry, I'm a safe driver. Compared to my past experience driving trucks, driving this one to Busan is simple," Dong-guk thought to himself. That night, at the manager's parents' house, the two of them stared at Dong-guk sitting in front of them, making the manager uncomfortable. "Mom, Dad, please don't keep staring like that. Dong-guk will get tired. If you keep doing that and something happens, you'll have to take responsibility." The mother smiled and scolded her son. "Why are you always shouting like that? That's why he might get even more tired." "Hey Dong-guk, is our boy doing a good job? Even though he's not the type to get scolded easily, I'm still worried. We thought our kid was lying, but it seems he really is Dong-guk's manager." Dong-guk smiled reassuringly at the two. "Please feel free to talk, ma'am. He and I have been working together for a few years now. His family is just like yours." Hearing this, the mother excitedly laughed and then shyly covered her face. "Oh my, that's so true, but I really admire you, Dong-guk." The father, sitting on one side, joined their conversation. "Hey, don't be so enthusiastic. By the way, Gu Dong-guk, you just took the university entrance exam this year, right? How were your results? I saw a lot of news about it on TV. Dear uncle, there's no official result yet, but after a quick review, I think I did pretty well this time. Oh my, I didn't expect you to be both a great performer and a top student. I never thought I'd be so proud of my son. I couldn't believe he could work for Dong-guk, a famous person from Busan. Oh my, is this praise or sarcasm towards my son? Mom, you're too much." Hearing the manager's complaints, the mother turned and pinched his ear, making him cry without tears. The relationship and way of living together in their family made Dong-guk unable to hold back his laughter. When this kid suddenly went to the city and said he would be a manager, I was really worried. But now, working with someone like Dong-guk makes me feel much more at ease. They are truly warm-hearted parents. Chanloi thought to himself and then continued her words. "That's not true. I am the one who is receiving a lot of help from Bongchun." "Oh, right. Is your grandmother not coming today?" Bongchun shook his head, saying she doesn't like eel that much. But anyway, he'll go see her tomorrow. As they were talking, a figure slowly approached the house where the lights were still on. "When is your sister Bongsun coming back?" "School ended a while ago. She's probably wandering around somewhere with her camera again. Hearing the name Bong-soon Dong-guk, I was a bit startled. At the same time, the door opened, and a girl appeared. Bong-chun, you just got back, didn't you? Looking into the store, she suddenly saw Dong-guk and opened her mouth in shock, calling out his name. Dong-guk was also surprised, jumping up from his seat. You're Bong-sun from the middle school's journalism club, right? It seems like they know each other, and everyone around was astonished. Oh my, you look so different, Bong-sun, and you're just the same as before. So, what brings you here, Dong-guk? After a moment of surprise, everyone started to gather for a group photo. Bong-sun even wants to invite all their high school friends over here too. The next morning, in the same countryside, the director looked around, searching for something, and thought to himself, is this the place? It's been 4 years already, everything should still be fine, right? Suddenly, an old woman with a stern expression stepped out of the house, glaring at the director. What are you waiting for? Get in there. Her appearance startled the director, but he followed her into the house. Sitting quietly in front of the elderly director, I wondered, how did she know I was coming? Did she get a fortune-telling? Truly a talented person. The old woman gave him a disdainful look. Don't talk nonsense, how would I know when you'd show up? If your head speaks out, it hits that wall over there and I still can't recognize it, then I really must be blind. Looking at this face, I realize you are the businessman who came here many years ago. Today you are here because of that distinguished person, aren't you? Mentioning fortune-telling, the director immediately sat up straight, not daring to show any disrespect. That person has helped you a lot. Without them, you would have been deceived by those you trusted and might be living on the streets by now. The director nodded in agreement with the fortune-teller's words. If it weren't for Dong-guk's advice, he might have been thoroughly dealt with by Cheoso, the co-representative. This time, the director came to learn about Dong-guk's career path. Upon hearing your request, the old woman lit a few incense sticks in the holder and slowly replied, no matter what decision that important person makes in the future, all you need to do is stand by and observe. Don't be deceived by appearances. Even though that person is younger than you, their mind is much more mature. That person looked much further ahead and was ready for future plans. Just standing by and protecting them well meant his job was done. The noble person also found a bright future thanks to meeting him, avoiding many difficulties. Simply put, this is a mutually beneficial relationship. After some conversation, the director got the answer he wanted, so he decided to pay for the fortune-telling session. But the old woman waved her hand and declined. No need, talking this much and only getting paid feels more like a scam than real help. No need to give me money, the weather here is cold, so have a warm cup of tea before you go. Little one, bring me 2 cups of warm tea, the old lady called out. A voice replied from inside, yes. A moment later, Dong-guk's manager brought out 2 cups of tea. Seeing the director there, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. Director, what are you doing here? The director gaped at Bong-chun. Oh my god, how could this be such a coincidence? That afternoon, near the port, screenwriter Choi and her assistant made their way here to invite actor Dong-guk. The assistant kept wondering why they had to come all the way to Busan when there were plenty of actors willing to join if they knew it was Choi's project. Come on, it's good to get out for a bit once in a while. There are no actors at the company, and the director is away on a business. Before I receive an official response, I have no intention of sending the script to the television station. After all, there's a saying, you can't preach on an empty stomach. The smell of eel is over there, let's go and feast. With excitement, the 2 sisters swung open the restaurant doors and walked in. I was about to order when I was shocked to see the director also show up here. Wait, Dong-guk's mother, it's winter now, so there's nothing special. I just brought some underwear and thermal wear for her. Receiving the gift box, she smiled shyly. Oh, why did you buy these things? Just coming to visit would have been enough. So both the director and the screenwriter went together. Somehow everyone connected to Dong-guk almost all showed up in Busan today. Everyone, please sit here and wait for a moment. Anyway, I should prepare a lavish feast for everyone. Dong-guk heard noises from outside, stepped out of the room, and curiously asked his friends, why are you 2 here? Oh, director, is your business trip to Busan? If so, why didn't you come with me from the start? Director Kim smiled awkwardly. I happened to meet writer Choi at Waigachi and decided to go with her. If you heard the director came down here just to meet you, how could you let me go alone? Dong-guk opened his mouth in surprise and asked again, you just said that writer Choi also came here to meet me? Actor Dong-guk, let's work on the next project together. What? You're inviting me? He asked, pointing at himself with a confused look on his face. Dong-guk, let's work on the next project together. Dong-guk was surprised. At first he wanted to refuse because he had planned to make a historical film with director Do. Hearing this, the scriptwriter smiled and opened the script in her hand. Don't worry, the screenwriter of the historical drama you just mentioned is me. When I finished the first draft, I really wanted to show it to you. This time, I planned to go with Director Ju, but he was too busy to come with me. Actually, I wrote this script with you in mind, but because I was worried things might not go smoothly, I decided to come here myself. I can't trust the people at the TV station. Wait, so the author Kang Gon is actually the screenwriter Choi? You just asked, and her whole face turned as red as a ripe gak fruit. She quickly changed the subject. Yeah, let's just skip that, okay? Please review the script first. If the TV station cannot meet the compensation level, I will completely cut ties with you, Biet. Seeing the formal attitude of writer Dong-guk, feeling a bit embarrassed, is she pushing herself too hard? Did she come here just to listen to me talk? She smiled sweetly and nodded. Maybe that's it. She must be really desperate to act this way. Are you taking the university entrance exam this year, Dong-guk? I've been so busy that I still haven't wished you good luck. The news also says that this year's exam is very tough. Have you tried grading it yet? How did it turn out? Dong-guk replied thoughtfully. The results are pretty much the same as usual. What? I heard Dong-guk is always at the top of the class, right? Last time I reviewed the material, do you know how surprised I was? Seeing you memorize the entire script like that, I'm starting to have doubts too. It's amazing, so let's announce this news as soon as possible, Director. Also, you're always the best and very talented Dong-guk, truly a perfect role model. But what exactly do you mean by the test results being like any other day? Dong-guk held the stack of scripts in his hand, unable to answer this question. Maybe it would be better to wait until the scores are announced. A few days later, the office suddenly buzzed with excitement over some online news. Everyone was absorbed in a recent article about the most challenging college entrance exam in South Korea's history in recent years. The general content is, while last year they had a contestant who scored perfectly for the first time, this year there is no one. Is this to enhance differentiation or just a joke by the evaluation committee? Remembering back, actor Dong-guk also stirred up some noise over this college entrance exam. Not only is he great at acting, but he was also the top student in his class, so everyone was very curious and had high expectations for his scores. But balancing both acting and doing well in the college entrance exam will certainly be challenging. Based on the records, Dong-guk's average scores have always been excellent, so getting a good score on the college entrance exam isn't too crucial. It seems that getting into the law department of Korea University, which he desires, could be an achievable goal. Right now, the door to the Korean newspaper editing room swung open, and a breathless reporter appeared. It's here. The university exam results of actor Dong-guk have been announced. A series of articles simultaneously reported that the handsome actor Dong-guk achieved perfect scores in all university entrance exams. The fact that he didn't attend any prep courses or have a personal tutor also surprised everyone. According to Dong-guk's former teacher from his school, due to his difficult family circumstances, he couldn't afford reference books and had to borrow them from teachers to study on his own. The hometown of actor Dong-guk is currently immersed in a festive atmosphere. A merchant told reporters that a dragon had appeared at Namhang port. Sitting in his room, Dong-guk read the contents of the article and smiled to himself. Indeed, Mr. Bong-do had helped him a lot when he was in high school. He not only provided study materials, but also knew exactly when he was falling behind in self-study and always offered timely support. Although I usually send greetings to the teacher on special occasions, this time it's better to visit him in person. By the way, today was truly chaotic at the company. Both the gate guard and the director were mentally harassed by the swarm of reporters. Dong-guk himself couldn't believe at first that he had scored perfectly. Even after regrading 3 times in a row, the results remained unchanged. Was this great performance due to natural stage presence? Thanks to that, when he entered the exam room, Dong-guk felt more relaxed and comfortable. In some way, his ability to concentrate had improved, and this was completely different from his previous life. Moreover, the fact that you solved all the tough math questions correctly wasn't just due to your own efforts, but perhaps also thanks to the warmth and luck brought by your mother's scarf throughout the exam. At Songwon Company, the director has been laughing non-stop since this morning after receiving that news. The director must be very happy. Being constantly contacted by advertisers like that must feel great. Facing the scrutinizing gaze of the actress, the director awkwardly shook his head. I'm just happy that Dong-guk did well in the university entrance exam, that's all. He's not only good at studying but also excels in acting activities. Sitting in front of the director was actress Seo Jung. It had been a long time since she last appeared at the company, and now she was wondering, why did you suddenly call me here? I thought there was an issue with him, but everything seems normal after all. Thinking back, it's pretty frustrating. He hasn't shown up at all since the Korean Drama Festival ended. Today I planned to treat him to a meal, but he was nowhere to be found. If he becomes more famous, he might not even bother to notice me anymore. Yes, now Dong-guk is even more famous than actress Seo Jung. The director accidentally slipped up, then caught her fierce gaze and quickly corrected himself. Oh no, that's not it. Dong-guk is currently at school, which is why he hasn't been able to get in touch. The reason I wanted to meet you today is because of Dong-guk's next project. Upon arriving here, the actress Sojang looked surprised and asked back, "Has Dong-guk already started working on the next project?" "Yes, but nothing has been confirmed yet. Since I've received so many scripts from the television industry, I still haven't been able to make a decision. Among them, Dong-guk likes the historical film project the most. But since I'm not a manager, I really don't know much about the background of that genre of film. I was planning to ask other actors, but Sodang here has the most experience with historical films in the company, so I called her in today. As you know, choosing a historical film means not being able to participate in other projects, especially not being able to schedule time for advertising work. The director is concerned whether Dong-guk can handle these risks or not. Translating historical dramas is truly the most challenging working environment among all types of television dramas. The director paused here. Sitting opposite him, actress Sodang nodded in agreement. Yes, the long filming hours, frequent travel to rural areas, and shooting in remote locations are indeed characteristics of historical genres. Even a quick glance reveals there are too many sacrifices to make and too many challenges to face. The risk of injury is also very high, and it's not just about advertising. Reviewing scenarios from Chung Mu-ro will be very challenging, especially on days when the script changes unexpectedly. Historical films are truly terrifying, truly terrifying. It's easy to understand why top stars rarely act in historical dramas, and Dong-guk has also reached the level of a top star if we only consider fame. Stop for a moment, actress Seojang continued. But if it were Dong-guk, maybe it would be different. I just have a feeling that he can handle everything. However, with what we have to sacrifice, we should definitely receive a corresponding reward. If we can negotiate a good fee, it might be fine. Has there been any response from their side, director? The director awkwardly shook his head, then nodded. Actually, they meant to keep in touch, but the TV station's producer tried to significantly cut the pay. They threatened me, saying they would hinder his acting career. When they realized that was impossible, they sweet-talked me into letting the actor take the role. Honestly, I wanted to give them a piece of my mind. I'm not sure if they saw the news, but they've been calling me non-stop this morning. Received those calls, I just said one sentence and hung up immediately. When they dare to harm my child's honor, how can I just stand by? The director coldly said directly into the phone, "I'll say this only once, so listen carefully. If your compensation is lower than the proposal from SBC, I won't participate." At the same time at MBT television station, the screams of director MBT echoed throughout the space. Damn it, this bastard. I turned a blind eye when he tried to take control of the writer's room, but now he's threatening the entire management company? Does he think this is the 80s? Who does he think he is to decide to blacklist actor Dong-guk? And does blacklisting him make others give up on that idea? Right now, there are plenty of people who are eager to snatch Dong-guk immediately. Standing across from the deputy director is Chief Chong-do. The department head wanted to explain further, but the deputy director, in a fit of rage, yanked his tie and said, "Don't tell me it's not your fault. Who do we need right now, and why are you making things worse? Get out and tell the head scriptwriter to come in right now. Go quickly and stop dragging things out." Terrified, the head of the department had no choice but to rush outside and call the head scriptwriter in. "Manager Kim, I'm sorry." Manager Jiang tried his best, but the result wasn't as expected. So, how did Dong-guk react? The head of the scriptwriting department at MBET TV sighed. They said that if our offered fee is lower than SBCE's proposal, they won't participate. A predictable response, and the deputy director continued to give instructions. Head of department Kim, let's be straightforward. I heard you met with the director before. Is it because you have some inside information that makes you so confident? Head of department Kim didn't answer the question, but instead asked back, can we keep cutting pay like this? Actors are already sensitive about their compensation, and if we suddenly face a pay cut without any reason, wouldn't there be some pushback too? This is a profitable investment, so let's invite Dong-guk to join. From the beginning, Et Beze tried to invite him with a very large fee but was unsuccessful. Proving that means this is an actor who can't be bought with money. If the deputy director hadn't been so determined from the start, the management company wouldn't have been so tough. Even if PS didn't approach Dong-guk, there would still be many other places wanting him. I heard that Jung Mo-ro is eyeing Dong-guk for blockbuster films, so, who is the most famous actor in South Korea right now? If we keep going like this, we might lose Dong-guk to others. And finally, there's nothing left to do but sit here and regret. That day, the MBC television station immediately offered the highest compensation among the 3 major networks. They successfully invited Dong-guk to participate. A few days later, an exclusive script reading featuring the famous director Yu and screenwriter Choi was held. Facing the camera lens, the actors' voices echoed one after another. Your Majesty, after a long day of caring for this dying dog, we must hurry to get there in time. Dong-guk knelt down on one knee, gently stroking the air in front of him as if petting a real dog. Even these weak creatures wholeheartedly protect their mother, so how could I ignore them and walk away? Did you know what happened to my mother? How did she meet her death? Everyone says my mother was exiled and died of illness, but I know she was murdered. Yet I still have to pretend I don't know. I pretended not to know that my mother had died in pain and fresh blood. Isn't it obvious? At that time, when I was still the crown prince, I was even more incapable than these small animals in protecting my mother. But now we are no longer that weak. Under the voice and acting of Dong-guk, the director and screenwriter were bewildered because they felt as if they had truly seen a brutal king standing before them. The wind carrying the scent of blood is coming. The announcement of Dong-guk's theatrical voice was completed with great public interest. The beginning of the movie The King's Secret has been marked. Early this morning at Namhung Market, people were already bustling with activity. They worked together to hang a massive banner right at the market gate. It's amazing. Our Namhang port child, Dong-guk. That child ranked first nationwide in all subjects. This is a miracle and a blessing from the gods. I was truly moved to tears when I thought about how that boy went to the city and gained respect among the people in Seoul. It's just so touching. Right at that moment, a sweet voice sounded beside them. Excuse me, may I ask for directions? Where is Dong-guk's mom's fish shop? Hearing that someone was looking for her, Dong-guk's mother stepped forward with a smile. I am Dong-guk's mother. What can I help you with? Suddenly meeting the person she was looking for, the beautiful girl cheerfully handed her business card to the mother. Hello, I'm Editor Kim, the editor of Dongsun magazine. May I interview Dong-guk's mother? Upon receiving the interview request, the mother was extremely surprised. Could it be that they are not interviewing Dong-guk, but instead a mother? Yes, ma'am. The theme of our magazine this month is Great Mothers. The hard-working woman, though worn out, couldn't hide the beauty behind her silky hair. Today she received immense happiness from her son. That afternoon, Dong-guk heard from his mother that a reporter had interviewed her. He was quite surprised. Oh no, did that person bother you, Mom? She shouldn't have come to the store at such a busy time, right? Seeing his son worried, the mother gently reassured him. Don't worry too much, everything's fine, and that person has already left. The topic is the Great Mother. Oh dear, it's a bit embarrassing to say. Anyway, thanks to our son, the townspeople were very happy. The three of us also had the chance to experience such wonderful things. Dong-guk thought to himself, a great mother, huh? His eyes softened like water, and he replied to his mother, Yes, I'll call you back later. As soon as the call ended, the director came over with concern. Dong-guk, when is the application deadline for the admissions period? Although you're very smart, there are cases where people miss the deadline due to a mix-up. There's still plenty of time, so no need to worry, director. No matter how busy I am, how could I forget the submission deadline? Did you want to review the transcripts and documents I brought today? The director cheerfully took the file and looked it over for a moment. Oh wow, are you really planning to study at this school? With your grades, of course, you'll get in. Dong-guk smiled and said that it wasn't necessary to study theater or film. You could still learn acting right on set. That was a lesson he learned from his past life, which is to never forget the skill of social integration. With the nature of being an actor, they receive a high fee and often need support from managers, stylists, or many others, so they have to be cautious. Due to being too dependent on others and lacking knowledge, Dong-guk was deceived many times. In this life, he wants to broaden his horizons and gain a more diverse perspective. Maybe that will help his acting career in the future. After reviewing your application, the director sighed deeply. If this result is made public, it will definitely cause a stir in the media. For the first time in my life, I never expected that an actor from my company would be admitted to Korea University, and even to the law department. Waiting until the news that Dong-guk accepted a historical film was released, everyone was quite surprised. A rising actor didn't choose an action or romance movie, but instead chose a historical one after many other options. Since the agreement on compensation and other issues hasn't been finalized, it's said that they've already reviewed the script. It's highly likely he'll take on this movie. Among my college friends, there's someone who works as a director for MBC, so I'm pretty sure about that. Upon hearing this, Senior Park couldn't stay calm. Do they not know that we're also preparing for a historical drama? What is MBC thinking? Has actor Dong-guk gone crazy too? Even in the Musro, people are in a frenzy just to keep Dong-guk, and suddenly they switch to making historical dramas over there. It's truly impossible to understand the director's thinking. Senior Park pondered for a moment and then replied, It's probably not the company director's unilateral decision. It's certain that Dong-guk stubbornly accepted it. Anyway, as soon as actors gain a bit of fame, they start doing whatever they want. When the official filming begins, he'll probably cause a scene and demand to cancel the contract. At the same time, in the SBC broadcast room, someone is also bad-mouthing Dong-guk. The old man once said, If someone harms you, don't seek revenge, just sit quietly by the riverbank and watch the current flow. Sooner or later, that body will just drift away. Hearing him say that, the guy next to him sighed. Sunbae Cha, isn't it a bit too much to call it a body? If not famous anymore, there would be no actors left, only corpses. That Dong-guk's success so far is all thanks to luck. I couldn't understand from the moment we tried to invite him with a higher salary than at Etbase. But even that was dismissed by him. That guy is way too arrogant. You can't just judge him positively because of his high university exam scores. Do you think so, Director Kim? As he spoke, he turned to look at someone buying water nearby. Director Kim heard his name being called and gave a cold look without saying a word, then turned around and walked away. Director Kim's reaction left that jerk from earlier feeling annoyed. I realized that from the moment he started preparing for that blockbuster drama, he took on the entire production of the show himself. Even though the viewership ratings are pretty good, it's only due to advertising to cover losses. Listen, he can't forget the temporary success of the youth film, and it's his greed that ruined the cast. You should always stay humble, you never know when you might fall. Behind the wall, Director Kim heard these words clearly, making him extremely angry. That jerk just said Dong-guk makes historical dramas, and claimed he's only successful because of luck since he's still young? Indeed, what nonsense, Director Kim thought to himself. That director must have a real problem with his eyesight. The projects that Dong-guk chose were all extremely challenging, something hardly anyone else could have done as well. Dong-guk is an actor who can paint every picture perfectly. When filming with him, Director Kim felt that. It feels like watching a performance by a great actor. This time, he will surely achieve great success. Although still young, he cannot be underestimated. He will become a sharp blade for any company that hires him. Newspapers have started reporting on actor Dong-guk taking on a historical film. Even his record-breaking paycheck has been announced. This has drawn widespread excitement and concern. Donsu sat on her couch at home, watching the news on TV in shock. The drama. Moreover, they publicly released a special video of a single script reading. Although they weren't in costume, their level of immersion makes us look forward to it. Thinking about this, the girl became downcast, clenching her fists. He truly had it all. Back then, when she was younger, she didn't realize that his acting and hers were so vastly different. So she thought she could quickly catch up to him. However, after sharing the stage at the National Drama Festival, Donsu suddenly realized that this was truly someone born to be an actor. Even though it was also his first time on such an official stage, he was completely different from her. In front of thousands of spectators, Dong-guk performed with such confidence that there was no sign of anxiety. Donsu felt an inexplicable aura radiating from his performance. When he enters college, he might meet people who are even more impressive. At the moment, he only sees her as a child. She wonders if she still has any chance. Just as she was racking her brain, her mom approached and looked up at the TV screen. Is that girl the actress Hee-chun? The TV just announced that the casting for the historical film The King's Secret is underway. Actor Dong-guk, who has recently attracted attention, will take on the role of the Emperor. The role of Naksu, everyone is curious to see if it will be played by actress Hee-chun. An actress has been in the industry for many years. Her beauty is undeniable, but there is something that people are even more interested in. Sitting in the car reading the articles, Dong-guk thought to himself, it seems like Mbet Station has prepared very thoroughly for this project. If judged by the first impression, she seems very suitable for the role of Naksu. But as for her acting, who knows how it will turn out. You remember that in your previous life, there was quite a bit of controversy over the acting ability of this actress Hee-chun. Although he has participated in many works, most reviews suggest that Dong-guk's acting skills haven't shown much improvement. However, even knowing this future, Dong-guk still can't be entirely sure. Some say her striking appearance overshadows her acting skills, while others believe she just hasn't found the right roles yet. Actor Hee-chun takes on the role of Naksu. Just go to the set, and you'll know right away. A few days later, some reporters gathered outside the script reading room for the movie The King's Secret. The reporter Mongkwan also appeared here. Mongkwan believed that in terms of appearance, no actor was more suitable for the role of Naksu than actor Hee-chun. Traditional historical films have become familiar to the public, just as films about the Joseon dynasty or the Three Kingdoms period have become widely popular. However, portraying Emperor Donsan is particularly challenging, as depicting the brutal actions recorded in history could make the film extremely risky. What does fictional historical film mean? Simply put, it means adding fictional elements to actual history. Reporters heard rumors that Dong-guk had to take on both roles in the same movie. Water produced this way is most afraid of being reviewed by the media censorship agency. After all, history has been distorted, and there was a case of a ban when attempting to make a film about an event of the Fifth Republic military government. Even real history is controlled and censored by the regime, and now the creation of fake historical events is being accepted? Most people think it won't be okay, and this time, Biet is playing a big gamble. The script reading today has been kept under wraps by the film crew, probably because there's some important scene that needs to be kept confidential. But the atmosphere at the script reading is still very relaxed, so there shouldn't be any problems. I don't know if waiting for MBT to surpass SBC this time will work, but it seems like MBT will struggle just like a small bird trying to catch up with a large stork. Reporter Mongquan stayed silent, quietly listening to everyone's chatter, then chuckled to himself. Is it harder to do something difficult than to choose an easier path? Oh wow, that's really his style. This is also a common choice for Dong-guk though. I should be the one thanking you, Dong-guk. There might be a lot of familiar faces, so you should go greet them first. Dong-guk heard that and returned to his rightful place. As Director Du said, you really met an acquaintance here, Senior Pak. He spoke as if he would never leave the stage, but Dong-guk understood that it's really tough to make a living solely as an actor. No matter how famous an actor is, if the audience doesn't know about them, their finances will be as limited as a newcomer. It seems he also feels embarrassed about what he said earlier. Wait until everyone gathers. Director Du stands up and announces, I am Director Du, the one in charge of directing the TV series Don-san, The King's Secret. I will do my best not to let down the actors who have trusted and followed me, and to not disappoint writer Choi, who wrote the script for this film. Please take care of me. I'm Song Chun, the eunuch serving by the king's side. This is my first time participating in a TV drama since I've only performed on stage before. But I'll do my best not to trouble my seniors and colleagues, and I'll portray my role in the best way possible. Senior Park finished the introduction, and the girl sitting next to Dong-guk stood up. I am the actress Hai Chun, and I will take on the role of Su Hao. Today, I am honored to meet the director, screenwriter, and seniors whom I have always respected. Like how Noksu takes care of Don-san like a child, I will strive to become a mysterious and captivating woman in a magnificent way. The actress Hai Chun's words momentarily caught Dong-guk's attention, making him unable to resist daydreaming. Like a child? She doesn't mean she'll treat me that way, right? Gosh. While thinking, he stood up and introduced himself. I am Dong-guk, who will play the lead role in The Secret of the King. One day, Director Du came to me and asked if I was ready to take on 2 roles at once. So I joked that playing 2 roles like this would probably drive me crazy. Then he said that if it were truly crazy, even better. Even so, playing 2 different characters who are twins can make it easier for me to shift emotions in daily life. But please love both of these images of me, Sunbays. After introducing themselves, they went to the rehearsal and started from episode 17, scene 77. This announcement surprised the surrounding actors. It's not episode 7 but 17. The broadcast schedule is set for 20 episodes. So, the scene to be performed today is from the final part? Indeed, Director Ju lives up to his reputation. The script for the final episodes was ready even before production began. Though a bit confused, everyone had to follow orders, starting with the lines of the eunuch played by senior actor Park. Your Majesty, you have the talent to be a wise ruler. But why have you committed such cruel acts? I have truly begun to doubt whether you are still the person I once knew. From the Seicho dynasty to Don-san, the eunuch Kim served 4 kings. King Don-san, with his exceptional qualities, was always trusted by eunuch Kim to become a wise ruler who would always implement policies for the benefit of the people. But such a king suddenly changed completely overnight. Following that was Dong-guk's line. As soon as his voice was heard, his aura transformed entirely, as if he had truly become an arrogant king on the throne. The eunuch's sharp tongue reaches the heavens. You're really an eyesore to me. Facing the oppressive gaze of the king, the resilient eunuch responded firmly. Although I am merely a eunuch, I have served 4 generations of kings. Your Majesty is no less wise than the rulers of previous dynasties. Even when he first ascended the throne, replacing the previous king, he never acted that way. What exactly has caused your Majesty to change so drastically? The people out there are crying out in fear and hunger. Can't you truly see it? Please return to your former self and be reborn as a wise king. Suddenly the king sitting on the throne burst into laughter. The laughter grew louder and echoed throughout the hall, leaving everyone stunned. After laughing, Don-san glanced at the officials nearby and scornfully spoke his mind. You truly are a loyal subject among my followers. Look at those trembling beside you. Is there anyone else who dares to stand up like you? Even if they gather women from 8 provinces of the former dynasty to establish an organization called Hongjiang, these treacherous officials have nothing to fear. Even if I shatter the foundation laid by the former kings, even if I commit heinous crimes by wielding a blade against those bound by blood, no one dares to stop me. If I were an ordinary king, I would surely have been moved by your sincere advice. However, Jiam Kim, your advice was wrong from the start. Saying this, Don-san drew a long sword and stepped down closer to Jiam. The person asked me to return to my previous form? How could that be possible? Don-san suddenly leaned close to the eunuch's ear and whispered something that startled him. It's unfortunate that I am no longer the king you once knew. Hearing these words from the king, the old eunuch seemed to realize something, his face betraying a look of horror. Is it possible that you are... Before he could finish his sentence, Don-san smiled and sent the old eunuch to the afterlife with the sword in his hand. The audition scene ends here, but Senior Pak sits frozen in fear. At some point he had started trembling. He thought this was just like acting in a play, but in reality, it held immense power. Observing everyone's expressions, actress Hai-chun silently marveled. It's truly terrifying. Even the seniors have become tense. Veteran actors who have faced countless challenges in the industry still feel nervous before Dong-guk. The intense aura he exuded terrified everyone. Indeed, Dong-guk has matured significantly. To be able to perform so overwhelmingly in just 1 year. Is this the power a young actor can harness? If it continues like this, a globally famous actor will emerge in Korea. As time passed, today is a special day when all the small merchants in the Namhang market gather together to watch an award ceremony. Hurry up, come here quickly, it's about to start. Dong-guk will appear on TV soon. As the crowd gathered, Dong-guk's mother sliced boiled pork to serve everyone. All right, Dong-guk's mom, don't just stand there. You've had a hard day today. Come over here and watch TV. Carrying the pot of boiling water out in front of the store to pour it out, Dong-guk's mother suddenly noticed the congratulatory banner that people were hanging right at the market gate, celebrating Dong-guk's national achievement. When she first opened her fish stall, she never imagined that a day like this would come. After the vast ocean swallowed her husband, she felt abandoned on a deserted island. Everything seemed to collapse. At that moment, what supported the poor woman were the small hands, like fern leaves, of her son. Because of her cruel fate, that child had to walk so much that it caused a rash on his legs. The trembling tear on the corner of the woman's eye as she silently prayed, asking God to let our dear child live happily. Just then, a small figure appeared right in front of her, startling her. Are you Dong-guk's mother? Oh, that's right. But who are you? The cute girl smiled. Last month, a small shop selling side dishes opened at the corner of Hungnam Market. I'm the daughter of the shop owner. Dad said to bring you some kimchi and radish since you're making boiled pork, right? It looks so good. Oh, really? Okay, let me help you a bit. My dad often cuts a lot of vegetables, so I'm pretty good at chopping too. The girl's lively and cheerful nature suddenly made the grandmother remember Dong-guk when he was young. When the two busy women were slicing meat together, suddenly a man rushed over shouting loudly, Chisu, where are you? Chisu, don't leave without saying anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the man came face to face with Dong-guk's mother. The two stared at each other in bewilderment. After that, he pulled his daughter with one hand and shyly rubbed his head with the other. Sorry about that, my daughter is a bit energetic. Let's go, Chimsu. Dragged away by her father, the little girl didn't forget to wave and call out, I'll come back to play with you later. Okay, goodbye. Mother Dong-guk waved goodbye to them, but in her heart she whispered, that man looks just like someone from the city, so pale. A moment later, I went back into the room to meet everyone and listen to Dong-guk's mother talk about that man. Everyone started sharing their stories with each other. I heard he gave up city life and returned to this countryside. He returned to his hometown after losing his wife. He looked refined, seemingly unfit for work, but was actually very resourceful. We've visited the store a few times and tried the food. His cooking is much better than mine. Are these kimchi from his place? He's really a great guy. I heard he even gives free meals to elderly women who collect scrap paper. So that's how it is? Their kimchi is really delicious. Dong-guk's mother thought to herself, it seems similar to her own situation. Right now, the neighbors around were quickly pointing at the TV. Here comes our main character, the film crew of The Priest Confession, along with actor Dong-guk are stopping to enter. They walk the red carpet together, surrounded by the flashing lights and clicks of cameras. Dong-guk truly looked like a stunning prince in his elegant attire. Backstage, Minhai was chosen as the MC for this film festival, so she seemed a bit nervous. Wearing this uncomfortable dress only made her more anxious. Dong-guk is also a candidate for Best Actor. She and Dong-guk went on stage together for the award ceremony, and this is the second time now. Minhai is happy because this time, she might be the one whose name is called, he said. The manager nearby suddenly sighed when he heard about this, unsure if they would win the award. Despite the advantage of The Priest's Confession, there are many other outstanding actors, so he felt quite anxious. The film festival has a tradition of not awarding both Best Supporting Actor and Best Actor for the same film, but the final result is still unknown. Returning to the cozy home of Dong-guk's mother, just seeing him walk the red carpet made the uncles and aunts excited and joyful. That's really cool. We don't even need to watch it to know for sure that Dong-guk will win the award. That movie is truly amazing. Even though everyone seems very optimistic, Dong-guk's mother still can't smile for now. She is still very worried about her son, wondering if he can win the award. Film festivals in the past held a different significance compared to acting awards. Unlike television award ceremonies influenced by many factors, the awards here are given based on objective evaluations. For actors in films, this is truly a significant event. Therefore, every actor dreams of winning the Best Lead Actor award. The Confession of Priest Hong Seop, played by Cho Han. Amidst the host's loud cheers, the actor was initially surprised, then turned worried, and whispered to Dong-guk. Dong-guk understood what he meant and quickly reassured him. No worries, don't worry about me. Just eat quickly and get on stage. Have you prepared your thank you speech? Make sure it's really touching. I've already prepared mine, but... On the surface, Dong-guk appeared calm, but he was actually a bit startled. The film festival does not award both Best Supporting Actor and Best Actor to the same movie. It seems the Best Actor award will go to another actor. The director also came over to him sighing, "Such a pity, Dong-guk. I really thought your name would be called for Best Actor this time. It's a shame that Senior Kim was chosen for Best Supporting Actor." Oh man, I don't even know what to say. Dong-guk smiled. Why is the director the same? We've already won so many awards. The reason he can be so cheerful is simply because he thinks he has no fate with the award. Whether at the SBS Awards or now, it seems the Best Actor award never belongs to him. Both in his past life and this one, it's the same. You even prepared an acceptance speech, thinking you'd have a chance, but this time it didn't turn out that way. But I'm really envious of everyone. I'm sure in Namhung, my mom and everyone are also following and supporting. On stage, Senior Kim went up to accept the award for Best Supporting Actor, unable to hold back tears. Until now, he hadn't been fortunate with awards, and this was his first time receiving the Best Supporting Actor award. Hearing everyone's chatter, Dong-guk was secretly stunned. That's right, his previous life was just like that. So Dong-guk suddenly stood up, clapped loudly, and cheered for his senior. Seeing you do that, everyone seemed to be affected and stood up to applaud. Standing on the stage, because that senior could see everything. This made him even more emotional, and tears kept falling. Dong-guk. Seeing him look his way, Dong-guk signaled, "Senior Kim, don't cry, cheer up. Honestly, I don't know if I deserve to stand here and receive this award. If I have to think of the first person I need to thank, it's the actor Dong-guk sitting over there. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have received this award. This is a film with amazing roles and incredible people. I want to thank everyone. Yes, the one who controls their life is themselves. But the one who controls the world is not us. This is an award that any actor would dream of, and a position that everyone desires. If I said I had no regrets, that would be a lie. But because he understood that feeling better than anyone, Dong-guk truly wanted to congratulate and support from the bottom of his heart. Maybe next time, you'll win the award. Yes, you're still very young and have many opportunities ahead. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Even he was in such a good mood that he joked with the senior who had just received the award. Sunbai, you should probably change your nickname. You're always serious like a big star on set, but now you're crying like this. It's really hard to handle. On stage, the host's captivating voice continued to resonate. She was introducing the nominees for Best Actor, the work Hwang Da, followed by the work So Gan-do starring actor Gwa Won. Hearing the name, Dong-guk was momentarily surprised, prompting Senior Kim to ask, "Why? Do you two know each other?" "Oh no, it just looks a bit familiar." The final nominee for this award is the film The Confession of a Priest, starring Dong-guk. Even though he thought he wouldn't win, at this moment, Dong-guk still feels a bit nervous. Amidst the chaotic thoughts of everyone around, the beautiful host began to announce, "Who will be our best actor today? The person who will receive the honor of this prestigious award is... Congratulations to the movie The Priest's Confession, actor Dong-guk." As soon as the announcement ended, the auditorium fell into silence, followed by a collective gasp. Even Dong-guk himself seemed unable to believe his ears. After a moment of unexpected silence, the cheers and applause were louder than ever. The film, Confessions of a Priest, won all 4 of the festival's first prestigious awards in history. This is the moment Dong-guk dreamed of. He had once dreamed of it throughout his time as an actor in his previous life. Under the dazzling stage lights, the cheers of the fans and the applause of the actors awakened the thoughts in his heart. Holding the award in his hand, Dong-guk's deep voice resonated. "First, I want to thank the director who led this film and the other filmmakers. Additionally, there are many others I'm grateful for, but due to limited time, I'd like to save my final thanks for someone I'm eagerly waiting to meet. Maybe that person is still watching me right now. My mother is a very anxious person. On stormy days, she always worries that the rented room will collapse. When I was little, my mother always held me tightly, worried that I would be scared living among cockroaches crawling over moldy wallpaper and mice nibbling on rice. Even though she was surely worried and struggled a lot, she never showed it, and still woke up early every day to open the fish stall. Someone like her, who had never done any business before, had to work incredibly hard. Regardless of day or night, I always try to endure such hardships, all because I am her only son. Her fair skin is roughened by the sea wind, and her back often bends from running the fish stall, all because of the burden that I am. My mother's face is always filled with worry. She's constantly concerned about whether her little boy is facing any difficulties living in the city. Perhaps even now she's watching TV and worrying. I don't know if I'm making a mistake by standing here, but, Mom, I'm still doing well in this city, I have many loving fans, and my colleagues are all really good people. Today I received this award. It is the most prestigious award of my life. Mom, I just want to say that I love you so much. Hearing the heartfelt words from her son on TV, the poor mother couldn't stop shedding tears of both bitterness and joy. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, she whispered to everyone that she would step outside for a moment and then return. She kept walking toward the distant sea, quietly calling out, "Dong-guk's father, are you out there? Take a deep breath, savor the rich scent of the sea." Then, she expressed her thoughts, hoping to send them to her unfortunate husband. Our son has grown up now. The child who used to cry and cling to his mom whenever she went to work has matured and can now live on his own in the big city. At this point, my child is at least a head taller than me and much more mature. Now I can no longer carry them on my back. I used to be very worried about how I would live if it were just me and my son. But now, I no longer have to worry. I don't feel any hardship at all. So Minna, you don't need to worry about us anymore. She spoke, then overwhelmed with emotion, knelt by the sea, sobbing uncontrollably. Perhaps it was happiness, or maybe she missed her husband. "Are you okay? I didn't mean to eavesdrop, it was just by chance. I'm really sorry." He said that and handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. They both looked toward the distant sea. The sky was filled with beautiful sparkling stars. "Thanks a lot. Mom, did you see that? I just won the Best Actor award. It's all thanks to you." While sitting in Dong-guk's car, I talked to you on the phone about everything that happened today. "No need, Mom. Having everyone here is enough for me. Uncle Kim at the newly opened food shop has a similar situation to Mom's, so when she talks to him, she feels more at ease. He even asked Mom to send his congratulations to Dong-guk. Do you understand now? Then Mom, please rest well." After chatting for a while, he finally hung up. Meanwhile, the driver smiled teasingly, saying, "That was a fun conversation, huh? If even I feel this good, I can't imagine how your mom must be feeling." Dong-guk smiled in agreement with this. In fact, even now he still finds it hard to believe that he really received the award. A moment later, as he walked into the food shop, the cheers from everyone caught Dong-guk by surprise. "Oh wow, here's our Best Actor winner. Haha, congratulations, Dong-guk." Even the director was here. He probably drank too much so he couldn't control his emotions and cried like a child. The Blue Dragon Award was unanimously approved by the jury. They agreed that the performance of actor Dong-guk was perfect, marking the debut of the youngest leading actor. The Best Supporting Actor and Best Leading Actor awards both went to one film. This broke the long-standing tradition of the film festival. The film Confession of a Priest rewrote the history of cinema with numerous prestigious awards. After the film festival, the media reported with such headlines, causing a stir throughout South Korea. And today, on a clear and sunny day, the historical film Donsan, The King's Secret, has officially started shooting. After gazing at the set from the outside for a while, Dong-guk decided to step inside, and then came face to face with producer Do. "Dong-guk, you're not filming today but you still came here?" Dong-guk walked closer, smiled and nodded. "Of course I have to be here on the first day of shooting." After speaking, he looked around, wondering where the cinematographer was. Speaking of which, producer Yu had deliberately kept it a secret until filming began before making the announcement. The cinematographer this time is... Before he could finish speaking, a loud voice sounded right behind Dong-guk, and a pair of hands grabbed him. Startled, Dong-guk turned around and was shocked to see director Kim. He looked at you with amusement from head to toe and softly exclaimed, "Oh, what have you been eating to grow this big? If I scare you one more time, my back will hurt a lot." "It's been a long time since we last met, Dong-guk, since that Man of August. Seeing you win Best Actor at the Blue Dragon Awards made me really happy." Dong-guk smiled politely, slightly bowing to the director. "Thank you very much. How have you been lately?" Director Kim proudly patted his chest. "I'm always holding the camera, so it's just like usual." Actually, Director Kim was going to pass on this one, but when he heard that Dong-guk was the lead role, he agreed right away. However, upon hearing that, producer Do next to him questioned, "Senior Kim, didn't you say last time that you took this project because of me?" The producer's words were just meant to please each other. "Every day you keep nagging me about the shoot, always bothering me." Seeing director Kim Dong-guk like this, I feel so familiar because he hasn't changed at all since our time in Dongdo. After chatting for a bit, he waved goodbye to the two people and wanted to greet the others present. Walking down the street where the small rooms for actors were built, Dong-guk thought to himself, "At this moment, there's probably someone feeling nervous about their first shoot and diligently memorizing the script." He found the right room, peeked in, and called out loudly, "Senior San-chun." Seeing this somewhat bewildered senior, "I heard that you didn't have any scenes to shoot today, so why are you here?" Speaking of this, his face suddenly flushed, showing signs of embarrassment. At that moment, he apologized. "After the National Theater Festival ended, I sincerely apologized to Senior Chang-hun and all the participants of Chosun's Spring. But I haven't had the chance to apologize to you yet, and I feel truly at fault. Receiving the sincere apology, Dong-guk let out a sigh of relief. Since his role and this uncle's character would always be together, if they weren't comfortable with each other, it would be best to sort things out as soon as possible, so he decided to come here. Fortunately, it worked out. Thinking of this, Dong-guk smiled and shook his head. No worries, senior. But why did you change clothes so quickly? San-chun replied, because it's the first shoot of the drama, I was a bit nervous, so I came to the set the earliest. When I got to the costume department and saw everything was ready, I had the new person on the wardrobe team change the clothes right away. Hearing this, Dong-guk looked even more worried and asked, there's still quite a bit of time before the shoot? Did that new person in the team say anything? If you keep sitting like that, it won't be good, Senior San-chun. Hearing this, San-chun looked confused, not understanding what was going on. Don't you realize, Senior? The silk clothes you're wearing wrinkle easily. Just now, as he finished speaking, the girl from the costume team hurriedly ran over with an iron in hand, loudly calling for the actor back. We need to quickly iron the clothes, they're all wrinkled. After leaving the room, actor Dong-guk continued to stroll around the set. It's safe to say that MBS went all out with the investment, resulting in such an impressive filming location. The authenticity of historical films often depends on historical verification, and the newly constructed set seems to have perfectly recreated the era of Dongsan. The craftsman's skills were perfectly showcased, from the costume settings to the grandiose exterior. After a long wait, the first shot finally began with the director's announcement. Senior San-chun, playing Kaosun, walked step by step behind the king, softly advising, Your Majesty, the queen is giving birth to the prince. Please wait a moment. While the actors were performing outside, Dong-guk stood observing and realized something was wrong. The producer standing next to him also sensed that Senior Kim seemed tense. When Queen Dun gave birth to Lidong, also known as Donsan, Cheo-sun continuously prevented Songchon from entering the delivery room, and the reason this king hurried into the room was very simple. According to the royal physician, the queen might be carrying twins. If she truly gives birth to twins, problems may arise, and there could be a situation where one of the babies has to be eliminated. That is the law and regulation of the royal family. Right at that moment, the director's call to cut rang out, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. Immediately, senior actor San-chun turned to apologize to everyone, while the director waved it off saying, It's okay. According to tradition, to get a successful shot, there are usually about 10 failed attempts in the first session. Now there are 7 more to go, so San-chun, don't stress too much, just take it easy. If it works this time, everyone will get a big reward. Dong-guk has been quietly observing from the start, and then makes his own move. He realizes that the lines San-chun just delivered weren't wrong, but overall, there's still an unnatural feeling that's hard to put into words. They kept coming back several times after that, but it seemed they couldn't achieve the desired effect, so the director kept shouting, cut. At this point, the producer scratches his head and asks himself, what exactly is the problem? Although I've ordered that awkward performance to be corrected several times, every time we cut the scene, the unnaturalness only increases. Producer Du, can I talk to Senior San-chun for a moment? All right, let's take a 10-minute break and then start over. Since we haven't gotten a single good shot, everyone's mood on set is a bit down. The young assistant walked dejectedly, sighing. If the first day was already like this, who knows how the rest of the filming would go. Noticing the assistant's appearance, producer Yu approached to remind him, why do you seem tense too? Relax your expression, because actors are much more sensitive than we think. If the production team is tense, the actors will be affected as well. Look at the cinematographer and learn from him. Even in such a tense atmosphere, he still keeps a smile. That comes from experience, and of course it's also because the cinematographer is naturally a very likable and friendly person. But Senior, will Senior San-chun be okay? Speaking of this, producer Du isn't quite sure. Even after giving directions for adjustments, San-chun still looks awkward on screen. If they can't pinpoint the key issue, things won't improve. This is the first time actor San-chun has participated in filming a television series. Naturally, he will feel pressured, especially when he has to redo many scenes that don't meet the standards. His mindset will undoubtedly be affected to some extent. The assistant suggested whether they should find him to reassure and help reduce stress. Producer Du sighed, saying not to do that. In fact, if the producer approaches and talks, it might actually make the situation worse. Don't worry, we have a savior coming to help San-chun. At the same time, in another part of the studio, Dong-guk approached Senior San-chun. As soon as he got close, he snatched the script right out of Senior San-chun's hand, startling him. What are you doing? Of course, I'm here to help you overcome this obstacle. The air seemed to freeze in the tension between Senior San-chun and the calm face of the young man Dong-guk. Senior, why are you acting so arrogant? Hearing the reproach from the young man in front of him, Senior San-chun was momentarily angry, thinking to himself, He's already famous in the television industry, but acting like this is really impolite. Before he could say anything, Dong-guk's next words left him stunned. You're watching a TV show like it's a play, aren't you? Even though you didn't miss a line, why do you keep going over the script? The audience can only see the actor within the frame, not outside of it. Have you forgotten, senior? This isn't a theater stage. Although his acting still seems too stiff, delivering a good performance on the first take is already impressive, especially considering it's his first time acting in a TV drama. This isn't a stage, it's a set. You need to let go of your stiffness and look at the other actors. Is anyone here acting with as much tension as you, even when the camera's not rolling? There are still many scenes to shoot today, so you definitely need to relax. Dong-guk left, leaving San-chun bewildered. Moments later, filming resumed, and this time, Senior San-chun was much more composed. Time passed until the final call to cut rang out, and San-chun was still in shock, unable to believe it. Had he really made it through? I thought I could conquer everything with just one performance. But looking back, even as a veteran on the theater stage, my experience in television dramas is shorter than that of supporting actors. It seems I didn't realize that difference. Passion alone isn't enough. Stay alert and break free from your own limits, San-chun thought as he tried to take off the hat on his head, but it seemed a bit hard to remove. Director Kim approached Producer Do with a beaming face. Producer Do, are we having a party after today's wrap? It's been a while since we've had a chance to drink and relax. Producer Do smiled and reminded, Today, please hold back a little. We still have to shoot tomorrow, especially since tomorrow is the first day of filming for the lead role. What if you drink and your hands start shaking while holding the camera? The director Kim frowned in discomfort at his words. Oh my, Producer Duan has gone too far, don't you think, Dong-guk? By the way, what is that pot you're holding in your hand? Under the curious gaze of everyone, Dong-guk came in from outside holding a large pot and loudly called out, Everyone, gather here for a moment. Each of you, take a bowl and line up in front of me. The supporting actors around, dressed in traditional costumes, took the bowls, looking bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Soak your chin and philtrum in warm water to make it much easier to remove the fake beard. Don't rush to take it off. Wait a moment for the adhesive on the fake beard to loosen. Just imagine slowly peeling off the adhesive like you're peeling an egg. While pouring water for everyone, Dong-guk explained, making everyone doubt, will it really work? After trying the method Dong-guk just showed, they were all amazed to find that the fake beard could be easily removed. Normally, when wearing traditional costumes like this, you would need to wash it with water for it to come off. Hearing that, Dong-guk smiled and explained, Actually, it's not entirely water. I added a bit of olive oil to this kettle. Then, Dong-guk continued to guide everyone with the traditional costume. When undoing the bun, don't rush to pull the hairpin out. Gradually loosen the sections of hair with your hands before removing it, making it much easier. If you have a headache and rush, it will get tangled. Everyone followed Dong-guk's instructions meticulously and silently marveled at the experience. It's truly impressive, isn't it? The producer asked while glancing at Senior San-chun with a smile. The makeup team leader just came to ask me about it. Actor Dong-guk is probably not new to historical dramas, but actually, it's my first time. I don't know how he knows these methods. Just looking at the way he takes care of the supporting actors is enough to understand. Actions like that are something most other actors can't imitate. San-chun couldn't help but ask, Producer Do said he had worked with him before, right? Was he like this back then too? Producer Do nodded and replied, Exactly the same. In fact, he surprised me even more back then. A curly-haired child, about waist-high, brought a bunch of boiled potatoes early in the morning to make sure the supporting actors didn't go hungry. Not only that, they also made sugar water for the film crew to drink. Hearing what Producer Do said, Senior San-chun fell into deep thought, thinking to himself, I really misunderstood actor Dong-guk. I once scoffed at the articles claiming this was a sign of the birth of a great actor, but in reality, Dong-guk is even more astonishing than the praise from the media. Who could have thought that actor was still just a kid? He looks like a seasoned pro with tons of experience in this entertainment industry. At Dong-guk's grandfather's house, he is currently playing chess with Uncle Chung-hun. Stuck in a tight spot, the old man squints and suggests, Could you let me have one move? Seeing this, Uncle Chung-hun smiles slyly. This isn't a game of chess where you can make concessions. Haha, do you think I did this because I wanted to drink the ginseng wine you've been aging for 20 years? Every time I lose 2 pieces to you, so I'm really eager to win. 1 piece is earth, 1 piece is sky. To bridge that gap, I've worked so hard. Seeing the smug look on his face, the old man wondered, Have you been learning more about chess somewhere? While playing chess, they chatted and mentioned Dong-guk. By the way, do you know that Dong-guk is playing the role of a king this time? When his nephew was mentioned, he nodded and said he had heard about it. It took me more than 10 years in my acting career to finally play the role of a king in historical films. Yet he took on the role of a king at such a young age. In historical films, the role of kings is usually not given to newcomers. Seeing Chung-hun, what role did you play? Speaking about his role, Uncle Chung-hun put on a face of no regrets. I played Grand Prince Sudang. Because of that role, every time I went out hunting and horseback riding, I encountered all kinds of illnesses. If you keep dragging this out, maybe it's time to give up? Old man, can you still keep playing? Just then, Dong-guk stepped closer, softly calling out, Grandpa, it's time to eat. Seeing Chung-hun's extremely smug expression, Dong-guk thought maybe they should wait a bit. We've won this battle, but your dear grandfather hasn't admitted defeat yet. Brother, if this keeps up, Dong-guk won't be able to eat. Haha. By the way, Dong-guk, would you like to sit down and play instead of him? It seems like he's getting distracted while playing chess. Dong-guk eagerly sat next to him, curiously asking, Can I really play with everyone, Grandpa? He replied, Yes, go ahead and play, Chung-hun. I'll give in and let Dong-guk play in your place, old man. Instead, Dong-guk, if you lose, you'll have to grant me a wish later. Dong-guk smiled, holding a white chess piece in his hand. But if I win, you'll have to grant me a wish too. Tomorrow is my first shoot, so tonight, practice with me, okay? It's unlikely, as sensitivity and violence will be minimized to avoid excessive provocation through the director's approach. The issue lies in the historical evidence, which might not only draw attention from media regulators, but also from historians. After all, this film is not a reenactment based on historical records of Donsan. If movies about history are made entirely based on historical data, they might as well be documentaries. Hearing this, the redhead next to her burst out laughing, teasing that if any self-taught historians heard that, they might just pull her hair out. Screenwriter Eon-suk finished his drink and shrugged, saying, Just let them do it. Historical films need some changes too. If we keep sticking to the traditional style, we'll eventually run out of topics. After all, history is just the record of the victors. Of course, the screenwriter Eon-suk also thinks that Donsan's final years were somewhat crazy, but the real reason behind that still hasn't been clarified by history. Did Donsan go mad because he found out the reason behind his mother, Queen Dun's death? Do you think so, writer? The writer immediately nodded, confirming that she thought so too. There are many suspicious points if we simply attribute that sudden change to his erratic temperament. If he had shown signs of violence from a young age, would the high-ranking officials who overthrew Queen Dun have appointed him as crown prince? If that were the case, it is clear that they would have risked losing their heads later on. Donsan still ascended to the throne, and at that time, no high-ranking officials in the court opposed it. Considering this situation, it's clear that there are stories not recorded in the annals that we have yet to uncover. I, as a screenwriter, have filled that gap with my imagination. Tomorrow, Donsan will go insane. Scene 11. Donsan changes. The movie begins with a glimpse of the future. This scene will explain why Donsan became a tyrant. Your Majesty, are you still in good health? On set, everyone was in position, and Dong-guk was dressed in a bright red royal robe. Senior San-chun was in a good mood, so they decided to shoot 2 scenes at once. Dong-guk sat on the throne. In a flash, the shouts began to echo, and he changed his expression. At this moment, looking into those eyes, he was no longer Dong-guk. Standing before everyone, he truly seemed like the sovereign king from history. The look in his eyes was deep and mixed with a terrifying majesty, captured in a close-up shot. This scene could easily be used as the film's trailer. Dong-guk is perfectly portraying 2 roles at the same time. Currently, the person sitting on that throne isn't the benevolent Donsan, but Gyo, his only twin brother. The child who was abandoned by the royal family years ago, yet none of the court officials have noticed this change. In the main hall beneath the throne, the ministers bowed their heads, listening to the emperor's cold voice. The late emperor overestimated your innocence, didn't he? He thought that if he advised and coaxed, you would listen, but over time your ambitions grew even larger. And finally, last night, an unidentified assassin infiltrated the palace. The one who ordered them to kill me is definitely here. The cold voice, filled with murderous intent, made the officials below sweat in fear. Assassin? How could that person get into His Majesty's bedroom? Your Majesty, I will immediately find the assassin, said Cheo-sun, played by senior actor Sun-chun, who was beside himself with panic and wanted to act, but was stopped by Donsan. Surely someone here wants me dead, thought Donsan, though in reality, it was the abandoned child reflecting inwardly. Oh, esteemed Emperor, my dear brother Donsan was truly murdered by assassins right before my eyes. Now we have to deal with this mess? Donsan's voice kept echoing, striking deeply into the hearts of the grand officials. An assassin came here, yet last night you held a party without knowing anything about it, right? All of them, terrified, hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty, please kill those traitors. Hearing this, Donsan took a sword from the guard beside him and nodded. All right, If that's what you want, I will oblige. Suddenly, the king took a sword and slashed his own palm, causing blood to flow amidst the shocked cries of the surrounding ministers. The truth that the real king had died the night before was a secret. Today, this flowing blood is like the mistakes of your past. Isn't this the result of my failure as a king to closely supervise you? The story continues with the rise of a tyrant and the blood flowing from my body. Look closely. Get well soon. This red blood will dye the entire capital red. At this moment, the performance is just beginning. The camera zooms in on the dark, brooding face of Dong-guk as the shout of "cut" echoes, ending the scene. After that, another scene was initiated under the guidance of producer Do. Everyone, please sequentially bring the words down for each scene. Start with the gaze of the guy in sportswear, and move on to the blood dripping from the fingertips. The effects team made the slaughter scene so realistic that it made others uncomfortable. In this scene, there was no need to shoot segments to avoid censorship by the Broadcasting and Television Bureau. The producer here will handle any unnecessary images, so go ahead boldly. But compared to the action scenes that come later, this level is still mild. To avoid censorship, I'll have the light reversed in the final scene to blur it out. As soon as he heard him speak, Director Kim gave a wry smile and nodded. Got it, I'm the expert here. But I wonder if Dong-guk can do it well. I've lived this long, and I never thought I'd have to shoot a scene of slaughtering a cow in a TV drama. Ignoring the man's longing stare, producer Do headed to the actor's room, where Dong-guk was sitting, reading the script in his new outfit. Hey Dong-guk, how does it feel to go from playing a king to playing a butcher? Dong-guk smiled at the producer. I'm really touched. Fortunately, I can sit comfortably like this now. Every time I change the emperor's traditional hat, my forehead gets all stretched out. Thanks to the person introduced by the producer Do, I feel more at ease now, Dong-guk. I don't know where you found someone like that. I searched in Majiangdong, a central hub of the beef industry in Seoul. We were looking for a slaughter expert who had experience with television filming there. Oh my, it took us half a month. On your first day playing the butcher Gyo, the twin brother of the king, how did you feel? I felt excited and thought filming would be a lot of fun. Unlike his cold older brother Don-san, Dong-do is a passionate and strong character. Yes, I'm really looking forward to seeing how you portray those two characters. After some conversation and keeping an eye on the time until sunset, the announcement started to echo, and the camera was ready in position. According to historical records, among those who committed serious crimes in the 8 provinces of Korea, 8 out of 10 were butchers. Their status was considered even lower than the poorest class, and Ket Toan-gok was a small village where such butchers gathered to live. There was once a butcher named Gyu Seok. While cutting wood on the mountain, he found a baby under the roots of the Cheon Samu tree. He then adopted the baby as his own. Thanks to that, Dong-do survived and was given a new name, Ju-sam. At this moment, Dong-guk, playing the role of Gyo, holding a knife in his hand, walked up to a cow with its face covered, and whispered under his breath. Even though they can't speak, they still feel pain. Please show compassion and allow them to be reborn as humans in their next life. Without a word, with calm eyes, he raised the knife high and brought it down with a resounding thud. Although it was just filming, the scene was so real that the director secretly thought, too cruel, in the heart. After slaughtering the pig, the butcher's entire outfit, Gyo, was stained red with fresh blood, accompanied by the stench of raw flesh. There are different opinions in the records about the childhood of King Donsan, the 10th king of the Joseon dynasty. According to various anecdotes, in some places, he is described as a lunatic, while in others, he is considered a very intelligent boy. The gap between these descriptions is so vast that we can't tell what's true. However, there is a common thread between historical records and anecdotes. When he was young, King Donsan loved hunting and horseback riding. Clearly, a warhorse was brought to the set by the film crew. However, it seemed a bit too energetic, causing chaos everywhere. Producer Do, upon seeing the horse, helplessly shouted, "Mom, I told you to borrow a horse for filming, not to find a racehorse. Assistant, do you think we're shooting a war scene? If this horse kicks us, we're definitely breaking some bones." Actually, this story began when the assistant contacted the Horse Riding Association and asked them to send a fine steed for filming a historical drama. But as soon as they mentioned the rider was Dong-guk, they sent such a large horse. Probably the chairman of the association is a huge fan of Dong-guk. But now that we're about to start filming, can't we just return this horse, producer? That's right, the producer is so stressed out they're about to pull their hair out. What should we do now? If an accident happens, it will be a big problem. Due to the nature of historical films, they often have to shoot on narrow roads and rugged terrain, so horse falls are quite common. No choice, producer Dudam approached and asked the staff from the association. The horse is so aggressive because there are too many people around, right? The staff, while calming the horse, replied, "Maybe. Normally it's very gentle with people, but I don't know why it's acting like this today." Is it possible to immediately contact the association to exchange horses? The staff member smiled wryly and shook his head, as the nearest association branch was 6 hours away from the filming location in the mountains. Finding a horse as beautiful as that in winter is also quite difficult. Damn it, this horse is so stubborn it's unbearable. Now switching to a cavalry horse isn't an option either, because it doesn't look as good as this one. It's really cruel. While they were unsure what to do, Dong-guk, dressed as the youthful king, approached with a smile. "Oh wow, producer, is this the horse I'll be riding today?" Immediately the producer panicked and stopped him. "Oh Dong-guk, the horse is very wild, so don't go near it, stay away." Before he could finish speaking, she was shocked, her mouth wide open as she witnessed Dong-guk bonding with the fierce horse. It allowed Dong-guk to pet it without resisting like before. "Oh manager, what's this horse's name?" The manager, speechless at the horse's sudden change in mood, replied, "Its name is Sun Sun Don. Haha, it really is a gentle horse, just like its name suggests." Hearing Dong-guk's cheerful compliment, everyone around was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say in this situation. Do horses have favoritism too? Does it know how to distinguish love from hate? Is it a mythical horse or something? A moment later, Dong-guk mounted his horse with relief. Scene 57. The reason for hunting begins. Along with his bodyguard, Dong-guk rode through the dense forest. As they went, the bodyguard wondered why His Highness wanted to come all the way out here to hunt. This place is so harsh that even wild animals stay away. "Gasan, do you know why I enjoy hunting?" "Because I can leave that stifling palace, which feels like a cage, and enjoy this vast freedom. It can also help us avoid the sharp eyes of those officials at court. Even though I haven't been granted royal authority, do you know why they keep coming to see me every day?" The guard next to him thought for a moment before answering. "In my humble opinion, it might be because they want to make a good impression on the crown prince." In front of him, Donsan caught a leaf in his hand and shook his head. "Not really. Each time they're just testing our thoughts. They are wondering whether after I ascend the throne, a crown prince like me will still be an obedient puppet, or if I will take up the sword and become a threat to them. Both the Dowager Queen at Daewangdaebi Palace and the same situation apply. Didn't she also replace all my court ladies with those from the Daebi Palace? Gasan, how many years has it been since you started serving me?" The guard immediately responded respectfully, "It has been 10 years since your highness was granted the title." Hearing this, Donsan's voice suddenly turned cold. "At first, when the emperor appointed you as a guard, I did not trust you at all. In this deep mountainous place, even if someone dies, no one would know. If a bodyguard dies while protecting his master from mountain bandits during a hunt with the crown prince, isn't that just natural?" As soon as the words were spoken, Donsan's hand swiftly drew the sword hanging at his side. Immediately, he pressed the blade against the guard's neck. "Today will you, my guard, vow to die for me, your highness?" After a long silence without a single reply, Donsan asked again, "Why don't you evade or resist?" In front of him, the guard with the wound on his neck remained incredibly calm. "The life of this servant belongs to the crown prince. Ever since his majesty entrusted me to the crown prince, I have become his person. As a subject, how could I possibly defy my master's orders? Even if there is any reason, if the crown prince demands death, I will immediately take my own life here to prove this loyalty." As he spoke, the guard respectfully knelt down to the ground. Another moment passed, Donsan let out a sigh and turned away. "Stop it, I'm not interested anymore." Donsan then led his guard to a cliff overlooking the village below. "That place is Ket Toan Valley. There is someone there whom you must protect carefully in the future, just as you protect me." The bodyguard, surprised by the prince's request, asked further, "Your highness, may I be bold enough to ask who that person is?" Donsan, with a distant gaze as if seeing through the ramshackle houses below, replied, "The one living there. Who else could it be but the butcher?" Many people wonder at this point, did Donsan really know about the existence of his twin brother Gyo? Why, despite knowing that Gyo was living like a butcher there, didn't Donsan kill him? Gyo might become a threat to power in the future. Perhaps it's better to let the screenwriter explain this. As for actor Dong-guk, he explains this simply as a matter of loneliness. Donsan's voice continued to echo on the screen. "Below were the butchers, but don't be fooled by their appearance. The person you need to protect in the future is named Gyusam, and he is also my only younger brother Gyo." The final scene of this segment ended with the director's resounding call to cut. Everyone simultaneously stood up, stretching after a long, tiring day of work. Main actor Dong-guk seems to be full of energy, playing with his horse. Youth really is something, isn't it? So strong and lively. How did you tame it so well that it's this gentle now? Have you even won over the hearts of animals, Dong-guk? Dong-guk smiled at the question. "This horse is so adorable, and the producer said during filming that it's really smart, never causes accidents, and always stays on course." Not sure how much gratitude would ever be enough for it. This is the first time during filming that I've seen such a skilled horse. Seeing the excited look and the carrot Dong-guk had prepared, the producer, though curious, seemed to think this wasn't the first time he had ridden a horse during filming. He stood near the horse for a moment, and it suddenly went wild, neighing loudly, which startled the producer Yu. After this scene, Dong-guk had to head to Seoul immediately for his college entrance interview. Upon hearing this, the producer wondered which department he had applied to that required an interview like that. Dong-guk didn't respond but looked mysterious. I'll let you know after everything is done. No spoilers, okay? Thanks for arranging the schedule for me, producer. After Dong-guk left, Director Kim walked closer, watching his back. Dong-guk has already left. Why does it feel so? Before leaving, I plan to encourage him a bit more. Dong-guk already ranked first, but what kind of school still requires an interview? Didn't he apply to the law department at Korea University? It is said that only the best people in the country can get in there. As the story from Director Kim's mouth started to drift away, producer Yu quickly interrupted him, because although Dong-guk is very talented, but it's definitely not like that. This school is Korea University, a top institution in the admission system. It's so prestigious that there's a saying that if just one person from the village gets accepted, the whole village will celebrate. Looking at the large school gate in front of him, Dong-guk felt a bit uneasy. He really didn't think he would have to come here for an interview. Dong-guk's assistant kept advising him to stay calm, but it seemed like he was the one who wasn't calm. Come on, with that face, people might think you're the one being interviewed. Yeah, am I too worried? But being at Korea University like this makes me really nervous. All right, as requested, here is the translation. All right, just like any other day is fine. Dong-guk, do your best. Waving goodbye to his friend, Dong-guk walked into the hall, heading towards his interview spot for today. You have to wait outside until your name is called. There were a few other students around, but everyone stayed quiet because they were reading the prepared prediction questions. Faced with such an important event for students, everyone was anxious, unable to smile. After a long wait, a voice from the room called Dong-guk's registration number. Number 21, please come in for the interview. Actually, if I said Dong-guk wasn't nervous, that would be a lie. But isn't staying calm and controlling your emotions something an actor should have? In front of the interviewers, Dong-guk politely spoke clearly. Chao kach they ko, lati sinso 21, Dong-guk A. Sitting across from you is a professor with salt and pepper hair and a pair of glasses. Please read the question prepared on the table and share your personal opinion about it. Receiving the question, Dong-guk realized it was written in English. After thinking for a while, he identified the issue with the question. In short, its content was about the principles of judicial justice. First is the request to discuss issues in the South Korean judicial system from the perspective of a pre-law student. Second is to predict legal solutions and the future direction of the legal field. If it were an ordinary contestant, it might be easier to answer, but Dong-guk himself is an actor and already known to the public. You have seen many small issues escalate into legal battles, so the law has always been close to you. Therefore, instead of giving a fancy response, you just want to say directly. Thinking about it, you opened your mouth to reply. In my opinion, there is no solution without self-reflection and self-criticism. The establishment of legal justice in the South Korean legal system is impossible because our legal system has deteriorated. Currently, the law makes decisions in favor of those in power, while those without power find it difficult to even access it. The law is essentially a judgment based on fundamental principles, and above all, the rights of citizens must be ensured. However, since the establishment of the South Korean legal system until now, can anyone confidently say that the law has been easily accessible to everyone? As soon as he finished speaking, the professor in front of him voiced a contrary opinion. Your words don't seem quite right, do they? It's not only those in power who can easily use the law. In reality, there are many lawyers like human rights lawyers and public defenders. They all serve the underprivileged. What do you think about them? Dong-guk didn't rush to answer but wanted to ask a question in return. First of all, may I ask you one thing, Professor? Why do you assert that the initial motivation of lawyers always stems from the desire to serve others? Honestly, how many of us truly think and act that way? Facing a problem, you raised another question. Whether your answer satisfied the professor or not, it was clear that he suddenly burst out laughing and gestured for you to continue. Did he enroll in the law program at Korea University? So that's how it is. I heard a drunk journalist spilled the news, and it spread all over the TV station. So young, yet he won Best Actor at the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Not only that, the admission to the law program at Korea University is truly impressive. Recently, the name Dong-guk has become even more well known with the nickname, a good son and a loving mother. Hearing the gossip from the hairdresser, the actress thought to herself, quite impressive, but shouldn't he have come to greet me by now? Could it be that he's too famous and has become arrogant so he didn't come? Respecting others isn't just common sense? I was planning to build a bit of a relationship with him, but it's fine, whatever. Right at that moment, a knock on the door echoed, making the actress smile gently and call out, "Come in." The door was opened by producer Du, causing the actress to show a disappointed expression. Actress Cha greeted her. "This is me." "Oh, it seems like you're waiting for someone else besides me?" Actress Cha shook her head in frustration. "No, that's not it. Producer Du didn't say much about this topic and directly mentioned that he came here to find you. Anyway, we'll shoot this scene from inside out, so don't worry if the camera suddenly changes angle from behind." The actress listened to the instructions, glanced at the script, and nodded. "I got it, producer. It seems like the director today, Dong-guk, is quite busy, isn't he?" Speaking of Dong-guk, the producer Du enthusiastically said, "I just saw him reading the script earlier. What's up? And besides, we already rehearsed once before." "Actually, that's not what I meant. After the final rehearsal, he didn't come to greet me personally, so I wondered if something was wrong. Because normally he's very friendly, usually says hello in the script reading room, but today seemed a bit different." Hearing the actress's question, producer Du smiled and waved it off. "It's just a habit. He actually doesn't chat with co-stars before emotional scenes. It's simply to avoid distractions. I forgot to tell you this earlier, but he's not someone who's impolite like that. Maybe right after filming, he'll greet you properly. So don't take it to heart." Actress Cha nodded and said she wasn't that strict, so he didn't need to worry. "I get it, but is he the only actor here?" She thought to herself, then suddenly thought of something and turned to speak to producer Yu. "Hey producer, can I improvise a line in this scene?" I don't know what they said to each other. A moment later, as night fell, tonight's scene began under the crackling fire and the rhythmic beating of drums. The actress Cha now wore a glamorous outfit, carrying a small drum, beating the drum while dancing gracefully. "Can you call her in here?" The maid awkwardly bowed slightly and answered, "Sir, she's just here to learn singing and dancing, she's not a courtesan." "The performer of that drum dance isn't a courtesan, could she be the lady of some noble family?" "Sir, actually, that girl is not from our song and dance troupe. Although she is a servant of Cheon's household, she is very talented in singing and dancing. Coincidentally, she is also the person you are looking for today. Cheon Daegun, how is he?" "He is the second son of King Dongsun and the uncle of King Donsun. He was supposed to be the heir to the throne after the death of his older brother Insong. However, due to his young age, he had to relinquish the throne to King Dongsun. After that, he led a rather extravagant life and exhibited many foolish actions, to the point where people called him a foolish prince. However, King Donsan knew very well that all of this was just a scheme for him to survive, as Donsan himself had once pretended not to know about his mother's death to save his own life. After a moment of reflection, Donsan touched his chin and sighed, "Yeah, I know quite a bit already, just call that girl in here." The maid beside him was still standing there awkwardly, not following orders, making the guard next to Donsan shout, "The Lord has already told you to call her in, hurry up." Out of options, the woman fearfully rushed outside to call the girl in. Moments later, the beautiful girl appeared before Donsan, bowing her head. "Your Highness, I greet you." "Sure, here's the translation." "Yes, I once saw your figure when you came to the palace to talk with the Grand Prince." Donsan glanced at the maid's eyes, which were anything but simple, and asked, "I wonder if you could perform that drum dance right here for me to see." The drum dancing maid stood silent for a moment before bowing her head. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I sincerely apologize, but the dance you desire is beyond my ability to perform at this time." At the same time, sitting behind the camera, producer Du silently thought to himself, "This must be the impromptu line that actor Cha just said. She said the female character she played is known for being smart and cunning, so she definitely wouldn't be easily frightened and follow King Donsan's suggestion so easily. Sure, here's the translation following all your requirements. It can certainly be considered a reasonable explanation." Besides, the producer was also curious and didn't know how Dong-guk would react, so he intentionally didn't tell him in advance. If there were any mistakes, they could stop and redo the scene. The scene continues. The crown prince suddenly stands up, approaches the girl, and looks down at her. His voice resounds, "Are you determined not to dance even when facing judgment for defying the emperor's command? What if not only you, but everyone around you, or even those you've only spoken to, would be killed?" The sudden lines, coupled with the cold eyes staring as if at a lifeless object, carried an oppressive aura that momentarily stunned the actress. However, her expression coincidentally matched the reaction of the maid at that moment, making this scene quite perfect. Seeing her darkened expression, the crown prince suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, you're pretty tough, aren't you? In my entire life I've never seen anyone as strong and brave as you." After a moment of silence, the crown prince continued with a deep, meaningful statement. "It's really hard to maintain your dignity without losing yourself, isn't it? Later I will visit your master's residence. At that time, present that dance to me. Now seeing you like this, I no longer have any interest." With that, The Crown Prince stood up and left, leaving the maid standing silently in the dark night. In the actor's room on set, Dong-guk Phuong sat reading the script, wondering to himself, why is the set so quiet today? Could it be? As you were thinking about this, the door suddenly swung open, and the frantic voice of producer Du rang out. Dong-gut, any updates yet? Dong-gut gave him a helpless glance. Everyone is here because of the rumors about my college entrance exam, right? There's no announcement yet, and we'll probably have to wait until the end of today's shoot to find out. Oh my god, I'm dying of curiosity, but why do you seem so calm, Dong-gut? Aren't you nervous at all? Dong-gut shook his head in confusion, then his expression became incredibly frightening. I'm not saying I'm not worried. Right now I'm too busy dealing with those reporters who spread rumors to feel stressed. Actually, there was something that worried him even more. During the interview that day, he accidentally argued with the seasoned professors of the university. He was probably the only one who dared to go head-to-head with the professors in the interview at Korea University. In other words, there's a high chance you failed. Seeing how down and devastated you looked, producer Yu quickly comforted you, saying, wait, do you hate it that much? How about I go deal with those reporters to get back at them for you? All right, no problem, do the producer. But if I get selected, we'll definitely have to adjust the schedule. Are you okay with that? Hearing this, producer Du laughed heartily. Why say that? If you get selected, I'll definitely have to adjust it for you. They also say, supporting the younger generation is contributing to the nation's development. Hearing him say that, Dong-guk suddenly realized that producer Du also seems to be an alumnus of Korea University. He previously graduated in journalism and communication from Korea University. Right after graduating, he passed all the selection exams of the 3 major television stations. Truly a legend in the production directing industry. Indeed, producer Du is not someone to be underestimated. In his past life, Dong-guk had known him, and he truly was the person who would become the youngest director in the future. From the start, he was already extraordinary. After dismissing the assistant, producer Du approached Dong-guk. Today's scene will be very different from what you've done before, but if it's you, I believe you can do it. All right? Dong-guk smiled confidently and nodded, replying, of course, I'll be fine. Just leave it to me and don't worry. The scene today is the 17th, a special scene about the meeting of 2 brothers, King Donsan and Gyo. Accompanied by his loyal guard, Crown Prince Donsan arrived at a dilapidated house belonging to a butcher in the village of Ket Toan Kok. It wasn't really a house, more like a shabby granary. According to the guard's investigation, every evening, that person slaughters alone in the granary. Even the people living in Ketone Valley don't dare to go near the granaries when the sun sets. Perhaps they fear the spirits of the dead cows will follow them and bring bad luck. The guard was somewhat worried and wanted to accompany the prince but was refused by the prince. No need to follow me, the person in there is my younger brother. After saying that, the prince jumped off the horse and walked toward the room. At this scene, everyone on set was fully focused because it was the meeting between the 2 brothers. They are twins, so they look exactly alike. This time, the crew used green screen technology. Using this technique in television is entirely new. Moreover, acting with an invisible object is very challenging. Since both characters can't converse simultaneously, the film crew members will have to assist. Dong-guk himself isn't sure if he can do it well. At this moment, the support staff's voice echoes, reading the lines. Who are you to dare step into this heavenly palace? Prince Donsan walked into the granary and replied, why is this granary called the heavenly palace? Haha, because it's where the souls of unfortunate creatures return to the heavens, meet the Jade Emperor, and are reborn as humans. Looking at your attire, one could guess you're a noble young master out on a hunt. However, as you can see, this place reeks of blood and is not suitable for resting. So, young master, turn back and don't come here again. The prince's cold voice rang out. Someone as lowly as you dares to speak to me like that? The butcher boy, unfazed, replied, does status matter once you're dead? Even a noble isn't anything supernatural. Hearing this, the crown prince chuckled and slowly took off his hat. Haha, you're right. After all, everyone comes from their mother's womb. Whether you're a king or a commoner, the origin is basically the same. It's just the environment they grew up in that's different. Right now, the butcher is already looking at the stranger's face, and that face leaves the butcher stunned. Looking at the face identical to his own in front of him, Butcher Jusam asked clearly, who exactly are you? Facing him, Prince Donsan smiled, I am your brother. Dad, I told you I'm right here, here. The text is, hello, we are here. Oh, is that Chisu? Is something wrong? As she spoke, Dong-guk's mother noticed the orphan kid leading his father, who looked embarrassed, towards them. Dad, I have something to tell you. The little girl quickly turned around and signaled to her father, who was blushing with embarrassment. Hurry up, Dad. Don't hesitate any longer. Excuse me, do you still have cockles? Yes, this time I plan to make a mixed blood cockle dish to go with it. but all the fresh seasonal ones were sold out in the morning. Hearing that, Dong-guk's mother thought for a moment and asked, "Do you need a lot?" "Oh no, I just need a little bit." "Then wait a moment, I saved some to eat here." Just then, from the room came the loud singing of Dong-guk calling for his mother. "Sister Dang, come quickly and let's eat." So, the mother looked over at father and daughter Chisu and asked quietly, "Have you both eaten? The night market will be crowded soon, so if you haven't, you should eat a little before going." "Chisu, have you eaten yet?" "No ma'am, I'm still very hungry. Let's go." Seeing him shyly refuse, Dong-guk's mother gently reassured with a soft smile, "Don't worry, it's just a few dishes. Adding a few more pairs of chopsticks won't be a problem. Besides, Chisu is also a regular guest of ours." "Oh, what a bother, but whenever I'm bored, that little girl is there to chat with me, so I'm really happy." Three of them went inside when suddenly the landline phone rang. The mother picked it up and realized it was her beloved son Dong-guk calling. Meanwhile, Chisu and her father had arrived at the dining table. "Yes, I'm still doing well. I'll bring some food over later. Is everything okay over there?" It looks like the mother and son are having a great conversation. The exhaustion on the mother's face also faded after hearing her son's voice. Then suddenly the smile on her face disappeared. She didn't say another word, leaving everyone around worried. "Mother of Dong-guk, what's wrong? Did something happen to the boy in Seoul?" The mother pondered for a moment, shook her head as a tear rolled down. "No, that's good news, everyone." On the other end of the line, Dong-guk could also hear his mother's emotional voice. Dong-guk got into the law department of Korea University. This is probably the greatest joy she has ever experienced. The tears of happiness say it all. Returning to his dressing room, Dong-guk was working out while the producer sat nearby, constantly watching. "When did you start doing these exercises?" "It hasn't been long, just about 2 hours or so." "Wow, you're really hardworking. It's not even a revealing scene or anything. Plus, Dong-guk, you usually train regularly, so just keep filming, no need to worry." Seeing that, Dong-guk smiled and patted his belly. After getting into college, everyone invited him out to eat a lot, so now he's quite worried about gaining too much weight. "When is your school's orientation? Next week? Good thing it doesn't clash with my high school graduation." Speaking of which, producer Du laughed with great delight. "Haha, you're finally going to be my junior." "Dong-guk, our schedule will have a slight change. The broadcast schedule has been moved up by about a month because the current show has low viewership, so it's expected to end earlier. No specific information is available yet, but it will likely be around March." Listening to what the producer said, Dong-guk couldn't help but exclaim, "The television industry is truly unpredictable, isn't it?" Originally, the producer Du wanted to give him a relaxed month after becoming a freshman, but it seems that's not possible now. As for Dong-guk, he doesn't see any problem because he had already predicted he wouldn't attend all classes in the first semester. If the broadcast schedule is pushed earlier, it might be quite rushed. Even if they have good management, it will still be quite challenging for the screenwriter Yoon-suk. It would certainly be a battle with a temporary script. This kid is really sharp. I requested them to transfer all remaining funds from the prematurely ended program to us. Moreover, from now on, we'll need to coordinate with both Team B and Team C for filming. Please understand the sudden change." Dong-guk smiled and shook hands with the producer. "Don't worry, the production budget has improved, so it's all good." "Oh, thank you so much for understanding me." At that moment, the phone in producer Yu's pocket rang. From the other end of the phone came the panicked voice of a female assistant. "Producer, there's a big problem. The costumes for the next scene have all been burned." Immediately the producer's face darkened, and he hurriedly shouted, "What?" Dong-guk himself was also quite surprised by this information, and he sighed inwardly. There is a simple way to solve this, but... In the dressing room, the manager yelled at a crying staff member, "We're about to start filming, and there's still so much to do, yet you've ruined the lead actor's costume. What were you thinking?" "I'm sorry, I truly am." The producer poked his head into the room and quietly asked the team leader, "Do we have any backup costumes?" "I brought a few, but none of them are suitable for the lead actor. Moreover, since it is embroidered with gold thread, repairing it right now is very difficult. Also, to cut costs, their film crew only has this one set. What should we do now?" Suddenly Dong-guk suggested, "It's okay, please go ahead and film." The filming continued with the scene on Street 35, the death of Song Chong. In the stormy royal palace, the court officials approached the Queen Dowager and urged her to make a decision. "I have heard that your majesty is in critical condition. If the emperor passes away, the court will surely fall into chaos. Please make a decision and appoint a new crown prince." After a moment of silence, Queen Dowager coldly spoke. "I understand the minister's concerns, but changing the heir is impossible. Moreover, the crown prince's character is not as ruthless as the ministers feared. Even until the new emperor's passing, the historians were forbidden to mention the queen's death for the next 100 years. It can't possibly know about that. If the boy knew that truth, how could he have stayed silent for more than 10 years? Don't ever mention that woman in front of me again. I understand your concerns, but I hope there won't be any foolish actions leading to death. It's late now, hurry up and leave. Sitting behind the camera, looking at the screen, producer Du let out a sigh of relief as the shot wrapped up. But the next scene is where the real challenge begins. He recalled that Dong-guk had said to just keep filming. If the costume was damaged, as long as the frame of the costume was intact, it would still be possible to film. The next scene became more incredible than anyone expected. Dong-guk as Crown Prince Donsan is shirtless, doing push-ups in his room. Each drop of sweat enhances his beautifully sculpted muscles. Footsteps echoed from behind, followed by the guard's voice. Your Highness, it is I, your guard. Tomorrow we must quickly head to Datao Palace, Your Highness. Hearing the guard's announcement, the Crown Prince's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that? A moment later, in the Great Hall, a eunuch holding the king's robe knelt on the roof and waved the robe. The eunuch loudly shouted, Sangwi Bok, this is a ritual to announce the king's death. The emperor's passing left everyone in shock. As for Crown Prince Donsan, it seems he had foreseen this, so he remained quite composed. Now begins the reign of King Donsan. In the technical room on set, everyone was discussing. Team B will send the recording immediately via express delivery, while Team C is currently heading to Dongjin Folk Village. The upper stomach scene we filmed is followed by scene 47. Initially, the producer didn't pay much attention to it, but in any case, they would regret it if we just skimmed over it. The scene is where Dong-guk takes off his shirt and does push-ups in the room. Just watching him on screen, I can already tell he's really handsome. Look at those rippling muscles of his. Since there wasn't much time, the crew shot strictly according to the script, but even now, it still feels like a shame. It's like getting my eyes cleansed, as if he's studying sports instead of law. Predicting that if this scene is broadcast, the viewership rating will skyrocket. If so, let's reshoot this scene one more time. It won't take much time, and we just need a closer shot instead of just a wide angle. Anyway, the editor-in-chief has already supported Team Z, so the extra schedule is fine. They were chatting while today is Dong-guk's orientation day at the university. He's probably on his way there now. In front of Korea University, it's always bustling with students, all of them full of excitement. What a wonderful time, Dong-guk. Watching and listening to you, the manager sighed. Sometimes, Dong-guk, you're like an old man. Those students out there are all your age. You seem like a final-year student about to graduate and look for a job. Or maybe it's because I didn't study much, so just getting into college already made me very excited and nervous. My brother insisted so much that I went with him to visit the school. At that time, the students sitting on the lawn drinking looked so romantic. Listening to the manager talk about his past, Dong-guk smiled and asked, Isn't it because of Zexe? The question left the manager completely puzzled, but Dong-guk quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, I'll be back soon. After speaking, Dong-guk quickly grabbed his backpack and rushed off the bus, heading straight to the law department. Walking down the hallway, he kept glancing at his classmates, searching for room 107. Walking into the room, catching everyone's gaze, Dong-guk looked slightly puzzled. Along with that was the echoing voice of the girl standing at the podium. Let's begin the orientation session for the Korea University School of Law. Very quickly, everyone in the room recognized him as the actor Dong-guk on TV. This made him quite embarrassed since he had intentionally timed his arrival precisely to avoid attention, but it only drew more attention. Seeing everyone being noisy, the girl stood on the podium and shouted, Silence! Then she sternly said to Dong-guk, Why are you late and still dragging your feet? Find a seat quickly. He's just a freshman in the law department. Why is everyone staring? No matter how handsome your classmate is, how can you be so disruptive? Finding an empty seat at the back of the class, Dong-guk couldn't help but think, she's really strict, isn't she? Waiting until the room quieted down again, the girl on the podium confidently introduced herself. Nice to meet everyone. I am Cha-hai, the president of the 51st Student Council, a third-year student in the law department at Korea University. Now, new students, please come up one by one and introduce yourselves. First-year students took turns stepping up to the podium in front of everyone, introducing themselves. However, it seems they are all quite awkward and trembling, making the seniors a bit uncomfortable. They are sitting there, discussing the presentations of the freshmen. The words from the seniors only made the first-year students more anxious and confused. These upperclassmen are no joke, right? Seeing the guy getting too flustered, Cha-hai finally signaled him to return to his seat and invited the next person. When she cut him off, a senior with orange hair spoke up in frustration. Hey Cha-hai, do you think being the student council president allows you to ignore the opinions of your seniors? Cha-hai calmly responded, The department head is coming soon, so it's best to end it here. If you want to see a talent show, you should set an example first. Among the new students here, who knows your name already that makes you so talkative? The comment irritated the red-haired guy, making him angry and ready to stand up. But another voice rang out in the classroom, leaving him stunned. Hello everyone. Not sure when, but a student had stepped onto the podium while everyone else wasn't paying attention. I'm a freshman in the law department, Dong-guk. As the student introduced himself, a salt and pepper-haired professor walked in through the door. The student council president slightly bowed to the professor, and he smiled warmly. Haha, all right, just carry on. Are all the new students gathered this year? At that question, the senior with orange hair furrowed his brows, looking at Dong-guk's back with intense displeasure. Nice to meet you all. I'm Chong-ju, dean of the law school at Korea University. Today is a joyful day, and you might be wondering why an old man like me is here. I don't want to bother anyone, but please bear with me. The students who came for the interview have probably met me once before. During the interview, I want to know their views and thoughts. Most of the answers to the question about legal justice are quite similar, except for one student, Professor Chong-gyu's gaze fixed directly on Dong-guk below. Freshman Dong-guk, do you still think that way? Because of a lack of self-reflection, there is no solution. That's what I said, and I still believe that. Today, huh? Upon hearing this statement, everyone looked surprised, especially the student council president. Under Professor Dong-guk's attentive gaze, she smiled and nodded. Yes. Sure, here's the translation. Yes, today I understand that better. Professor, what do you mean by that? Professor, when an eel muddies the water, we just need to catch that eel, and it's done. But what I'm worried about isn't that. So what now? The professor continued. The orange-haired guy looked up at him, thinking to himself, why is this intro so long? The voice of Dong-guk echoed, and the next words made the orange-haired man freeze. What you're worried about is that the fish have started imitating the eel. They turned the whole river muddy. The moment he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. After a long pause, Professor Chong-ju finally smiled and said, Thank you for sharing your thoughts. That evening, after meeting the new students, they, along with the senior members of the student association, went to a pub for a welcome dinner. Right now, Dong-guk is bewildered watching the student council president down a pile of alcohol. He thought she was a model student, but turns out she's a heavy drinker. Suddenly, the annoying guy with orange hair, always frowning, appeared in front of Dong-guk. Hey, freshman, why are you drinking so carelessly? Maybe celebrities don't like drinking with common folks? Who would accept soju from a senior with just a small glass? As he spoke, he picked up the bottle and poured it straight into a big glass on Dong-guk's table. He thought to himself, still holding a grudge over what happened earlier? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, the glass on the table was already filled by him, signaling him to drink. Seeing that they were trying to get the new students drunk, the club president nearby reminded them, Take it easy, will you? Before the sentence was finished, Dong-guk grabbed the giant cup and drank it all in one gulp. Senior, please have a drink with me. Dong-guk smiled, looking at the man in front of him. He probably picked the wrong person to tease. Just as you predicted, it didn't take long for you to take down that guy. He was really weak but still showed off. A jerk who doesn't know his limits. But after getting drunk and passing out on the table, he suddenly started tearing up as if he were crying. Seeing that, the club president sitting next to him gently clinked her glass with Dong-guk. Let's have a drink together. Seeing you looking confused and not answering, Cha-hai asked again. How is it? Don't like it? Oh, is that not it? Since the chairwoman drank a lot, I'm a bit worried. It's okay. I know how to control myself. However, the new student shouldn't hate this guy. He just returned to school after a long break, so he hasn't completely shaken off his military habits. Hearing this, Dong-guk was surprised and wondered if law students also have to do military service. The president's daughter isn't quite sure either. If you're not confident about passing the bar exam right away, doing military service might actually be better. If you keep delaying and end up being forced to go, that would be even worse. Even though she doesn't like that orange-haired guy, she doesn't hate him that much either. I understand, chairwoman. Hearing your answer, Cha-hai was a bit surprised because she thought the eel story you mentioned was about this guy. Did you mean the eel story wasn't referring to our department? Dong-guk smiled innocently. How could you call someone you just met today a loach? The professor's question was about justice and law, while our department is too narrow and shallow compared to that field. So you're preparing for the judicial exam, Dong-guk? Most of the people who pass the exam are students from our department and have received support from everyone here. And you, are you truly committed to this field? Dong-guk immediately waved his hand. No way. I'm not smart enough to take the bar exam, it was just luck. The more he talked, the more surprised Cha-hai became. Then why did you enroll in law? When mentioning this, Dong-guk's eyes sparkled like a deep lake. I just want to see the world in a more multidimensional way. Being an actor who only looks at the script won't understand how the outside world is operating. And who knows, maybe one day I'll play the role of a lawyer in a movie or something. His words made the chairman laugh until she cried, and both of them were already drunk. With the student council president, your teeth have chili powder on them. As Dong-guk finished speaking, the smile on Cha-hai's face froze as if she had turned to stone. No, actually her whole body had turned to stone. That night in the bathroom, she frantically scrubbed her bright white teeth with a wooden toothbrush, shouting nonstop. Damn, that was pretty rude to say in such a serious atmosphere. The phrase teeth covered in chili powder from that college kid kept replaying in her mind. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Outside the restroom, the mother heard her daughter screaming and asked curiously, Chahai, what are you embarrassed about? Not sure how much she drank. What kind of girl does that? Chahai made wine, stepped out of the bathroom, and explained, because there was an orientation today, Mom. Hearing about the orientation, the mother immediately became excited. So, Dong-guk might be there too, right? Did you get his autograph? Her mother's enthusiastic reaction annoyed Chahai. What are you two arguing about? I'm back. Oh wow, why are you home so late today? Professor Chongju, with a face flushed from alcohol. Suddenly an academic seminar was organized, and the new semester just started, so everyone decided to go out for drinks. Again? Other professors congratulated you on becoming the head of the department, so you were so happy that you forgot to call me, right? The mother looked angry, while the professor hurriedly tried to comfort his wife. Hey honey, have you met actor Dong-guk yet? Hearing the name, the new Professor Chongyu nodded. As you can see, he's a very smart student. I'm glad because it's been a long time since I've met such a talented law student. If he can always maintain his integrity and fairness like that, then surely, in his father's praise, Chahai gritted her teeth because her mind was constantly filled with the image of teeth coated in chili powder. Unable to hold back any longer, she shouted loudly, What good is fairness and justice, you damn chili powder guy? The next morning, in his room, Dong-guk sat up from bed after a long sleep, his head pounding. Maybe he drank a bit too much yesterday. As soon as she stepped out of the room, the housekeeper heard him call out, Student Dong-guk, did you go drinking yesterday? I made bean sprout soup and dried fish because I knew it. Let's eat quickly, you still have a filming session today. The delicious food on the table lifted Dong-guk's spirits. He looked at her with puppy-like eyes. Oh my, thank you so much. Right at that moment, Dong-guk's grandfather and uncle both stepped out. Brother, do you want to know what Dong-guk was up to last night? He had a bandage on his forehead that said, I'm the problem guy. Dong-guk, one of your students must really like you, right? Speaking of this, Dong-guk was at a loss for words. Maybe I've made someone dislike me. Even though it's not that serious, how can you face the student council president now? You were probably too drunk yesterday, which is why you said it so directly. While you were eating, your uncle's nosy voice kept chiming in beside you. Hey, you gotta play that role, right? I heard the scene where you had to act as the crown prince is already filmed, isn't it? Dong-guk slightly shook his head because Crown Prince Don-san had been crowned king, but there was still another figure with the right to inherit, the butcher. On set, scene 37 is the one between Du Tagio and Sahong. That butcher left his barn sluggishly. Today the emperor's coffin passed through their village, so many people gathered to pay their respects before the emperor's casket. In this group of people the butcher was also present, watching the coffin slowly fade away. He wondered to himself, is it really my father? Not too emotional, Du Tagio went to a nearby food shop. Give me a bowl of soup, ma'am. But surprisingly, the owner coldly refused him. There's nothing here for you, so leave. How can you think about eating on the day the emperor passes away? Hearing this, Gyo sharply retorted, Are you refusing to sell to me on purpose? That nobleman is still sitting there eating. The emperor has passed away, and even food is being discriminated against. The blunt words of the boy made the shop owner a bit worried, as if the authorities heard, it could cause trouble. Before she could finish her sentence, a person in elegant attire appeared right behind her and loudly questioned, A commoner like you dares to speak loudly here? I think just because the emperor passed away, you believe no one will deal with you? Although he suspected the man might be a court official, Dong-guk remained calm. So what? Even if he gets hit here, it doesn't matter. The people mourned the late king and honored the funeral. Now they just want to fill their empty stomachs, so why should they be punished? Do you think you're the father of the late emperor? Your words immediately infuriated him, his face turning red. What did you say? Let me take a good look at your face. Even if you run, the patrol will remember and hunt you down. Let's see if you can still talk tough then. As he spoke, he yanked the cloth tied around the butcher's head, revealing his face. Seeing this face, the man stood there bewildered for a long time. Then trembling, he stammered, Crown Prince, Your Highness. Normally it wasn't clear, but once the veil was removed, his face was exactly like that of the Crown Prince. As for the other man, he was so terrified that he knelt before him. This made the butcher feel a bit confused. Whether noble or commoner, no matter how talented, both knees must still bow to the ground. In the end, what's the difference here that can make people so easily kneel like that? As for sports, you can see that Hondogang is a bit overpriced when I stepped in to help. One day, when the film crew was shooting in a remote mountain forest, an incident occurred that forced them to pause and stop filming. On the night of the shoot, the camera broke down again. Can we use a backup to film? It was clearly checked, but the producer doesn't agree because using the backup camera would lower the image quality, making it hard to fix in post-production. Hearing that, Director Kim rubbed his aching head. Sorry, but we'll have to wait until morning. The ground is frozen like this, so we can't set up the scene. It's so dark that it's still hard to light up the actors' faces. There is no other way. Before shooting, they will film the background first, then shoot the characters early in the morning when it gets brighter. While everyone was trying to find a solution, a frustrated actress sitting in her car sighed, "Oh my God, seriously. How long do we have to wait in the car?" She is none other than actress Cha, who played the drum-dancing maid last time with Dong-guk. "Hey assistant, turn the car around." Hearing that, the assistant asked, "Should we inform producer Do? If we keep going like this, our director will definitely get mad." "Just turn around," Cha shouted angrily as she banged on the car window, clearly frustrated. "Actor, I'm sorry, but please wait a moment, I have something to say." Lowering the car window, the actress coldly declared, "How long do I have to wait? But it seems we can't film today anyway, so I'll head back to Seoul first. Do you know how many hours we have been waiting?" Understanding the actor's frustration, producer Do gently advised, "Sorry, the filming equipment is actually about to arrive." "All right, I'll be direct. Dong-guk gets to film at the folk village at night, but why do I have to go all the way to the mountains to shoot? And when Dong-guk filmed at night, all the schedules were adjusted, so why couldn't I? Perhaps just because Dong-guk is a bit more famous, they're already classifying actors into A-list or B-list?" The tone of the actress was incredibly irritating, and this also annoyed producer Yu. The case of Dong-guk is unavoidable since he has to prepare for the university entrance exam, so we have to adjust the schedule as much as possible. If actress Cha has ever filmed at night, she must know that the shoot would last until the next morning, right? The staff is struggling to repair and install filming equipment outside. Is it really that hard to wait alone in the warm car? If you keep complaining like this, then go somewhere else. The seemingly cold words of the producer left the actress bewildered. "I'll say it again, just go straight to Seoul." At first, startled, actress Cha pressed her lips together, determined. "You think just because you say that, I won't dare to go?" But before she could finish her words, a clear voice rang out, loudly calling out producer Do. The producer Do turned around and was surprised to see Dong-guk had just arrived here in the middle of the night. He came with his manager and assistant, carrying many small bags. "I noticed the crew seemed hungry, so I bought some food. There aren't many options to order around this mountain area. Ordering a meal delivery would be better, but unfortunately, there's no food truck service available at this time." Dong-guk thought to himself, "It looks like the delicious chicken he brought." Everyone around was cheering. Dong-guk contacted the film crew assistant beforehand and asked where their team was filming. When he learned there was an issue and that he needed to go to the scene, he said it was great that he could come along, so he followed the assistant here. The film crew assistant didn't expect him to buy so much chicken. Now that he's grown up, he doesn't have time to fool around anymore. Hearing the conversations around her, actress Cha suddenly felt a bit regretful. Maybe she had been too childish and just complained. She had to stay and apologize. On this side, Director Kim put his arm around Dong-guk warmly and asked, "Aren't you having your graduation ceremony tomorrow?" "Why, Director? Do you want to send me congratulatory flowers?" "Of course, haha. After all, it's your graduation ceremony. By the way, let's walk around here a bit after finishing the shoot tomorrow morning." They chatted without noticing actress Cha was stepping back. "No need, your kindness is enough, Director Kim. Anyway, it seems like things will be busy, so I'll just have my mom come." Your words made Director Kim even more concerned, as you'll be busy with the graduation ceremony tomorrow. If you head to Seoul early in the morning, when will you get any sleep? Dong-guk chewed on his fried chicken and replied, "It's okay, everyone else and the new employees are the ones working hard. It wouldn't be right if everyone had to work through the night while I lay comfortably in bed." Dong-guk glanced around everyone, then suddenly realized something. "All the actors are here, but why do I feel like someone is missing? I miss Sunbae Cha." In his voice, the actress Cha quietly sat next to the car, burying her face in her knees as if silently crying. Early the next morning, at Sequa High School, no one was allowed to enter except for parents and family members, even though many reporters were stationed outside. The chaotic situation made Dan Loy feel a bit guilty. Then a friend came over and suggested, "Let's take a picture together. Of course, we must take pictures and capture these beautiful moments." Today, the mother of Dong-guk still wore a new, elegant outfit along with a bouquet of bright red roses as she came to her son's school. Looking at her smile, it seems she is very joyful and happy. "Hey, I've brought the person here, let's take a quick picture." So the three of them quickly took a picture together. After just finishing a photo with Dong-guk's mother, I spotted the class president's back and called out to her loudly, "Class president, this is the last time, so let's take a picture together." The class president was thrilled with the suggestion, teasing Dong-guk, When you get famous, you'll have to sell this photo, haha. We have to work really hard. After meeting and taking photos with familiar faces, the official ceremony began in the hall with a speech. First, I would like to express my gratitude to those who came here to celebrate our graduation today. Sitting in the audience, Dong-guk breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to give the speech on behalf of the graduating students. It's also an honor because before the graduation ceremony, the homeroom teacher and the principal suggested that he speak on stage after the student council president, but Dong-guk quickly declined. You feel undeserving of speaking on behalf of others, even though you are truly happy. Above the stage, the voice of the schoolgirl echoed, wishing all the graduating students a future filled with luck and seeing each other again at the pinnacle of glory. In the midst of the lively sounds, Dong-guk recalled the photos he had just taken. These were probably moments he would find hard to forget, to make up for the regrets of the previous life. The next day, at Korea University, a large number of students arrived for their first day of orientation. Dong-guk walked down the hallway, searching for his classroom. Perhaps because the campus was so large, the inside of the building was also quite complicated. A moment later, he found the right classroom for today. He hopes this won't happen throughout the semester, being stared at by everyone like that. Obviously, with his current popularity and that handsome face, he becomes the center of attention wherever he goes. Seeing his figure, the girl Chahi unexpectedly called out his name. It looks like you've got the wrong class, Dong-guk. The guy smiled and greeted the girl, then sat down right next to her. Isn't this a criminal mock trial, President? Chahi nodded. That's right, but this is a third-year specialized course. First-year students can't participate because they still have to complete the prerequisite courses. At that moment, Chahi's father, who is also a professor, walked into the classroom. Nice to meet you all. The new semester has begun, and spring is here. For the criminal mock trial course, the lessons will be conducted in a format similar to a real trial, but more condensed. Let's take attendance now. First up, Dong-guk. Hearing his name, he excitedly raised his hand, while the girl next to him, Chahi, stood there with her mouth wide open. Reluctantly, she raised her hand and said, Professor, may I ask a question? Actually, the criminal moot court is a specialized course. Students must complete the basic criminal law courses beforehand to participate, so how can freshmen join this class? The professor smiled and answered the question that in the case of student Dong-guk, he requested to participate in the mock criminal trial class because he wanted to experience this subject. The second-year specialized criminal law courses are currently being taught simultaneously, so the professor allowed him to join. Sorry, Professor, but is that possible? The professor looked at Chahi and nodded. As a professor, I am also allowed to do so. There are rumors that I grade very strictly, so the number of students who want to participate is very small. However, this could affect other students, Professor. I understand that this class is organized as a mock trial, but could a freshman like him participating impact the other students? The professor smiled reassuringly. If Dong-guk can't keep up with the class or disrupts other students during the trial, he will automatically cancel his course registration, right? Sitting below, Dong-guk smiled confidently, looking extremely handsome. Yes, Professor, I will do that. This reaction of his made the girl sitting next to him very surprised and confused. Because if the class gets cancelled, he will lose points. Is he attending classes just for fun? Looking at Chahi's scrutinizing eyes, Dong-guk thought to himself, maybe he should apologize for what happened at the bar before the relationship situation gets worse. At the same time, in the director's office at the television station, on the director's desk was the script for the movie, The King's Secret that Dong-guk was filming. Suddenly he pondered and said, it's unstoppable now. Today, at the television director's office, producer Du knocked on the door and stepped in. Oh my, director, you're still not done for the day? Since you're still here, everyone else is waiting outside and no one dares to leave. So, I volunteered to come in so you could head home. The director calmly stood up from his chair and sighed. Normally he wouldn't pay attention, but today he decided to snoop around. Since you're here, have a seat and make yourself a cup of coffee before you go. All right, producer Du. Just sit down. If not now, when will you have a chance to drink the coffee I made? It's been a long time since I had the chance to have coffee with you like this. Oh, and today's the official broadcast day, right? Hearing this question, producer Du immediately nodded enthusiastically. Yes, and I've finished processing and editing all the recordings and have already checked them in the editing room. Is that why you're worried and haven't gone home yet, director? Are my worries too obvious? Yes, they are. The director's stress has been quite severe lately. You should have told us from the beginning. Are you going to leave work and watch today's broadcast, director? The director nodded slightly. Looks like I will, but when I get home, I won't even have time to turn on the TV because the kids at home are getting ready for exams. Also, the higher-ups are closely monitoring the situation. Since it's a historical film, there won't be any product placements, and they've invested in both short films as well. If the viewership isn't high, the director and everyone else will have to pack up. Producer Do smiled confidently. If the ratings are good, director, think about where to send the gift. Come on, no matter the outcome, you might have to handle everything yourself. Producer Do, are you confident? Faced with this question, Producer Do responded with a determined gaze. Yes, I am very confident. That evening, at his grandfather's house, Dong-guk sat outside on the porch with the cute cat. Inside, the sound of lively conversation echoed continuously. Just eat a little, it's not good to eat too much at dusk. Stepping into the room, the uncle sat still, lazily ordering Dong-guk. Everyone has gathered here to watch your historical drama. To keep the elders from waiting, hurry up and bring the beer. Not sure if Dong-guk will appear in this first episode since historical dramas usually start with the characters as children. Dong-guk smiled and nodded, because today he's just part of the introduction. Everyone, please feel free to eat and drink as if you're at home. As this was said, the scene transitioned to the movie, and everyone turned their eyes toward it. The first scene introduces a steadfast figure with the overwhelming presence of an emperor standing in front of the main hall of the palace. The calm, piercing gaze and resolute expression made the emperor appear even more mysterious and majestic. Dong-guk's eyes on the screen now were completely different from his usual look. The next scene shows a butcher standing before a cow about to be slaughtered. Then answer the prayer before killing the animal, whispering into the ears of the spectators. Today marks the broadcast of episode 1 of the series Donsan, The King's Secret. Surprisingly, the show has made a big splash right from its first airing. The viewership rating of the first episode of the show has already surpassed 10%, leaving everyone at the TV station surprised. Now, it's only the first episode, and it's already hit 27%, so who wouldn't know? I heard the drama department is in chaos right now. This is definitely good news, but I heard the show that ended early before this one premiered was directed by Park. This time, in order to become the main producer, director Park made every effort to gather all the production funds, but the movie ended up being a complete failure. Meanwhile, the movie by the new colleagues succeeded right from the first episode. Although there were mixed opinions from the start, a historical film that no one wanted to take on became a huge success. Other directors must be feeling quite uncomfortable for initially turning it down. Everyone is talking about that movie right now. Senior Choi, the department head, said there's going to be a party today. Are you going? This party is related to producer Yu's movie, and I heard the department head will be there too. Hearing the junior say that, Senior Choi knocked him on the head. You careless guy, did you really have to say that here? When Senior Park arrives, don't mention this, okay? The manager is the same, always praising Senior Park. But now, he has turned his back. Just at this moment, Senior Park, who recently had a flop movie, walked over and asked everyone a question. What are you two chatting so excitedly about? Is everyone attending the party today? The department head will be there too, so if possible, you two should reschedule and join in. Senior Park, are you planning to go there too? Oh wow, Pa Sunbae. Good deeds don't always lead to good outcomes. It's a bit odd that people are planning a party when things on your side aren't going well. The department head always said that Pa Sunbae should be the main producer, but now, after the movie's failure, he's completely silent. Listening silently, Park turned away. Don't say that. The atmosphere is good right now. Moreover, the manager always cares about those who have helped him, so even if the producer is praised, it won't last long. People often say, if you start off poorly, it's hard to succeed. Besides, we've promoted the movie a lot, so the viewership rate should at least reach that level. Moreover, having Dong-guk and actor Cha involved will boost the movie's reputation. However, in my opinion, the current atmosphere of this movie won't last long. At this point, Senior Park flashed a dangerous smile. Could it be that a weak start means the whole process won't be good? A few days later, the viewership rate rose to 27%, and everyone in the film crew was delighted with this achievement. Producer Do approached Dong-guk to chat. Hey Dong-guk, when filming scene 31 today, don't drink all the liquor in one go. If you choke, we'll have to reshoot the scene. Yes, sir. Today, Producer Do looks so cheerful, Dong-guk teased. Of course, I only hoped for a 10% viewership rate, but it reached as high as 27%. A few days ago, we held a small party in the television department. At that time, the head of the department also sent a bonus so I could treat the film crew. Dong-guk, if there's a reward this time, will you go? I heard you didn't go to Phuket during SBS either, right? Dong-guk nodded because he had something to do that day and couldn't go. But thinking about vacation rewards after just the first episode might be a bit too self-satisfied. Faced with this doubt, Producer Duan put his arm around Dong-guk. You haven't seen the edited video yet, that's why you said that. Besides, every time you only watch the screen after filming, so you can't be sure about it. I assure you that as the series progresses, each episode will become even more successful. Today is the day to film scene number 31, titled, The reason for the purge at the residence of Cheon-daegun. The maid still wears that drum and dances in the courtyard. A moment later, Emperor Donsan praised her. Naksu, no matter how many times I hear it, your name is still so beautiful. Truly, the blue police of the Yalu River now, can you dance for me? Naksu smiled beautifully and gently bowed. How could I refuse your majesty's command? I must perform a dance that even the birds flying by would stop to watch. At this moment the guard approached the king and whispered, Your Majesty, the army has arrived. All right, let him in. A moment later, a middle-aged man appeared before the king and bowed. Rai-ong humbly greets your majesty. Rai-ong Daegun, long time no see. Do you know why I summoned you here? I heard that your majesty is feeling cold, so even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will surely complete the task. As he spoke, he raised his face, revealing sly eyes like those of an old fox. Haha, even though I still have many shortcomings and haven't been appointed to important positions in the court, I always remember you, Rai-ong. The reason I called you here today is that you must carry out a task for me. What should I do to complete this mission? Rai-ong respectfully asked. Please find Chongqich's documents and investigate them thoroughly. Then, report the entire truth to me. Hearing this request, Ryong was astonished. Your Majesty, the person you just mentioned is the head of the Confucian school, but hasn't he already passed away? That's right. Although no longer alive, the words and spirit he left behind remain the core of Confucian thought. Quietly observing the calm expression of His Majesty Ryong, I respectfully say, I will obey your command. A moment later after he left, Naksu approached His Majesty and whispered, Your Majesty, people like him are often called traitors. Why did your Majesty summon that person here? Dong-guk gently placed the teacup on the table and glanced at the beautiful sunset. The reason I summoned him here is to shake up this entire court. That night, in the real world, Cha-hai and her mother were arguing over the right to watch TV. Since it was almost time for the king's secret to air, her mother didn't want to give in to her daughter. You should watch it too. Dong-guk looks really handsome on screen. It's starting now. Seeing her mom's excitement, she pouted. What's so fun about that? Out of options, she had to sit down with her mom to see just how good it really was. The screen now shows the scene where the twin brothers, worlds apart in their lives, meet in a shabby house. Everyone, from the family and friends of the netizens, gathered in front of the TV to watch his movie. It seems this movie really made a strong impression on the audience. Somewhere, there's an actor intently watching every scene without taking his eyes off the screen. At first she felt forced to watch, but after a while, Cha-hai couldn't help but think, wow, why does he shine so brightly on screen? When the scene of the shirtless king doing push-ups in his room came on, all the girls watching felt their hearts flutter because he was just too manly. Crazy, I've never seen anyone's back muscles so defined. Is Gyo a butcher? When Gyo was acting out the axe scene, the veins in his hands were bulging. Sure, here's the translation. That's right, let's wait until Dong-guk gets to class, and then we can ask for an autograph, okay? While the two girls were chatting, a guy's head popped in and interrupted. If push-ups can make you this crazy, then come to the rugby club. If 2 people manage, it will be great. There's still time to register. A moment later, the big guy returned to his seat next to Cha-hai, complaining. Why do they hate the rugby club so much? All the strong men are in the rugby club, right, Cha-hai? She sighed and shook her head. I don't know, but why don't you join the science club? Joining the department club is just all about talking about exams. College days are for seeking romance, so I don't plan to pass the judicial exam while still a student. Cha-hai asked, So are you planning to go to the military right away? The guy nearly burst into tears when he mentioned it. She was really harsh. If it goes on like this, my sense of camaraderie and love for the country will be completely crushed. After graduation, I will try studying in Sinlimdong. If I don't pass, then it's just fate, and I'll have to accept it. At that moment, Dong-guk approached, and the other guy noticed him, immediately grabbed his shoulder. Hey strongman, you've got an amazing back. Join the rugby club with us. Dong-guk gave him a disdainful look. No thanks, and where do you think you're taking me? The enthusiastic guy here is a third-year law student named Dong-jin. Hey Dong-guk, sitting in the back row all day, how can you stay motivated? Stop talking so much and follow me. From today on, let's sit together. With his carefree nature, Dong-jin became the most approachable person at school. Just as Dong-guk was about to say something, the girls in the class gathered around him, chattering noisily. I've seen the movie you were in. We're in the same class, but it's hard to spot you. Dong-guk, would you like to come sit with me? Seeing more and more of them gathering, the club president loudly interjected. The professor is about to arrive, so everyone should hurry back to their seats. Dong-guk and Dong-jin's seats are over here. Returning to his seat, Dong-jin wondered why she suddenly helped someone out. Dong-guk had no choice but to move up to the front row with them. I never helped anyone out. I simply saw that working hard on what you love is enjoyable. That's my way of supporting him. Balancing both studying and acting must be tough, right? Dong-guk smiled at these words and thought to himself, they are good seniors. Cha-hai, you saved me, thank you so much. That afternoon, wearing a hat in hopes that no one would recognize him, Dong-guk headed to the campus lake because he had an appointment there. He told you to wait by the lake, but now there's no one around. As he was thinking, he glanced around and spotted a familiar figure, so he waved. Hey, Chung-suk, sitting on the stone bench, a scruffy man with a shabby appearance and a bushy beard noticed him and smiled. Dong-guk walked towards him with a suspicious look in his eyes. Someone who makes a lot of money but dresses like this? Are you afraid people will recognize you? Oh wow, it's been a while, and you start complaining right away? People will just think I look like Chung-suk and leave. It's all about the acting. My next project is about students preparing for the judicial exam. Hearing the proud tone of Dong-guk, everyone gasped in amazement. He's already working on his next film. Not gonna work, I have to treat you to a meal. Hearing that, the addict was momentarily stunned, then slightly excited. You're inviting me to a meal? That's awesome. But the smile on his face froze at the sight of the humble meal the kid had just offered. It's been a while since we last met, so I thought you'd treat me to something better, but it turns out it's just mixed rice? Dong-guk squinted and stared at him. What's wrong? Anyway, this is the best rice in the school. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. I'll eat both portions. I was just saying that. I will finish everything. By the way, do you know that senior Chi Dong-dun has signed an exclusive contract with our company? He's the senior who participated in the Korean Drama Festival with Dong-guk. That senior praised you a lot, Dong-guk. He said you were the one who created a turning point in his acting career. The way he praised you makes me feel very proud, like I'm seeing myself in the past. It seems that the senior was really grateful to Dong-guk because he told him, get a grip. Maybe that was truly the right thing to say. Dong-guk, do you know Hwan? Chung-suk suddenly asked this name, and upon hearing it, Dong-guk looked very surprised. That person is 3 years older than you and hasn't starred in any TV dramas yet, but they've been famous in the film industry since they were young. The story came, and the mood of the fishermen sank. Deep down they thought, how could he not know that name? How could he forget that Hwan would also appear in this lifetime? Currently, though not yet famous, in the future, that person will become the first Korean actor to win the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival. Hwan was both a friend and the only colleague of Dong-guk in a past life, but he was the first to cut ties because he couldn't stand Dong-guk's erratic personality. He really wants to meet you once. Soon, he will enter the field of television dramas and seems to need a peer to talk to more easily. Yes, in a previous life, the person Hwan always sought advice from was Dong-guk. Dong-guk lowered his head, while Chung-suk continued to chatter. How could I possibly... Realizing that his expression and mood were not quite right, Jung-suk sighed and changed the subject. Whenever I see plain rice, I remember the meal that my mother once cooked for you. At that time, you probably didn't know Dong-guk. The advice she gave me became the foundation for my acting career later on. He praised his mother, making Dong-guk suddenly feel embarrassed. Why do you feel embarrassed when I'm just trying to create a good atmosphere and have a conversation after such a long time? Even though I couldn't quite understand why you looked like you were feeling guilty earlier, don't worry, Dong-guk. Everyone acknowledges you as an upright and trustworthy person. Looking at Chung-suk's cheerful smile, Dong-guk stayed silent for a moment and then nodded. Yes, you're right. I'll try to meet him. Soon, I'll take my mom to Seoul, and at the very least we should find a house to live together, right? Have you told your mother about it yet? Dong-guk has already told her before, but she didn't like it. However, now you don't want her to work hard anymore. Recently you've reached out, but mom still refuses, so you're quite worried. It seems like the store's work is too much for her to handle alone. Hearing these concerns, Chung-suk gently advised, are you making a decision too hastily? If mom doesn't want to go, she probably has her own reasons. Look, even though Dong-guk looks grown up, when I see you like that, I still see you as a child. You should definitely ask your mom if she wants it or not. We don't have the right to decide someone else's wishes, do we? In the countryside, at her shop, Dong-guk's mother, along with a cute cat, stretches after a busy time serving customers. It's lunchtime, but where is everyone? Oh, it seems Ms. Jang is attending a parent-teacher meeting for her child today. Is my son eating well? Although I want to move to Seoul to live with him, staying in Namhang is still more convenient for me, the mother thought to herself. She reached up to the high shelf to take down the box stored there. These days, another large hand appears, helping her carry the box. Oh, Mr. Kim from the side dish shop. Seeing that you were struggling to take it out, I decided to help. When Kim appeared, Dong-guk's mother looked worried. Are you here to buy art clams? It's out of season now, so the beef quality is just average. Facing this anxiety, Uncle Kim hesitated for a moment, then suddenly mustered up all his courage and said bluntly, I'm not here to buy cockles. So, I was wondering if you'd like to have lunch with me. Today, at Songwan Company, The manager approached Dong-guk and informed him that actor Ha Wan had contacted the company and expressed a desire to meet him. He mentioned that they had already spoken before. Dong-guk was bewildered but quickly nodded. I had heard the story from Senior Chung-suk before, and Ha Wan said he wanted to meet, so I agreed, but I didn't expect further contact from their company. Oh, Chung-suk is the one who acted in an indie film with you before, right? Suddenly Ha Wan's side reached out, so Manager Kim was quite surprised. Anyway, he's a very polite person. They called the company to confirm because they were afraid Dong-guk couldn't refuse Chung-suk's request. Yes, whether in the past or now, Ha Wan's personality remains upright. Even when an unknown supporting actor asks for advice from a leading actor, he wouldn't hesitate to share his acting experience. In a past life, that young man once took Dong-guk's arm gently and advised, "Don't worry too much about always being a supporting actor, the opportunity will come one day. If you're Dong-guk, you definitely won't miss this opportunity. Don't give up on your acting career. One day, you'll surely stand in this position." At that moment, Dong-guk found those words very unpleasant, but in the end, when he was revived, he achieved it, and felt everything was normal. Seeing Dong-guk's thoughtful expression, the manager smiled and continued speaking. Recently, actor Ha Woon has been seen as a rising star. Interestingly, the actors I pay attention to all seem very interested in you, Dong-guk. Do you know how many management companies are waiting for your exclusive contract to end? Ha Wan might have also received the news from the company's director and is trying to see if you plan to leave. Hearing that, Dong-guk laughed and shook his head. Ha Wan isn't that kind of person. Besides, wasn't there another actor who said they wanted to meet me? I'm really curious. Who could it be? The manager immediately put on a can't-say face and said it was a business secret. Haha, whatever is fine. If anyone wants to meet me, just tell them to come to the studio once. Anyway, I'll be at Donggan for a while longer. The scene shifts to a backstage area, where this red-lipped Western guy is sitting while staff adjust his makeup. Suddenly he softly whispered to himself, "I really hope to see you soon, Dong-guk."